Hello everyone's like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. In the name of the dawn, I bless you. The dark abyss shall not harm you, the devil's hell shall not hurt you. The dawn shall protect you from all disasters. May you all turn away from evil and do good, dwell in peace forever, never be abandoned, and always be protected. May the dawn establish your steps and make you forever faithful. May your words and deeds be constant, knowing the end of darkness, the dawn shall endure forever. Join the Church of the Dawn. Embrace the approaching sunrise. The dawn is with you. In front of the Blackwater City Lord's mansion. An elderly man, burly, with white hair and beard, wearing a deep red robe, raised his fists and shouted incessantly. But the passers-by, dressed in tattered clothes and with sallow complexions, only cast glances as if looking at a madman, and then hurried away. "Lyle, how is it going?" Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a handsome young man with black hair walked out from the city lord's mansion and stood in front of the old man. The old man turned around, his face bitter. "Young Master Ian, I have been shouting for 2.5 hours, but still no one has joined your Church of the Dawn. How could that be? You must be using the wrong method." The young man, called Young Master Ian, looked at Lyle with a confident expression. "How did you shout? Repeat it to me." Helpless, Lyle could only reread the previous prayer with a bitter face, and at the end, Lyle said helplessly, "Young Master Ian, these are all the prayer words you taught me, not a single word is different. Young Master Ian, why don't you just be the city lord honestly? Although Blackwater City is poor and dilapidated, it is still a proper city. If you develop it honestly, you can still make a living. The people here are almost starving to death, how can they have the energy to believe in any dawn?" Ian frowned slightly, pinched his chin and pondered for a long time. After a moment, his eyes lit up, and he gently hammered his palm. "No. Lyle, your method is wrong." "Ah!" Ignoring Lyle's bewildered expression, Ian stepped forward and squeezed away Lyle, who was a head taller than him. He cleared his throat and shouted loudly. "Join the Church of the Dawn. You can receive eggs and bread at the beginning of each month." The melodious voice traveled far, far away. After a while, from a distance, the roar of the earth echoed, as if 10,000 horses were galloping, and from afar, a long stretch of dust could be seen. Before long, a group of sallow-faced, scantily clad people squeezed to the gate of the city lord's mansion with a speed that would make even the dark feather magic eagle feel ashamed. "I am a dawn believer. Let me join the church. The dawn is above, I will be forever faithful. Let me join the church first. Lord. I am a child of the dawn." In a short while, the preaching stall that was just deserted was now crowded with people. All kinds of prayers rose and fell. From a distance, it looked like a scene of devout believers gathering to worship. Ian had a slight smile on his face and patted Lyle on the shoulder. "Lyle, a successful choice is greater than 10 million efforts. If the direction is wrong, the effort is wasted. When you fail continuously, you should consider whether you want to change the direction and try." "But young master, you also said that failure is the mother of success." "That's right." Ian nodded solemnly, then sighed sadly. "But most failures are infertile. Okay, you can register the believers first, and come back to me later." "Young Master Ian, what about the eggs and bread?" Lyle looked at Ian hesitantly, the latter paused, then continued to walk forward. "The chickens are still laying, the flour is still being ground, let's wait a while." After saying that, he didn't stop, quickly crossed the lawn of the city lord's mansion, and returned to the slightly dilapidated castle. 20 years ago, with a long whistle of a 100-ton king truck from another universe, and a cry from the Forbes Earl family mansion in the Rodri Continent, another transmigrator was born. In the 20 years of Ian's growth, he gradually understood that he had come to a Western fantasy world. But unlike the unfolding of ordinary Western fantasy stories, Ian found that he had transmigrated too early. At this time, the Rodri Continent was still in an era of rampant demons, raging abyss, and warlord demon kings. The 100 races of the continent, except for the demons, were still in a state of seeking survival in the cracks, shrinking in the extreme west continent, and relying on natural dangers to resist the demon invasion. To put it simply, the Rodri Continent is now in the ancient barbaric era. There are no gods who suppress demons and defeat demon gods and demon kings. There is no church force that spreads across the continent and has countless believers. Even the so-called knights and magic do not have a mature system now. Basically, they are all growing wildly. Just like Lyle and the other knights, they evaluate the strength of their power only by how big a stone they can break and how deep a gully they can cut out with the greatest destructive power. Knights and mages do not yet have a distinction between realms. If you have to say it, the current Ian also has a unique rating system. He divides these knights into ordinary knights, powerful knights, awesome knights, super awesome knights. Further on, it is the realm of how awesome the adjective is. The more awesome the adjective, the stronger the strength. Therefore, the Rodri Continent is very ancient, so ancient that all the configurations of the Western fantasy world, except for the standard equipment of the 100 races and backward thinking, are not available. No gods, no churches, no systems. Ian transmigrated to a Western fantasy world with 3 no's. Speaking of Ian's Forbes family, it is also a famous Earl family in the Bilka Principality of the 100 Races Alliance. At least it was like this before Old Forbes disappeared. Old Forbes, also known as Ian's father, was a super awesome knight in Ian's evaluation. And as Old Forbes fell into a suddenly appearing abyss and disappeared in a war against the demons, the Forbes family quickly declined. The other nobles of the Bilka Principality took action at the first time and joined forces to drive Ian to this poor and dilapidated Blackwater city. So, even if humans reach the end of their rope, they still can't get rid of the vortex of interest struggles. Facing the demon invasion, the 100 Races Alliance has been at a disadvantage and struggling to survive, which makes sense. However, for Ian, Blackwater City should still be his blessed land. Here, he successfully activated the golden finger that belongs to the transmigrator, the MC World Gate. This is something Ian is quite familiar with. In his previous life, he also spent a lot of time cultivating MC. As a semi-veteran player, it can be said that Ian is quite familiar with various well-known mods and MC skills. Even the electrical current gameplay, he knows a little bit. The only thing he is not proficient in is building houses. This is not a big problem. Serious old block people always remember a truth. If you want to get rich, first chop trees, dig 3 and fill 1 mine. Build a house? A wooden door closes the world is my home. But now, Ian regrets not practicing building houses diligently in the past. Not to mention that this MC World Gate Golden Finger is related to continuing to develop and build the territory and improve the civilization index. Just say that this Rodri Continent with 3 no's, once the 100 Races Alliance can't hold on and falls in the future, and the demons completely rage. He can only hide in the MC world. If you don't learn to build houses, do you have to rob the villagers' matchbox hut for a lifetime? So, young Master Ian Forbes inherited the title of Earl, inherited the position of Blackwater City Lord, and opened the MC World Gate. The first thing to learn is how to become an excellent civil engineering brother. The good news is that Ian doesn't have to work with cement. Chapter 2. Speaking of this MC World Gate's Golden Finger, it's actually quite simple to operate. After placement, it's only allowed to change its position once within a year. Therefore, Ian placed the MC World Gate in the living room of his bedroom. It's not because he's afraid of insecurity, after all, the MC World Gate belongs to him. Without his consent, or if someone harbors ill intentions towards him, they cannot enter. The reason he put it here is because he's afraid of the dark. The MC World Gate always emits light like a star, providing a light source that helps him sleep peacefully. Besides allowing people to travel to the MC World, the MC World Gate also has an important function. When Ian's territory reaches a certain level of civilization index, he can exchange for some good things from the MC World Gate. Perhaps it's a mod, perhaps it's code permissions, or perhaps it's a divine artifact like the Universal Domination Sword, dealing 999 damage with a single strike. In short, anything is possible. After Ian arrived in Blackwater City and officially inherited the position of City Lord, the MC World Gate gave him a new B gift pack for civilization development. Steve Physique. In the MC World, he will possess Steve's physique, while in the Rodri Continent, he possesses 1/10 of Steve's physique. Perhaps as the civilization index within his territory increases, he will continue to unlock more, until he becomes the true walking Steve of the Rodri Continent. But regardless, even with only 1/10 of Steve's physical strength on the Rodri Continent, Ian can proudly say, he is a super invincible spiral explosion awesome knight. Just kidding. What kind of existence is the god Steve? Eating pufferfish raw and not dying, using diamond cutting hand to furiously chop diamonds. Carrying hundreds of thousands of tons and running like the wind, emptying the surface of the earth in 1 day, and filling the ocean in 3 days, a legendary conceptual god. Even with only 1/10 of his physique, Ian can shout "I don't eat beef" in the 100 Clan Alliance. Much stronger than a certain god king. However, the great god Steve is not without weaknesses. Steve's magic resistance is extremely brittle, which also leads to Ian not daring to show his face in front of the demons yet. Of course, low magic resistance does not mean zero magic resistance. Just like Superman, everyone knows that Superman's magic resistance is very low. But you can let an ordinary mage from Camartage in the Marvel Universe fight him and see what happens. Superman might not even guarantee the mage a chance for CPR. In any case, Steve's physique only gives Ian the opportunity to develop stealthily, don't be reckless. Although the Rodri Continent is ancient and barbaric. But the magic system of the demons is not to be trifled with. They have been developing in the abyss where the law of the dark forest prevails for who knows how long. To put it in simpler terms, they can even use water-based forbidden spells to wipe their butts. The immediate priority for Ian, besides learning civil engineering, interior design, urban construction, etc., is to quickly recruit people. The MC World territory and Blackwater City territory will start construction simultaneously, increase the civilization index, and rely on the MC World Gate's angel investment to go public as soon as possible. To this end, after thinking it over, Ian decided to plagiarize the development of cults from his hometown to cultivate a group of devout believers. Having seen the greed and darkness of people's hearts, Ian does not believe in human nature. Therefore, he chose to create a god in the Western fantasy world. Human nature is untrustworthy, but divinity is. In Ian's hometown, he was accustomed to stories of faith making people fearless of life and death, and content with poverty. Such faith cannot be simply summarized by the word loyalty. After all, it is because of the same faith and the same ideal that a great empire can go through countless hardships and stand at the top of the world again. And the Western fantasy world, especially one that is still in ancient times, without even the rudimentary form of a church, a Western fantasy world where creatures struggle to survive. The brand new concept of faith will spread rapidly like locusts, taking root in the depths of civilization, growing wildly. The MC world needs a group of fanatics to deeply develop it, otherwise, Ian wouldn't trust it. Therefore, the Church of the Dawn is the cornerstone of faith that Ian has set. Ian is the first Pope of the Church of the Dawn. And now, His Great Holiness the Pope is going to inspect his devout believers, a full 2-digit, 19-person Dawn army. Okay, Ian also knows that compared to the traditional Western fantasy world, which has hundreds of millions of believers and spreads its teachings across the continent, his Church of the Dawn can at best be called a gang. But he, young Master Ian, is the first to try it. Before the establishment of the Church of the Dawn, the title of Pope didn't even exist. 19 people, aren't they also a living force for developing the MC world? After all, those who enter the MC world with Ian's permission can enjoy 1/3 of Steve's physique in the MC world. Although this increase is much slower than a group of Steves developing, it is enough. Besides, the Church of the Dawn, which has free egg bread buffs, will soon have more nominal believers. Nominal believers who enjoy the benefits brought by the Church of the Dawn and the MC world will soon become devout believers or even fanatics. It will be alright. Looking at the soldiers and servants dressed as believers standing neatly in front of him, looking at him with reverence, Pope Ian delivered his first brief and powerful speech to the Church of the Dawn. The newest novels are first published at website address. Clap. Standing at the front, a sweet-looking girl dressed as a maid, immediately raised her hands with a face full of glory and clapped non-stop. Looking at the actions of even some people jumping up and down with their hands raised high in the back, Ian quickly reached out and pressed down to stop them. This action is too easy to make people jump out of the scene. If it continues, Ian is afraid that he will hear the song "You're from Dandong" in his ear. In the Church of the Dawn, there is no saying of a second son. All right, Laisha. Ian waved his hand with a gentle face and full of demeanor. Let everyone prepare. When Leal returns, let's have lunch together. Our Church of the Dawn is about to officially begin its first expedition. Yes. Young Master Ian. But. Laisha answered decisively first, then said with some worry. Are there only a few of us? Young Master Ian, even if you still don't trust the soldiers of Blackwater City, the Knights of the Forbes family can always. Aren't the Knights of the Forbes family all here? Ian looked at Laisha helplessly. Old Forbes disappeared, and the Forbes family quickly collapsed. Now, besides Butler Leal, who has taken care of him since he was a child, the only ones following Ian are these 18 maids and knights. Of course, to the outside world, they should be called Paladin Knights and Nuns. Those who are still loyal after the Forbes family has almost disappeared from the aristocratic circle, and who have guarded him to Blackwater City even without wages. Ian can naturally trust them. Anyway, those who have malicious intentions towards him cannot enter the MC world. Young Master Ian, what about the believers that Butler Leal recruited today? Laisha mentioned it, but before she could finish speaking, Ian raised his hand to interrupt her. I still don't trust them. Believers bought with egg bread will betray the Church of the Dawn at any time because of milk noodles. They still need to be assessed. But we can't let them eat and drink for free in our Church of the Dawn. Laisha's pretty little face suddenly wrinkled, and she glanced at the outside with some anger. Ian shook his head and smiled. How can it be considered eating and drinking for free? Can't they do the construction of Blackwater City? To put it bluntly, only we are qualified to expedition to the real Dawn, and they still need to be trained and slowly grow into devout believers under the guidance of the Dawn. As soon as the words fell, a little maid next to Laisha, who was probably not even 1.6 meters tall, looked at Ian with longing. Young Master Ian is so smart. Friend, when talking about work, use titles. Yes. Your Holiness the Pope. Chapter 3. Young Master Ian, I am back. It wasn't until noon that Leal finally pushed open the door and returned to the castle, looking exhausted. However, before Leal could even take a sip of water to report on the progress, Freya jumped out with a stern face and reprimanded him. Steward Leal. Use your title when working. Leal looked at Ian in confusion, who chuckled. Don't listen to Freya, just say what you need to say. Hearing this, Freya looked at Ian in disbelief, and then immediately turned into a puffed-up little goldfish. This made Ian couldn't help but reach out and poke Freya's chubby little face. Leal didn't mind, picked up a teacup, took a sip of plain water, and breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Ian, your method really works. In just over an hour, we received more than 500 applications from citizens to join the church. Of course, there were also more than 500 people asking if they could get their missed egg bread from this month. There are still more than 5,000 citizens and soldiers in Blackwater City who haven't joined the church, and many people are also asking if they can continue to fill out application forms in the afternoon. Some people also asked if we recruit believers from other cities. They said they have relatives who have long been devout believers of the Aurora Church. After this morning's arrangement, we have now initially integrated into Blackwater City, and the citizens of Blackwater City have a much higher acceptance of the new city lord. Next, we can gradually take control of Blackwater City and reorganize the army. Ian smiled with relief. Sure enough, for this kind of ancient Western fantasy world, the existence of the church is an invincible method. After a moment of emotion, Ian shook his head. Post a notice, from now on, we will temporarily stop accepting believers. We have to use a scarcity marketing tactic to control the number of Aurora Church believers, so that more people will yearn for the Aurora Church from the bottom of their hearts. As for other matters in Blackwater City, there is no need to rush for the time being. When the Aurora Church has influenced the entire Blackwater City, whether there is a city lord or not will not affect our control over Blackwater City. The most important thing is, although Blackwater City is poor, it can basically operate normally. Since it can operate normally, there is no need to show off one's authority as the city lord. It's like running code, even if there is a bug, as long as the program can run normally, there is no need to modify or delete it. It's so nice to lie down and collect taxes. Ian's thinking was very simple, but Lexia's thoughts had wandered to somewhere else. After thinking hard for a while, Lexia clapped her hands with a look of sudden realization. I understand. Young Master Ian means that as long as all the citizens of Blackwater City believe in our Aurora Church, even if we are not in Blackwater City in the future, Blackwater City will still be the territory of our Aurora Church. City lords may have term limits, but faith has no time limit. With this, we can continue to expand and eventually encompass the entire 100-clan alliance. At that time, young Master Ian will raise his arms as the Pope, and even the king will have to bow down and receive the grace of the Aurora. Use this to revitalize the glory of the Forbes family. As expected of young Master Ian. Hearing this, everyone around looked at Ian with awe, while the latter smiled awkwardly but politely. He didn't think so much, after all, it was impossible for him to give up Blackwater City, this land of civilization's spark. But as the Pope, he always had to have his own persona. He nodded and smiled faintly. That's right. What Lexia said is all correct. After saying that, Ian hurriedly changed the subject. Lexia, quickly have people prepare food, everyone have a good meal, and in the afternoon we will conduct the first expedition of the Aurora Church. Lexia bowed slightly, took some maids, put on a pure white chef's hat, and walked straight to the kitchen inside the castle. Yes, in addition to her identity as the head maid, Lexia also serves as the head of the Aurora Church's Holy Sisters, the head chef, the head gardener, the head of etiquette, and many other positions. Just like Leal, in addition to serving as the Forbes family's steward, he is also the Aurora Church's Cardinal Archbishop, the Forbes family's Knight Instructor, the family's financial officer. There's no way, the current Forbes family, including Ian, has only 20 people at most. With the glory gone, those who are capable do more, which is also the maximization of human resources. Don't look at Leal and Lexia holding multiple positions, but their wages are not even there. The Forbes family just arrived in Blackwater City, and the first batch of taxes hasn't even arrived yet, so where would they get the money to pay the servants' wages? Everyone is still living off their savings together. Therefore, Ian trusts and appreciates these loyal servants very much. To be able to stay with the Forbes family when they have fallen to such a point, still without wages, and without leaving, that is a true ally. Looking at the 10 knights in front of him who still had a decent mental outlook, Ian could only condense thousands of words into one sentence. It will be all right. Applause. Cavalry Captain Markov took over Lexia's work with a serious face and took the lead in cheering for Ian. Cavalry Captain Markov can be regarded as Leal's adopted son. He was originally an orphan who was taken into the Forbes family by the old Forbes to seek a way out. He was raised by Leal and taught the ways of knight training. His talent is good, and he can smash a 5-meter diameter boulder with one sword, making him a powerful knight. After the Forbes family fell into decline, he still firmly followed Ian, shouting every day to revitalize the glory of the Forbes family. To him, the Forbes family meant everything. All in all, Markov, who is a bit stubborn, is a true fanatic of the Aurora Church. These people in front of him are all the backbone of the Aurora Church. In Ian's heart, they will also be the true high-level members of the Aurora Church in the future. For the Aurora Church, ability and talent are not important. With the blessing of the MC world, even a husky can become a polar wolf king. What is truly important, from beginning to end, is only loyalty. Although the city lord's mansion is so poor that they can't make ends meet and don't even have a few gold coins, basic food can still be guaranteed. It's just that the food isn't very good. A hard, teeth-grinding black bread, plus a glass of plain water, is Lial and the others' lunch. As for Ian, he's a little better, there's still a small piece of meat that gets stuck in his teeth when he eats it in the bread. Ian swallowed a lunch with tears of bitterness. Finally, after feeling full, Ian got up. Prepare yourselves. Set off on an expedition. Lial's heart was filled with awe, and he patted the long sword at his waist. Yes. Young Master Ian. They don't know much about the MC world, but they also know that Ian has his own skills, which is why everyone still believes that the Forbes family can rise again. To put it bluntly, right now, Lial and the others are following Ian only because of the Forbes family, not the Aurora Church. Strictly speaking, they don't even understand what a church is. Young Master Ian, are you sure you don't want to pick some of the new believers we received today to go with us? Relying on just a few of us for the expedition and exploration may not be able to protect your safety. No need. Before Ian could answer, Lexia said with a profound look. Young Master Ian said that he doesn't trust these nominal believers who have just joined the Aurora Church. Lial suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. I was wrong, indeed not everyone is qualified to follow His Holiness the Pope to explore the great Aurora Heavenly Kingdom. Ian nodded and smiled faintly. The principle is this principle, but there are no other outsiders here. Call it MC World, not the Aurora Heavenly Kingdom. Chapter 4. In fact, before personally coming to the MC World, no matter how flowery Ian's words were, Lial and the others didn't have a real sense of the MC World. They just thought that Ian had accidentally discovered a relatively safe abyss without demons. In the Rodri Continent, which is full of abysses, this kind of thing is rare, but the probability is not zero. But until they saw the starlight-filled portal with their own eyes, until they stood on this square land where even the air was extraordinarily sweet, they understood. Ian was serious. This place is not a so-called newborn abyss at all, but a real world. A world full of dawn. There really are gods in the world. Laisha was in a trance for a long time, and finally, the gaze towards Ian gradually turned into the fanaticism of a sister of the church, looking up to the god of light. The world in front of them seemed to have loaded the ultimate light and shadow and material packs, but the essence of the squares had not changed. Looking down, the flat ground actually had neat square gaps, and the surrounding trees also grew neatly. Even the distant cliffs and lakes were neat. How could there be such a neat world in this world? When the common-sense explanations on the Rodri Continent cannot lead to an understanding of the existence of the world in front of them, the descent of gods and the coming of heaven became the only answer. From this moment on, in the hearts of Lial and others, the concept of the Dawn God sect gradually caught up, approaching the Forbes family. Perhaps in the near future, it will truly surpass the weight of the Forbes family in their hearts, and make them proud of their identity as Dawn God sect believers from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, everyone looked at Ian, who had a calm expression, standing at the front with his hands behind his back, leaving them only a lonely back. The color of reverence in his eyes was hard to hide. As expected of His Holiness the Pope. Facing this kind of heavenly miracle, he is still so calm. Fren looked up with admiration. The great Dawn God sect will be led by the great Pope, and will surely move towards true light. Let the Rodri Continent be forever protected by the dawn. Let the Rodri Continent be forever protected by the dawn. For the first time, everyone sincerely folded their hands together, making this action and prayer that they didn't quite understand. Now, perhaps only this kind of praise can express their shock. And Ian, still stood with his hands behind his back, unmoved. But in fact, he is not as great as they thought. After landing, seeing such a real MC world, Ian took a breath of cold air to express his surprise, but also because he inhaled too hard and got choked, causing his chest and abdomen to still be cramping. If Fren and others went around to face Ian, they would be able to see the indescribable and wonderful expression on his face. But for the sake of the great Pope's face, for the perfect first spiritual impact that the MC world can bring to them, Ian stubbornly resisted without saying a word. So, a person with such self-control is bound to accomplish great things. The scene was a bit quiet for a while. Lial and Laisha and others folded their hands together, looking up at Ian with admiration. And Ian took a deep breath to adjust his cramping muscles. After a long time, Ian turned around, with a warm smile on his face, but this smile, now in the eyes of Lial and others, has gradually rippled with divine brilliance. As you can see, the MC world is not an abyss, but a truly existing, dreamlike world where dawn is always present. And here is the foundation of our Dawn God sect. Laisha said with a serious face. Yes. Your Holiness the Pope. Regarding the great dawn heaven, we will definitely keep our mouths shut and never leak it. I swear in the name of Dawn. The others also repeated Laisha's oath, and Ian nodded with satisfaction. It's the MC world. Correcting a sentence, Ian continued. In short, I think, I don't need to say anything more. As you can see, this boundless world without demons belongs to me, to our Dawn God sect. And we, who own an entire world, will surely enjoy the protection of the dawn forever. No hunger, no disasters, no demons. Eggs, there will be. Bread, there will be too. But, only the most devout believers of the Dawn God sect. Only those believers who have obtained my approval and the protection of the dawn are qualified to enter the MC world and share this glory with us. As soon as the voice fell, Friend took out a notebook in a serious manner. Murmuring in a low voice. Pope's Oracle, the loyal, the devout, those loved by the dawn, can ascend to the dawn heaven and enjoy eternal peace. The latest and most complete novels are published first. Ian didn't know that the famous talks on the papal oracle in later generations appeared in embryonic form today in Friend's hands. Ian was still introducing on his own. Everyone has also noticed that the scenery of the MC world is picturesque, but looking closely, you can see that this world is different from the Rodri Continent in every way. Laisha nodded seriously. Yes. Your Holiness the Pope. The great dawn heaven should naturally be extraordinary. Why do I feel like you accept it faster than me? Ian slandered in his heart, and then said. Therefore, this world also has its own set of special behaviors and laws. First of all, you must understand that this world has no humans. No highly intelligent life. In the future, the humanoid life you see here, if its appearance is different from ours, is not a true intelligent life, therefore, there is no need to show mercy to life. Secondly, the MC world is boundless, barren, and full of endless possibilities. Here is a fantasy land to realize all dreams. And the premise is that we need to constantly build. Let the MC world become a true paradise that countless future believers of the Dawn God sect yearn for. Friend nodded thoughtfully, and jotted it down. Finally, Ian raised his voice. I will teach you all the skills for developing in the MC world, and use the mystery of this world to make you stronger. You are all the future of the Dawn God sect, and the Dawn God sect and the MC world will be great because of us. As the voice fell, with Laisha's applause, the familiar song You Come From Dandong seemed to ring in Ian's ears again in a trance. Ian slowly raised his hand, and in an instant, the early high-level group of the Dawn God sect became silent again. Regarding the various special features of the MC world, I will slowly tell you during the future development work. Answering questions and solving doubts is also what I, as the Pope, should do. And now. Ian glanced at the square sun still in the sky, with a smile on his face. I will teach you the ultimate truth of the MC world. Only by reading this truth can you be qualified to start a great pioneering journey in the MC world. Hearing this, everyone immediately pricked up their ears, looking at Ian with a look of longing. Ian cleared his throat. Remember. To get rich, start by chopping trees. Dig 3 and fill 1 in the mine. Chapter 5. God preached in heaven, if you want to get rich, start by chopping trees and digging mines with a 3x1 method. Thus, the path of dawn begins beneath the trees, the root of hope sprouts from within the caves. Your Holiness, where should we begin? Laisha looked at Ian with an adoring expression, and the latter nodded and smiled slightly. Don't be so formal, there are no outsiders here. Yes, young Master Ian. Ian turned his head and glanced around. They were currently located in a forest. Wood was not lacking. Even creatures like pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens could be seen in abundance within the forest. The only thing missing was a natural mine. However, according to the professional mining style of gameplay, most miners actually trust the man-made mines they dig themselves more. But none of that matters. It is said, if you want to get rich, start by chopping trees. In reality, Ian never considered developing by chopping trees. The principle is correct, but the number of people is wrong. Currently, there are 20 people who have entered the MC world. Apart from Ian, there are 19 newbies who don't even know how to chop trees. Most importantly, Blackwater City still has more than 5,000 citizens waiting to be fed. Located in the northern wilderness of the 100 Clan Alliance, Blackwater City cannot be considered absolutely safe. The strange world phenomenon of the Abyss is not impossible to appear in the 100 Clan Alliance area, otherwise, Old Fog Boss would not have disappeared into the Abyss. Ian must quickly strengthen the defense of Blackwater City, develop the territory of Blackwater City, and synchronously develop the territory in the MC world. To pursue the fastest development in the shortest amount of time, and exchange it for the rewards of the MC World Gate. Calculating it this way, Ian actually only has one path to take. Livestock electricity. As long as he finds a village, sets up a mob grinder, and cultivates fishermen and Fletcher, a steady stream of emeralds will come. Ian can completely rely on villagers, this pure, natural, pollution-free, and harmless environmentally friendly biological battery, to rapidly develop villager technology. Without having to go down the mine to dig for diamonds, as long as there are enough villagers, he can equip Lael and the others with a set of enchanted diamond equipment in minutes. And the most basic requirement for livestock electricity is villagers. So, villagers are the primary productive force. After setting the development plan in his mind, Ian glanced at Lael and the others, who were still looking around from time to time, their eyes full of amazement and disbelief. Occasionally, some people would secretly pinch their own soft flesh to judge whether they were dreaming. Ian smiled. It's time to give these Western fantasy folks a little Minecraft shock. In the next moment, Ian moved. Young Master Ian? Please be careful. Lael instructed, then turned his head and glared at Markov. Markov. Still daydreaming? Quickly take people to protect young Master Ian. Godfather, this is the great Dawn Heaven, how could there be? Markov retorted, but seeing Lael's sharp eyes, he still smiled sheepishly and followed Ian with a wagging tail. Young Master Ian, what are you going to do? Please let us do it. Laisha quickly walked to Ian's side, and Ian smiled meaningfully. Don't worry, let me show you a sample first. After saying that, Ian stopped talking and swung his fist at an oak tree in front of him. Before Laisha could express her concern, the oak tree burst open with a bang, turning into small blocks that fell into Ian's backpack. But at this time, Laisha and the others were no longer in the mood to pay attention to Ian's sudden brute force. Tree! 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 Fran immediately exploded, hiding behind Laisha, pointing excitedly at the oak tree that Ian had broken. The tree flew. Sister Laisha! The tree flew! How is that possible? Why didn't the tree fall? Not to mention Laisha, even Lael, who was knowledgeable and experienced, was desperately rubbing his eyes at this moment, staring dumbfounded at the tree with a section broken off. He even reached out and stroked the broken part in the middle, not believing it. Dawn be praised! What is the principle behind this? For the first time ever, Lael, the atheist, sincerely prayed for the blessing of the dawn. Ian made a crafting table, casually placed it aside, then smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. The first law of the MC world. Trees grow in the air. After saying that, without paying attention to Lael and the others, whose jaws were about to drop, he continued to chop trees with his bare hands. 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks. Until the end, everyone watched Ian as if he was unleashing a deliberate blast fist, using his fist wind to blast the tree blocks above his head from the air. At this point, all the trunk blocks of this oak tree disappeared without a trace. Ian walked to the crafting table and busied himself. But everyone stared blankly at the leaves floating in the sky, their mouths wide open. Do the leaves, also grow in the air. For the first time in his life, Lael began to question everything he had seen and heard in the past few decades. At this moment, Lael, who was quite old, suddenly felt that he had lived in vain for decades. In the MC world, he had no life experience at all. He was completely a newbie. After an unknown amount of time, as the leaves disappeared, a red apple fell next to Fren. The little girl squatted down and stared at it blankly for a long time, picked it up and took a bite. Immediately, she narrowed her eyes and smiled happily. So sweet. Even sweeter than what I ate before. Young Master Ian, you also. The latest and most complete novels are published first. Just as she was about to let Ian take a bite too, Fren turned her head, but found that Ian had disappeared without a trace. Only next to the crafting table, there was a large pit, and a strange block that was still emitting warm heat. Young Master Ian. Sister Laisha. Young Master Ian is gone. Fren anxiously pushed Laisha, who was still doubting her life, and everyone came back to their senses and began to search around in panic. Stop shouting, I'm here. Suddenly, Ian's shout came from the cave. Everyone hurriedly gathered around, but saw Ian climbing up a ladder that appeared in the pit at some unknown time. Before long, Ian stood in front of everyone again, looking bright and neat. It's just that, at this time, what he was holding in his hand was a stone pickaxe. Young Master Ian. Laisha and the others' brains were a little frozen. For some reason, they always felt that Ian seemed to be leading them by an era. Just in the short while they were in a daze. An apple dropped. Ian glanced at Fren, smiled and rubbed the little girl's face. In this respect, the MC world still respects Newton. Young Master Ian, you eat too. Fren hurriedly held the bitten apple and handed it to Ian as if offering a treasure. The latter waved his hand. You eat it, Fren is still growing, and needs to supplement more vitamins. By the way, if you are hungry, eat some meat to fill your stomach first. The black bread we ate at noon didn't make us feel full at all. When I came in just now, my saturation was only 5 chicken legs. Laisha, throw away all that black bread for me in the future. Don't make our Dawn Church look like we can't afford to live. After saying that, Ian took out a roasted lamb chop and took a bite. The rich aroma instantly entered everyone's noses. Markov and the others couldn't help but drool. They hadn't eaten meat for a long time since old Fog Boss disappeared. Young Master Ian, where did you get the lamb from? Laisha looked at Ian with some longing, and the latter pointed around. When you were in a daze just now, I slaughtered a few sheep along the way, collected some meat, and cooked it. If you are hungry, just say so, I still have a lot here. As he said that, Ian rummaged through his backpack and went to the furnace to take out a handful. He turned his head and said vaguely with a roasted lamb chop in his mouth. Roasted lamb chops, roasted pork chops, roasted chicken, roasted steak. Although they are all roasted, the taste is much better than black bread. Laisha and the others were still stunned, but in the blink of an eye, Ian had already stuffed roasted meat chops into their hands. Smelling the tempting aroma of the meat, Laisha swallowed hard. She glanced around at the 4 or 5 large clumps of leaves floating in the sky around her. Young Master Ian, have we been in a daze for a long time? It's okay, it's only been 3 or 4 minutes. Ian carried the hoe and chewed on the lamb chops. So. Lael reached out and supported the tree trunk next to him, propping up his somewhat weak legs. In 3 or 4 minutes, you chopped down 4 or 5 trees, killed so many animals, made dozens of roasted meat chops along the way, and dug such a deep tunnel and built a ladder along the way. My Pope, is that reasonable? Ian swallowed the last piece of lamb, smiled brightly, and gave a thumbs up. I used to play speedruns. Facts prove that old soldiers never die, and they don't even fade away. Chapter 6. As the old saying goes, true sadness is not loud lament, but silent speechlessness. Similarly, true shock is never shouting, but utter silence. Right now, Wahija and the others are sitting under the tree, munching on fragrant roasted meat. Even though this food is a delicacy fit for a king, even more delicious than the royal fare, they simply can't taste any flavor, their eyes are dull, and they mechanically repeat the chewing motion. They originally thought that coming to the MC world, a world different from the Abyss, controlled by their young master Ian, was shocking enough. Unexpectedly, there are also trees that grow in the air. They thought that trees growing in the air were already outrageous enough. Unexpectedly, Ian, who can do what others can't do in a few months in 3 minutes, is even more invincible. What kind of MC world is this? It should be called the House of the Outrageous. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of the story Ian told when he said he wanted to create the Church of the Dawn, claiming that the God of Dawn created the world in 7 days. They didn't take it seriously before, but now looking at it, this is a completely reasonable inference. With Ian's speed and the outrageous characteristics of the MC world, creating the world in 7 days is entirely traceable. So, Alhija looked pensive, and after a long time, she punched her palm with her fist. Young Master Ian is the God of Dawn. Impossible. Young Master Ian grew up before my eyes. Liar subconsciously retorted, and immediately, Alhija became unhappy. Raising another piece of roasted pork chop in her hand, she said plausibly, "Dare you swear to this pork chop that young Master Ian is not the God of Dawn?" Liar was silent for a long time, then suddenly realized, and said with certainty, "Young Master Ian must have awakened the wisdom of a god." It was said in young Master Ian's 7 days of creation by the God of Dawn. Many gods are not born gods, but after experiencing the calamities they deserve, their wisdom awakens and they ascend to the heavens. Young Master Ian must be the God of Dawn who descended to earth to experience tribulation. Until the old Master. Young Master Ian's tribulation is finally over. After saying that, Liar lowered his head sadly. If young Master Ian had awakened earlier, the old Master wouldn't have. Everyone's emotions were also led down by Liar. Suddenly, Frenny cried out anxiously, "Sister Alhija, why can't I pick up this apple?" Alhija looked at Frenny suspiciously, and the latter quickly reached out to pick up the apple again, but strangely, Frenny's hand passed right through the apple. It was as if Frenny had become transparent. The little girl was about to cry, looking at her hand. "Sister Alhija, am I dead? Have I become an evil spirit? I don't want to die. I haven't seen the greatness of the Church of the Dawn yet." Alhija was also a little scared, and hurriedly got up to hug Frenny. Feeling Frenny's soft body, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't talk nonsense, you are still alive and well." But I really can't pick up that apple." Frenny's big eyes were watery, with an expression that she was about to cry at any moment. "That's because your backpack is full, Frenny." Suddenly, Ian's voice came from the mine. Everyone looked over and saw Ian, who had gone down the mine again at some point, climbing up. He casually threw down a dozen stone axes and torches, and chuckled. "Everyone who comes to the MC world will have their own backpack space. You only have 1/3 of my physique, so you only have 12 backpack slots. If the backpack slots are full, you can't continue to fill them. Frenny, you've been running back and forth under the disappearing leaves. Your backpack is probably full of all kinds of sundries, so you definitely can't pick up the apple." Hearing this, Liar and the others were stunned for a moment, then surprised. "Spatial equipment? Can we have it too? Isn't that a treasure unique to the demon race? It's not that mysterious." Ian waved his hand. "People who enter the MC world will open up their own backpack space. Just silently recite backpack in your heart." Immediately, everyone hurriedly recited backpack in their hearts. The next moment, a projection appeared in front of everyone, which only they could see. On it were 12 square grids, some filled with things, and some empty. In addition, next to the backpack space was their own small character image, with a few spaces on the left side of the human figure, and 4 spaces on the right. Below the human figure projection, on the left were 10 small hearts, and on the right were 10 small chicken leg patterns. All of them were full. Summoning the backpack is also considered summoning your personal panel. Ian put his hands on his hips and smiled. "Make good use of it, this thing can improve your combat power." Improve combat power. As soon as Markov heard this, his eyes lit up. Ian also slowly explained the function of the panel to everyone, especially their 12-slot backpack space. Getting Ion's permission to enter the MC world will grant you something like a newbie gift pack, which is the backpack space. This is not unique to the MC world, but will be bound to them. To put it simply, the latest and fastest novels are et. When Liar and the others leave the MC world, the things in the backpack will also leave with them and have the characteristics of the MC world synchronously. Even if they take it out, as long as the block does not leave their hand, they themselves will not be affected by the actual weight of the block. That is to say, Liar and the others can completely take turns smashing people with gold bricks on the Rodri Continent. 1 cubic meter of gold brick weighs nearly 20 tons. As long as they don't let go, only the enemy will feel the weight of these 20 tons. At that time, anyone who has entered the MC world and is carrying gold bricks can be said to be an awesome knight. This characteristic made Ian very pleasantly surprised. This is a powerful characteristic to enhance the strength of the believers of the Church of the Dawn. Imagine when the time comes to conquer the demon race, the knights under Ian's command, each wielding a group of gold bricks, with every move weighing more than 1,200 tons. Isn't that like each person wielding a frigate for a death charge? Even more exaggerated. An enchanted golden apple uses 8 cubic meters of gold bricks. On average, an enchanted golden apple weighs nearly 160 tons. Superimpose 64 enchanted golden apples, run to the demon race's base camp, and launch a small airdrop. Ian has already thought of a name for this trick. It's called the Rod of God. To put it bluntly, has the demon race ever seen space-based weapons? Of course, this is just an idea. If there are really enchanted golden apples, Ian can't wait to save them for himself. Moreover, after the things of the MC world appear and leave your hand on the Rodri Continent, if you want to pick them up again, you must have the strength to match the weight of these things themselves. Otherwise, once you throw it out, don't even think about getting it back. The same goes for weapons. Overall, although there are restrictions, this characteristic is indeed very good. After listening to Ian's explanation, Liar and the others obviously also thought of ways to use this characteristic. Each of them had bright eyes, which made Ian suspect that these guys were planning to take a group of stones back to smash the wall. How is it? Are you full? Seeing that Markov and the others seemed about to make some incredible requests, Ian hurriedly changed the subject. Full. Franny raised her hand, looking at Ian happily. Young Master Ian, thank you, I haven't eaten meat for a long time, I've never eaten such delicious meat. Thank you, young Master Ian, it's really dereliction of duty, as your maid, I only cared about sitting and being in a daze, letting you work hard alone. Alhesia lowered her head a little ashamed, and then quickly picked up a stone axe on the ground. I have already remembered the process just now, that is what young Master Ian said, if you want to get rich, first chop trees, and dig 3 and fill 1 mine secret. I can do it. Next, please let us work. We can't let young Master Ian bear the great road of the Church of the Dawn alone. At the end, Alhesia added another sentence. Please rest assured, although the great Dawn God Kingdom is full of wonders, we have already adjusted our mentality. No matter what happens, we will surround you and remain calm. Franny on the side also straightened her face and said seriously. We have withstood the most severe test, and next, no matter what happens, we will not lose our composure, please rest assured, young Master Ian. Ian looked at everyone thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Really? More real than real gold. That's good. Ian nodded with relief. Then next, I'm going to be an astronaut. This time, Alhesia and the others were stunned again, looking at Ian in confusion. Astronaut. The next moment, watching Ian spiraling into the sky, Alhesia and the others' calm state of mind finally couldn't hold back. Chapter 7. As it turns out, some things should never be said with absolute certainty. After a long time adjusting their mindset, and trying to align their thinking with the illogical norms of the MC world, Liar and the others looked up at Ian, who was using blocks to jump straight up, and in the blink of an eye, had built a pillar that soared into the sky, gradually turning into a small black dot as he stepped into the heavens. Liar, the old butler who had been a gentleman his entire life, finally blurted out his first swear word. This is effing possible. For some reason, looking up at Ian in the sky, he vaguely felt that two suns had appeared in the sky. Hope readers remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. I told you. Leisha was silent for a long time, then looked at Layar with a proud expression. If she had a tail, it would probably be wagging rapidly. Young Master Ian is definitely the god of dawn. The king of light. Look. Young Master Ian has ascended to heaven. Moreover, creating a pillar to heaven in the blink of an eye, isn't that a miracle? I think this pillar should be preserved for countless believers to admire in the future. This is young Master Ian's path to heaven. This time, Layar did not refute. To be honest, he now believed Ian was the god of dawn even more than Leisha did. So, the dawn god religion young Master Ian told me about wasn't a joke. Layar looked touched. Sister Leisha, will young Master Ian just fly away and never come back? Freeney weakly tugged at Leisha's sleeve. Leisha's face was filled with the light of faith, and she gently stroked Freeney's head. Young Master Ian is the benevolent and kind god of dawn, he will never abandon his believers. Those who sincerely believe in young Master Ian will surely receive the protection of the dawn. Freeney nodded as if she understood. After a long while, Layar clapped his hands. All right, everyone, stop spacing out. Young Master Ian won't abandon us. He's just looking to the future for our dawn god religion. We must also work hard and follow young Master Ian's divine decree. To get rich, first chop trees. Dig 3 and fill 1 in the mines. Everyone, let's get to work. Let young Master Ian see our determination to believe in the dawn. As soon as he finished speaking, Markov and the others immediately became energized, shouting and picking up their axes to chop trees around them. Only Layar, Leisha, and a few others remained in place, waiting for Ian to come down. With Layar's vision, he could naturally see that Ian was looking around at the highest point. Although he didn't know what Ian was planning to do, but, with so many miracles of the MC world in front of them, Layar and the others had long become fanatical believers of the dawn god religion. Simply put, Freeney, remember. Whatever young Master Ian does is right. Leisha solemnly instructed Freeney. Yes. Sister Leisha. In fact, Ian's ascent was not to show off to Leisha and the others, to make them aware of the magic of the MC world. Even though he had just chopped trees and mined, Ian still remembered his current situation. Chopping trees won't make you rich, bioelectricity will make you a fortune. Just like when Ian killed so many animals and saved so much meat. After sharing it with Layar and the others, there wasn't much left. And that was just for Layar and his dozen or so people. There were still more than 5,000 poor people in Blackwater City waiting to be fed. If he wanted to solve the food crisis in Blackwater City, develop Blackwater City's civilization, and simultaneously develop the MC world's territory civilization, he had to use bioelectricity. Finding villages and villagers was Ian's main goal. Only by finding villagers could he truly set sail. But with the time flow in the MC world synchronized with the Rodri Continent, it would be dark in 2 or 3 hours. At that time, zombies and skeletons would be everywhere. Ian couldn't just lead everyone to dig 3 and fill 1. He also didn't have time to lead everyone to choose a path through the jungle aimlessly, to gamble on whether they could find a village. Therefore, he could stand on high ground and look far, first determine the location of the village, and then move forward all the way. Even if he couldn't see the exact location of the village, he only needed to find the plains. There was a high probability that there would be villages on the plains. As it turned out, people wouldn't always be unlucky. Although the spawn point of the MC world was not very friendly to him, a player who intended to use bioelectricity, there was always a way out. To the east. At the end of his line of sight, there was a vast plain, about 1 or 2 kilometers away from this jungle. And there, although he didn't see a village, he saw neat soil that was different from the grassland. That could only prove that it was the road planned by the village. Ian happily clapped his hands. That's great. Now, the clean, pollution-free, environmentally friendly, and recyclable biological battery has a place to land. Moreover, plain villages are the most suitable for infrastructure construction and are definitely the best choice for building an MC territory. In addition, this dense jungle provides wood, and the lakes near the jungle provide water. The newest and most complete novels are first published on. In the short term, Ian couldn't think of any other base more suitable than a plain village. The next thing to do was to rush to the village, determine the new spawn point, so that he could directly arrive at the village next time he teleported through the MC gate. Immediately, Ian didn't delay, took out his pickaxe and smashed the stone blocks under his feet. In a short while, he had landed again. He looked up at Layar and the three others surrounding him. Ian keenly noticed that the way they looked at him had changed again and again. It even seemed like they weren't looking at a person. Ian didn't think much about it. Right now, his heart was full of villages and the biological batteries in the villages. Layar, where are the others? I asked them to work, you can't be the only one working hard. Ian expressed satisfaction with Layar's consciousness, nodded, and said again. Tell everyone to stop working and come back quickly, we have to get on the road. Layar was stunned for a moment, but quickly moved to call people. Laisha was a little puzzled and said. Young Master Ian, aren't we going to chop trees and go down to the mines? That's basic operation. Ian waved his hand with a smile. Now, we're going to do something more difficult. More difficult? Laisha subconsciously looked up at the pillar that had disappeared. Isn't this high enough? What I'm talking about isn't the height. Ian shook his head helplessly, and then said. Our Dawn God religion needs to develop as soon as possible, and both Blackwater City and the MC world need to speed up construction. The basic mining school is not suitable for us, we have to take the technology route. Laisha, you remember, science and technology are productivity. Laisha was at a loss. She didn't know what science and technology meant, but in short, one sentence. More difficult. Laisha's face was a little embarrassed. We haven't even understood the basics yet. Young Master Ian, I'm afraid everyone. Don't worry. Ian waved his hand and smiled. Just do what I say. In practice, you will gradually become familiar with the MC world. But the most urgent thing is to lay the foundation first. Get on the bus first and then buy the ticket, understand? Laisha's face turned red, she nodded shyly, and then secretly glanced at Ian. Twisting the hem of her clothes, she murmured. If it's young Master Ian, it's okay to keep getting on the bus without buying a ticket. Ian rolled his eyes and slapped Laisha's head angrily. Don't think about things that can't be reviewed every day, you're a girl. Chapter 8. Once everyone returned, Ian discovered another pleasing situation. Markov and the others, although easily startled, generally possessed strong learning abilities. During Ian's brief observation of the terrain, Markov and his companions had already mastered the tree punching technique he had demonstrated. While their tree punching efficiency was much slower than Ian's due to their inferior physiques, their numbers compensated. In that short time, Markov and the others had felled over a dozen trees. Although somewhat useless, as wood wasn't scarce in the MC world. It was, at least, a testament to their dedication, and most importantly, they were diligently learning, which was enough. Moreover, these oak blocks, even if not needed here, could be transported back to Blackwater City for use. Whether for construction or sale, it was a viable method of utilization. Ian naturally didn't hesitate to give his loyal servants some positive emotional feedback. The development of the church, in essence, involved providing emotional value to believers in the name of God. Ian was quite adept at this. After a few encouraging words like Dawn's protection and eternal heavenly grace, he instructed everyone to proceed eastward. After a dozen minutes, they finally emerged from the oak forest. Gazing upon the endless, flat grassland before them, the group once again voiced heartfelt praise. Standing at the edge of the forest, overlooking the boundless wilderness. In an instant, they felt the vastness of the sky and earth, and the insignificance of life. Under the enhancement of the ultra-realistic shader pack, the floating clouds in the sky, the wild horses grazing leisurely on the ground, and the distant, enormous lake resembling a mirror. All possessed an unreal beauty. Even the elf forest on the Rodri Continent, said to have the most beautiful scenery, probably doesn't compare to even a fraction of this place. Liar took a deep breath, her nostrils filled with the earthy aroma of the meadow. Especially since there are no demons or abyssal forces here. If we could live here forever, forgetting the turmoil of the Rodri Continent, it would be the happiest thing. If even a hint of the situation here were to leak out, I fear the entire 100-race alliance of the Rodri Continent would yearn to join our Dawn Church and ascend to the great Dawn Heaven. Hearing this, Ian smiled inscrutably. I think it's more likely that the 100-race alliance would directly dispatch troops to attack our Blackwater city. These words instantly plunged the others, who were still immersed in the happiness of being cleansed by the beautiful scenery, from heaven to hell. A shadow of gloom immediately clouded Liar's and the others' faces. I haven't seen the so-called Elves, Dwarves, and other races of the 100-race alliance. Without contact, I won't comment. Ian stretched lazily, saying softly. But I've seen many people, and I know the nature of humanity. Young Master Ian, please rest assured. Laisha placed a hand on her chest with a solemn expression. Even if it means death, we will not reveal even the slightest bit of information about the Great Dawn Heaven. Ian nodded noncommittally, then concentrated his gaze on the direction of some slightly regular dirt road traces in the distance. The village area was still not visible, but from the hazy shadows, scattered unnatural buildings could be seen. There must be a village there. Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help but feel impatient, urging everyone to speed up. Along the way, Markov and the others passed wild horses more than once. Although these wild horses looked a bit blocky, their running speed after being startled truly made their mouths water. Good horses. Markov swallowed, filled with longing. Absolutely top-notch horses, their speed almost rivaling some magical beasts. As a knight, possessing such a treasure would more than double their strength. Ian also saw through Markov's and the others' thoughts, casually reassuring them. He told them to complete their current task first, and since the herd was here, they would eventually have a chance to catch them. Upon hearing this, Ian's knights immediately became highly motivated. A few more minutes passed. The village was finally within reach. Even further away, Ian was pleasantly surprised to discover the shadows of tall mountains. It seemed that they had chosen the right direction. The village was not far from mountainous terrain, where there would definitely be natural caves. Although the demand for mines wasn't high, having them was one thing, and using them was another. Overall, Ian was quite satisfied with the village before him. This was a typical plains village. The village contained 6 small matchbox-like wooden houses, a blacksmith's shop with a lava pool in front, a luxurious 2-story wooden house, as well as a stone watchtower bunker, a well, a farm, and a breeding pen. About a few hundred meters south of the village was a huge lake, covering at least several thousand blocks, indicating the presence of many drowned zombies. Most knew small say in first hair. But this wasn't a problem. The drowned's trident was also something Ian needed. Not for combat, but for its trident mixer properties when using redstone currents. Speaking of which, Ian was most satisfied with these MC characteristics. His MC world didn't have version distinctions, encompassing most of the advantages and strengths of all versions, combining the best of everything. In other words, the trident mixer and TNT duplication, 2 features that shouldn't be compatible, could be achieved simultaneously. This greatly facilitated Ian's use of redstone currents. This village wasn't large, and the number of villagers wasn't high either. Ian observed for a moment and came to a conclusion that made him even more satisfied. There was a compost bin next to the farm, and a professional farmer was tending to the fields. There was a blast furnace at the blacksmith's shop, and although he didn't see any traces of an armorer, there must be one. The 2-story building, according to common sense, likely housed a librarian. In other words, this village had at least 3 professional villagers, all of whom were relatively useful. As for the rest, Ian roughly observed for a while, there were no green-robed idiot villagers, all were unemployed. Ian couldn't help but sincerely thank the MC world's high unemployment rate for creating so many excellent biological batteries for him. There was a huge iron golem next to the well, wandering aimlessly with glowing red eyes. Judging from the population, professional status, village location, surrounding resources, terrain, and other factors. This was a choice that was insignificant in the game, but in the real MC world, it was the best early-stage base selection. This is it. Ian clapped his hands and turned to look, noticing Laisha and the others whispering to each other. Are these things, the natives of Dawn Heaven? The little things are quite unique looking. Their appearance suggests they're well behaved. But didn't young Master Ian say that all humanoid life in this world isn't intelligent? Just as she finished speaking, Ian interrupted them. Fren is right, these villagers aren't truly intelligent, so there's no need to care about them. Remember what I said, in the MC world, there are no other intelligent beings besides us, so there's no need to show these things any mercy. Hearing this, everyone nodded heavily. Just as Ian was about to order something, Markov raised the stone axe in his hand. Young Master Ian, should we slaughter all these things? As he spoke, Markov, with his one-track mind, wanted to swing the stone axe and chop down the villagers. Ian was shocked and quickly reached out to stop him. Don't move. Anyone who touches my biological batteries will have to answer to me. Chapter 9. Seeing Markov come to a screeching halt, Ian knocked Markov's head in frustration. Don't be so impetuous. These villagers may not be intelligent beings, but we can't be so bloodthirsty. Emphasize harmony. After a pause, Ian said earnestly. These are all high-quality biological batteries. Lock them up and have them keep having children, and use the children to farm and raise livestock for us. Assign them work and have them work non-stop 24 hours a day to maximize their value. These villagers are the key to a life of luxury for us, so harmony is paramount. Understand? The others fell into contemplation, and after a long while, Lial forced a smile at Ian. Young Master Ian, you will definitely become an excellent demon king. I mean, Pope. Ian waved his hand and pointed to the Iron Golem not far away. Do you see that big guy? Actually, I wanted to ask earlier, young Master Ian, this iron lump, is it a special race? Lesia looked at Ian like a curious baby, and the latter nodded. You could say it's a guardian unique to the villages of the MC world. This thing is very powerful. With our current equipment, if we were touched by it, we would die on the spot. Even in the Rodri Continent, this guy could easily beat Lial. Lial frowned immediately, glanced at the Iron Golem, and only felt that the other party was dull and clumsy, except for the metallic luster on its body. It didn't seem to have anything special about it. Is it that exaggerated? Young Master Ian, Godfather is very strong, ordinary demons are no match for Godfather. Markov scratched his head and added. Even if this thing is made of iron, I can cut iron with my sword, let alone Godfather. Ian curled his lips. I can't really describe it to you. However, as long as you don't attack the villagers or it won't attack proactively, instead, it will protect us. You'll know later, I can only say, this thing is made of 30 to 40 tons of refined iron. Hearing this, Lial and the others fell silent. 30 to 40 tons of refined iron. This wasn't an iron golem, even the heaviest giants in the southern mountains probably weren't that outrageous. This thing was clearly a mobile city wall. Just a brute force charge could turn them into mincemeat. Thinking about it, Lial felt a little regretful. Looking at the sturdy iron golem, he sighed. A natural guardian, but it's a pity that this thing uses too much material, our Blackwater city can't afford it. I'm afraid even the dwarves can't afford too many of these big guys. Otherwise, bringing it back to Blackwater city would save a lot of trouble. With this iron lump, we wouldn't need so many troops. Ian chuckled and patted Lial's shoulder. It's not a big problem. When we make an iron farm, we can have as many iron golems as we want. You can even form an iron golem army. However, this thing can't replace the army after all, the army still needs to be kept. With that said, Ian looked carefully at the entire village. Even though Lial and the others were very interested in the endless iron Ian mentioned, they didn't disturb him. They surrounded him, waiting quietly for Ian to think. During this time, the others also kept observing the surrounding situation, recalling Ian's various outrageous operations just now. Like a sponge, they constantly absorbed the knowledge Ian imparted to them. Although these things still shocked them from time to time, this surprised and erratic attitude couldn't last forever. Ian didn't bring them here to be cheerleaders. After an unknown amount of time, Ian clapped his hands. All right. Everyone, get moving, listen to my instructions. Ian didn't plan to continue doing everything himself, he also had to start training Lial and the others. Choosing an open space on the edge of the village, Ian began to instruct. Fren, make a crafting table first. Hi. Fren held the oak block Ian handed her, somewhat at a loss. Put the oak block in the 4 squares on the right side of your inventory panel. Did you get 4 oak planks? As soon as the words fell, everyone immediately saw the oak planks in Fren's hand turn into blocks that seemed to have been cut. How amazing! Fren looked at the oak planks in her hand and said in surprise. Young Master Ian, I can also perform your miracles. Interesting, right? Ian smiled and reached out to tap Fren's forehead, continuing. This is just the beginning, everyone, remember it carefully, try synthesizing one by one later, be sure to remember it. Crafting table synthesis is the core of the MC world, without knowing crafting table synthesis, it's impossible to move an inch in the MC world. Immediately afterward, Ian handed the synthesis tables for the furnace, chest, basic tools, torch, ladder, fence, etc., to everyone. The newest and most complete novels are available at it. Now, Lial and the others finally understood why Ian could accomplish in a few minutes what others couldn't do in several months. Too outrageous! Lesia looked at the wooden fence she had synthesized in her hand, her eyes full of excitement, and said. Just put it in, and you can make it. Completely violates the laws of nature. Skip the process and get the result directly. It's hard to imagine that if such a thing were brought back to Blackwater City, our construction work would probably only be limited by the difficulty of resource acquisition. As soon as the words fell, Lial shook his head with a serious face. No. Resource acquisition is not a problem either. The resources here in the Aurora Sky Kingdom are endless, this is a completely undeveloped world. The others exchanged glances. At this moment, they all understood that the hope brought by the MC world was far greater than they had imagined. It was just a scene they didn't dare to imagine even in their dreams. Young Master Ian, can this crafting table be brought back to Blackwater City? Lial pursed his lips and couldn't help but ask. Yes, it can. Ian nodded slightly. Not only the crafting table, but as long as there are blocks with MC world characteristics, they will still have the characteristics of the MC world when brought back to the Rodri Continent. Synthesis can also be done in the Rodri Continent as long as there are MC blocks and a crafting table. Before Lial could express his excitement, Ian waved his hand. Let's not talk about this now, it's getting dark, we need to hurry up and work. There are still many things to prepare tonight. Everyone should have memorized the basic synthesis table. If you haven't memorized it, borrow friends' notes to take a look. Next. Ian glanced at the forest not far from the village, pondered for a moment, and said softly. Markov, take people to chop down trees over there, chop down as many as you can, bring them back, and put them in the chest. Plant the fallen saplings on the spot. Lesia, take people to continuously make wooden fences and torches, make at least 5 stacks of torches. Lial, I will ring the bell on the well in the village later, at that time, all the villagers will return to their homes. After they go back, you will take people to enclose the entire village with wooden fences, the wooden fences should be built 2 layers high. Does everyone understand? The others nodded seriously, but Fren raised her hand anxiously. Young Master Ian, what about me? What do I do? Fren. Ian was silent for a moment and pinched Fren's small face. Just stay by my side and be cute. Immediately, Fren turned into a pufferfish again. Are you ready? Ian shouted, and the next moment, he slammed the bell on the well with his stone sword. As the villagers instantly turned into headless flies and scurried around, Ian raised his hand and shouted. Begin. Chapter 10. With Ian's command, Rizia and the others immediately began to work with enthusiasm. From initially struggling to make a wooden fence, spending ages thinking about it, slowly. A few minutes later, Rizia and the others could assemble things with their eyes closed. Progress was rapid. Of course, this wasn't just because Rizia and the others were clever, but also because learning these things in the MC world wasn't difficult at all. As long as you forced yourself to accept the absurd characteristics of the MC world, ignoring unreasonable situations like floating blocks in the sky. Understanding the operations of the MC world was still very easy. Making tools in the MC world, to put it bluntly, only had 2 steps. Put the resources into the workbench, and take the tools out of the workbench. Of course, it sounds simple, but when you really see this kind of operation, you'll still be dumbfounded. At this time, you have to rely on the faith of the Dawn God sect, shout a few words of Dawn's blessing, and then everything is reasonable. After observing Rizia and the others for a while, seeing that they had skillfully started working, Ian then took Frenny away to inspect the situation of the village. First, he went to the farmland, simply harvested the crops, and then planted the wheat seeds he had collected while traversing the jungle. It sounds complicated, but it's actually just a wave of the hand. Frenny was already used to this. After taking a look at the compost bin, Ian didn't plan to use the harvested crops for composting. These crops weren't even enough for the 20 of them to eat, and there were still more than 5,000 people in Blackwater City waiting to be fed. Using crops for composting would be too wasteful. When the iron farm is built in the future, it will be good to use the dropped flowers for composting. Frenny, take note. Standing at the edge of the farmland, Ian suddenly felt a surge of pride. The farmland needs to be expanded, and when the wire brushing machine has achieved initial construction results and the living current is on track, the fence area needs to be expanded. Frenny hurriedly took out her notebook and quickly recorded, thinking happily in her heart. She knew that Ian wouldn't let her do nothing. Look, he specially brought her by his side to be responsible for such important recording work. I am the most important nun to young Master Ian. Frenny muttered softly. Ian didn't hear it, and led Frenny to the blacksmith shop, continuing to instruct. It is expected to select a location on the plain, plan 5 large-scale farmlands, and prepare for automation in the future. Similarly, plan 5 large-scale livestock farms, raising chickens, cattle, pigs, sheep, and horses separately, standardizing the breeding of enough meat, and using horses as warhorse reserves for Blackwater City. After the planning of the agricultural and livestock farms is completed, and the iron brushing machine and monster spawning tower are completed, enter the second stage. Take the open space north of the village as the center, expand outwards, replace the fence with a city wall, and gradually build the City of Dawn. Leave enough space on the east and west sides. One side is planned as a village trading center, a village breeding area and other industrial areas. Build houses on a large scale on one side to prepare for the subsequent settlement of Dawn God sect believers. Pay close attention, the Dawn City territory plan should build the city wall to the edge of the lake, but not include the lake. At that time, Dawn City must try to ensure the light source placement in every space, and there must be no dark areas. After entering the primary stage of biological technology, the third phase of the Dawn City construction plan will continue to advance. Since he was idle anyway, Ian wandered around the village, taking the good things from the unclaimed boxes in the houses, while instructing Frenny to remember his Dawn City construction plan. Currently, Ian has decided to build the first base city of the Dawn God sect in the MC world here. What he said to Frenny was also the basic industrialization of the living current. In the future, Ian also plans to build a sky platform. The buildings on the ground will be the residences of the Dawn God sect believers, while the sky will be the residential area for Ian and Rizia and the other high-level members of the Dawn God sect. Some very important and secretive crafts will also be moved to the sky, which can also create enough mystery for the Dawn God sect. Ian also plans to use the underground, at least, the agricultural and livestock farms must be moved underground. Ian doesn't plan to make more detailed plans for the time being, things always can't keep up with changes. When it develops slowly in the future, Ian can reallocate the urban planning of Dawn City according to the current needs. More importantly, Ian is not good at building houses, nor is he good at planning cities. The current plan can be described with just one word. Square, neat. However, the construction of the city, especially the first city of great significance, Dawn City, must have a full sense of divinity and artistry. Therefore, this more detailed work still depends on whether there are other capable people. But even so, Ian's current arrangement is enough for the Dawn God sect to develop and grow in the MC world. Finally, after emptying all the villagers' boxes in the entire village, Ian also found 9 iron ingots. Not much, but enough. Ian only needs to make an iron bucket, a tripwire hook, and scissors to make a wire brushing machine. The rest is to find a villager with a fisherman profession and spare no effort to brush emeralds. After thinking about it, Ian still gathered all the unemployed villagers into a house, and then inserted torches to ensure sufficient light, and then blocked the door with dirt. Ian doesn't need them to reproduce now, so there is no need to put the beds in place for them. Just make sure the villagers don't run around. Finally, the armorers, farmers, and librarians were restricted with blocks. The latest and fastest novels are first published. In this way, this village was simply rectified by Ian. As for where to live tonight, after thinking about it, Ian still exerted his terrible construction talent. When Lael and the others surrounded the entire village with fences and inserted torches. In the village, except for the double-layered hut, the watchtower, and the blacksmith shop, the wooden houses were all demolished by Ian. Instead, there were only 2 square houses, guarding the double-layered wooden house in the middle. What is this? Standing in front of the big matchbox, Rizia was a little dumbfounded. Young Master Ian said that this will be the first base of our Dawn God sect in the future. Tonight, we will live here. Franny raised her head proudly. This is the house that young Master Ian made for everyone. House. Lael pondered for a moment, then raised his head and carefully looked at the matchbox in front of him. This thing, from any angle, seems to have nothing to do with a house. Except for the 2 doors, there are no glass windows, and the lighting all depends on the torches stuck on the walls. Looking at it this way, Lael couldn't help but have a bad sense of sight. Put the torches on both sides of the wall, put the beds neatly, and then lie peacefully on the bed. Mortuary. In the end, Lael couldn't help but speak. Ian's old face turned red, and after a moment, he coughed. Conditions are limited, everyone will live here for now. For the development of the Dawn God sect, in the early stage, we will carry forward the good virtues of hard work and endurance. Rizia, you should learn more about house design and make these houses more perfect and beautiful by then. Everyone will just make do with it for a while. Men live in the room on the left, and women live in the room on the right. Rizia pursed her lips and looked at Ian with some distress. Young Master Ian, it doesn't matter if we live in this house. At least it can shelter us from the wind and rain. Now we have food, drink, and safety. We are already very satisfied. But, are you going to live so aggrieved? Ian was silent for a moment, then pointed to the double-layered wooden house in the middle of the 2 houses. I live in this. Isn't this a villager's house? He doesn't need it. He told me that his house was voluntarily requisitioned by the Dawn God sect. Lael turned his head and glanced at the 3 professional villagers who were surrounded by Ian with blocks, standing in only one space, with a block on their heads, and torches on both sides. After a long silence, Lael sincerely sighed. Young Master Ian, you will definitely become an excellent demon king. I mean, a kind and great pope. Chapter 11. After instructing everyone to make their own beds and settle into their assigned rooms, Ian also set his respawn point in the double-layered wooden house. This book is first published on. He set up the workbench, furnace, smoker, and other things that could be made right away, and also made several large boxes to store materials in an organized manner. By the time Ian finished all of this and came out, the sky was gradually darkening. Leah and the others were sitting around a bonfire in front of Ian's house. They were listening to Freya passionately and animatedly introduce Ian's grand phased plan for the City of Dawn. Several pieces of steak were being grilled on the bonfire. Seeing Ian come out, everyone quickly stood up, but Ian waved his hand to stop them. He casually sat on the ground and joined everyone by the fire. Young Master Ian, Freya said that you plan to build a city here as the foundation of the Church of Dawn. Leah couldn't wait to ask. Ian smiled and nodded, then asked in return. Although we only spent half a day in the MC world today, I believe you have already gained some understanding of it. Leah, what do you think about building a city here and establishing the foundation of our Church of Dawn? Leah fell silent, and the firelight of the bonfire made the old butler's silver hair turn golden. After a long while, Leah let out a long breath, his eyebrows filled with smiles. The wrinkles on his face seemed to be smoothed out by the happy mood, making him look several years younger. To be honest, young Master Ian, I still haven't convinced myself to accept all of this. Floating blocks in the sky, tools that can be made in the blink of an eye, unique but beautiful scenery, and 2 habitable mortuaries that can be made in a dozen minutes. I mean houses. Leah smiled awkwardly, then continued. However, this land of dawn, full of blocks everywhere, is really too dreamy. There is no abyss, no demons, no worries about food and clothing, and no need to worry about survival crises. I think everyone on the entire Rodri Continent would yearn for a ticket to the land of dawn. Therefore, I will definitely support your plan to build the headquarters of the Church of Dawn here, young Master Ian. If possible, I would even like you to live here forever. You understand better how to live well here, and you will not be in any danger here. Speaking of this, Leah paused, and his eyes suddenly became a little dim. At least, if you don't return to the Rodri Continent, you won't be like the old master. The great bloodline of the Phobos family can also be preserved. Hearing this, Ian sighed. If possible, I also don't want to return to the Rodri Continent. We can live here together and have a good and comfortable life. But Ian didn't continue, but Rizia understood with a tender expression. Young Master Ian is compassionate and kind, and cannot bear to see the people of the Rodri Continent continue to be trapped under the shadow of the demons. We can understand. After all, you are. In short, we will fully support whatever young Master Ian does. With you here, the Rodri Continent will definitely be able to get rid of the demons. As she spoke, Rizia's gaze suddenly became determined and fanatical. The entire Rodri Continent should offer its faith to you. Ian smiled politely and awkwardly. To be honest, he didn't have such a saintly heart. If the MC World Gate didn't require the development of territorial civilization to issue rewards, Ian would have already immigrated to the MC World with Rizia and the others. The turmoil in Rodri would have nothing to do with them. Living comfortably in the MC World, how great would that be? But Ian had no choice. The MC World Gate was still in his bedroom in the Blackwater City Lord's mansion. In short, young Master Ian, everyone fully supports your ideas. Leah said seriously. You said you want to build a city, then we will build a city. Moreover, it is also good to have a retreat in the land of dawn. But we only have 20 people at most, and only you are most familiar with this place. Isn't it too exaggerated to build a city with so few people? Hearing this, Ian suddenly smiled, without answering directly, but pointed to the 2 big houses behind him, and then pointed to the wooden fence. Leah, how much time did we spend building these? Leah was silent. After a long while, his eyes were full of emotion as he said. I understand, young Master Ian. The land of dawn is naturally different from the Rodri Continent. This is simply a world that all living beings dream of. I have never thought about it in all my years. Building a territory will one day be so simple. Picking up a block and placing it on the ground to build it. With this feature, 20 of us are indeed enough. Rizia looked proud. Not only that, young Master Ian also said that the blocks of the Land of Dawn can also be used in the Rodri Continent. In this way, it will be very simple to build our Blackwater city. It is truly the unique and great paradise of our Church of Dawn. Hearing them call it Paradise and Land of Dawn over and over again, Ian felt a little worried. The magic of the MC world was deeply rooted in people's hearts, but because it was too magical, now no one was willing to call the MC world by its real name. Perhaps Rizia and the others felt that this name could not reflect the magical awesomeness of the MC world. If this continues, Won't he be the only one left who remembers what the MC world is called in the future? The latest and fastest novel is first published. Young Master Ian, can I make a suggestion? Suddenly, Markov weakly raised his hand. Seeing Ian nod, Markov pointed to the house behind him. Young Master Ian, this house is made of wood, and there are so many torches stuck in it. What if the torches ignite the house after we fall asleep? Hearing this, Ian suddenly smiled, then took out a torch and stuck it on the ground, putting his hand in the light in front of everyone. Young Master Ian. Rizia immediately became anxious and quickly pulled Ian's hand out, looking at it carefully and blowing on it with distress. But after looking for a long time, she still couldn't find any signs of burns. See? Ian said with a smile. All the items in the MC world cannot be judged by common sense. For example, torches, although they are called torches, do not have the high temperature of flames. Even if you throw this torch into the firewood, it still won't light. Moreover, the most special thing about the MC world torch is that this thing never goes out. It is a genuine nuclear-powered torch. Hearing this, Leah said in surprise. Never goes out. After speaking, Leah took out a torch and blew on it hard, but the torch didn't change at all. It's true. Leah was overjoyed, his eyes flashing. In this way, we can also replace all the torches in the Blackwater City Lord's mansion with this kind of torch. The characteristics of the Land of Dawn are truly too magical to be described a million times. Ian nodded slightly and said with a light smile. You will see more magical features in the future. This is just the beginning. I believe that the MC world will change everything on the Rodri Continent through our Church of Dawn. The Church of Dawn will surely be great along with the MC world. And Rizia, stop touching. Ian pulled his hand out unhappily. Rizia turned her gaze to the other side with a red face, her eyes still showing some regret. Young Master Ian, what are we going to do next? Leah looked at Ian with great interest. Since the Land of Dawn is so magical, we must work against the clock. What other plans do you need us to do? We are not sleepy at all. Ian raised his eyes, looking at the sun that had completely sunk below the mountains on the horizon, and looking at the twinkling stars in the sky. Wait for a battle. Battle. Leah and the others were stunned for a moment, looking at Ian with some confusion. Will there also be battles in the Land of Dawn? Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, a strangely unpleasant roar sounded in the wilderness. Ian raised his eyebrows, stood up with his hands behind his back, and looked at the dark earth outside the fence. They're coming. In the next moment, roars, bone friction sounds, hissing sounds. It seemed to put Ian and the others in a surrounded situation. Chapter 12. Undead Scourge. Leah's expression changed drastically. He immediately drew his greatsword and stood in front of Ian, shielding him firmly behind him. Protect young Master Ian. As soon as the words fell, the knights, including Markov, all drew their weapons, forming a circular, impenetrable encirclement around Ian. Inside, the maids, Rizia and Freya, hugged Ian tightly from either side. The whole process was extremely well practiced. Godfather, there are many of them. Markov's eyes were sharp as a hawk, staring straight at the wriggling shadows in the darkness behind the fence in front of him. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his temple, but his hand holding the sword was as steady as ever. Rizia, if anything happens, take young Master Ian and escape immediately. Leah whispered a word of caution. Ian was the only remaining heir of the Forbes family. No matter what, the Forbes family bloodline could not be broken. Looking at the shadows gradually approaching with howls in the darkness, Leah couldn't help but recall the days when he and old Forbes were trapped by demons and fought side by side. Why does the Aurora Heavenly Kingdom also have these damned demons? Rizia hugged Ian's arm tightly, looking around warily. Could it be that the damned demons have also discovered the Aurora Heavenly Kingdom? No, they really aren't demons. Ian gently pulled out his arm and pushed aside Rizia and the others. Young Master Ian. Danger. Leah immediately pressed on Ian's shoulder, wanting to push him back, but in the next moment, Leah was shocked by Ian's strength. Even though he tried his best, he couldn't stop Ian's steps at all. Don't worry. Ian smiled and glanced at everyone. I told you, these aren't demons. There are no demons in the MC world. These are all unique monsters of the MC world. You can rest assured that nothing can enter the MC world without my permission. Remember what I told you before. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Ian continued. All life in the MC world is unintelligent. Even these monsters don't have the intelligence of demons. They only have rigid programs. The reason I asked you to plant torches everywhere before was also to prevent the birth of such monsters in the darkness. Hearing this, Leal pursed his lips and carefully examined the zombies approaching the fence. They really didn't look as and exuded a bloodthirsty aura like demons. Overall, they even looked a bit cute. However, this didn't mean they weren't a threat. No matter how you looked at it, this group of monsters wanted to eat them alive. Even so, young Master Ian. Before Leal could finish speaking, Ian continued to reassure him. Don't worry, don't be so nervous. After saying that, Ian pointed to the sky and joked. Even if there are many of these monsters, have you forgotten that we can build floating stone pillars at any time and fly into the sky? What's more, when the sun rises tomorrow, these undead creatures will burn to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a green zombie crashed into the fence with a bang. Rizia and the others were immediately startled. Ian still didn't even turn his head. Without loading special mods, these zombies could only destroy doors at most. But the village was surrounded by fences, and there wasn't even a fenced door. These zombies would die of exhaustion before they could break in. As the first zombie crashed into the fence, more and more zombie monsters surrounded them. They stretched out their hands and made mechanical howls across the fence, but the surrounding fences remained unmoved. Everyone didn't dare to breathe loudly, nervously watching the zombies outside the fence and the other monsters mixed in with the zombie horde. Ian didn't continue to waste his breath. The Rodri Continent had been ravaged by demons for hundreds of years, and people already had PTSD from them. Saying 10,000 words wouldn't have much effect. It was better to let them see for themselves. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Freya took the lead and spoke weakly. These guys really can't seem to get in. Also, Sister Rizia, Butler Leal, these zombies look square, just like the villagers. They even look a bit cute after a while. Rizia was silent for a long time, then nodded. Recalling the various demons she had seen on the Rodri Continent and comparing them to these in front of her. They are a bit cuter than demons, at least they don't drool. Do you believe me now? Ian smiled and spread his hands. These monsters aren't demons, they don't have intelligence, and they can't get in. What's more, even if they do get in, we're very safe. Look over there. Following the direction Ian pointed, everyone turned their heads to look. Immediately, the knights, including Markov, couldn't help but gasp. Gradually, their eyes became extremely excited. In a corner of the fence, the Iron Golem stood tall like an undefeated god of war. Any zombies that approached were easily sent flying far, far away with a single punch. After 2 punches, basically all the zombies, except for some wearing special equipment, died on the spot. The Iron Golem's behavior was still rigid. Its attacks were just the 2 arms repeatedly thrusting upwards. To put it bluntly, knights like Markov could see countless fatal flaws in the Iron Golem at a glance. But it was this rigid Iron Golem that gave Leal and the others a great sense of security at this moment, surrounded by monsters in the dark night. He's simply a god of war. Markov clenched his fists excitedly and praised, looking up at the Iron Golem in admiration. This kind of domineering aura of being able to hold off 10,000 enemies was the style of a great general that Markov had dreamed of. Too strong. Leal was shocked beyond words, especially when he secretly approached the edge of the fence and tentatively attacked the zombies across the fence with a stone sword. He used all his special force techniques, but after 4 or 5 strikes, the zombies still didn't die. Then look at the Iron Golem, 1 punch for each little friend. In an instant, Leal's desire to build an Iron Golem army began to grow wildly. If the Aurora Divine Church builds 100 Iron Golem army, even a common demon abyss can be slaughtered back and forth. Lyle quietly clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. While the Iron Golem brought a strong sense of security to everyone. Markov and the others also began to carefully observe the behavior of the zombies, and even approached the fence to attack the zombies harmlessly. Finally, after repeated probing, they finally determined that these monsters were not demons. After all, even the undead of the demon race wouldn't stand there stupidly and let people chop them. More importantly, these zombies were much cuter than those demons. After watching for a while, Rizia and the others even thought that if all demons looked like this, perhaps there wouldn't be so many deserters who were afraid of fighting before the war when the 100 Clan Alliance fought against the demons. They're so stupid. Freya didn't know when she stood in front of the fence, watching the zombies stretching out their arms and roaring non-stop, but unable to advance an inch. The more she watched, the more brilliantly Freya smiled. Especially after Freya tried to kill a zombie with a stone sword. There was no longer a trace of fear of zombie monsters in Freya's eyes. After brewing for a long time, Freya proudly raised her head and looked at Ian. Young Master Ian, I also have the qualifications of an awesome knight. Chapter 13. The moment the words left his mouth, Freya received a light smack on her head from Ian. Little girls shouldn't use foul language. Freya, the genius with the potential of a great knight, immediately clutched her head, glaring at Ian with a resentful look. This adorable expression immediately amused everyone. The last trace of worry about the monsters from all directions vanished from their hearts. Gradually, the crowd began to approach the fence, pointing and commenting on the zombies that were stretching their arms and roaring. Especially watching the green zombies move as they moved, staring at them longingly, yet unable to cross the fence. Many maids even whispered that these things were somewhat ugly cute. If the monsters within the Aurora Kingdom are all like this, then it's indeed not particularly dangerous. After observing for a long time, Lyle made this judgment, but still didn't lower his guard. He gripped his stone sword tightly, standing beside Ian. Markov sighed in agreement. If the demons of the Rodri Continent were as stupid as the monsters of the Aurora Kingdom, we would have driven them back to the abyss long ago. Ian smiled and said nothing. Everything fears comparison. Compared to demons, zombies were much cuter, and compared to the sound-sensitive guardians, Ian would rather say that demons were harmless. To put it bluntly, these zombies were nothing compared to. All right. Ian clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. This is our last task regarding the MC world tonight, to recognize and kill some monsters. Drawing his stone sword, Ian pointed at the zombies outside the fence. As you can see, these monsters are very dumb and not very threatening, but that's because we are currently inside the safe village. If we were in the wild, in the night of the MC world, these monsters that emerge endlessly from the darkness would still be very troublesome. Next, I will tell you how to spend the night in the wild and how to identify some basic monsters in the MC world. The MC world is not an absolutely safe fantasy land, at least, Ian's MC world is not in peaceful mode. Perhaps, as more and more modules are loaded in the future, and more powerful monsters are born, the MC world will become more and more dangerous. Now that everyone has just entered the MC world and is full of enthusiasm and freshness for everything, he needed to quickly tell them some basic monster knowledge, lest some simpletons with missing brain cells rush up to a creeper when they encounter one. Markov! Ian shouted loudly. Come back! Watching Markov, wielding his stone sword, rush straight towards a creeper, Ian had a headache. The thing he was worried about almost became a reality in the blink of an eye. Young Master Ian, do you have any instructions? Markov ran back to Ian excitedly. Ian said unhappily. Don't rush up to any monster you see. The monsters in the MC world are diverse. In unfamiliar situations, it's easy to die. Do you even know what that thing is before you rush at it? That's a creeper. It explodes. The explosive power is stronger than a volcano snail. It will turn you into dust in minutes. Hearing this, Lyle raised his hand and slapped Markov on the head. He said angrily. Idiot! Have you forgotten everything I taught you before? When facing an unknown enemy, you must know yourself and your enemy. It doesn't matter if you die, but what if you blow up the fence and let the monsters in? Markov shrank his head sheepishly, staying obediently beside Ian. The others also took a few steps back, leaving the fence area. Okay, everyone, take notes. Ian instructed. The most basic monsters in the MC world are zombies, mainly ordinary zombies, zombies wearing armor or equipment. That's the kind you see the most outside now. The danger level is average, they move slowly, and are easy to deal with. Even someone who hasn't learned the way of the night can easily handle them with MC world weapons. Baby zombies are the most dangerous zombies. They are agile, attack quickly and fiercely, and are best resisted with a shield. Of course, making good use of the characteristics of the MC world is the most important thing, such as attacking zombies through the fence. So, if we encounter a large number of zombies, we can also do this. As he spoke, Ian took out a block and stacked it under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he stood on top of a stone pillar. Now, the zombies can't attack us, or you can choose to surround the zombies with blocks. Ian thought for a while, jumped off the pillar, and pointed at Markov. Come! Markov, come and catch me! Young Master Ian! I'll do it! Laxia immediately stood up, her eyes full of infatuated light, not forgetting to elbow Markov aside. No, let Markov do it. Ian rubbed his wrist. He wanted to teach this reckless, simple-minded guy a lesson. Laxia glared fiercely at Markov. Annoying fellow. It's all his fault that she can't play the come chase me, if you catch me, I'll let you he game with young Master Ian. Young Master Ian, be careful. Markov grinned, and with a sudden step, his strong figure rushed over like a black bear. Ouch! The next moment, Markov cried out and fell face first into the dirt. After getting up, he rubbed his knees with a grimace, looking back incredulously at the block that suddenly appeared on the ground. Where did this thing come from? Continue. Don't you like to charge? Ian looked at Markov with a smile. I'll let you charge enough today. Markov didn't believe it, so. The following time turned into a Markov-style wrestling show. 1 second he got up, the next second he charged headfirst into a wall that suddenly appeared. As soon as he turned his head, he tripped over a stone. He continued to gather strength to attack, but ended up hitting his head again, seeing stars. Until finally, he rushed in front of Ian, and Markov, with a big bump on his head, excitedly wrapped his arms around him. I caught you! Young Master Ian! The next moment, Markov only hugged a pillar that rose from the ground. Before he could recover, the dense sound of blocks stacking up rang out from all directions. In a daze, Markov was sealed up by Ian with blocks. Is this being put in a coffin? Freya looked at Ian with hard eyes. This must be the legendary wood-type forbidden spell, the Great Coffin Technique. Do you understand? Ian smiled and jumped off the pillar. As long as you have blocks, you can do this too. Practice more and learn more. With the blessing of MC World blocks, everyone is a magician. Yes. Young Master Ian. But. Laxia raised her hand in response, then pointed to the big coffin behind Ian. Won't Markov suffocate? No, this is the second way I'm going to teach you how to spend the night safely in the wild. Ian looked back at the silent wooden stake. Markov was also stupid. He had been chopping trees all day, and now he was blocked by wood, but he didn't know to chop it open with an axe. Shaking his head, Ian personally released him. Raising his hand to stop Markov's endless praise, Ian took out a shovel. If you are in the wild and cannot return to base before dark, and a large number of monsters have spawned, then you can use this trick. Earth style, dig 3, fill 1 technique. The next moment, in full view, Ian drilled into the ground like a spiral drilling machine, swinging his shovel. Finally, he filled the ground with a block of dirt. In less than 5 seconds, Ian, a living person, disappeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 14. Half a day later, the group finally reacted and anxiously ran to the spot where Ian had dug down. Although Ian had demonstrated his talent for digging holes when they first arrived today, he hadn't blocked the entrance before. Now that it was blocked, the air couldn't circulate. Wouldn't Ian suffocate to death? Dig faster! Laisha urged everyone anxiously, not even waiting for Markov to take out his shovel. The ground in front of them was excavated again, and Ian jumped out, standing on his tiptoes. How about it? This move is flawless, right? Ian stood with his hands on his hips, grinning. If you encounter a group of monsters, just use the dig 3, fill 1 trick, stay quietly for a night, or continue digging downwards. Laisha hurriedly stepped forward and felt around Ian, seemingly patting off dust, but actually taking the opportunity to touch him. After all, she knew that digging holes in the MC world wouldn't make you dirty. Young Master Ian, won't you have trouble breathing if you block the hole from the inside? Lael looked at Ian with some bewilderment. The latter spread his hands. No, as long as it's not sand or something falling from above and blocking my space, even if it's blocked with iron blocks from all sides, it won't affect my breathing. Is that reasonable? Lael looked at Ian blankly, who pried Laisha's hand away and said frankly. What's unreasonable about it? Do you think the MC world is a world that makes sense? Lael was speechless. Ian put away his tools and led the group slightly closer to the edge of the fence. Back to the topic, what I just told you are some small tricks for dealing with monsters. They're simple and universal, and they're effective for most monsters. Besides that, there are some advanced techniques, such as trapping monsters with boats, etc. I'll demonstrate them to you when I have the chance. Next, we're going to talk about some special monsters. Ian figured that the MC world he was in was probably a mode that exceeded the difficulty of hard. The monsters surrounding the village were probably in the hundreds. But because of this, there were all kinds of monsters. Zombies, skeletons, creepers, spiders, slimes, witches. Basically, the monsters that are easy to encounter in the overworld can all be seen here. Therefore, this monster knowledge lesson was still very comprehensive. After more than an hour, Lael and the others had a better understanding and knowledge of the MC world. While understanding that this world was not absolutely safe, they also mastered a lot of theoretical knowledge for dealing with monsters. To be honest, in Lael's opinion, these monsters weren't very powerful. The key was that they had no intelligence, and after mastering some of the characteristics of the MC world, the monsters were also easy to deal with. At least, compared to the insidious and cunning, and strangely powerful demon race, these monsters were quite interesting. Especially after learning that many monsters would drop useful and important material resources, Lael and the others' eyes were glowing green when they looked at the monsters. Not to mention, the gunpowder dropped by creepers could be used to make the so-called TNT, which, according to young Master Ian, could explode. The power was uncertain, but Lael felt that it wouldn't be weaker than a volcano snail, right? If they made a large amount and threw it into the demon territory, wouldn't that be wonderful? And those skeleton archers, although Lael didn't know why young Master Ian called them skeletons so affectionately. But Lael felt that this thing was indeed a very precious little monster. It was said that killing skeletons could drop finished arrows and bones, which, in Lael's opinion, was amazing. With the craftsmanship of the Rodri Continent, especially the human race, bows and arrows, such rare-ranged weapons, were very scarce. The technology for mass-producing bows and arrows was only available to the elves and dwarves, but it was their secret. If they could kill a large number of skeletons, arrows would no longer be a problem, and Blackwater City could train enough archers. However, after Lael said his thoughts, Ian just waved his hand dismissively. It seemed that he wasn't interested in arrows, but rather in the bones. Lael didn't understand, but young Master Ian must have his own logic. In addition to that, there were also witches, slimes, spiders, and other monsters. Ian said some things, but Lael and the others didn't understand what alchemy potions were, or what the all-purpose slime ball was. The concept of alchemy hadn't yet appeared in the barren Rodri Continent. As for slimes, they were the weakest on the Rodri Continent, so weak that no one cared about them on the roadside, and ordinary adults could kill them with sticks. But in the MC world, they became treasures? Lael didn't understand, but it didn't stop him from thinking these monsters were great. Thinking about those demons, their corpses would turn into plagues and pollute the land after death. How could they be as good as these monsters, which could drop treasures to be used after death? These weren't monsters, they were philanthropists. If Ian hadn't said that there were too many monsters and it wasn't suitable to be rash, and that when it was dawn, a large number of undead creatures would be incinerated, and they could pick up ready-made resources then, Lael would have risked going out to harvest a wave of resources. With the Iron Golem in the village, he wasn't too worried about Ian's safety. While thinking, Lael suddenly sensed a sense of crisis. A glance out of the corner of his eye revealed an arrow flying towards Ian at high speed. Young Master Ian! Lael immediately lunged forward, but he was too far away and couldn't make it in time. But Markov took a step forward and blocked the arrow for Ian with his body. The newest novels are first published here. Protect young Master Ian! Lael didn't have time to care about Markov. He rushed to Ian's side as soon as possible. Laisha and the others also remembered Ian's teachings and placed blocks around them to block the skeleton's ranged attacks. Young Master Ian, how are you? Lael looked at Ian anxiously. The latter frowned slightly and shook his head. I'm fine. Markov is the one who's injured. Lael carefully observed Ian and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was indeed okay. Then he hurriedly helped Markov, who had been shot by an arrow, up. With just one glance, Lael's pupils shrank, and a trace of grief flashed across his face. This arrow had pierced Markov's heart without deviation. It looked like it was about to pass through his chest. Markov clutched his wound tightly, his face pale from blood loss. It's okay, Godfather. It's good that young Master Ian is okay. Markov. Lael squeezed his hand. I understand, Godfather. Markov smiled bitterly. He knew very well that this arrow had pierced his heart. He wasn't some strange person whose heart happened to be on the right side, so he knew very well that he couldn't survive. It's a pity. I haven't been able to follow young Master Ian to witness the rise of the Church of the Dawn. Godfather. You must protect young Master Ian. Markov held Lael's hand tightly and smiled reluctantly. Please bury me in the Kingdom of Dawn. Markov. Lael wanted to encourage Markov to persevere, but he knew that these words were useless. With his heart pierced, even a knight like him couldn't survive. Although his adopted son was a bit simple-minded and rash. He was, after all, the adopted son he had raised, the continuation of his knightly path. Lael, who had only shed tears after the death of old Forbes in his life, once again revealed his vulnerability in front of everyone. Seeing Ian leading everyone to the MC world, about to officially lead the Church of the Dawn and the Forbes family to rise. Markov, however, fell in the last second before dawn. Laisha and the others also lowered their heads, sadly looking at Markov. The Forbes family, to this day, only had 20 of them left. After being driven out of Songlan City, they had relied on each other to come here. In the end, they were all one family. But they never expected that a small mistake would result in personnel losses on the first day of exploring the MC world. Looking at Markov, who slowly closed his eyes, Laisha and the others couldn't help but feel sorrow. Inside the village, weak but continuous sobs rang out for a while. But after a long time, Markov suddenly opened his eyes, scratching his head with a blank expression. Why am I still not dead? Chapter 15. Ghost. Markov's sudden opening of his eyes startled Frenny and the others. Especially Frenny, the little one immediately teared up and hid behind Ian. Not to mention Frenny, even Liar was taken aback and threw Markov away. He quickly drew his stone sword and stood in front of Ian. Resurrection from the dead only happens in one situation on the Rodri Continent. Being awakened by the necromancers of the demon race to become a member of the undead scourge. It hurts. Godfather. I'm still injured. Markov fell on his butt, grimaced, and got up rubbing his behind. Coupled with his blood-soaked appearance and an arrow sticking out of his chest, he looked even more frightening. Many knights immediately drew their weapons and surrounded Markov. Who are you? Liar stared at Markov with a gloomy face. Necromancer hiding your head and showing your tail. Come out. Fooling with Markov's corpse, I will tear you to pieces. Corpse. Markov was stunned for a moment, looked down, and immediately realized that Liar had misunderstood. "No, Godfather, I'm not dead yet. You're talking nonsense." Liar was even more angry, his figure was like the wind, and the stone sword was already on Markov's neck. "How can you live with your heart pierced? A mere necromancer, do you think I will be merciful just because you are manipulating Markov's corpse? Even if Markov is alive in heaven, knowing that he is being controlled and may harm young Master Ian, he would support me in killing him again." Markov froze in place, looking innocent, and said, "Although that's what I was thinking, but... Godfather, I'm really not dead. Look. Lively and kicking. Look at my wound, it's still bleeding." Liar was furious and swung his stone sword. "Bastard!" Seeing that the stone sword was about to fall, Ian hurriedly said, don't chop, he is really Markov, didn't I say that there are no necromancers in the MC world?" The stone sword stopped on Markov's neck, and Liar looked back at Ian with a dazed expression. Then he turned his head and looked at Markov. "Markov is really not dead. I'm really not dead, Godfather." Markov nodded repeatedly, stiffly moving Liar's stone sword away. Liar frowned and pondered for a long time, then said in a deep voice, "How old were you the last time you wet the bed?" "Ah! Godfather, is that necessary? Speak." Liar's stone sword got closer, Markov lowered his head, and after a long while, he said weakly, 16. "It's Markov, no doubt about it." Liar quickly put away the stone sword and looked at Markov with a look of surprise. "How is it possible that an arrow pierced your heart and you're still not dead? Could it be that you have reached the strength of the old master?" Markov glanced at Rizia and the others, raised his head and looked at the sky. The rough man, who was over 1.9 meters tall, actually had a drop of clear tears sliding down the corner of his eye unwillingly. "I'm now, not as good as dead. What are you talking about?" Liar glared at Markov, then hesitated and looked at the arrow in his chest. After thinking about it, Liar turned his head and looked at Ian with a suspicious look. "Young Master Ian, is this also a reasonable aspect of the Aurora Heavenly Kingdom?" Ian stepped forward and patted Markov on the shoulder with a smile. Although he would be fine if he had been hit by that arrow just now. But Ian was still very touched that Markov protected him with his life. "Don't worry, Markov can't die. This can also be regarded as a characteristic of the MC world, or a physical talent of mine. As long as my head is not cut off, I have no fatal weaknesses. It's not the kind of damage that can kill me instantly. Even if my head is pierced by an arrow, I won't die. You have shared 1/3 of my physical talent in the MC world, so you naturally have this characteristic. So, the heart is not Markov's weakness, and he won't die if it's pierced. Although the damage of the skeleton minion is not low, it does not meet the requirements for instant death, so Markov is fine. At most, it's just a little pain." Liar was silent for a long time, looking at Ian, then at Markov. After a long while, he couldn't help but curse for the second time in the MC world. "What the hell is this logic? How can you not die if your heart is broken? Are we still human?" "Of course." Ian glared at Liar dissatisfied. "What's wrong? Aren't square people human too? Young Master Ian, so Markov won't die?" Rizia stepped forward incredulously, thought about it, and couldn't help but poke the arrow in Markov's chest. "It hurts, Chief Maid Rizia." Markov took a step back, grimacing. "That's amazing." Rizia looked shocked. "That is to say, as long as we are in the Aurora Heavenly Kingdom now, even if our heart is pierced, as long as it is not instant death damage, we will still not die." Ian nodded and smiled. "Not only the heart, even if you break your arm or leg in battle, it will recover." As soon as he finished speaking, Markov picked up his knife without saying a word and was about to slash his hand. "The most new small say in first hair. Are you stupid?" Ian slapped him, and Markov said sheepishly. "I just wanted to test it for everyone to see if it could grow back." Ian rolled his eyes. "There will be opportunities for you to try later. I said that piercing the heart is not a fatal injury, it doesn't mean that you can still live if you get injured now." Open your backpack interface and see how many little hearts are left under your character interface. Hearing this, Markov quickly opened it, took a look, and replied. There are 3 left. It seems that it is a problem with the physical sharing value. After all, even in difficult mode, the damage of the skeleton minion is not so high. Ian patted Markov on the shoulder and smiled. As long as the little heart on the character interface does not return to 0, you will not die no matter how badly you are injured, remember. Remember. Ouch. Before he finished speaking, Markov immediately covered his chest and jumped up. Ian had already pulled out the arrow from his chest, and in an instant, the arrow disappeared without a trace. The skeleton minion's arrow cannot be picked up without opening the command code. It seems that this characteristic has not changed. Isn't he still jumping around here after his heart is broken? Liar looked at Markov, who was jumping up and down because of the pain, with a dazed expression. This is the characteristic of the MC world, just get used to it. Trees can fly in the sky, is it strange that you can live with a broken heart? Ian spread his hands and took a few ribs from the campfire and handed them to Markov. Eat this. After your satiety is full, the damage you receive will recover within a few minutes. Even if your heart is broken and your head is shot by an arrow, as long as you have satiety and a little heart, you can recover. Markov rubbed his chest, grimacing, took the ribs that Ian handed over, and took a big bite. Just now, he really felt hungry. Everyone held their breath and watched Markov quietly. After he finished eating the ribs, the wound on his chest completely recovered in full view. Liar stepped forward unbelievingly and tore open Markov's clothes. It's really healed. This is too incredible. Liar muttered blankly, and Markov subconsciously opened the personal interface. Young Master Ian, the little heart is full again, and the satiety is also full, am I okay? Ian nodded slightly and smiled. You are healthier now than before the injury. Your heart has been completely restored. Don't worry, there is nothing wrong. Without saying a word, Markov lay on the ground and did a few push-ups. After a while, he jumped up and hugged Liar excitedly. Godfather! It's really healed. It's all healed. I don't have to die. Unreasonable, too unreasonable. Liar was still stunned in place, muttering to himself with dull eyes. Even the healing magic of the elves can't do this, right? The world of the Aurora Heavenly Kingdom, how can it not talk about basic laws at all? Although Markov's recovery is something to be happy about, but being able to live and recover with a broken heart is too shocking for Liar. He only felt that he had lived his whole life in vain. As expected of the great Aurora Heavenly Kingdom, Rizia and the others sincerely praised, and when they thought that they were members of the Aurora God sect, and were the first believers to step into this place, they couldn't help but feel proud on their faces. Young Master Ian, why is this happening? Franny looked at Ian blankly, and the latter stood with his hands behind his back, putting on the lonely posture of a master again. Without this diamond drill, how could I be the Pope of the Aurora God sect? Chapter 16. Ian had thought that next would be another lengthy discussion, with everyone asking him why things had turned out this way. Unexpectedly, Rizia and the others thoughtfully pondered for a moment, and then nodded in deep agreement. And just like that, this matter became an unquestionable truth. Although he didn't understand why, Ian was spared a lot of effort. However, in a corner of his vision that Ian didn't notice. As the great god of dawn, it's only natural that young Master Ian has something miraculous. Rizia and the others looked at Ian with reverence, this thought simultaneously arising in their minds. Young Master Ian, I have an idea. Suddenly, Leah raised his hand, looking at Ian with a fervent gaze. Ian naturally understood what Leah was about to say and nodded with a light smile. You can, this was originally what I was going to tell you all. In the future, if you are injured, just come to the MC world, as long as you don't die on the spot, no matter how serious the injury is. After a good meal, you'll be as good as new. Leah nodded repeatedly with a look of joy. Yes. Young Master Ian. This way, our survival rate against the demons or the monsters of the Dawn Heaven will be greatly increased. Perhaps, in the future, as the Dawn Divine Church grows stronger, it might even be able to rely on the unique characteristics of the great dawn heaven to create miracles, making believers even more devout. As soon as he finished speaking, before Ian could praise Leah's wisdom, Fran immediately jumped out with a displeased expression. "Butler Leah! Watch your words! What do you mean by creating miracles? All of this is originally a miracle. It is young Master Ian's great miracle." Leah was stunned for a moment, then said with a serious expression. "I misspoke. This itself is a miracle, so our Dawn Divine Church doesn't need to prove the existence of the God of Dawn to anyone." Saying this, Leah secretly glanced at Ian and said earnestly, "Only devout believers are qualified to pay homage to the great Dawn. Dawn Eternal." Seeing the people around him spontaneously clasping their hands together in murmured prayer, Ian also felt somewhat gratified. The Dawn Divine Church was finally becoming more and more like something. Although the overall look of it was still like a gang. "Is everyone ready?" Temporarily controlling the Iron Golem with blocks, Leah stood at the edge of the fence, holding a stone axe. Markov raised the stone sword in his hand high. "Father! Come on! I have now been resurrected." "Markov, if you can't use adjectives, then don't." Looking at Markov, who seemed to have taken a cold shower of blood, Leah couldn't help but feel worried. Originally, his adopted son already had a screw loose in his head, and now he had taken an arrow to the heart, although he wouldn't die, but... wasn't this what young Master Ian called being simple-minded? What was this child going to do in the future? Fortunately, young Master Ian said that Markov's simple-mindedness wasn't hereditary because he couldn't find a partner. Leah sighed, feeling melancholy for Markov's future. Removing a gap in the fence large enough for a zombie to walk through, Leah quickly retreated. He and the other knights then used the construction techniques taught by Ian to expand a small fenced area. Seeing that he had already let in a dozen zombies and skeletons and other monsters, Leah hurriedly closed the gap. One by one, "Markov, you start first." After doing all this, Leah stood to the side, watching intently. Ian himself didn't intend to have them deal with zombies and the like, after all, these things would be burned to death as soon as it was dawn. It would be good to pick up the ready-made stuff then. The zombies would die during the day, and the spiders would also be easy to clean up. Basically, Ian felt that after a comfortable sleep, he could make a monster spawner. However, Leah didn't think so. Knowing that as long as one didn't die directly in the MC world, missing arms and legs could be restored by eating. Leah immediately proposed to train the knights through battle. In his words, this was the perfect place to train soldiers. With such a world with extremely low mortality, wouldn't it be a waste to just lie around and wait to die instead of practicing knighthood with all your might? Perhaps, Leah himself also felt that Ian had done a lot of things all day today, and they didn't have much of a sense of presence, so Leah felt uncomfortable. However, what Leah said also made sense. Taking advantage of the fact that as long as one didn't die directly in the MC world, injuries could be quickly recovered, Leah didn't have to worry too much. He could completely use cramming education to make the knights of the Forbes family, who were also the only 10 knights of the Dawn Divine Church, become stronger as soon as possible. Blackwater City wasn't exactly safe. Compared to the demons, although the strength of the many monsters here was powerful, their movements were clumsy and traceable. Plus, sharing Ian's physique made them easier to deal with. Ian also taught them many MC World combat techniques, making full preparations. One by one, there was no danger. If all else failed, the Iron Golem could be released to hold the fort. Accompanied by Rizia and the others, Ian stood not far away, looking out. Noticing that Leah and the others were gradually getting better after the initial chaos, Ian also felt relieved. He went and told Leah again, telling him to pay special attention to witches and creepers, and then turned around and returned to his 2-story wooden house. Picking and choosing, he put some tools and equipment in the box, and Ian looked at the somewhat simple decoration. Strictly speaking, it couldn't even be called decoration. The podium and bookshelves left by the previous homeowner, a few glass windows, a wooden box. And then nothing. When playing MC before, it was either speedrunning or making redstone contraptions. Basically, Ian never paid attention to his residence. Now that he had personally entered the MC world, the living environment that speedrunning players valued the least had become Ian's biggest concern. This kind of house was only good for a noon nap, because living in it in the morning and evening would make you want to hang yourself. After thinking about it, he took out a notebook and wrote it down. Afterward, he would focus on selecting some believers who understood construction planning to bring in. His Holiness the Pope's private residence and church were the most important prestige projects. After thinking about these things, Ian jumped up and threw himself on the bed. Obviously, after the bed in the MC world was transformed into a real existence, it retained the characteristic of saving the respawn point, but it didn't retain the characteristic of time travel when you lay on it. But there was one characteristic that Ian liked very much. This thing induced sleep. This sleep was the most comfortable sleep Ian had had since the Forbes family had an accident. There were no dreams, all the memories were stuck on the moment when he was lying peacefully on the bed. When he opened his eyes again, it was broad daylight. Ian got up refreshed, took the equipment he would use today, and was full of thoughts about the official start of his Redstone current creation. But when he opened the door and looked out, Ian was immediately dumbfounded. The fence was still there, intact. Leah and the others were also sitting by the campfire, eating breakfast and chatting happily, each of them also unharmed. But the ground was full of dark, bottomless vertical tunnels. The Dawn village, which was still flat and spacious before he went to sleep last night, had now become a hornet's nest. Ian only felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Weren't they supposed to be killing zombies for training? Why did they all start digging holes again? And they didn't even backfill them. Chapter 17. Young Master Ian, you're awake. In the end, it was Lesia who noticed Ian first, and she hurried over with toiletries, ready to help him get cleaned up. But Ian raised his hand to stop Lesia, pointing at the ground with a dark expression. What is this mess all over the ground? We dug it. Liar also seemed a little embarrassed, clearing his throat. After cleaning up a batch of zombies and skeletons last night, we wanted to try the secret technique you taught us, young master. Then why didn't you backfill it? Do we need to fill it in? Looking at Liar's blank expression, Ian sighed. This place will be the first base of our Church of the Dawn in the future, and we will be using it for a long time, so pay attention to environmental protection. Hearing this, Liar quickly called Markov and the others to fill in the pits all over the place. Ian also washed and ate under the care of maids like Lesia and Freya. Having just arrived on the Rodri Continent, he was not used to this aristocratic life of having his clothes put on and food served. But it must be said that Ian obviously did not have a firm anti-corruption will. Take eating as an example, the mental state of being fed by a beautiful girl is vastly different from eating on your own. By the time Ian was full, Liar and the others had filled in the big pits. The village on the plain returned to its flat and wide state of yesterday. Young Master Ian, the materials dropped by the monsters that Butler Liar and the others killed last night have all been sorted and packed. Freya held a small notebook, looking at Ian with a face full of anticipation for praise. I sorted them according to the method you taught me for making boxes, young master. Ian glanced at the several large boxes neatly placed not far away, then rubbed Freya's head. Great job, Freya, you are gradually becoming familiar with the survival rules of the MC world. Hehe. Freya proudly raised her head, glancing at Lesia with a smug look in her small eyes. Also, the strings you wanted, young Master Ian, are all in that box. Hearing this, Ian quickly stepped forward and opened each box to check. It could be seen that Liar and the others must not have slept all night. There were 7 or 8 stacks of rotten flesh dropped by the zombies alone. It was estimated that they went on a killing spree. However, this thing is not very useful except for feeding dogs. At most, it can be brought back to the Rodri Continent to see if it has other uses. But in addition to the rotten flesh, there was also a stack and a half of bones, some enchanted equipment carried by the zombies, and some slime balls. Besides that, there were various useful but not very useful materials. Some of the more valuable items, such as gunpowder from creepers, were not there. Liar and the others listened to Ian very well. They resolutely did not meet with creepers. Therefore, there are still many creepers wandering aimlessly outside the village. Overall, the harvest was good. Ian nodded contentedly. Bones, slime balls, spider eyes. After a pause, Ian said directly. Forget it, move all the other materials except the rotten flesh to my room, sorted by category. As for these rotten flesh, just leave them here, I'll think about how to use them. Liar immediately called people to move things, and then said. Also, young Master Ian, there were some special circumstances last night. Special circumstances? That's right. Liar pursed his lips, a hint of amazement appearing in his eyes. We encountered a zombie riding a chicken, it was quite fast, although it was small, it almost killed Markov. So, young Master Ian, I was thinking, are the chickens in the Dawn Heaven special? Should we also breed some chicken knights? Ian was silent, and after a long time, he said quietly. You have horses but you insist on riding chickens? Are you going to play basketball? What is basketball? Ian waved his hand. Never mind, this is normal, it's good that people are okay, pay attention in the future, small zombies just run fast, if you encounter them, use the stepping stones I taught you to trap them. How was your rest last night? Lesia approached Ian. Young Master Ian, I was just about to tell you, the beds in the Dawn Heaven seem to be very special, as long as you lie on them, you can immediately enter deep sleep, and your energy recovers quickly. Can we bring some beds from the Dawn Heaven back? Ian nodded and said. Yes, there should be a lot of wool left, you also know the crafting recipe, go and make it yourself. Alright, today's work is about to begin, today's work is more important, everyone get moving. With that, Ian took out the tools he had prepared yesterday and began to instruct everyone. Markov, take this iron bucket to the lake to fetch water, make several trips, and dig a small pond in the village, fill it with water using the iron bucket. Liar, take people to open a gap in the fence and install a door, so that everyone can enter and exit easily, remember to block it again with fences or blocks at night. Otherwise, the zombies will break down the door. Everyone else, go around and collect resources, wood, food, saplings. Lesia, take this hoe and take people to plow the fields, dig small pits at intervals, this is the field construction diagram, just plow according to this. Everyone get moving. Everyone who had eaten their fill had a good spirit. Even Liar and the others who hadn't slept all night didn't feel tired. Soon, they entered the working state. Ian went to the workbench to make the tripwire hooks necessary for the string generator. He also took all the materials for making the string generator and began to choose a location in the village. After wandering around, Ian chose an open space on the west side, cleaned the blocks on the ground, and started working. Since its birth, the string generator has been developed by the gods for many years, and as a result, the string generator has evolved to a very magical stage. But the string generator that Ian knows is the kind that is more troublesome to make in the early stages. Build a shaped building 3 blocks high with blocks. Temporarily place a few blocks at a height of 3 blocks, and place 2 trapdoors, and the trapdoors must be placed facing the temporary blocks. After opening the trapdoors, you can remove the temporary blocks. Below, build a 1 block high barrier block that surrounds the shape. After doing all this, Markov also came back with water. Pour water in the middle of the 2 trapdoors and the blocks. In this way, the preliminary form framework is successful. Seeing that Markov was still curiously watching him build, Ian urged Markov to continue fetching water. Freya can watch, because Freya has a certain construction talent, at least she can copy it. Markov. Just be an honest knight. Things that require brainpower are not suitable for him. After doing all this, Ian placed the tripwire hooks on the blocks at the 2nd block height and connected the wires. Above the trapdoor, place blocks and levers. Now, the string generator is initially completed. Jumping off the string generator, many people had already gathered around, curiously watching Ian. Is it done already? Young Master Ian? I've written it all down. Freya raised her notebook and shouted excitedly. Very clever, but it still needs to be debugged. Ian rubbed Freya's head, took out scissors, and cut the wire on the left. Immediately, he raised his head and activated the lever. As the trapdoor lifted, the water flowed out instantly, collapsing the wire connected to the tripwire hook. A string fell down. But after waiting for a while, Ian didn't see any other strings produced. Sighing, he understood in his heart that this string generator had failed. "Young Master Ian, is it not working?" Freya stared thoughtfully at the flowing water. "It failed." Ian nodded slightly, and then smiled. "But this situation is usually easy to solve." With that, Ian removed the blocks above and changed the direction of the blocks and levers. This time, he cut the wire on the right again. After the adjustment was completed, pull down the lever. In an instant, the surrounding people looked at the tripwire hook in disbelief. Pure white strings were flying out continuously. In just a moment, a pile had fallen to the ground. In a matter of minutes, one string was replicated dozens of times. Chapter 18. The group stood in front of the string generator, silent for a long time. After a long while, Lesia said blankly, "This is the string generator you've been wanting to make, young Master Ian. Where do these strings actually come from?" Whether it was the continuously produced string or the endless source of water, it opened everyone's eyes. It is said that the longer you stay in a place, the more you understand and integrate into the local customs. But the MC world doesn't seem to work that way. The longer Lesia stayed here, the more blurred her understanding of the world became. Water. Could it be that it's inherently endless, and something that can hang in the sky? A small iron bucket that looks like it can only hold so much, can it hold so much inexhaustible water? And where does this string actually come from? Could it really be copied out of thin air? Lesia turned into 100,000 whys again. Spinning and taking off in place is one thing, it is said that some powerful mages in the Rodri Continent can also fly. Trees growing in the air is one thing. Legend has it that the ancient tree of life in the elven forest is rooted in a lake. Drilling underground, healing from serious injuries. These are outrageous, but acceptable. But this string generator, is it really endlessly producing? Even if the Rodri Continent is barbaric, and still a Western fantasy world, it can't ignore the law of conservation of energy, right? Young Master Ian. Lesia pursed her lips and looked at Ian blankly. "Don't ask, just say it's the Dawn's blessing." Ian immediately raised his hand to stop Lesia from asking further. He was joking, he hadn't figured out why after playing with electrical currents for so long. Did she expect him to be able to explain it clearly? Just like many Redstone technologies that Ian mastered, he doesn't need to know why, he just needs to understand that doing this will yield results. Ian is a typical pragmatist. The string generator, and even the many technologies of electrical currents, are, to put it bluntly, game bugs that some big shots figured out when they had nothing to do. Bugs are also a characteristic of the MC world. In the end, it all comes down to one sentence. Why do you care so much? Isn't it enough that it's useful? The bug designed by the programmer must have its own reasons. Alright, never mind these things. Lesia, bring people here to make some boxes to collect the string. I have a great use for it. If there was more iron, he could make a hopper, so he wouldn't have to stand here collecting it himself like an idiot. Unfortunately, iron is also a scarce resource now. So, the next stage goal is the iron generator. Ian clapped his hands, and Lesia's eyes lit up, looking at Ian expectantly. Young Master Ian, can the iron generator produce iron endlessly out of thin air, like the string generator? Of course, otherwise why would it be called a generator? Getting Ian's affirmative answer, Lesia was overjoyed. That's great. Now our Dawn Church will have a massive amount of iron ore. Whether it's for the military or civilian use, it's too important for the development of Blackwater City and the Dawn Church. Looking at the hopping Lesia, Ian smiled. To be honest, the iron generator that Ian made was the most unsuccessful. Often, due to different game versions, there are different ways to make iron generators. However, considering that Ian's MC world has no version divisions, perhaps it will be easier to make. But now, the priority of the iron generator has to be put on hold for a while. Having a string generator only means that the most important first step of electrical current has been opened, which is equivalent to having your own source of goods and your own industry. And next, it's time to find a sucker to receive these strings. He made a wooden bucket next to the workbench, and Ian went to the house where the villagers were held. As an electrical current player, the favorite villagers are definitely the fisherman and the Fletcher. Because these two guys both collect string. However, the fisherman collects string more efficiently, and the Fletcher's tool crafting table is more troublesome to make. It requires flint. Ian doesn't have flint yet, he'll wait a while and go to the lake to find gravel to dig some up. The Fletcher is also a very important profession in the early stage of electrical current. Not only can you exchange string for emeralds, but in the later stage, you can also trade various effect arrows and enchanted bows. Coincidentally, Ian also plans to arm Rial and the others as archer knights. The demons on the Rodri Continent are naturally physically strong. If a war really breaks out, the mortality rate of melee knights is very high. Elven archers and mages tend to preserve a lot of living strength. Breaking open the mud blocking the door, Ian walked out carrying a villager, and blocked it back casually. The latest and fastest novels are here. Next to the 3 professional villagers who were locked up, Ian found a place to make a building that restricted the fisherman's movement. This is finally a success. Young Master Ian, are you treating these villagers like this? Won't they really resist? Finally, Lesia couldn't help but ask. Ian said casually. No, they have no wisdom. All right, don't worry about these things, give me the string. Lesia quickly handed Ian a stack of string. The efficiency of the string generator is very high. In such a short time, it has already produced more than a stack. At this rate, it should drop hundreds of stacks a day. It seems like a lot, but in fact, after a while, exchanging string with the fisherman, 1 stack may not be able to exchange for an emerald. Villagers will also raise prices to regulate the market. Greedy merchant. Ian cursed, looking at the price of 4 fish for 1 emerald in the transaction panel, wishing he could punch a hole through the fisherman. The most important thing is that this guy doesn't even have the option to exchange string. Ian could only dismantle the wooden bucket, forcibly forcing the fisherman to lose his job, and then re-employ. After repeating this several times, Ian finally saw the option he wanted to exchange string for emeralds. 20 strings for 1 emerald, although it doesn't change the villager's greedy merchant nature, it doesn't matter. Ian's string comes faster than robbery. The fisherman's role, for Ian, is only to farm emeralds. Ian doesn't look at other transactions. After exchanging a stack of string and getting 3 emeralds, Ian didn't continue to farm in a hurry. Taking out the emeralds, compared to the unremarkable emeralds in the game, the real emeralds exuded a dazzling treasure light. As soon as they were taken out, they attracted the attention of Lesia and Freya. It can be seen that the little girls really like this kind of shiny thing. Just like dragons. Here. Ian smiled and handed Lesia and Freya 1 emerald each. Young Master Ian. Lesia was stunned. This is the first emerald we got in the MC world. It has a very important commemorative significance. 1 for each of the 3 of us. Lesia looked at Ian with some emotion. How can this be? Young Master Ian, this thing looks very precious at first glance. You collected it with so much effort. Even if it's put in the royal capital, I'm afraid it can be exchanged for thousands of gold coins. Then, Lesia gave a long speech about how difficult it is for Blackwater City to develop, persuading Ian to save money. But I understand the reasoning. Ian pursed his lips, looking at Lesia with a complicated expression. But next time you say these big truths, can you let go first? I'll give you the emerald, you don't have to snatch it. Chapter 19. Strictly speaking, the moment we found the village in the MC world, the living current was on the right track. And the creation of the string farm was like Watt's improvement of the steam engine, marking the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. We use the endless strings to convert into emeralds, the common currency of the MC world, to build a long-term, stable, friendly, and harmonious trading system with the villagers. With the exchange of a large number of emeralds, what comes is enchanted equipment and finished resources that can be obtained without mining or painstaking enchanting. After the string farm is completed, the next steps are villager breeding, iron farms, villager trading centers, automated farms and pastures, and so on. Fortunately, Ian still knows a little bit about the steps mentioned above. These are enough for the early development of Blackwater City and the MC world. In the following time, Ian gathered enough materials for 5 more string farms to maintain high-power string production. In just a few hours, he had collected 3 stacks of emeralds, and the fisherman villager also successfully reached max level. What's next, young Master Ian? After putting the emeralds in Ian's house, Liar ran back full of energy. Next. Ian looked at the sun on the horizon. Currently, they don't need to mine with the living current. The village in the plains is a good base location, and Ian doesn't plan to change locations for development in the short term. The villager breeding center, iron farm, and other buildings are not in a hurry. On the contrary, seeing that Liar and the others are almost forgetting about Blackwater City, this is what Ian needs to adjust the most. No matter how good the MC world is, Blackwater City, as the main base, will not change. The MC world matters are temporarily over, but Blackwater City still needs to be settled. Thinking of this, Ian turned around. Let's go back first. Unsurprisingly, Rizia and the others were very unhappy when they heard they were going back. What Ian rolled his eyes unhappily. What, are you going to abandon Blackwater City? Let the citizens of Blackwater City, let the newly recruited believers fend for themselves. The Church of the Dawn doesn't need to develop. The revenge for being driven out doesn't need to be taken. There are still many things to do in the Rodri Continent. Don't be too obsessed with the MC world, there should be a limit to playing games. Ian's reprimand made everyone hang their heads dejectedly. Seeing this, Ian didn't continue to lecture and waved his hand. All right, go pack your things. Take anything you want to take, Rizia, take people to plant all the cultivated farmland with wheat seeds. Liar, take all those arrows, I made some bows and arrows in my box, each of you take one. Bring enough food and other things by group, and everyone should bring at least 1 stack of stone blocks. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone scattered. Ian also went to pack up the things he wanted to take away, although he estimated that the next time he came would be at night or tomorrow. But he always had to bring some emergency supplies, and Blackwater City also needed construction, so he should bring back as many resources from the MC world as possible to save up. To prepare for future construction. Before long, everyone packed their things and returned to Ian. Ian didn't say anything, and called for the MC world gate in his heart. He only felt a moment of as when he came, and when he came back to his senses, he was already in Ian's bedroom. The MC world gate still emitted a faint dazzling light, which was soul-stirring. But everyone didn't pay much attention to this at this time. Liar clenched his fists a little uneasily and sighed faintly. The surging power was gone, but fortunately, the backpack panel could still be summoned. This can be considered a free spatial ability. Hiss! Suddenly, Markov hissed and gasped, and when everyone looked over, this guy smiled embarrassedly while covering his bloody left hand. I just wanted to test if I was dreaming, after all, today's experience is too dreamlike. Ian silently looked at Markov's almost bone-deep wound and sighed. Bandage this idiot. Liar glared at Markov, then turned to say. Young Master Ian, what do we do next? Sitting on the sofa, Ian supported his face and thought for a while, then said softly. You go to the gate of the city lord's mansion to recruit believers, the standard is still 500 people, and the slogan is the same, come back when you have recruited enough. Then, gather the believers in the afternoon. As the Pope of the Church of the Dawn, I should also meet them and plan the development of the Church of the Dawn. After that, inspect the city defense and army of Blackwater City, and survey the surrounding area to see if there are any magical beasts and scattered demons. There are not many things to do, but they are all very important. Liar nodded to show that he understood. He knew this aspect very well, it was still the egg and bread temptation. But this time, having seen the MC world, Liar was not worried about not being able to fulfill his promise. Before long, Liar changed into a new red cardinal robe and walked out of the castle with his head held high, accompanied by Markov and another knight. As the only remaining cardinal of the Church of the Dawn, he, Liar, also had to have style. Ian was planning to order Rizia and the others to replace all the beds and torches in the castle. Harlan, the knight who had just gone out, hurried back. He looked anxious and sweaty. "Young Master Ian. Something bad happened. The gate is full of Blackwater City citizens. The gate of the City Lord's mansion is blocked. What's going on? A riot?" Rizia's face sank as she stared at Harlan. "No, it shouldn't be, it doesn't look like it," Harlan said with a bitter face. "In short, you should go and see for yourself. Young Master Ian. The latest novels are first published at..." Rizia looked at Ian worriedly, the latter pondered for a moment, then smiled confidently. "Bring me my papal robe. Young Master Ian, it's too dangerous." "It's nothing." Ian glanced at Rizia with a smile, meaningfully saying. "After coming back, my physique has not completely disappeared." Immediately, Rizia said nothing. Having shared Ian's physique, she understood what kind of terrifying power it was. Even if only a small part was shared, Ian's strength was not comparable to Liar's. In this way, it was natural that no one in Blackwater City, this small border town, could threaten Ian. "Sir, can we really get eggs and bread if we believe in the Church of the Dawn? Can I get an advance on next month's eggs and bread? I haven't eaten anything for 5 days. Just give me a sip of water. I haven't had water for 2 days. Sir, I am a devout believer of the Church of the Dawn, let me join the church first." In front of the City Lord's mansion, the preaching stall that no one had visited yesterday was already surrounded by people. Liar understood that the skinny citizens in front of him were all here for the eggs and bread. Blackwater City was located in the northern wilderness, and it was the height of summer, and it hadn't rained for 3 months, and there was a severe drought. The crops were gone, and the water was gone. If it weren't for the Church of the Dawn's declaration of eggs and bread, I'm afraid there would be no hope for the people in this city to survive. Precisely because he knew this, even if he knew that these people didn't believe in the Dawn, they were just after small advantages, Liar didn't want to speak harshly. They just wanted to survive. But now that these people were surrounding here, not only were they interfering with the Church of the Dawn's recruitment work, but after a long time, Liar was also worried that there would be a riot. It was dry and hot, people's hearts were restless, and it was easiest to cause trouble. After thinking about it, Liar still mustered up his strength and shouted loudly. "Believers of the Dawn! Don't be impatient, lest the demons take advantage of the situation. Stand firm, hold on to your faith, the Dawn will surely send down protection, give you food, give you nectar." But this statement could not make the citizens who were surrounding here calm down. Talking about these things after eating enough was a study of high art. But hearing this while still hungry was 3 words. Empty talk. The people here couldn't even get a sip of water, so where did they have the time to listen to these nonsense? Immediately, the citizens became more and more restless. "We want to see the City Lord," someone shouted first, and then, after a brief silence, a unified and loud shout broke out here. "We want to see the City Lord." The previous City Lord said that good days would come when the new City Lord came, and the previous City Lord also said that good days would come when this City Lord came. "You don't care about our lives at all. Dragging on today, dragging on tomorrow, dragging on the day after tomorrow. When will we be able to eat and drink enough? That's right. Rather than being half dead from thirst and hunger every day, I would rather die at the hands of the demons and be done with it. We want to see the City Lord. We want food. We want water. We don't want any bullshit church." Liar's heart sank, and his eyes swept across the crowd. At this time, the city defense army of Blackwater City had also arrived, but they all looked skinny, also victims of the drought. At this time, they had no intention of maintaining order at all, and some people even mixed in with the crowd and shouted together. When Markov heard that someone was belittling the Church of the Dawn at this time, he was already unhappy. He tightly gripped the great sword in his hand, and his fierce eyes swept across the crowd. But after looking and looking, he didn't know who was shouting. Finally, when the preaching stall was about to be overturned, heavy footsteps came from the city lord's mansion. "I heard, someone is insulting the Dawn." Chapter 20. The tightly shut gates of the city lord's mansion swung open with a bang. Immediately following, Ian, clad in a gold and white interwoven, spacious and long papal robe, and wearing a golden papal crown, stepped out first. Behind him, on one side were Laisha and the others, all dressed in black and white nuns' habits, and on the other side were heavily built, stern-looking armored knights. Ian heavily slammed the golden scepter in his hand onto the ground, instantly scattering gravel. A sacred and majestic aura swept across the field, instantly silencing the rioting populace. Many of the citizens who had already approached the entrance of the city lord's mansion even retreated a distance. Markov snorted and followed Leal back to Ian's side, standing at the forefront of the papal knights' ranks. "Your Holiness." Leal deeply understood the principle of addressing people by their titles when working, and bowed with his hand on his chest, his face full of reverence. "I apologize for failing to meet your expectations." "It doesn't matter, Bishop Leal, the Dawn sect forgives its devout and loyal children." Ian raised his scepter and placed it on Leal's left shoulder with a kind and compassionate expression. Watching the Blackwater City citizens who were clearly intimidated, Ian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was worth spending half a day honing his Stanislavski acting theory system in front of the mirror before coming out. The effect is very good. He is now the #1 charlatan on the Rodri Continent. "Thank you for your mercy, may the Dawn be eternal." Leal performed a set of incomprehensible rituals, which made the citizens even more stunned. Their hearts inexplicably gained a bit more trust in the Dawn Church. This is the crushing power of style. In Ian's evangelistic theory, it is about creating sufficiently cumbersome rules and rituals that are not very useful. Complicating a simple matter. This is the advanced sense of mysticism. "Young Master Ian, someone is instigating." In full view of everyone, Leal walked back to Ian's side with a face full of honor, and whispered, avoiding everyone's eyes. Ian's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not express his position. He just rested the scepter on the ground and looked at the densely packed citizens with his aura fully activated. After a long time, Ian said in a gentle tone, "Believers of the Dawn, people of Blackwater, hello, allow me to introduce myself for the first time. I am the Pope of the Dawn Church, and also the Lord of Blackwater City, Ian Forbes. I am the walker chosen by the Dawn, to spread its good name and glory. I am also the head of the Dawn Church family, a father and also a mother." Speaking of this, Ian paused, then opened his arms, his face full of compassion. "Ignorant but pitiful people, the Dawn loves you all equally. Those who love him, hate him, respect him, fear him. He does not hesitate to bestow love. He knows what you have encountered, but darkness shrouds, and it is difficult for the Dawn to descend. If you have any grievances or sorrows, tell me everything, and I will use the Dawn, in the name of the Father, to lead you out of the maze." Ian had been preparing this speech for a long time, but he didn't expect to use it today. As for the effect, it was quite good. The citizens were fooled, and even Laisha and the others looked at Ian with their hands clasped in worship. It seems that he does have a talent for being a charlatan. Ian couldn't help but feel a little complacent. "We don't want anything, we just want a promise. We don't understand anything about Dawn or no Dawn. All we know is that every city lord who comes here says they will let us live. But every generation fails to do so. My father starved to death. When will you let us have food and water?" This sentence, which floated out from nowhere, immediately made Ian narrow his eyes slightly. But immediately afterwards, like a powder keg being lit, the surrounding citizens of Blackwater City exploded. "We don't care about any Dawn. We just want to be full and have enough to drink." "That's right. What about the promised egg bread? We're about to starve to death, who cares about your Dawn or no Dawn? You nobles don't want to care about us at all, you just say some big words to fool us. Letting us wait to die. We're not doing it anymore. We want food." In an instant, the citizens of Blackwater City were in an uproar again, and more city defense troops joined in. Ian sneered in his heart. As the old saying goes, you can always trust the power of the people, but at the same time, never trust the wisdom of the people. The human heart is inherently unpredictable. Fortunately, Ian plays the role of creating gods. Looking at the more excited citizens, Ian gently tapped the ground with his scepter. The next moment, the sound of a dozen or so bows being drawn to their full extent rang out at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Laisha and the others on both sides behind Ian had already bent their bows like full moons. This really startled the people of Blackwater City. Archers. Not to mention in Blackwater City, this small border town, even in the entire country of the Bilka Principality, there are no more than 100 archers. They are all treasures of the royal family, only responsible for protecting the royal family. After all, in the barbaric and backward Rodri Continent, ranged attacks such as bows and arrows are quite precious. Only the elven race can produce a large number of archers. The newest novels are first published. Faced with the crisis of life and death, the hot-blooded emotions of the Blackwater City citizens were instantly doused with cold water and settled down. At this time, Ian said leisurely, "Children of Blackwater City, I know you are bewitched by evil demons and acted impulsively. But fighting will only please the evil demons and make the Dawn weep. Please believe in the Dawn Church. Under the benevolence of the Dawn, there will be eggs, and there will be bread. But remember, the Dawn does not like children who do not work for their gains. As the saying goes, force is to make fools listen to reason calmly." Although the words are crude, under the threat of 19 bows and arrows, the citizens of Blackwater City honestly communicated in low voices. After a while, they pushed out an old man with white hair. Leaning on a cane, he tremblingly walked to Ian. He glanced at the bow and arrow with some fear, then lowered his head and said softly, "This, Your Holiness. We are also forced to do so. If we were not really unable to survive, who would be willing to risk their heads to cause trouble?" Ian waved his hand and asked Leal and the others to put away their bows and arrows. Then he said calmly, "I know you, a believer who joined the Dawn Church yesterday. What do you want to say?" The old man smiled bitterly and said humbly, "Your Holiness, you don't know, before you, 4 city lords have been replaced in just 3 months. Every city lord has said that they will let the citizens of Blackwater City live, but in the end, they all leave directly after continuously collecting taxes and plundering wealth. Blackwater City has had no rain for 3 months. Under the severe drought, there is no harvest. At present, there are countless people starving and dying of thirst in the city. If we were not really desperate, who would be willing to put down their faces to ask for food?" After speaking, the old man quietly glanced at the thoughtful Ian. He hurriedly said again, "Your Holiness, we don't ask for egg bread, as long as we have something to eat and drink, even if it is tree roots or swill, as long as it is enough for us to survive, it is enough." Ian was silent. A very simple idea. In the end, the citizens of Blackwater City are not wrong. They are just afraid of being tossed around by the previous city lords. They finally see hope and want to take a gamble. Unfortunately, the more this is the case, the easier it is to be exploited. "Your Holiness, you said that the Dawn will protect us." The old man gritted his teeth and said hesitantly, "But if this continues, how can everyone survive until the beginning of next month? If the Dawn really exists, can you please show a miracle and save his poor children?" Ian looked around at the citizens of Blackwater City gathered here, all staring at him expectantly. The Dawn Church is their last hope. However, this just happens to coincide with Ian's plan. Taking advantage of this incident, the Dawn Church can completely establish itself deeply in the hearts of the citizens of Blackwater City. "Your Holiness." Seeing that Ian didn't speak, the old man continued to speak with a bitter face. But Ian raised his hand and pressed it down with a gentle smile. "I understand your demands. Although the Dawn does not like those who do not work for their gains, it cannot bear to see its citizens die." Speaking, Ian raised his voice. "I know that you all have doubts about the Dawn Church, and you do not trust the existence of the Dawn. However, this is not important, the Dawn loves you. As the Pope, the father of the Dawn believers, next, I will convey the Dawn's compassion and bestow upon you the Dawn's protection. Chapter 21. Let the citizens gathered at the entrance of the city lord's mansion make way. Ian led Liar and the others to the middle of the open space. On the way, Ian quietly glanced at Liar. With their tacit understanding, Liar naturally understood Ian's meaning. His gaze swept across the crowd, as if searching for something. Before long, Ian stopped and, in full view of everyone, took out a set of stone blocks. However, in the eyes of the Blackwater City citizens, Ian was just holding a strange little stone. Many people were still whispering, full of doubts about the Dawn God cult that Ian mentioned. It was just that they didn't dare to amplify these voices in the face of a dozen bows and arrows. But the next moment, all these whispers stopped. All the citizens looked at Ian in astonishment. With one step, a stone staircase naturally formed under his feet for him to step on. Perfectly natural, a neatly cubic meter of stone appeared out of thin air on the ground. Countless eyes were staring, but no one knew where this thing came from. As if, "It's the Dawn!" someone exclaimed and immediately knelt on the ground. "The Dawn is showing its holiness. Support the Pope!" As Ian continued to move forward, another identical cubic meter of stone, with completely similar textures, appeared out of thin air. And this time, it was even more outrageous. One side of this stone was seamlessly connected to the first stone. The remaining part was almost entirely rooted in the air, just supporting Ian in mid-air. Ian still had a compassionate and gentle smile on his face, holding a golden scepter in one hand and grabbing a stone block with the other. Amidst countless dumbfounded gazes, he stepped forward again. Like the second stone, another stone appeared. Completely rooted in the air. Following closely were the fourth, fifth, and sixth stones. Repeatedly, until the ninth stone was placed, Ian had already stood above everyone's heads. The stones seemed to form a staircase leading to heaven. In the eyes of the Blackwater City citizens, it was carrying Ian, step by step, towards the sun. Until this moment, countless people looked up at Ian standing on the completely floating stones. The sun seemed to be shining above his head. The radiance was dazzling, causing many people to uncontrollably shed tears. "Dawn! This is the Dawn!" As the first person came back to his senses and exclaimed, more and more people knelt on the ground like harvested wheat. Liar and the others still maintained their holy swindler smiles. This was also taught by Ian, who called it the self-cultivation of an actor. However, looking at the increasing number of believers kneeling around and praying for the Dawn's blessing, Liar and the others couldn't help but rejoice. The Dawn God cult had finally gained a firm foothold. "Young Master Ian!" Laisha put her hands together, looking at Ian in the sky with adoration, muttering softly. "Playing the divine manifestation so skillfully, young Master Ian, you still say you are not the god of Dawn." But in fact, Ian's Dawn manifestation operation was not over yet. Seeing that the height was almost right, Ian first looked down at the direction in the crowd where there was obvious commotion. Then he took out a bucket of water. "Draw infinite holy water to relieve the people's suffering. Fall!" He shouted mysteriously and dumped the bucket of water along the edge of the stone. The next moment, in the eyes of countless people, the heavenly ladder high in the sky gave birth to rootless water out of thin air, rolling down. But strangely, its descending speed was infuriatingly slow. Almost maintaining a uniform speed, falling down section by section. Until it landed, the water column spread out in all directions in full view of everyone. In the blink of an eye, it filled the nearby ground. The water quality was crystal clear. Even if it fell on the soil of Blackwater City, it was still crystal clear and unstained. While everyone was stunned, Ian jumped down and landed directly in the water. Laisha almost couldn't help but exclaim, but seeing that Ian was fine and still smiling, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ian looked down at the water. Obviously, the characteristic of no damage upon landing was also preserved. However, now was not the time to talk about this. Looking at the Blackwater City citizens who were already kneeling and looking at him with astonishment, Ian said loudly, "On behalf of the Dawn, I bestow blessings and sweet rain upon you to temporarily relieve your urgent needs. This water is the holy water of Dawn, inexhaustible, inexhaustible, endless, and everlasting. All the citizens of my Blackwater city can come and take it. Whether it is for drinking or irrigation, it is all possible." After saying that, Ian looked at the old man before and smiled softly. "How is it now?" The old man looked dazedly at the clear water source pouring down from the sky, and tremblingly approached to scoop up a handful and drink it. He had never drunk such sweet water. Moreover, when people stretched out their hands to touch it, the water did not ripple, and when the water touched the soil, it did not become turbid. At this moment, many people were eagerly devouring it, but the water source did not decrease. Now, those who were still wavering and thinking about the existence of the Dawn God cult instantly became believers of the Dawn God cult. If stepping on stone steps to ascend to the sky could be explained by a magician, then this endless, unstained holy water could not be done by magic. The old man was immediately filled with tears and turned around to kneel on the ground piously and respectfully. The newest novels are first published here. Dawn is merciful. The Pope is benevolent. Thank the Dawn and the Pope for giving us the hope to live. With this inexhaustible water, we can irrigate our crops and seek a way out. Dawn bless. May my Lord Dawn live forever." This time, everyone around was awakened. Many people immediately crawled to the old man's side and knelt down repeatedly. "Dawn eternal! Dawn eternal! Please forgive my ignorance, Pope. From now on, I will only be a Dawn disciple. I am willing to bring endless glory to my Dawn God cult with my life. Pope, please let me join the Dawn God cult. Please." Ian and Liar exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Now, the Dawn God cult has been established in Blackwater City. In the future, they may not know who the city lord is, but the Dawn God cult. As long as this endless water is still there, the Dawn God cult will always be in the hearts of the believers. At this moment, Liar finally understood the power of faith that Ian spoke of. This was indeed a means of control far superior to the aristocratic rule of the ignorant masses. Politics will only force people to submit, but faith can make people risk their lives to actively pursue it. Looking at the state of these citizens, I am afraid that many people are willing to fight on the battlefield for the Dawn God cult. The power of faith! Truly terrifying! Liar exclaimed in his heart, but couldn't help but smile. Ian held the scepter and said gently, "The Dawn will not forget its children, just like this endless sweet rain. Eggs will be available, and bread will also be available. The Dawn will surely bring you a better life." As Ian finished speaking, there was another series of prayers for the eternity of the Dawn. After a while, Ian waved his hand. "Everyone has been suffering from the drought for a long time. Now that you have sweet rain, let's solve personal problems first. The work of the Dawn God cult to recruit believers is still continuing. Sign up in front of the city lord's mansion. There are 500 places every day. In the short term, it will not be closed, so everyone can rest assured. As long as you do not betray the Dawn will do its best to protect everyone." Hearing this, the old man, the representative of the Blackwater City citizens, was moved to tears. Kneeling on the ground, he cried loudly, "Dawn is merciful, the Pope is merciful. Such a merciful Dawn God cult, I actually had such impure thoughts before. I deserve to die. I am sorry for the Dawn and the Pope's love. Good. A great opportunity to buy people's hearts." Ian's eyes lit up and he quickly stepped forward to help the old man up. "Don't say that." Ian's face was full of love. "The Dawn will not be angry with its own children. Moreover, you were also bewitched and used by the evil demons." "Evil demons?" The old man was stunned for a moment, and said worriedly, "Pope, is it the demon race?" "No." Ian's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he slowly raised his head to sweep over several specific directions. "It is a group of evil demons who are even more insidious and vicious than the demon race. These evil demons live in people's hearts." Chapter 22. Bishop Leal. Ian straightened up, the scepter gently tapping the ground. Instantly, Leal and Markov led their men, charging out like tigers into a flock of sheep. In the ensuing silence, the sound of bones breaking mingled with screams. Before long, 7 or 8 wailing individuals were dragged out. Judging by the extent of their joint contortions, their limbs had likely been broken. The citizens of Blackwater City were startled, but glancing at the endless water still pouring from the sky, they puffed out their chests and stared at Ian with fervent eyes. His Holiness the Pope is merciful and gentle, this action must have a deeper meaning. That's right. Maybe these people are infiltrating demons. The light of dawn won't mistake its own children. The rising whispers stunned Leal and the others. Shouldn't they be the ones offering these comforting words? How could the citizens be giving themselves a way out? Faith. Could it be so terrifying? Could it so quickly poison a person's perception like a drug? At that moment, Leal and the others gained a new understanding of the power of faith. Looking at the wailing people on the ground, a cold glint flashed in Ian's eyes. Of all times for something to happen in Blackwater City, why did it have to be on the third day after the Forbes family arrived? Ian didn't believe no one was stirring things up in the dark. He instructed Markov and the others to lift their heads, facing the citizens of Blackwater City. Everyone, think carefully. Have you ever seen these people before? The citizens of Blackwater City looked at each other. After a long while, the old man from before tremblingly stepped forward. Supported by others, he walked around in front of the group, then exclaimed in surprise. Your Holiness, strange. The old man pointed at the group. I've lived in Blackwater City for over 20 years. I wouldn't say I know everyone, but anyone from Blackwater City should be at least somewhat familiar. But these few. Case closed. Ian nodded slightly and said softly. These people are puppets controlled by the evil demons. Evil demons are more terrifying than succubi. They infiltrate the hearts of people, silently inciting them to fight and shed blood. It is these evil demons that caused everyone to lose control for a moment, committing such acts. Hearing this, the crowd recalled the events and exclaimed in astonishment. That's right. It's him. I remember, this guy was the first to speak ill of the Great Light of Dawn. This guy also belittled the Great Church of the Light of Dawn. Damn evil demons! You almost harmed us. Slandering the Church of the Light of Dawn, slandering the Pope, execute them! Execute them! Execute them! A wave of indignation rose. Ian smiled without a word. For the citizens of Blackwater City, having confirmed the existence of the Light of Dawn, they would naturally think of their earlier doubts about the gods. In their panic, they would naturally find scapegoats to blame in order to exonerate themselves. This was human nature. Ian beckoned, and Markov and the others escorted the group back to the city lord's mansion. He then put on a compassionate expression. The Light of Dawn will not blame everyone for being bewitched by the evil demons. As long as everyone is steadfast in their faith in the Light of Dawn, neither evil demons nor demons can harm you. As for these people, the Light of Dawn is merciful and willing to give them a chance, to exorcise the demons from them, so that they may be reborn. With that, Ian raised the scepter high. In the sunlight, the scepter radiated golden holy light. Children of the Light of Dawn, stand firm in your faith, follow in the footsteps of the Light of Dawn, and one day, you will see the Light of Dawn and enjoy eternal peace. Long live the Light of Dawn! With that, Ian, amid the roaring prayers of Long live the Light of Dawn, instructed Leal to continue presiding over the recruitment ceremony. He then took Lesia and the others back to the city lord's mansion. At the edge of the crowd, a girl dressed in a large black robe covering her entire body gazed at Ian. The girl didn't look fat, her face pale, and just looking at her face, she had a frail beauty. But the body shrouded in the black robe was even wider than Markov's burly frame, which was indeed a bit strange. She looked up in shock at the rain falling from the sky. After a long while, the girl clasped her hands together and, like the other citizens, prayed devoutly. Then, she took out a water bag and lined up to fetch water. On the other side, entering the castle within the city lord's mansion, closing the door, and isolating the noise outside, Ian casually took off the crown and handed it, along with the scepter, to Lesia beside him. Sitting on the sofa, Ian gracefully cut the roasted steak in front of him. Young Master Ian, those people? Lesia asked in a low voice. Harlan, torture them. Yes. Young Master Ian. Harlan's mouth cracked into a bloodthirsty arc as he took those people to the dungeon. Markov leaned close to Ian's ear and whispered. Young Master Ian, Blackwater City has big problems. I noticed just now that after the Blackwater City riot, the city defense army didn't maintain order at all, and some people even participated in it. Should I take people to? Markov made a cutting motion at his neck. He wasn't joking. Although the Blackwater City Defense Army had a military name, it only had 300 people at most. The most powerful knight among them wasn't even as strong as anyone Ian could casually pick here. Plus, the resources brought from the MC world. Not to mention anything else, just taking the longbows weighing hundreds of kilograms in their hands could slaughter the city defense army in minutes. Ian said indifferently. Not for now. Although the Church of the Light of Dawn has now firmly established a foothold, suddenly creating such a slaughter will frighten the believers. Lesia frowned. But such a city defense army. Ian picked up a piece of steak, paused. Investigate and see who they met before today's riot. Make a record of those with problems. In a few days, have them go and encircle the remaining demons and monsters in the western forest. Lesia's eyes flashed, and she said softly. What if they don't want to? Then it's not up to them. Ian sneered. The faith in the Church of the Light of Dawn is booming. In a few days, after seeing more miracles, Blackwater City will become an impregnable land of faith for the Church of the Light of Dawn. Those who violate the command of the Light of Dawn are heretics. The existence of heretics may affect the descent of the miracles of the Light of Dawn. Spread this news, and the believers will solve everything. Hearing this, Lesia and the others thought about the fanatical gaze of the believers they had seen today and couldn't help but feel a chill. The power of faith is the sharpest knife and the most poisonous poison. But thinking about it from another perspective, issuing government orders in the name of the Church is probably more effective than the City Lord's Mansion's orders. Controlling faith is more effective than controlling policies. Lesia and the others fell into deep thought. The significance of the Church of the Light of Dawn seemed to be more powerful than they had imagined. Ian slowly finished the steak in front of him and took the water Franny handed him to rinse his mouth. Undeniably, this method of manipulating faith was insidious and malicious. But it was very useful. If he could grasp the right measure, it would indeed allow Blackwater City to develop faster. At this time, Harlan returned quickly with a bloody smell. Young Master Ian, they confessed. Oh! Ian leaned back on the sofa with a playful smile. It seems they are more soft-boiled than I thought. Harlan scratched his head and smiled honestly. Actually, young Master Ian. They were very proactive. I hadn't even started torturing them when they confessed immediately. They said everything in detail, only asking me at the end whether the Light of Dawn could still forgive them and protect them after their repentance. Ian raised an eyebrow, curious. What did you say? Harlan grinned. I sent them to see the Light of Dawn directly. Chapter 23. West of Blackwater City lies Treant Town. Inside a resplendent castle, two portly nobles in lavish attire were tearing apart roasted beast meat with utter disregard for decorum. The grey-haired man narrowed his eyes slightly, caressing the sapphire on his gold ring. Calculating the time, things should have started in Blackwater City by now, right? Perhaps it's already over. The other, a blonde, fat noble, chuckled. Can it succeed? Don't let that little bastard run away again. A trace of sinister intent flashed in the grey-haired noble's eyes as he added. That old codger is quite strong. Last time, during the ambush outside Songlan City, he resolved it single-handedly, otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Rest assured, there's definitely no problem this time. The blonde noble smiled confidently, pulling over a maidservant and running his greasy hand over her body. That old codger is just like that old geezer Forbes, full of womanly kindness. When facing those lowly commoners, he can't even grip his sword tightly. Once the riot starts, that old codger and his adopted son will be separated from the commoners. To ensure absolute success, I also had people contact the Blackwater City Defense Force. If necessary, they will also step in to stop others. In the surging crowd, they will all be scattered, and then we can deal with that little bastard. The blonde noble made a cutting motion across his neck and laughed heartily. Then, we can rest easy. Hearing this, the grey-haired noble couldn't help but relax his brow, a hint of relief on his face. Keep the few maids beside that little bastard. My son has been longing for them for a long time. As he spoke, the grey-haired noble sneered. Just a few lowly maids. I tried to buy them from that short-lived ghost before, but he wouldn't sell and even righteously accused me. For the sake of a few wenches, he actually insulted a noble. Serves him right for dying early. This time, bring those wenches back, and I will personally train them. The blonde noble chuckled. Don't worry, as long as that little bastard dies, the Forbes family's last inheritance will be ours. Just a few maids. Perhaps he was too excited, as the blonde noble's grip unconsciously tightened. The maidservant cried out, and the tray in her hands clattered to the ground, shattering the glass cup into pieces. For a moment, the area fell silent. Coming back to her senses, the maidservant was horrified and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Lord, spare me! Lord, spare me! The blonde noble glanced at the colorful shards of glass shimmering under the sunlight and waved his hand with a smile. It's okay, clean it up and leave. Thank you, Lord. The maidservant trembled as she crawled over. The next moment, a sinister gust of wind struck from above. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled thud, a headless corpse lay on the ground. The blonde noble smiled as he pulled out a handkerchief, wiping the scarlet blood from his hand. In short, this arrangement is foolproof. We just need to wait for the good news from over there. Once that little bastard dies, we'll officially move into Songlan City. When that time comes, I'll host a banquet at my mansion. You must honor me with your presence. The grey-haired noble smiled as he raised his glass in a distant toast. Alas! Let me do it first. I've already contacted the third prince, and he has agreed to attend the banquet. Oh? You've prepared early. The blonde noble laughed heartily, raising his glass and saying. Let's celebrate our elimination of the obstacle. And our move into Songlan City. Congratulations! Congratulations! The crisp sound of glasses clinking echoed as the two drank their fill. In the corners unseen by each other, their gazes were similarly sinister. Old codger! Next, you're the one who's going to die. With 1,000 waves of turmoil churning in their hearts, they couldn't help but address each other as brothers. The evil of human nature seemed to be thoroughly promoted among the nobles. Cleveland, Lyman. Looking at the two names on the slip of paper, Ian's gaze was as calm as water. Both the Cleveland and Lyman families are Earl families, but their strength used to be somewhat inferior to our Forbes family. Lyle, who had returned after the recruitment of believers, sat to Ian's left and said softly. The Cleveland and Lyman families are both based in Trient Town. The heads of both families are knights, but even compared to me, let alone the old master, their strength is much weaker. Not long ago, among the forces that attacked our Forbes family and drove us out of Songlan City, they were the most active. At this point, Lyle's face was filled with hatred. Back during the Fourth Anti-Demon War, the old master saved these two old dogs' lives on the Burka Principality front, otherwise, these two families would have been gone long ago. Now that the old master has disappeared, they can't wait to repay kindness with hatred and even think about cutting off the roots. Truly beasts. Ian burned the slip of paper on the candle and said softly. This is human nature. The riot of Blackwater City's citizens was indeed premeditated. Even on the way to Blackwater City, these people had come ahead to make arrangements. As Ian expected, all three captains of the city defense force had been in contact with people from these two families. They had the city defense force disband and rest today, in order to take advantage of the chaos during the riot to wipe out the Forbes family in one fell swoop. After seeing the names of these two families, Ian understood without needing Harlan to explain. Young Master Ian, what are your plans? Lyle pondered for a moment and said in a low voice. I understand that our Dawn Church has just established itself in Blackwater City and gained the support of the people. Logically speaking, now is a good opportunity to develop. But these two wolf-hearted and dog-lunged families can do such things, so naturally, they won't sit back and watch us continue to develop. As expected, there will be other actions next. Should I take a trip? Ian leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to ponder. After a long while, Ian said calmly, "We need to make a trip. It's not the thief you fear, but being targeted by one. It's quite troublesome to constantly have these things causing problems. However, I'm not sending you to behead them. Although those two old geezers aren't as strong as you, Tree Crown City is, after all, their stronghold. I fear you might not return. Moreover, things haven't been peaceful lately. The frequency of abyss demon appearances has increased, and Blackwater City needs someone to guard it." Royal wasn't anxious. After the MC trip, he now believed in Ian unconditionally. He simply watched Ian quietly, waiting for his next words. The next moment, Ian opened his eyes. "Tomorrow, we'll return to the MC world and catch some zombies. When the time comes, we'll send these zombies to Tree Crown City." Royal was stunned for a moment, hesitating. These zombies, they shouldn't be able to kill them, right? Even though the zombies are very strong. Without Master Ian's constitution buff, I also have difficulty dealing with these zombies on the Rodri Continent, but Tree Crown City has thousands of soldiers. They can grind them to death. The newest novels are first published here. Ian grinned, saying faintly, "I didn't intend for the zombies to kill them either. In short, you'll understand when the time comes. Throwing the zombies into Tree Crown City, with their strength, they will definitely be able to injure many people unfamiliar with zombie characteristics before they die. And once injured, without Ian's constitution buff, the Tree Crown City nobles are not even comparable to the villagers in the MC world. They will inevitably all be infected and become zombie villagers. Don't the Cleveland and Lyman families like to use the power of the people? Tit for tat, Ian will also let them see what the true power of the people is. Hopefully, the zombie plague will satisfy them." Ian's thoughts went beyond that. Killing is the worst method. Besides venting anger, it's useless. This does not meet the long-term development requirements of the church. Tree Crown City is only a 3-day horse ride from Blackwater City, which is why the Cleveland and Lyman families were able to deploy in Blackwater City in advance. A huge plain lies between the two cities, which is very suitable for farming. When the zombie plague in Tree Crown City escalates, it may even affect ordinary people. Ian will lead the Dawn Church's Paladin Legion to attack, purifying Tree Crown City in the name of Dawn. At that time, Ian can always produce splash-type potions of weakness and golden apples. He will save those innocent people in front of the citizens of Tree Crown City, demonstrating the miracle of Dawn. Tree Crown City will immediately become the next farmland of faith for the Dawn Church. Thinking about it this way, Ian is quite grateful to the Cleveland and Lyman families for preparing the reason for expansion for him. Demons are rampant, and the people are living in misery. Since the 100 Races Alliance has been unable to deal with the demons, then they should step aside and let the Dawn Church take over. Returning to his senses, Ian looked at Royal. "How was today's recruitment work?" "Perfect." A smile also appeared on Royal's face. With Master Ian's miracle of Dawn, the entire population of Blackwater City is fanatical. They don't want any egg bread anymore. Countless people are scrambling to become official believers as soon as possible. In my opinion, the entire population of Blackwater City now basically believes in our Dawn Church. Many people also begged me to tell you that they want to recruit more people every day. They are willing to pay to join the Dawn Church and even want to build a golden statue for you. Ian smiled and waved his hand. A golden statue is unnecessary. Keep it at 500 people per day, or even reduce it appropriately, to maintain the Dawn Church's prestige. Also, gather all the believers another day to hold the Dawn Church's first prayer service. Coincidentally, Markov, you take people over to select and form the Dawn Church's own papal army. Ian stood up. In the future, in the territories controlled by the Dawn Church, there will be no organizations like City Defense Forces, only our Dawn Church's own papal army. If there are stronger knights and children with good talents, recruit them to form the Papal Knight Order. The power of the army must be firmly controlled in our hands with faith. Master Ian is going to do great things. This thought flashed through the minds of Royal and the others. They exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Yes, Master Ian. Ian walked to the wall hanging with the Blackwater City urban planning map. The City Lord's mansion is not in the very center of Blackwater City, but in the north. This makes it easier for Ian to plan. After thinking for a while, Ian pointed to the center of Blackwater City. Is there any building in this area? Royal came over to take a look and shook his head. No, Master Ian, this is a square. It used to be where Blackwater City mobilized troops. Ian took the pen handed over by Freya and circled it in red. Here, we will build the Dawn Church's first church. The surrounding area will be a commercial district built around the church in the name of the Dawn Church. In the future, the church will be the core area of the Dawn Church. After the church is built, tell all believers. Every week, they must go to the church to pray once, making this a habit ingrained in their bones. Royal recorded quickly, and after a while, said softly. Understood, Master Ian, I will contact the workers immediately. But before Royal could leave, Ian stopped him. What workers are you looking for? What should we do then? Ian smiled without saying a word, and after a while, said softly. Show the miracle of dawn. Chapter 24. Ian didn't explain to Leal and the others, but simply asked Leal to find someone to provide him with a design. There was only one requirement, the more exaggerated, the better. Don't consider whether it can be built or how much engineering work is involved. Just consider making it magnificent and sacred enough. It should perfectly embody the majesty and solemnity of the Church of the Dawn. This book is first published on the entire network by. Leal didn't understand why, but he nodded in agreement. In the following days, nothing else happened. Although the citizens of Blackwater City were still not getting enough to eat, with water, they wouldn't actually starve or die of thirst. Being able to survive made the citizens of Blackwater City extremely grateful. Their loyalty and fanaticism towards the Church of the Dawn grew day by day. However, Markov and Harlan had been missing for the past few days. Rizia and the others only knew that on the second day of the riot, these two had left Blackwater City with 10 zombies they had captured. Apart from that, there were no major events. During the day, Leal returned to recruit believers, and in the afternoon, he went to the MC World to build the City of Dawn. As he became more and more familiar with the MC World, the City of Dawn was also being built in a decent manner. The territory expanded, reaching the edge of the lake, and in the east, it even extended to the mountain mine. The villager breeding center was initially completed, and Ian had also created all the major professions. In the west of the City of Dawn in the MC World, a simple villager trading center was also built. The monster spawning tower had also been completed, but Ian had not succeeded in building the iron farm, always missing something. However, after starting to explore the mine, the harvest of iron ore was also considerable. In addition, the string farm continuously provided goods for trading emeralds to shop. In short, there was no shortage of iron. The longer Rizia and the others stayed in the MC World, the more times their eyes were opened. Gradually, they became somewhat numb to it. The concept of the Dawn Heaven was completely integrated into their consciousness. Now, no matter what Ian said, the MC World was the Dawn Heaven, and Ian was the god of Dawn. Besides this, one thing that Rizia and the others were more concerned about was, Ian had clearly said that with thermoelectricity, they wouldn't have to go down the mine and could make money lying down. But as a result, Ian not only went down the mine to dig all sorts of things, but also played with sand in the river, and even became obsessed with flowers and plants again. He spent a lot of bone meal to grow flowers, which made Rizia's heart ache. Ever since Rizia knew that bone meal could ripen crops, she had treasured every bit of bone meal, not letting anyone use it. She even wished she could dig up the mass grave to see if the bones of the Rodri Continent could be used to grind bone meal. Ian used several stacks of bone meal to grow flowers, and Rizia was so distressed that she almost fainted. Fortunately, with the monster spawning tower, bone meal was produced very quickly, otherwise, even if it was Ian, Rizia would have lectured him with a stern face. Such days continued until the end of the month. This evening, the maid who stayed behind in the City Lord's mansion brought Markov and Harlan back to the MC World. The two were covered in dust, but they didn't seem to be injured. When Ian returned to his newly renovated 3-story villa in the City of Dawn, the two were still looking around in shock. They didn't remember that the base in the MC world was so prosperous. When they came in just now, they thought Ian had moved everyone to a small city. However, no matter how much they looked around, they couldn't ignore Ian. Seeing Ian come in, the two quickly greeted him. Ian waved his hand, sat in the main seat, and Rizia brought tea. "Thank you for your hard work," Markov quickly said. "It's not hard work. For the great Church of the Dawn, young Master Ian, this is what we should do. About Crown City." Before he could finish speaking, Ian interrupted Markov with a smile. "Let's not talk about that first. Rizia, give them the things that are prepared." Markov and the two were a little confused, but they still followed the direction Rizia pointed and opened the box. Suddenly, a set of silver shimmering iron armor and an iron sword with magical luster came into view. Markov immediately drooled. Even when the Phobos family was at its strongest, he had never seen such a sturdy set of iron armor. Not to mention the iron sword that looked like a magic weapon. Markov couldn't wait to put the iron armor into his backpack, and then looked at Ian with a hopeful face. "Young Master Ian, is this for us?" Looking at Markov, who was already wearing the armor, Ian said quietly. "No, just let you see it, take it off." "Ah!" Seeing that Markov was really about to reluctantly take it off, Rizia covered her mouth and chuckled. "The newest novels are first published at? Young Master Ian is joking. The Dawn Heaven has developed very quickly in the past few days, and these armors are standard equipment for everyone. After putting it on, silently recite Hide in your heart, and you can hide the armor. However, when you return to the Rodri Continent, don't take it off casually. You may not be able to put it on again after taking it off. This whole set of armor weighs 24 tons. Without taking it off, with the characteristics blessed by the Dawn Heaven, it will not produce weight influence." Markov nodded knowingly, but like Harlan, he had no intention of hiding it. "Just kidding, what's the difference between keeping such a perfect set of iron armor a secret and wearing brocade at night? He, Markov, also has a need to show off. This sword is an enchanted iron sword, all with level 2 enchantment sharpness. Just think of it as a magic weapon, it's very powerful." Ian pointed to the sword in the box. The next moment, Markov and the two put away the two iron swords with lightning speed. They grinned innocently. Ian smiled, took a sip of tea, and said softly, "Okay, let's talk about the situation in Crown City." Hearing this, Markov became serious. After thinking for a while, he said solemnly, 5 days ago, Harlan and I took the zombies to Crown City. Taking advantage of the night, we each threw 5 into the clan lands of the Cleveland family and the Lyman family. An hour later, the two families' clan lands were in chaos, mobilizing troops, and there was a commotion all night. Until dawn, all the zombies turned to ashes in the sun. After saying that, Harlan added, "Because there were too many troops at the time, and there were also many knights, and there were also several mages, we didn't dare to get too close, and we weren't sure how many people the zombies had injured. But indeed, we smelled blood. In the following 2 days, we learned from the replacement troops that the two families were in chaos, and many people were acting like crazy. They would attack others at night, and during the day, they would stay behind closed doors. It's not clear who it is, but it is said that the most arrogant and domineering second son of the Cleveland Patriarch has not shown up for several days. At the same time, people from the two families are also looking for doctors everywhere, and even sent people to the elf forest to find elven mages. We couldn't find out any other details, so we hurried back." After saying a lot in one breath, Harlan picked up the teacup and took a big gulp, took a breath, and said again, "In a short time, they probably won't bother to think about us here. Young Master Ian, do you still need us to transport other zombies?" Ian leaned leisurely on the chair and chuckled. "Not for the time being. Next, we just have to wait for the zombie plague to ferment. You guys rest for a while. Tonight, we have a big event." "Big event?" Markov and Harlan's eyes lit up, and they looked at each other. The next moment, they spoke in unison. "Young Master Ian! Who are we fighting? We're not fighting anyone." Ian stood up, and the wide papal robes fluttered. "Tonight, we will create a miracle of the dawn in Blackwater City." Chapter 25. Dawn breaks, and all things awaken. Old Matthew, who lived in the west of Blackwater City, got up with the sunrise. After washing and tidying up, he dressed neatly, pushed open the door, and then clasped his hands together, silently reciting the oracle scripture of the Dawn God sect facing the rising sun. Taiwan novel website. Besides him, the surrounding neighbors, men, women, old and young, all faced the rising sun in prayer as devoutly as he did. Ever since the Dawn God sect established itself in Blackwater City last month and demonstrated the miracle of endless holy water, this has become a compulsory morning routine for every citizen of Blackwater City. Old Matthew remembered that, in the words of the Dawn God sect's bishop, this was called morning prayer. Only with a firm and devout heart, praying for the Dawn's protection, would one be qualified to enjoy the Dawn's benevolence. This applied to both registered and unregistered believers. For them, the heart of faith in the Dawn was no different, only the official certification of identity mattered. Now, it was not easy to recruit registered believers into the Dawn God sect. From the initial fixed number of 500 people per day, as long as they were devout, they could join the sect. Now, only believers who were well versed in the oracle scripture were qualified to obtain official status. Fortunately, old Matthew was among the first batch of believers to join the Dawn God sect, and his understanding of the oracle scripture was also profound. Relying on his own devotion to the Dawn, he also secured a job, explaining the meaning of the scriptures to those believers who had not yet entered the church. The salary was not high, but in Blackwater City, it was now a very respectable job. Old Matthew was very proud, but he was very dissatisfied with his students. The great dawn brought all hope, yet they had not yet mastered the oracle scripture of the Dawn God sect. Was this not a lack of devotion to the Dawn? The Dawn is merciful, feels all good, and saves all evil. Old Matthew prayed with a solemn expression, then returned to the yard to take out a wooden bucket, intending to fetch water from the holy water pool for today's use. Although food was still a problem, having a constant supply of water, whether for planting crops, drinking, or even bathing, was possible. In this year of great drought, this was more important than anything else. "Teacher Matthew, good morning." A young man greeted Matthew with a smile, apparently also carrying a wooden bucket to fetch water. This young man was one of Matthew's students, who had not yet fully understood the interpretation of the oracle scripture. Matthew glanced at him and snorted. It was only because the great dawn was merciful and loved all its people, otherwise, these unfaithful fellows would not be qualified to use the holy water. The young man was glared at by Matthew, but he did not dare to get angry, and he scratched his head sheepishly. Old Matthew's task today was simple. Fetch holy water, water the vegetable garden, and then in the morning, teach the meaning of the scriptures to those believers who had not yet joined the church, and pray for the dawn at noon. In the afternoon, study the true meaning of the dawn with other registered believers. This was also the daily work of most of the citizens of Blackwater City nowadays. The citizens of Blackwater City were still simple and honest. After witnessing the miracle of the endless holy water, they firmly believed in the benevolence of the God of Dawn. Now, they didn't even think about eggs and bread anymore. The oracle scripture says, "God loves the world, pities its suffering, and bestows skills, not things, so that people may have a means of self-reliance and self-sufficiency." Old Matthew thought it made a lot of sense. Facing the rising sun, accompanied by some believers who were also going to fetch water, he headed to the city lord's mansion. Logically speaking, today would also be such a peaceful and serene day. But as they walked to the center of Blackwater City, looking at the magnificent and holy 100-meter castle, everyone was dumbfounded. The castle was right in the center of the city's square, and old Matthew swore that before he went to bed last night, it was still empty. In the past few days, he hadn't heard anyone say that there was a new building to be constructed here. So, this thing appeared out of nowhere? Fell from the sky? Old Matthew rubbed his eyes hard, and after a long time, he determined that this was definitely not a great masterpiece that could be made by human power. It was over 100 meters high, pure white throughout, and the 9 levels of spacious and long steps were also pure white, untouched by a speck of dust. Directly opposite was a hollow sealed with huge transparent glass on all 4 sides, and in the very center was a huge archway, almost 50 meters high. Inside the archway was a deep and secluded passage, with dense torches inserted on both sides, giving a sense of grandeur. Further up were decorations that seemed to be the work of nature, also sealed with glass, emitting colorful light in the sunlight. Above the archway was a huge circular frame structure, divided into crosses in the center. On the circular frame, there seemed to be a huge eye pattern, and in a trance, old Matthew saw a sacred and merciful gaze in it. This building that appeared out of thin air was right in front of them, sacred, pure. In the eyes of the citizens of Blackwater City, this building deserved all the beautiful descriptions in the world. Impossible. Someone rubbed his eyes hard and exclaimed. Yesterday. I passed by here hundreds of times yesterday, and I didn't see this building. Could it be some kind of magic? Bullshit. What kind of magic can create such an incredible building overnight? This must be the work of a god. The newest novel is first published here. A god? Then it must be the Great Dawn. Teacher Matthew, you know the most about the oracle scripture, do you know what this is? Is it the work of our Great Dawn? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, old Matthew closed his eyes, and after a long time, tears welled up in his eyes as he knelt on the ground, clasping his hands together with a devout expression. Dawn forever, Great Dawn, finally showing its miracle again. Quick! Pray with me. The oracle scripture records that the dawn is the great creator, with the power to turn imagination into truth. It must be our piety that has moved the dawn, causing the dawn to have mercy on us. The dawn will send down oracles. As soon as these words came out, the people who had been somewhat suspicious just now immediately determined in their hearts that this must be a miracle of the great dawn they believed in. They immediately forgot about fetching water and knelt on the ground one by one, praising devoutly. The uneven sound of prayer became louder and louder as more and more people came. In their eyes, this sacred building also emitted a gentler dawn. Previously, because of the arrival of infinite water, the believers who already firmly believed in the Dawn God sect, looking at this impossible thing, the flames of faith grew stronger and stronger. Even those who originally had impure faith, looking at this building again, replaced all doubts in their hearts with the 4 words Dawn Manifestation. This scene, a sacred building that rose from the ground overnight, a fortress hundreds of meters high, could only be explained by a miracle. This was something that even demonic forbidden curses could not do. After an unknown amount of time, almost all the people of Blackwater City gathered here, kneeling and praying devoutly and fanatically. Finally, there was movement in this silent sacred building. The sound of neat footsteps rang out, and countless people looked expectantly at the archway below. Finally, familiar figures appeared before everyone's eyes. The leader was the father of the Dawn God sect's believers, the Pope of the Dawn God sect, whom they had only seen once when the miracle of the holy water descended. Beside him, on one side was the holy nun, with a devout and sacred expression, wearing a black and white nun's habit. On the other side was the most frequently seen Cardinal Lael. Behind them, a uniform group of silver-armored knights, wearing thick and mighty iron armor, with long swords at their waists, followed with neat steps. They walked out of the deep and dark archway, step by step into the light. And the long unseen Pope remained gentle, holding a golden scepter, step by step. The dull knocking sound entered everyone's hearts, and a sense of security surged into their hearts. These short dozens of meters were exceptionally long in the eyes of the believers. It was as shocking as a myth walking into reality step by step. After a long time, Ian and his party stopped on the 9-level white jade steps, overlooking the believers below. He slowly stretched out a hand. Believers of the Dawn God sect, may the dawn protect you, may your hearts be connected to the dawn, dawn forever. As soon as the voice fell, the entire Blackwater City instantly erupted with earth-shattering shouts. Dawn forever! Dawn forever! Dawn forever! Chapter 26. Amidst the earth-shattering roar of the crowd, Rizia and the others maintained gentle, pious smiles. However, their gazes, like those of the believers below, were focused on the Pope, who seemed to radiate boundless light. Their faces were calm, but their hearts were filled with awe. I hope readers will remember our domain name. They finally understood why Ian had been tirelessly digging sand and growing flowers these past few days. No one understood better than they the shock they had experienced this evening. It was the man before them, the one welcoming the thunderous cheers, one man, one workbench, one architectural blueprint. At the quietest hour of last night in Blackwater City, before their very eyes. In 3 hours, he had created the miracle behind him. From nothing to something, in 3 hours. An impossible castle, rising from the ground. Ian said this was using the features of the MC world to fabricate a miracle. But in the eyes of Rizia and the others, this was no fabrication at all. It was divine creation. Did a true miracle need fabrication? Ian had once added a lot of impressive features to Freja in the Dawn God cult creation plan to highlight the Dawn's grandeur. For example, the Dawn is the source of everything, the Dawn is the father of all things, the Dawn's 7 days of creation, things like that. At the time, Rizia and the others thought Ian's ideas were fanciful, unrealistic, and too grandiose. After all, with their knowledge, hearing that the 7 demon lords could directly destroy a city of millions with forbidden spells was no different from a god. What 7 days of creation? That was too outrageous. But now, looking at it, this was clearly the truth. The most concrete evidence was already before them. Even the 7 demon lords, could they create such a miraculous and divine building in 3 hours? Therefore, Ian is the god of dawn, and what the divine oracle says are all the powers that Ian himself possesses. This is not nonsense, it is an objective fact. Before spreading the faith of a god, one of the necessary conditions for spreading the faith is that your own people firmly believe in it. At this moment, Leia and the others still had thousands of shocks in their hearts, eager to talk to Ian about it. But the scene of roaring cheers and adulation before them made it impossible to open their mouths and break the sacred atmosphere. Involuntarily, Rizia and the others remembered a sentence that Ian had repeatedly mentioned some time ago. It will be alright. It will definitely be alright. This time, the Phobos family, no. The great Dawn God cult will surely conquer the demon race and rise above the world. And they, these people, will become the divine favorites who follow the true God of Dawn to ascend to the Dawn heaven and exist for eternity. At the thought of this, even the calm Leia couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Ian was unaware of all this. He wore a comforting and benevolent smile, gently waving to the crowd below. From 20 people to more than 5,000, it only took him less than half a month. From these 5,000 people to 50,000, 500,000, 5 million, how long will it take? Perhaps in less than a year, he will stand at the highest point of the 100 Clan Alliance, raise his arms, and have all spirits bow down and praise the dawn. The power of faith, in this barbaric world, it is an unmatched blade. With the blessing of the miracle in the MC world, the Dawn God cult will effortlessly reap the faith of the entire world. Until one day, divine right of kings. The next moment, Ian reached out and pressed down, and in an instant, the earth-shattering roar returned to silence. More than 5,000 believers looked up at him with fanatical and excited eyes. Ian vowed that even the king of a duchy probably wouldn't enjoy the treatment he received as pope. Of these 5,000 people, perhaps 1,000 had instantly transformed into fanatical believers. Even if they were asked to die, many would fanatically shout Dawn Eternal and fearlessly charge forward, willing to die for the dawn and ascend to heaven. This is the meaning of creating a god. If politics cannot truly connect the 100 Clan Alliance, then let faith do it. If there is anything in the world that can resist human nature, it is only faith. With a relaxed smile on his lips, Ian slowly opened his mouth, and with the enhancement of his physique, his voice spread to everyone's ears. Children of the dawn, your piety, your loyalty, have entered the eye of dawn. Therefore, the dawn has bestowed a miracle, granting the Dawn Cathedral to protect his children. You have done well. As soon as these words came out, many devout fanatics burst into tears, prostrating themselves on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly, shouting, "Dawn is merciful." But for some reason, this scene, in the eyes of Rizia and the others, in addition to some shock, also felt a strong sense of creepiness. In just half a month, the Dawn God cult had already been able to easily manipulate believers. This was a result that those nobles and royals could not even imagine after racking their brains. From now on, the Dawn Cathedral will serve as the holy land of my Dawn God cult. Ian's gentle voice continued to spread. The newest and most up-to-date novels are first published at. But the Dawn is benevolent, he will not reject his most beloved children. The Dawn Cathedral will be open to all Dawn believers. Whether you are an affiliated believer or a wild believer, as long as you have the Dawn in your heart, you can enter and feel the compassionate and holy embrace of the Dawn. The Dawn Cathedral welcomes all children who believe in the Dawn to come here to pray and confess. The Dawn will be here, lovingly gazing at all of you, thinking what you think, and hurrying to help you with what you need. This is the divine oracle of the Dawn. In an instant, the crying here became even louder, especially from devout believers like old Matthew. They were crying so hard that they could no longer see what was in front of them, only vaguely seeing Ian standing under the miracle of the so-called cathedral. Like this Dawn Cathedral, he radiated a gentle light. Ian smiled and continued in a loud voice. The Dawn God cult once said that those who join the cult can receive eggs and bread at the beginning of the month. The Dawn always keeps its word. Therefore, in addition to bestowing the miracle of the cathedral, he has also bestowed eggs and bread to fill your bellies. As soon as he finished speaking, Ian raised his hand. Without any visible action, the citizens of Blackwater City only saw dense masses of bread and eggs, one after another, endlessly flying out of Ian's wide sleeves and falling to the ground. Unlike the food they had seen before, the so-called food bestowed by the Dawn was miraculously floating in the air, slowly spinning. Like the holy water, it was completely free of mud. The wide and bright 9-level staircase was gradually filled with a massive amount of food. 1 level, 2 levels, more and more, but Ian did not stop. Even Rizia and the others stepped forward and reached out, and food continued to pour out. Until finally, the 9 steps were completely filled, with enough eggs and bread for at least several thousand people to eat. Only then did Ian and the others stop. Compared to the endless water, the floating stones, and the miraculous cathedral, the appearance of this food did not seem so miraculous. After all, many people knew that the demon race had certain spatial equipment. But at this moment, everyone was more willing to believe that this was a miracle, that the Dawn was watching over them. Many people even felt that they were being gazed upon by a gentle gaze. After all, in the current drought, even the imperial city probably couldn't take out so much high-quality food in one breath. The fragrance filled the surroundings of the cathedral, filling the nostrils of all the believers. In the past, when they were starving, they would have rushed up and grabbed it at all costs. But now, everyone piously and moved knelt on the ground and looked up at Ian and the others. Their eyes did not linger on the food at all. Compared to food, they cared more about the Dawn's gaze at this moment. If they were to disregard their image and snatch it at this time, how disappointed would the Dawn be in them? Thinking this way, even though their saliva was drooling all over the ground, everyone still firmly shifted their gaze, looking up at the eyes at the top of the cathedral, praying in their hearts. Quietly observing all the believers, after a long time, seeing that no one was looking at the food, Ian chuckled softly. This is called faith conditioning. Chapter 27. The citizens of Blackwater City remembered clearly. Half a month ago, when the Church of the Dawn first recruited believers, they shouted, "Join the Church of the Dawn and receive eggs and bread at the beginning of the month." At that time, this expectation was their only hope for survival. But after witnessing the miracles of the Dawn time and time again, and becoming familiar with the doctrines of the Dawn, when the eggs and bread were actually delivered, these people didn't want to take them anymore. Now, they were even more afraid of being considered greedy by the Dawn and being abandoned. For them, that was more painful than losing the hope of life. This is humanity. Once they bind themselves to a deity and faith, their words and deeds will be rooted in that faith. In Ian's hometown, in the era of rampant materialism, there were still billions of believers in God around the world. And in this ignorant era, faith is even more unmatched. Accept these gifts, they are what you deserve. Ian slowly raised his hand. You have earned these gifts with your piety. As soon as he finished speaking, some of the elders of the Church of the Dawn, led by old Matthew, immediately knelt down and choked with sobs. Your Holiness, what merits do we have? The Dawn loves us so deeply, bestowing holy water and descending the Church. The love of the Dawn is profound, and we only offer insignificant prayers. Under the Great Dawn, we have already received too much. How can we accept these foods? Ian chuckled and asked. Daily prayer, isn't that enough? The Dawn never cares what or how much its children can do for it. As long as they do, the Dawn will be pleased. Accept it. Next was the classic 3 refusals and 3 acceptances. Until Ian sternly demanded that everyone must accept the food they deserved. Only then did the enlisted believers of the Church of the Dawn carefully line up to receive it. One after another, until all the food in front of the steps had been distributed. I hope everyone understands that these things, besides being food, are also the teachings of the Dawn. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. Ian said meaningfully and earnestly. People can be poor, but they cannot be without faith. People can be in distress, but they cannot be dishonest. Compared to integrity, life and death are trivial matters. Countless believers didn't know whether they understood Ian's subtext, but they all looked enlightened. They nodded repeatedly, gratefully thanking the teachings of the Dawn. The aroma of bread from the MC world entered the noses of every believer holding bread. For a time, the sound of gulping saliva was endless. Ian didn't continue to give a long speech, and waved his hand to signal everyone to help themselves. So, under the envious eyes of those who had not yet joined the Church of the Dawn, the enlisted believers began to feast one by one. While chewing, their faces were full of contentment and honor. Even old Matthew, an old man who had been hungry for a long time and had a sallow complexion, was eating with a ruddy complexion. He actually ate a piece of bread as if it were some delicacy. Carefully breaking off a small piece of bread and tearing it apart to bite, the look of enjoyment on his face made the young man next to him couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Teacher Matthew, how does it taste? Hearing this, old Matthew frowned. How could it be bad? Such top-quality wheat bread, I'm afraid even the royal nobles in the capital haven't tasted it. It's more delicious than monster meat. After eating it, I feel like my whole body is full of strength. It is indeed a gift from our great Heavenly Father. Old Matthew was indeed a teacher. Using his not-so-great knowledge, he described this bread as something that was unmatched in heaven and earth in a few words. The young man became even more greedy. Teacher Matthew, can get lost. Old Matthew's face sank, and he instantly carefully put the bread and eggs in his arms. This is the glory I have earned with a pious heart, and it is a gift from the Great Father. How can glory be divided? You brat! I told you to study the mysteries of the Rockle, carefully and join the Church of the Dawn as soon as possible, but you didn't listen. Now that there are benefits, you are so active. Your heart of faith in the Dawn is not sincere. And you want to share this glory. The young man was scolded by old Matthew, and soon, his face turned red. The believers ate with relish, and those who had not joined the Church of the Dawn swallowed their saliva one by one, constantly chanting that the Dawn would last forever in their hearts. Ian watched all this with a smile. He had as many eggs and bread as he wanted. The construction of Dawn City in the MC world during this period was no joke. The farmland and pastures covered a vast area. In addition, with Letitia constantly using bone meal to promote growth, this bread also has MC characteristics. One bread, if eaten sparingly, is enough for these believers to eat for 2 or 3 days. Now, Ian's storage of bread and grain is enough for the entire Blackwater City to eat their fill for a month. However, he would not be generous enough to directly take it out and distribute it to the citizens of Blackwater City. Faith has a price. These eggs and bread, to put it bluntly, are still an introduction and cannot solve the existing plight of Blackwater City. And Ian also wants to take this opportunity to show more MC miracles to deepen Blackwater City's faith in the Dawn. When these people had eaten almost enough, and watched them carefully put away the remaining uneaten bread, Ian then continued to speak. In the future, at the beginning of each month, Dawn believers can still receive eggs and bread. The newest and most complete novels are first published at The Dawn loves all its children, and it hopes that you will understand the principle of self-reliance even more. However, there is a severe drought in the world today. Although we have the holy water to rely on, it still cannot solve the current predicament. Therefore, the Dawn has also bestowed other survival skills to help my Dawn believers make a living. Immediately, whether it was the believers who had already eaten the bread or those who had not joined the enlisted ranks, their eyes lit up, and they looked at Ian with emotion and anticipation. The latter slowly walked down the steps, with Lear and others closely following beside him. "Follow me to the farm in the city." A large group of people hurriedly picked up their belongings and followed behind the team. The farmland in Blackwater City was located inside the city, in the eastern area. After all, the Rodri Continent was not very peaceful. The 100 races were weak, and magical beasts and demons were rampant. Even if they relied on the natural barrier to avoid the main territory of the demons. Occasionally, a small demon force would be born with the abyss that was randomly born anywhere on the continent. It was too dangerous outside the city. Farming outside the city was only possible for some of the top big cities in the 100 Races Alliance. Simply put, the 100 Races, especially the human race, basically huddled in the city for survival. Unless necessary, many people would not even leave the city for their entire lives. The farmland in the city was not far from the Church of the Dawn, about a 10-minute walk away. Ian led the large crowd there. The scale of the farmland was not large, just enough for the entire city's residents to use. At this time, almost half of the farmland did not have green shoots breaking through the soil, and there were not even weeds. It looked like a barren land. A few plots, however, had traces of crops, but they looked withered. Even with water irrigation, they might not survive. Seeing this, Ian sighed. The citizens of Blackwater City were really living in dire straits. But Ian's sigh made the believers of Blackwater City a little panicked. Old Matthew hurriedly said, "Your Holiness, it's not that we are not working hard enough. Before, the water source was only enough for us to drink, not enough for irrigation. Many crops that were planted simply couldn't grow. However, with the blessing of the holy water of the Great Dawn, we have been working very hard to irrigate. In another 3 months, no, 2 months, we will definitely be able to harvest crops and pay agricultural taxes." Ian asked back. "Then what about before the harvest?" Immediately, old Matthew was silent, and many believers lowered their heads guiltily. "In a year of severe drought, the farmland is abandoned. This is not your fault, you are also victims." Ian shook his head with a chuckle. "I have no intention of blaming you, but I am entrusted by the Dawn to let the children of the Dawn get rid of their predicament and become self-reliant as soon as possible. My Lord is merciful." Old Matthew was moved to tears and clasped his hands together. "With the help of the Great Dawn and His Holiness the Pope, I, Old Matthew, guarantee with my life that Blackwater City will definitely solve the crop problem within a month." "A month? That's too slow." Then 20 days. Still slow." Ian shook his head. "The Great Dawn has infinite power and infinite ability. A month is too long, we only strive for the present." After saying that, he waved his hand, and bone meal flew out from his wide sleeves. It sprinkled on the 1 square meter area of farmland in front of him. A starlight green light flashed, and dense and lush rice plants instantly broke through the soil and fluttered under the sun. Chapter 28. God walked in the holy city and saw the drought and barren fields, lamenting the suffering of the people, and thus filled carts with fine grain, bringing a bountiful harvest. On the continent of Rodri, there exists planting magic. However, humans do not understand it. The goblins in the western swamps and forests possess the power of the earth. They burrow into the land, shuttle through it, and the farmland they cultivate is inherently fertile. Not only do the crops planted there yield more per acre, but they also mature exceptionally quickly. In the elf forest, the darlings of nature, the elves, occasionally have beings who are born with the ability to wield natural magic. They can converse with nature and are known as elf druids. These elf druids can stimulate plants to grow rapidly. If they are super powerful elf druid mages, they can even make 4 or 5 acres of farmland fully mature in a week. However, these elf druids are the treasures of the elven race. Their true duty is to respond to the elven tree of life and accelerate the birth of elves. Farming? If anyone dares to make this request, the elves will kill them on the spot. In addition, there are also some demons who are proficient in plant magic, but the plants they cultivate are killer plants. Therefore, stimulating crops to grow is rare on the continent of Rodri, but it is not non-existent. But now, looking at the rice that had grown to the height of a person in an instant, with the full ears bending low, many people suddenly felt that they had only blinked their eyes, and the rice was ripe. Old Matthew, who was closest, swore that he hadn't even blinked to witness the miracle. He saw it very clearly. Magical stimulation at least has a mature process: germination, breaking ground, gradually growing taller, maturing, and bearing ears. But what about Ian's methods? Old Matthew thought about it and could only think of one word to describe it. Whoosh. With a whoosh, it skipped the long cultivation time and directly became mature ears of rice that could be harvested. Did it take even one breath, all things considered? Old Matthew didn't know, he didn't have the mind to ponder it. Because in the short moment that he was pondering, Ian had already raised his foot and walked into the interior of the farmland. He walked in a straight line. In a daze, the believers of Blackwater City saw a god descending to walk. Accompanied by the constant flying out of those powders from Ian's wide sleeves, green light spots flickered non-stop in the earth. The line that Ian walked along was full of plump and thick ears of rice on both sides. One step forward, and the crops on both sides matured. Old Matthew's pupils dilated as he looked at Ian's back. The benevolent dawn walks upon the earth. On the road he walks, 100 flowers bloom. In the fields he treads, the 5 grains flourish. He has come, and misfortune is dispelled, and light descends immediately. Old Matthew murmured softly. This is the content of Article 42 of Chapter 3 of the Oracle. Before today, old Matthew could only yearn to imagine how shocking this myth would be. But now, old Matthew had a reference. That was not something that the word shocking could describe. Silence was the most perfect summary. At this moment, in front of all the believers in Blackwater City, mythology descended on this barren land. Just like what is said in the Oracle. God walks forward, and darkness retreats backward. God walks past, and light endures forever. The figure in the golden and white papal robes, wearing a magnificent crown, and holding a golden scepter leisurely moving forward. Isn't that the greatness that carries the dawn? He walked alone, and the 5 grains flourished by his side. All the roads he walked became the endless hope of believers. Dawn be praised! His Holiness the Pope be praised! Old Matthew was the first to react, kneeling on the ground with a devout and solemn expression, clasping his hands in prayer. Our Father, our Lord, our loving and benevolent Dawn. I praise you, you are a faithful God, your faithfulness lasts for generations, forever unchanging, and through your Holy Spirit, you have accomplished your promises in me. I praise you, you are the supreme and great God, you are clothed in glory and majesty, your light always shines within me, and also shines on the road before me. The devout and loud prayers, accompanied by Ian's step-by-step progress, the harvest of farmland after farmland, and became more and more holy and magnificent. Looking at Ian, who was leaving a harvest behind him, Letitia and others still couldn't help but murmur in shock. Young Master Ian, truly has integrated showing off into his bones. Markov muttered in a low voice. Immediately, he was met with angry stares from Letitia and the others. The latest and most complete novels are first published at. What do you mean by showing off? Young Master Ian is doing the great cause of the dawn. What do you know? You're mindless, shut up if you can't speak. Letitia rebuked him in one breath. Markov smiled sheepishly and kept silent. Leal looked around at the believers, listened to the prayers, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Now, the Dawn Church has completely become the uncrowned king of Blackwater City. Even if the Forbes family does not serve as the city lord, and the duchy sends someone to take over Blackwater City. Leal paused, a hint of coldness and arrogance flashed in his eyes. The orders of the royal family, in Blackwater City, must also act in the name of God. If the Dawn Church does not allow it, even if the king comes, he will be driven out. Blackwater City has completely become the shape of the Dawn Church. To put it bluntly, if you randomly grab a citizen of Blackwater City now, they probably won't recognize the king, only the Dawn Church. Divine faith has completely severed the kingship. Looking at the praying citizens of Blackwater City again, Leal couldn't help but feel chills in his heart. The power of faith is really terrifying, but fortunately, this power is controlled by them. Finally, Ian walked to the end of this road and turned back. And in front of everyone's eyes, the farmland that was just a barren land a dozen minutes ago had now been divided into two by a road of harvest. Standing in front of the believers who were constantly kneeling and praying, Ian looked at Letitia and the others. Everyone secretly gave Ian a thumbs up, and Ian smiled happily. Playing the role of a divine manifestation, he may not be good at it, but with the magical showing off of the MC world, he still has no problem. To put it bluntly, with Ian's hand just now, if there really were gods in this world, they would act like this. Of course, the oracle, which was prepared in advance and integrated the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought from his hometown, also played an important role. Seeing Ian's creation of a harvest zone with bone meal, immediately thinking of the description in the oracle, this can constitute a response and produce the effect of catalyzing faith. That is also what the hometown calls, unity of words and deeds. Now, Blackwater City has become a stable rear for the Dawn Church. In the future, even if generations of Blackwater City citizens are born, they will still firmly believe in the Dawn. Just like the road Ian walked, Blackwater City has finally achieved the harvest of the Dawn Church. Next, we need to think about construction and expansion. Thinking in his heart, Ian slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, the sound of prayer stopped. Devout believers, your loyalty has once again earned the manifestation of the Dawn. Holy water gives you endless nectar, and now, the Dawn will also bestow upon you the divine art of rejecting hunger. I assure you, if faith does not die, you will never be hungry. The field fell into silence for a while, and after a long time, with the first cry ringing out, Blackwater City completely boiled over. The Pope is merciful. The Dawn endures. The Pope is merciful. The Dawn endures. Chapter 29. Many years later, Blackwater City became the holy city of the Rodri Continent. The unremarkable path that Ian walked was also called the Path of Abundance, commemorating the great God King of Light's journey among mortals. Dawn bestows the spirit of abundance. To all who faithfully believe in the people of Dawn, Dawn grants you the means to make a living. I hope readers will remember our domain name here, Taiwan Novel Net Rightward Arrow N. Besides Markov and the others, there were also High Priest Lael and the holy nuns like Rizia. They all followed the rhetoric Ian had taught them in advance, chanting the name of Dawn while scattering bone meal to make the farmland fertile. Even though Blackwater City's farmland was small, it still supported an area of more than 5,000 people, and the amount of bone meal used was considerable. This quantity was also half of all the bone meal that Ian and the others had collected during this period by going down into the mines, killing monsters at night, and farming the monster spawners. Fortunately, it was used for the construction of Blackwater City, otherwise Rizia would have felt sorry for it for a while. The believers of Blackwater City quietly watched in stunned silence. Until an hour passed, the entire farmland, in this unsuitable season, in this drought environment, in just one short hour, defied the laws and rules of nature, and entered a season of abundance. Fields of golden rice and wheat, with full ears of rice and wheat, almost every stalk bent over. When the wind blew, the aroma of ripe grains wafted into the nostrils of the believers. To be honest, even old farmers like old Matthew, who had been farming all their lives, had never imagined that they would one day witness such a scene of abundance. Moreover, it was during a drought, in the barren land of Blackwater City. Other than a miracle, there was no other way to achieve all of this. God is truly real. This concept had completely entered the hearts of everyone in Blackwater City. For a time, the outside of the farmland where more than 5,000 believers had gathered was silent. Ian didn't care, he just glanced at the golden farmland. I have to say, the scenery of abundance was really pleasant. With these crops, plus the remaining bone meal, at least this year, the people of Blackwater City would be able to have a full year. With the problem of food and drinking water solved, Ian could take bigger actions for Blackwater City. It had been more than half a month since he came to Blackwater City, and everything was finally getting on track. Withdrawing his thoughts, Ian glanced at the crowd of believers and waved to old Matthew. Old Matthew immediately came back to his senses and stepped forward quickly. "Your Holiness Pope! Is there anything you need me for? Don't be nervous." Ian comforted him with a smile. "I know you are the earliest believer to join the Dawn Church, and also a truly devout believer. Dawn is also watching you." This sentence made old Matthew even more excited than giving him gold. His old face with intertwined wrinkles immediately turned red, and he was full of glory. "To be watched by the great Dawn and your Holiness Pope. It is truly the greatest honor of my life. Even if I die, it would be worth it." Ian smiled and placed the scepter on old Matthew's shoulder. "Dawn protects all its children. Those who are as devout as you will ascend to the paradise even in death. However, now is not the time to talk about life and death. You are a truly devout believer, and you are also qualified to receive the harvest divine art bestowed by Dawn." Old Matthew was stunned for a moment, and immediately knelt down in great shock. "Absolutely not. Your Holiness Pope. Since joining the Dawn Church, I have received Dawn's grace everywhere, but I have never done anything for Dawn. Now, how can I have the face to accept the divine art bestowed by Dawn? Please, Your Holiness Pope, withdraw your order." Ian helped old Matthew up, smiling gently, soothing old Matthew's panic. "This is Dawn's trust and love for its children, what can you not bear? Moreover, Bishop Lael and I are usually busy with the affairs of the Dawn Church and do not have extra energy to manage these farmlands. You are devout in your faith, receive the divine art, and bestow hope to more of Dawn's children. Isn't this also the important task Dawn has given you?" As soon as these words came out, Rizia and the others watched as old Matthew, who was still panicked, just now. Upon hearing the important task entrusted by Dawn, his expression suddenly changed, and his expression was full of determination to die 1,000 times. "Since it is the request of the Great Father, even if I have to go through mountains of knives and seas of fire, I will complete everything for our merciful Father. Your Holiness Pope, please bestow upon me the divine art to share the worries for the Great Dawn." Ian smiled with satisfaction. "Very good. From this moment on, in the name of the Pope of the Dawn Church, I appoint Matthew as the priest of the Dawn Church in Blackwater City, to receive the power of Dawn's harvest divine art, to resist famine for the believers of Blackwater City." Old Matthew solemnly and enthusiastically raised his hands above his head. "I dedicate everything to the Great Dawn." At this moment, the first priest of the Dawn Church besides Lael and the others was born. The newest and most complete novels are first published at. He simply told old Matthew about his duties as a priest. He told old Matthew where the bone meal was stored in the church, what conditions must be met for future use, and so on. He also asked old Matthew to try using bone meal to ripen crops himself. After a while, looking at the abundant crops that were sprouted by the Dawn divine art displayed by his own hands, old Matthew's hunched back also straightened immediately. He had received Dawn's approval, and from now on, he was a serious grassroots administrator of the Dawn Church. Of course, this was not important. The most important thing was that old Matthew understood that he was being watched by Dawn. This was a major event that would bring glory to his ancestors. "Priest Matthew, please take care of the harvesting and distribution of these crops." Lael and Ian exchanged glances and stepped forward gently saying, "Your Holiness Pope and us, we also need to be responsible for the duty of communicating with Dawn, and we don't have much time to manage Blackwater City on weekdays. After you have arranged the planning of the crops, you only need to give us a list." Old Matthew immediately nodded heavily. "I will definitely live up to the trust of the Great Dawn and Your Holiness Pope." Looking at the other believers who were still a little unable to recover, Ian continued to move forward with the scepter. He was going to bestow the last miracle of Dawn, and at the same time, it was also considered to be reinforcing a layer of defense for Blackwater City. The citizens of Blackwater City were not clear about Ian's thoughts, but having witnessed the miracles of the MC world one after another, they were afraid of missing Dawn's next manifestation. They followed him every step of the way. The huge team walked in silence. Finally, Ian stopped at the edge of the city wall. This time, Ian didn't continue to say some long speeches, such as Dawn watching. The beliefs of the citizens of Blackwater City had been deeply rooted and no longer shaken under the influence of the MC world miracles. Those routine words were useless even if they were said. He took out iron blocks and placed 10 strange frames in a regular pattern along the direction of the city wall. Finally, amidst the blank stares of the believers of Blackwater City, he quickly placed pumpkins. The next moment, 10 square iron war gods nearly 3 meters tall, constructed of refined iron from top to bottom, landed on the ground. The heavy bodies were just standing there, and the surrounding earth was constantly sinking. Turning their square heads, they carefully looked at the more than 5,000 citizens of Blackwater City. The momentum of more than 5,000 people was suppressed by these 10 invincible iron golems. Many people even retreated backward in fear. This thing was just standing there, with a fierce and terrifying aura, but it was more terrifying than many demons. Chapter 30. If we're talking about massive size, iron golems really don't rank high. The dragons and mountain giants of the Rodri Continent, the largest of which can grow to nearly 20 meters tall. Their deterrent power is even stronger, but they are ultimately legendary beings. The last time they appeared on the Rodri Continent was during the Fourth Anti-Magic War, when some appeared on the Sky Abyss front. Unfortunately, they were directly evaporated by a forbidden spell from the Rage of Regi, which wiped out a dozen dragons and mountain giants. Whether they still exist now is unknown. However, the giants that roam the Rodri Continent on a daily basis are about 7 or 8 meters tall, and one is worth more than 2 of these iron golems. But even so, the people of Blackwater City still feel that the iron golems are more ferocious. After all, even giants are made of flesh and blood, and they don't have this kind of pure steel construction. What is this? A war machine? Or a mobile fortress? Whatever it is, the people of Blackwater City will never doubt how brutal this thing is. 10 iron golems standing there are a natural steel wall. Before long, the iron golems finally began to move, but not very fast. How should I describe it? In Ian's words, these iron golems are very steady, taking one step at a time. But this sentence is not a character description, but an environmental description. With each step, the earth rumbles, and those who are close feel like there is an earthquake. Looking at the ground, the solid ground that has been pressed by countless carriages and people shows several footprints that are nearly 30 or 40 centimeters deep. The footprints are also square. Old Matthew swallowed hard, but as a fervent believer like him, he immediately thought this was a miracle bestowed by the dawn. He wasn't afraid, the dawn wouldn't harm its children, he was just thinking. How heavy is this thing? If you get hit by it, even a dragon would probably die. Hearing old Matthew's murmur, Ian replied without thinking. Probably about 30 tons, not particularly heavy, but in reality, if the iron golem takes action, I'm not sure about dragons, but the earth dragon will definitely be hammered to death. 30 tons. Old Matthew covered his heart, looking at the 10 war godlike iron golems with a shocked expression. Ian was looking at the ground where the iron golems had walked, which had all collapsed. With the buildings in Blackwater City, it is estimated that if the iron golems brushed against a pillar, it would collapse directly, even the city walls. He couldn't help but rejoice that he only planned to place 10 iron golems at the moment. If there were more, Blackwater City might be gone before it was attacked by the demons. Fortunately, Ian is now planning to use the resources of the MC world to start building Blackwater City on a large scale. When the iron farm is completed, Blackwater City will be able to carry more iron golems. Imagine in the future, obsidian walls, iron golems guarding the city. If ordinary demon troops really come over, how desperate would they be? Looking back at the retreating believers, Ian said loudly, "Everyone, don't be afraid. The dawn knows that we are now under the shadow of the demons, so it has bestowed upon us the guardians of the dawn, the Iron Golems. As long as the Iron Golems are in the city, if the demons dare to appear, they will be met with a head-on blow by the Iron Golems. With them, everyone's life will be more peaceful. As soon as these words came out, the believers who were somewhat panicked just now were immediately beaming with joy. Looking at these big guys, the Iron Golems, they are no longer afraid. In the eyes of the Blackwater City believers now, as long as it is associated with the name of the Dawn, even zombies can be called messengers of the Dawn. The power of faith has been completely engraved in the bones of the Blackwater City believers. Our Lord is merciful. Old Matthew immediately chimed in, with a moved expression. Granting us sweet rain, giving us spiritual sustenance, giving us food to reject hunger. Now, you are also concerned about our safety and have bestowed guardians. How fortunate I am to be a child of the dawn. That's the kind of straight man I want. Ian looked at old Matthew with satisfaction, and said loudly. The guardians of the dawn do not need food, do not need to drink water, their existence is only to protect the children of the dawn. From now on, they will always walk in Blackwater City, sending the protection of the dawn to the hearts of every believer of the dawn. But remember, do not attack the Iron Golems, otherwise the Iron Golems have the right to fight back. And their power, even the Earth Dragon, cannot bear. As soon as the voice fell, the excellent straight man old Matthew immediately patted his chest and continued. Your Majesty Pope, don't worry. This is the guardian bestowed by the Great Dawn, we can't respect them enough. Whoever dares to disrespect the Iron Golem adults must be the evil demon enemy of the Great Dawn, and it deserves to be beaten to death. If we can't kill him, we will execute him. In the land of Dawn Faith, there must be no one who disrespects the Dawn. I will always supervise everyone. Ian was more and more satisfied with this priest he promoted. This guy is indeed a qualified believer, and depending on the situation in the future, he may be promoted again at his discretion. Thank you, Father Matthew. Ian nodded slightly and turned to look at Markov. Now, everything that needs to be done is almost done. Only one last thing remains. Recruit a papal army that is loyal to the faith and loyal to the Dawn Church. The previous city defense army, the 3 captains who were colluding with the Cleveland family and the Lyman family, have been secretly executed. More than 30 soldiers involved in this matter. A few days ago, Lair ordered them to divide into more than 30 routes to attack the southern monster forest. In the tracking feedback, these soldiers unfortunately sacrificed, and even the corpses could not be found. Ian could only pray for them with a heavy heart, wishing them an early trip to hell. The Blackwater City Defense Army is now a name without reality, without a manager, and the Dawn Church has not paid attention to them. Basically, everyone has returned to ordinary believers. This saves Ian the trouble of having to personally announce the disbandment of the army. Taking advantage of today, when a miracle descends and the citizens of Blackwater City are boiling with faith, let Markov quickly recruit enough Dawn Church papal army. This army will be truly belong to Ian, belong to the Dawn Church, and be loyal. And with the blessing of faith, Ian dares to guarantee that in less than a week, this army, from top to bottom, will be full of death warriors. This is the style of the Church. Can an army raised with money be more fearless than an army raised with faith? In the future, when fighting, everyone will see the horror of the papal army. Especially with the blessing of the MC world, this fearless army will also be armed to the point where the demons will be desperate to see. But then again, the horse farm should also be prepared. If you want to raise them, you have to raise the best, eugenics, and select genes. There are many detailed formulas for breeding horses, and Ian doesn't understand them very well, but how do you think about it? It is the same as hybrid rice, after picking and choosing. Open your eyes and it's born. At that time, he, young Master Ian, will not only be the Pope of the Dawn Church. He is also the first Mendel on the Rodri Continent. Speaking of which, I have to test whether the speed potion breeding horse bug has been retained someday. If that bug is still there, let alone a thoroughbred horse, a light speed horse can be raised. Markov, as his own person, understood what to do with a look from Ian. Immediately, he led the other knights wearing thick iron armor out of the queue and stood there. Although their height is not as good as the Iron Golems, each of them is also fierce and domineering, making many young and strong believers dizzy. The Dawn Church wants to recruit an army that belongs to the Great Dawn. This time, there is no need to say anything about eggs and bread, and even before talking about any treatment issues. Countless young people have already enthusiastically raised their hands and squeezed forward shoulder to shoulder. Me. Let me go first. Holy Night Lord. Let me come. I am willing to die for the Dawn. Great Dawn is above, our Father, our Lord, please give me the opportunity to follow you and defend your glory. I will bring glory to our Father with my life. Looking at the instantly hot and explosive recruiting scene, Ian smiled lightly and stepped back, quietly leaving with Lear and others, hiding his achievements and fame. Did you see, Lear, only faith can achieve true popular support. Lear looked back at the recruiting ground with the roaring mountains and tsunami. Young Master Ian, this time, we didn't say we would send eggs and bread. That's right. Ian smiled heartily, there were no outsiders at this time, and he also unloaded his disguise. The Dawn Church, the general trend has been achieved. Chapter 31. Today in Blackwater City, the miracles of the Dawn were truly outrageous. First, there was the towering cathedral that rose from the ground overnight, its architectural style as unbelievable as could be. Then there were the promised egg breads, which were also filled with a mysterious aura. Then there was the eyewitness account of the gods walking among humans, forging a path of harvest, witnessing myths becoming reality. Finally, there was the powerful iron puppet. Now, if any citizen of Blackwater City were to say they didn't believe in the Dawn, they would likely be ostracized by the other believers, or even beaten up in severe cases. Blackwater City, from top to bottom, was now full of devout followers of the Dawn. And therefore, the area where Markov was recruiting for the Holy Sea's army was now packed with people, Blackwater City believers one after another. Regardless of gender or age, they were squeezing forward, impatiently begging to join the Holy Sea's army. Fight for the Dawn, and you can ascend to heaven after death. With the current power of the Church of the Dawn, coupled with numerous miracles as guarantees, the citizens of Blackwater City firmly believed it. Especially those believers who had not yet been formally enlisted were even more anxious and fanatically pleading for priority to join the army. If they couldn't do something for the Dawn, they always felt that they weren't truly children of the Dawn. They also wanted to be like old Matthew, receiving the loving attention of the great Heavenly Father. This enthusiastic scene made Markov, who was deliberately maintaining the demeanor of a paladin, overjoyed in his heart. Line up! No noise! Children of the Dawn should not be so rude. Just these words immediately calmed the noisy situation, and the Blackwater City believers obediently went back to line up. As expected of the Church of the Dawn created by young Master Ian, Markov sighed in his heart and began to register the information of those who were eager to join the army with the other knights. Far away, under the shadow of a house, there was still that unusually dressed girl. A delicate and slightly thin face, with a body wrapped in a robe that was particularly large. It looked quite out of proportion. The girl didn't squeeze in with the others, fanatically begging to join the army. Her eyes lingered on the wandering iron puppet and the faintly visible dome of the church in the distance. Although she didn't seem to have any intention of joining the army, the devotion in her eyes was no weaker than anyone else's. Looking in the direction of Markov and the others, the girl's eyes were full of struggle. "Child, I can feel your confusion, can you talk to me about it?" Suddenly, old Matthew's gentle voice sounded in her ear. The girl came back to her senses and quickly clasped her hands together. "Father Matthew! I know you, you are not a citizen of Blackwater City, nor are you an enlisted believer of the Great Church of the Dawn." Old Matthew's smile was still gentle. This guy had adapted to the change of identity in such a short time. Hearing what old Matthew said, the girl immediately became a little anxious. "I'm sorry, Father Matthew, It's okay, child." Old Matthew raised his hand and interrupted the girl's words. "I can feel your devotion to the Dawn. As long as you have a devout heart, you are a child of the Dawn. I have no intention of prying into your secrets, but I am very curious. Having seen the Dawn descend with miracles, why do you still have hesitant feelings? Do you still have any doubts about the dawn? The girl immediately raised her head, her eyes full of panic. No. Father Matthew. The dawn has given me the hope to live, I respect him, I love him. I am willing to follow him for eternity. Old Matthew smiled with relief, but the girl pursed her lips and said, "It's just. It doesn't matter, child." Old Matthew shook his head, interrupting the girl's following words. "Go do it, as long as you have the dawn in your heart, that's enough. Your confusion and doubts, on the road you are walking, the dawn will give you the answer. Just like me, the dawn will always pay attention to its most beloved children. Put down your confusion and be bold to do it. If you still have any questions, go to the church to find me. It is the duty bestowed upon me by His Holiness the Pope to answer the doubts of the children of the dawn." After saying that, old Matthew walked towards the church. He was about to officially take up his post. Looking at old Matthew's back, the girl's eyes became more determined, and finally, she went out of the city against the flow of people. She walked 4 or 5 miles in a row until Blackwater City behind her disappeared from sight. Only then did the girl breathe a sigh of relief. Reaching out and pulling, the black robe fluttered. A pair of pure white wings actually unfolded behind the girl. The wingspan was 4 or 5 meters, and the wings were full and neat. It seemed that this was the reason why the black-robed girl's figure and appearance were inconsistent. Looking back at Blackwater City again, the girl clasped her hands together, and the words of prayer whispered. After a while, the wings fluttered, bringing up a whistling wind pressure, bending the surrounding weeds. Pieces of pure white feathers fell to the ground, and the girl with wings on her back had already soared into the sky. Like a divine white eagle, cutting through the clouds and flying towards the Great Rift Valley east of Blackwater City. "Father, Mother, clansmen! I have found the true hope for everyone." The girl soaring in the sky had a firm and devout face. "Believe in the dawn, follow him, love him. Take refuge under his holiness. The winged clan will surely be great again." The bursting wind pulled out streaks of clouds behind her, and the figure of the winged clan girl almost drew after images. After a long time, the traces of the cloud-piercing arrow plunged into the Great Rift Valley in the eastern part of Blackwater City. "Father! Mother! Everyone! I'm back!" The crisp and excited shouts echoed in the canyon. The echo swept across the jungle at the bottom of the canyon, across the ridge in the center of the canyon. It also swept across an imperceptible crack in an unknown place in the canyon, emitting a black-purple light. Perhaps it was the vibration of the sound. The crack trembled faintly, and the strange light that burst out became more intense. Tree Crown City. Chieftain Cleveland walked back and forth in the heavily guarded city lord's mansion with a gloomy face. Like an ant in a hot pot. In the quiet city lord's mansion, faint, husky roars could be heard, and a fishy smell permeated the air. The ground was also covered with some dark red blood scabs. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in a hurry. In the past, this reckless behavior would have added another headless corpse to the city lord's mansion. But now, Chieftain Cleveland instantly burst out with a speed that didn't match his bloated body, and instantly pressed down on the messenger's shoulder. "Is there a reply from the royal capital?" The messenger dared not delay and hurriedly said. "Reporting to the deputy city lord, it's from Blackwater City, that you asked us to monitor. Get out." Chieftain Cleveland was furious and slapped him, sending the messenger flying out and smashing the door. Cleveland's eyes were red. "What time is it, and you're still interrupting me with such trivial matters? If there's a next time, I'll feed you to my son." The messenger shuddered, his eyes full of fear, and regardless of his severely injured body, he struggled to get up and ran away quickly. Chieftain Lyman, who was sitting on the side, said casually, "Why are you arguing with him? Wasn't the order to monitor Blackwater City issued by you? Don't worry, this matter concerns the news of the new demon clan. The royal capital will definitely take it seriously, just wait a little longer." Cleveland glanced at Lyman gloomily. Suddenly someone else walked in cautiously. "Deputy City Lord. Speak. The second young master is banging on the door again, and the newly replaced door is about to break." Cleveland took a deep breath, his eyes even more gloomy, and glanced at Lyman. "Send food in." "Food? Deputy City Lord, the food caught yesterday is all ready," the guard said with embarrassment, and the next moment, a dagger inlaid with jewels pierced his eyebrow. Bang! The guard fell to the ground in a daze. Cleveland pulled out the dagger expressionlessly. "Someone, send this assassin into the second young master's room. And go and catch 10 fresh foods for the second young master to prepare." 2 trembling guards walked in from both sides of the city lord's mansion gate, and soon dragged the body on the ground away. Cleveland glanced gloomily at the departing corpse, and then at Lyman. The latter smiled and took a sip of milk, implying, "Those who don't have long eyes, kill them well. I don't know if our dear chieftain Cleveland is about to take office as the city lord of Songland City? Still calling himself deputy city lord." Hearing this, a murderous intent suddenly soared in Cleveland's eyes, but after a long time, it all subsided. "City Lord Lyman is joking, it's all unsubstantiated. Don't be humble, old buddy." Lyman scraped the silver spoon, colliding with the cup. "Hasn't the third prince already promised you that after settling in Songland City, you will serve as the city lord? When the time comes, I, the old brother, will have to rely on City Lord Cleveland to take care of my territory in Songland City." Chapter 32. Old Bastard. Cleveland looked at Lyman across from him, who was smiling like a Maitreya Buddha, and had already planned out 10,000 kinds of cruel tortures to torment him to death. But he still sat down and said softly, "Lord Lyman has been the city lord of Tree Crown City for so long and has more experience in this area. When I attended the third prince's private banquet before, the third prince kept saying that you, old brother, managed Tree Crown City well. It's a pity you weren't there at the time, old brother, otherwise you could have heard the third prince's praise for you in person." Hearing this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Lyman's eyes, and the movement of scooping with the spoon slowed down. "We are all working for the third prince, there is no distinction between you and me. Whoever manages Songland City is doing it for His Highness the Third Prince, isn't it? However, if the Third Prince really needs it, I can only reluctantly strain my old bones. With so many years of City Lord experience, I can't let the Third Prince down." Cleveland clenched the fist hidden in his sleeve and echoed, "The Third Prince and I trust your ability, old brother. Who doesn't know that you are the vanguard of our Third Prince's faction? However, Tree Crown City has encountered such a big mess right now, old brother, you have to worry about it too. Otherwise, it won't look good in front of the Third Prince." Lyman paused as he scooped with the spoon, then pretended to sigh and said, "Yes, I hope the reply from the royal capital will be faster. However, old buddy, you have to step up your efforts too. That little bastard is not dead yet. If the Third Prince asks about it, it will be a problem. Don't let the Third Prince think we are not doing our job well." Cleveland took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. "It will be resolved." After saying that, he stopped talking to Lyman. In fact, he was the most anxious person right now. A few days ago, strange demonic creatures that appeared out of nowhere crossed the defenses and entered the Cleveland family and the Lyman family, killing indiscriminately. Although it was finally resolved, those 10 powerful demons killed hundreds of soldiers and members of the 2 families. If that were all, he could suppress it and not report it. The real trouble was that the people who were injured or killed by the demons turned into bloodthirsty monsters the next day, and being injured by those monsters would turn you into a new monster. Due to a moment of carelessness, under the snowball effect, many people from both families were infected. Among them, Cleveland's second son also turned into that kind of bloodthirsty monster. As far as Cleveland knew, several of Lyman's children seemed to have turned into those monsters too. However, this guy Lyman was ruthless. He personally killed all the infected members of the Lyman family. A cold-blooded monster. When he thought that after he moved into Songland City, he would have to find a way to destroy Lyman, Cleveland felt a headache. Just as he was secretly worrying, a messenger ran in a hurry again. "Lord City Lord, Deputy City Lord." Cleveland's face darkened. "If it's still useless news, I'll take you to feed those things." The messenger trembled in fear and quickly said, "It's an urgent report from the royal capital. His Majesty the King attaches great importance to the new type of demon in Tree Crown City and has sent people to the elf forest at full speed for help. In addition, His Majesty the King has also ordered Tree Crown City to be sealed off until the elves arrive. Hearing this, Lyman and Cleveland finally breathed a sigh of relief. Waving his hand to dismiss the messenger, Lyman looked at Cleveland with a smile. Now, old buddy, you can rest assured, right? The elven mages are very good at dealing with this kind of curse. Once they come, your second son will be fine. Cleveland glanced at Lyman. It was rare for this guy to say something human. It was probably because the demon invasion in Tree Crown City was not blamed by the royal capital. Thinking of this, Cleveland's heart sank. The royal capital did not issue blame, probably because the third prince had exerted his influence. But when did this old bastard Lyman get so close to the third prince? Cleveland's heart was turbulent, but he still said congratulations, congratulations on his lips. After a long time, he let people in to clean up the blood stains. Cleveland suddenly had an idea and looked at Lyman and said, "Old brother, the trouble in Tree Crown City will definitely be solved once the elves arrive. However, can we make some use of those monsters?" Hearing this, Lyman raised his eyebrows. "You mean?" Cleveland smiled sinisterly. "As far as I know, the city defenses of Blackwater City are weak. It's a small city with more than 5,000 people. Such a population density. Once a cursed plague breaks out, that little bastard will probably have a hard time escaping death, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lyman clapped his hands and ordered the guards who entered the door. "Clean up those 200 or so monsters in the dungeon, and then grab some lowly people, infect them to make up 500, and send them to Blackwater City. Remember to send them over at night and keep the operation secret." The guards expressionlessly accepted the order and left. Lyman laughed heartily and said happily, "You're quick-witted, old brother. I'm really old. In this way, that little bastard will probably never be able to turn over. With your great wisdom, old brother, I think the position of City Lord of Songland City must be yours." Cleveland waved his hand and said modestly, "Hey, don't say that, old brother. Everything is up to the third prince's arrangement. Old brother, your awareness is, in a word, high. The latest and most complete novels are first published at Blackwater City Lord's Mansion." Ian, who had taken off the Pope's disguise, became himself again. He collapsed on the sofa, closed his eyes, and enjoyed Rizia's head massage. "I'm exhausted after pretending for a whole morning. I have to pay attention to the tone of my speech, the words must be close to the religious dogma, and the behavior must show the majesty of the dawn. Being a pope who shows his face is really not a job for humans." Fran teased with a smile. "But I think young Master Ian, you seem to be enjoying pretending. You're enjoying the fanatical cheers of more than 5,000 believers. Each of them is ready to shed blood for young Master Ian and the Dawn Church at any time. Young Master Ian is probably secretly happy, right?" Ian raised his hand and poked Fran's brow, but he didn't refute. Seeing the current devout faith of the citizens of Blackwater City, he was indeed very gratified. But it wasn't because of this point. The main reason was that under the current high degree of faith of the citizens of Blackwater City, the plan to use MC resources to build Blackwater City on a large scale could be put on the agenda. In addition, with the Dawn Church having a solid foundation, he could also plan for expansion. Ian never thought of confining the Dawn Church to Blackwater City alone. Not to mention the grand goals, Ian could take advantage of the great momentum of the Dawn Church after the zombie plague in Tree Crown City had fermented a bit more. Reorganize Tree Crown City and burn the heretics. As for the reaction of the royal capital of the Bilka Principality, Ian didn't care. After settling accounts with these two old things, it would be the Bilka Principality's royal family. He didn't believe that the Phobos family was expelled from Songland City without the royal family's involvement. Even if it really wasn't involved, Ian didn't care. The Dawn Church needed a broader soil of faith. If you have to blame someone, blame the Bilka Principality for blocking the way. Solely relying on miracles, although it could gather faith. But the development of the Church cannot rely solely on divine manifestations. Thunder and rain are both divine power. Military force is also the foundation of the Holy See. The Bilka Principality is the stage to show the divine power of the dawn. First establish the church with force, then spread the faith with miracles and dogma, and finally, the faith from the bottom up will encompass everything. At this point, the divine right of kings is orthodox. This was the core of the Dawn Church's development that Ian had set. To put it simply in one sentence. If you don't recognize the Dawn as the benevolent Heavenly Father that I'm telling you about, then I can only let the Iron Golem army talk to you about scriptures and doctrines. While thinking about the large-scale construction of Blackwater City and the expansion of the Dawn Church, Ian suddenly clapped his hands. I almost forgot an important thing. There is a chance that the eggs in the MC world will directly throw out chicks when they are smashed open. Leah, go and remind the citizens in the afternoon that they shouldn't eat eggs for now, since we have bone meal to catalyze food. Keep them to plan a chicken farm in the city. Leah nodded slightly and said, Young Master Ian, are you going to show up and personally throw the eggs? This is also a good opportunity to show the miracle of the dawn creating life. Ian waved his hand and refused. I'm not going. There are enough miracles already, and the faith of the believers in Blackwater City is very devout now. In the future, I will try not to show up in Blackwater City as much as possible to maintain the Pope's prestige. Let's leave this opportunity to pretend to be a big shot to you, the Cardinal. Chapter 33. Showing off is human nature. The great geneticist Ian Forbes noted it in The Selfish Gene. The desire to show off is a primal instinct of genes. Even God can't avoid this. Otherwise, why would the Jade Emperor boast about ascending the throne after 1750 tribulations? Why would God boast about creating the world in 7 days and blessing all living beings? Therefore, humanity's desire to show off is a life instinct. However, Ian has shown off enough today. Moreover, facing the Blackwater City citizens who have experienced massive miracles, showing off won't have much effect. According to the stimulus upper limit theory of showing off, even if Ian chopped off the heads of the 7 demon lords and threw them in front of them now, the Blackwater City citizens would probably just shout Dawn God's might, and happily prepare for the celebration. Showing off is also about playing the long game. Ian has already planned to prepare for the large-scale construction of Blackwater City, so he can't single-mindedly bring everyone into the MC world for development. Markov and the others will go for training in the afternoon after recruiting the army. Liar needs to find old Matthew to arrange the chicken farm, and also survey Blackwater City for Ian to prepare for the subsequent large-scale construction. So, after lunch, Ian took Lesia and other maids back to the Dawn Holy City under construction in the MC world. He must create the iron farm in the remaining time today. Only by creating the iron farm can the construction of Blackwater City and Dawn Holy City embark on a truly high-speed path. He instructed Lesia and the others to continue farming threads, exchanging emeralds, and trading with villagers. Lesia and the others don't seem to mind this monotonous and repetitive work. Perhaps it's because they feel happy as long as they stay in the Dawn heaven in their hearts. Of course, Ian believes even more that it's women's innate desire to shop that's at play. Exchanging resources with villagers, isn't that just shopping? Especially with endless threads to exchange for emeralds, it's like a life simulator with unlimited money. Everyone has a godlike system with one-click full-level wealth, where spending money gets rewards. Anyway, Lesia and the others never get tired of this kind of work that Ian gets bored of after a day. Ian then went to the villager breeding center, took a few high-quality biological batteries, and walked towards the boundary of the Dawn Holy City planning area. The construction of the iron farm must not be too close to the village, or areas with a large number of villagers and beds gathered. Otherwise, it will affect the birth of Iron Golems. Ian guessed that the previous failures were all due to this reason. So a few days ago, he specifically moved the location of the villager breeding center to the particularly distant east. Standing on a clearing in the far west, it is already thousands of blocks away from the villager breeding center, which is probably enough. The detailed construction process of the iron farm was already well known before Ian transmigrated. Although the structure is not the same, the principle used is consistent overall. With a sufficient base of villagers, placing beds triggers the code in the underlying logic of the MC world that this is a village. Putting zombies and other monsters that pose a threat to the villagers makes the villagers feel fear, triggering the code to summon Iron Golems. An Iron Golem dies, and a second Iron Golem is born. So on and so forth. It sounds simple, but it's actually quite difficult to do. According to incomplete records, Ian has failed more than a dozen times in the past few days. After reviewing the various reasons for his failure, Ian finally started construction after a while. First, dig a 3x3x7 deep pit, and expand a 2x3x3 activity space forward at the bottom of the pit. Place 2 half bricks and a trapdoor at the second grid height in front. Place the bed, the head of the bed must face forward. Then continue to expand 2 grids of space inward. After expanding the space, you have to put a boat in a designated position to ensure that the zombies here will not run around and attack the villagers. Next, dig out the passage, return to the ground, and select the area to plan the generation of Iron Golems. This step is also a step where Ian always fails. Ian seemed particularly cautious, placing a block and then standing still to think about whether the distance was appropriate. Often in the end, Ian would shake his head and knock off the block, reselecting the area. Repeatedly, until 2 hours later, a decent-looking iron farm was finally completed. But when Ian let the villagers and zombies take their places and saw the Iron Golem being born on the edge of the generation area, Ian knew that he had failed again. Sighing, Ian was not discouraged. After failing for so many days, he didn't plan to succeed in one fell swoop this time. Build a block on the spot to a sufficient height, and take out a bow and arrow to grind the Iron Golem to death. The hard-working old farmer Ian picked up the shovel and pickaxe again and buried his head in digging. An afternoon passed by in Ian's repeated construction of the iron farm and repeated failures. In the eyes of Lesia and others, Ian would drill into the ground from time to time, and then build blocks to the sky to kill Iron Golems from time to time. Until the sun set in the west, Lesia called Ian to eat, and Ian was still being a successful mother. If Ian didn't go out, Lesia and the others were happy to stay in the MC world all the time, even if it was just simple shopping and exchange work, they enjoyed it. In the Rodri Continent, they can't experience the current sturdy physique and magical methods. The latest novels are first published. If Ian didn't repeatedly say something like games and reality can't be confused, Lesia and the others would love to stay in the MC world forever. Although there are many monsters in the MC world, compared to the Rodri Continent, it is really a paradise. Looking back at Ian, no one disturbed him, and he wholeheartedly cultivated the iron farm. From the high sun to the setting sun, and then to the silent night, the roars of monsters appeared in the wilderness outside the Dawn Holy City. Finally, after failing 4 or 5 times in a row, Ian overturned everything and started over. Running back into the house in the face of Lesia and others' doubtful eyes, after a long time, he ran out excitedly with a notebook in his arms. In the perception of Lesia and others, Ian is still repeating actions that can be described as stereotyped. But this time, Ian has completely abandoned dogmatism. Forgetting the iron farm template he remembered in his mind, according to the principles of villager, zombie, and iron golem refresh he mastered. Using his own understanding, he planned a brand new, huge building that was completely different from the standard iron farm. Sister Lesia. Fren ran to Lesia's side with a notebook in her arms, and lowered her voice. I just got close to young Master Ian and listened for a while. Young Master Ian seems to be crazy. He keeps muttering something about reforming, using the past for the present. Speaking, Fren's little face was full of worry. Seeing our Dawn Church prospering, what if something happens to young Master Ian? Lesia straightened her waist and glanced at Ian in the distance with some suspicion. The latter at this time was stacking blocks more than 10 meters high, looking up at the moonlight with his hands behind his back, and faintly could see a pious look on his face muttering something. Lesia pursed her lips. Wouldn't it? What if? Fren looked serious. Young Master Ian said, it's better to be safe than sorry. Lesia was silent, her eyes flickering, and after a while, she didn't know what she thought of. A delicate pretty face turned red, and her eyes were erratic. "Friend, what you said makes sense. Young Master Ian is the last bloodline of the Forbes family. If something happens, the Forbes family will be without descendants, and we will have no face to face the old master. So." Lesia paused, her expression awe-inspiring, revealing a morbid excitement. Wielding the shovel, she said excitedly. "While young Master Ian is still energetic. Let me continue the offspring for the great Forbes family." Fren looked at Lesia, who wanted to rush over and knock down Ian, with a dazed expression. "Sister Lesia, I didn't mean that. Let me give birth to a new dawn for the great Dawn Church. Young Master Ian. I'm coming." Lesia's infatuated smile became even more chilling, and she shook off her maid skirt and rushed towards Ian. But before she could reach Ian, a crazy shout suddenly came from Ian's direction. This shout immediately scared Lesia and she fell. "Haha! Teacher, I did it!" Chapter 34. Watching the iron golems below constantly fall and new ones constantly being created. The dropped flowers and iron ingots flowed along with the water, rushing into the hoppers below and into the chests. Ian was so happy he almost crowed. This was not just because the troublesome iron farm predicament had been completely solved, but also because Ian had not relied on his previous successful gaming experience. Instead, he used his own understanding of the MC world to build his own iron farm. Although this iron farm was extremely bloated, taking up almost twice the area of the original iron farm, and wasting more than twice the resources. But at least, he figured it out himself. Solving a dilemma with his own wisdom not only brings extreme satisfaction but also makes one more confident. Even though, to this day, Ian's grasp of basic redstone industrial knowledge is almost completely exhausted. But with the iron farm as a precedent, he may be able to figure out more constructions in the future. While Ian was thinking, he saw 4 or 5 iron golems had already turned into blue smoke and dissipated. The efficiency is still acceptable. Iron golems drop 3 to 5 iron ingots and 0 to 2 poppies. Of course, this poppy also has a not-so-legal original name. Opium poppy. This thing is also something that people in Ian's hometown hate. These poppies are destined to be made into dyes and compost. However, after thinking about it, Ian still planned to keep some. He himself, and even his subordinate territories and believers, will always have a zero-tolerance attitude towards gambling and drugs. But if you throw it to the enemy, this thing might also be a good weapon. After tidying up for a moment, Ian climbed out of the iron farm, looked at the maids surrounding him, and ordered. "You've come at the right time, Rizia, have people surround this place, and send people over every half day to take the resources from the chests below." But as soon as he finished speaking, Rizia, who would usually react to Ian's orders immediately, did not move. She just looked at Ian uncertainly, and after a long while, whispered. "Young Master Ian, are you all right? What could be wrong with me?" Ian looked at Rizia, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "The iron farm is completed, just happy about it." Hearing this, Rizia sighed with considerable regret. "So, you're not crazy? Why do I feel like you're disappointed?" Ian rolled his eyes and said. "Did you hear what I just said?" "Understood, young Master Ian." Rizia regained her composure and said with a hint of surprise. "Young Master Ian, does that mean we can now get a steady stream of iron ore without mining? Or is it the incredibly magical and excellent iron ore of the MC world?" Ian nodded slightly. "Of course, but the efficiency is not very high now. It just so happens that you are here, so pack up your things, and let's build a few more iron farms tonight. In the future, we will never have to worry about iron ore again. The more iron farms, the better." Ian's vision has never been limited to Dawn Holy City and Blackwater City. In the future, whether it is the MC world or the Rodri Continent, it must continue to expand. Build and conquer more cities and regions. Ian is also thinking about building a few iron farms wherever he goes in the MC world in the future. At the very least, every village he finds during the wasteland period must have a few iron farms. Commanding the maids to bring tools and villagers, Ian led them along the previously dug mine tunnel to the mining area outside the village under the cover of night. With the experience of the first success, the rest of the matter is much simpler. In short, it is just copy and paste. Overnight, Ian took Rizia and the others to build 2 more iron farms in the mountain area and 1 iron farm on the edge of the jungle. On the plain, another iron farm was built. All in all, 5 were built, which, for the time being, should be enough for a long time in the early stage. Ian also did not hide this technology, and handed it all over to Rizia and the others. After a night of practice, if Rizia and the others are more careful, they can also independently make iron farms. These iron farms outside the city have underground tunnels dug to connect with Dawn Holy City to ensure convenient, safe, and efficient resource collection. After doing all this, dawn broke. Ian and the others didn't sleep all night, but in the MC world, there is no such thing as mental fatigue after eating enough. Under the premise of no mods, the only impact of not sleeping is the appearance of phantoms. But they will only be born at night after 3 days of not sleeping. Not a big problem. Besides, even if the phantoms really come out, Ian will be happy. The phantom membrane that this thing drops is a good thing. Not only can it be used to repair elytra, but it can also be used to brew slow-falling potions. It is also a material with a large demand in the mid to late stages. Ian plans to let Markov stay up at that time. That guy is full of energy and doesn't want to sleep in the MC world, just right. The job of cleaning up phantoms suits him very well. As the Pope, Ian is most optimistic about these employees who actively request overtime. Collecting the harvest from the iron farm overnight, and making a few stone generators to save resources for the construction of Blackwater City in the future. Finally, Ian took Rizia and the others back to the Rodri Continent with reluctance towards the MC world. The latest novels are first published on zuishuang.com. Generally speaking, Ian still likes to go back to the Rodri Continent to sleep. Sleeping in the MC world is good, but you can't dream. Ian has been deeply involved in the MC world during this period. He hasn't had the beautiful dream of stepping on the 7 deadly demon kings, embracing left and right, reaching the top of the Rodri Continent, and countless believers bowing down at his wave of his hand for a long time. Back to the Lord's mansion bedroom. Ian drove Rizia, who was acting coy and whose words and thoughts were particularly irregular, out of the bedroom again. He glanced at the sky and was surprised to find that the outside was covered with dark clouds and muffled thunder, but no raindrops had fallen yet. The drought has lasted for a long time, and Ian felt that maybe God was going to show mercy and end the drought. But this has little to do with Blackwater City. Whether it rains or not, Blackwater City has endless water to use. Now the people of Blackwater City don't rely on the sky or the earth, they only rely on the Dawn God sect. Ian could just take advantage of this natural white noise to have a good dream. Lying on the bed, Ian subconsciously glanced at the MC world gate that was emitting faint spots of light. He just remembered that this thing could receive rewards. He was really too busy during this time. He got up with a carp jump, quickly approached it, and stretched out his hand to stick it on the edge of the square bedrock door frame. Ian closed his eyes, but a projection similar to the character backpack panel appeared in front of him. Unsurprisingly, the progress bar of the phased construction had already far exceeded the newcomer mark. Now, it is only 1/3 away from reaching the fame starts stage. Ian shook his head helplessly. His own MC world gate is good in every way, but there is one thing. This thing is not like a system, it is rigidly fatal, and even the rewards will not be directly sent to his account with a ding sound. You still have to go through the process and receive it yourself. However, this can also be regarded as a little fun, which is quite participatory and fulfilling. Ian didn't have much hope for this so-called first stage reward. This is not a newbie gift bag, it is just the stage reward of the most basic stage. Besides, the newbie gift bag gave Steve's physique, and the reward that Steve's physique can be partially unlocked in the Rodri Continent. This is already strong enough. At present, if the 7 deadly demon kings don't come out, Ian can easily protect himself. With the resources of the MC world, he can fight a division of knights with Lair's strength. As for this reward, Ian felt that at most it would continue to unlock a part of Steve's physique's usage rights in the Rodri Continent. But when he saw the gorgeous scabbard and katana crossed pattern, Ian realized. His own MC World Gate golden finger is so generous that it is unimaginable. The sleepiness was swept away, and Ian even pinched himself in disbelief. Until he was sure that he was not mistaken. Rizia was waiting outside the door for Ian's call. After a muffled sound of an object hitting the floor, I heard a cheer that was even more frantic than Ian making the iron farm before. The Iato sword. Your Holiness, I'm rich. Rizia's eyes sharpened, and she instantly turned her head to stare at the bedroom door. Young Master Ian, is crazy again? The next moment, Rizia lifted her skirt, and a crazy smile appeared on her face again. A backhand single, slammed open the bedroom door. Young Master Ian. I'm coming. Let me conceive a new generation of hope for the great god of dawn. Chapter 35. Laisha. You teach Frenny not to run around the house, but you're the one barging in. If I didn't have a strong body, my back would have been broken by you. Young Master Ian, I am considering the future of the great Dawn God sect. The king has no heir, the court is unstable. The Dawn God sect is the same. I'm not going to die that easily. What if, young Master Ian? You yourself said, life is like chess, calculate 3 steps ahead. Idiot, that's not how you use that phrase. But, young Master Ian. Get out. Alright. If you change your mind, be sure to call me. Get out. After sending away Laisha, who looked regretful, Ian sighed deeply. Other people's nuns become more and more holy as they serve, always maintaining purity for the gods. How come when it comes to his Dawn God sect, this saint nun Laisha becomes more and more like a lustful woman? He has to give these nuns a course on ideology and morality someday. Re-examining the rewards, Ian felt that his own MC World Gate was more and more pleasing to the eye. This time's stage rewards are beyond generous. In addition to the Bata's sword, there are many additional rewards. For example, in the Rodri Continent, Steve's physique is unsealed to 1/5. For example, a teleport point that can be placed anywhere in the MC world. No matter how far you run, as long as you are in the same dimension, you can teleport back directly. For example, remote communication capabilities similar to WeChat private chat. The former makes Ian safer in the Rodri Continent, and his self-protection ability soars. The latter two have irreplaceable effects on Ian's subsequent plans for the MC World expedition and exploration. It can be regarded as solving Ian's biggest troubles. However, compared to the Bata's sword mod, which is almost equivalent to a golden legend in Ian's eyes, these rewards are not worth mentioning. Mod, Bata's sword. A symbolic mod that has almost run through the history of the MC world. With the advancement of the times, the Bata's sword seems to have become the tears of the old era. In terms of diversity, it is not as good as the magic metal mod. In terms of convenience, it is not as good as the equivalent exchange mod. In terms of power, it is even more different from the Omnidominance sword, which is a one-hit kill in the Endless Greed mod. After the passage of time, the Bata's sword mod, which was once a sweetheart, has become an aging madam. But no matter how good these mods are, for Ian, it is precisely because of the Bata's sword mod that he was able to keep playing in the past. The Bata's sword is always the white moonlight of the blockheads. If you have to rank all the mods, the Bata's sword is definitely in the top 3 in Ian's heart. All kinds of katanas, all kinds of skills. Honing time after time, just to pursue the highest damage skill output. Compared with many subsequent mods, the destructive power of the Bata's sword is not considered strong. But putting it in the current stage, Ian feels that no mod is more suitable than the Bata's sword. Whether it is for Ian or Lael and the others, the Bata's sword is a mod that can quickly improve their strength in a short period of time. And the development difficulty is not high. Besides, although the Bata's sword is not as good as the weapon damage of the Endless Greed mod, this thing is large and satisfying. As long as you take the Bata's sword, you will immediately transform into a powerful and awesome knight. Various sword skills can be played out. In the future, attack the demons and conquer the major kingdoms. Forming an army of Bata's swords, starting with Dimensional Slash and Phantom Sword, 10,000 swords fired together. Isn't this power no weaker than a forbidden curse? Ian is already satisfied enough to have the unexpected surprise of the Battle Sword mod. Amen gave a lot this time, and Ian couldn't help but look forward to the next stage reward. It's just that what is bothering him now is, before time traveling, he hadn't touched the Battle Sword mod for 3 or 4 years, and Ian had forgotten a lot of the details. The most important thing is that many powerful swords of the Battle Sword are linked to other mods, such as Twilight Forest, The Last Katana Craftsman, and so on. Now only the Battle Sword is loaded. Without linked mods, many Battle Swords can't be made at all. After pondering for a long time, Ian still happily accepted this result. If he forgets the skills, he can restudy them. If there are no linked mods, the main body is enough for the time being. Not to mention anything else, the broken Yamato dropped by the Ender Dragon, after being upgraded to the Demon Sword Yamato. That is the strongest Battle Sword without additional mods. Its built-in passive abilities and skills can be considered artifacts in the Rodri Continent. By then, the entire TNG Dragon Slaying Cannon and Yamato can also be mass-produced by Ian. Without even having time to be happy about the soaring power after Steve's physique was unsealed, Ian sat on the bed. The original sleepiness had already been swept away. Now that he has the Battle Sword, he should also think about the MC World Expedition. Not to mention anything else, the Nether and the End must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Ian couldn't wait to get his first Demon Sword Yamato. But thinking about it carefully, this plan is not realistic now. Blackwater City and the Dawn God sect are booming, and Ian can't just leave them alone and run to the End to slay the dragon. If Lael and the others can't find Ian, they will go crazy. But to bring them a bunch of half-baked guys, if they see the Ender Dragon, they will probably lose half their lives. Especially that mindless Markov. Ian inexplicably had a sense of picture. Arriving at the end, Markov stared at the Enderman with wide eyes, and opened his mouth to say, "What are you looking at? Next, just wait to be ganged up on. You have to walk step by step, and eat bite by bite. First make a few Battle Swords to get your hands on, and prepare to go to the Nether to farm monsters. Simply make 2 monster spawn towers for Pigmen and Blazes, and gather gold to make golden apples. The Blazes materials are stored to make potions. If you can't make the Yamato in a short time, it's okay to make some Oatake to transition. In the case of no mods, the damage of the Oatake is actually not much different from the Yamato. As for why Ian is still obsessed with pursuing the Yamato. The Yamato is faith. With a whoosh, Ian stood up again and strode towards the MC World Gate. Why sleep long before death? You will sleep long after death. Just do it. Loudly proclaiming the oath, Ian disappeared into the MC World Gate. A moment later, the bedroom door was slammed open again with a bang. "Young Master Ian, I'm here." Laisha lifted her skirt and excitedly looked around the bedroom. It wasn't until she noticed the frequent flashes of light from the MC World Gate that she realized Ian had drilled into the MC World again. The excitement was swept away. She didn't follow in, but sat on the sofa and looked at the MC World Gate with a resentful face. "Young Master Ian, when will you go crazy? The king has no heir, the court is unstable." Under the influence of the cloudy and thundery weather, the aura revealed by Laisha all over her body seemed even more like a resentful woman. Looking at the MC World Gate, she muttered to herself non-stop. After a long time, the ticking sound rang on the bedroom glass. "Dawn be praised! It's raining! It's finally raining!" The clamor also came from outside the window. Getting up and walking to the window. Looking at the people below standing in the rain and respectfully cheering, all opening their arms to enjoy the long-lost baptism of sweet rain. After a long time, Laisha curled her lips. "What Dawn be praised? It's clearly young Master Ian who is blessing us. These believers are not pious at all. Young Master Ian has shown so many miracles, but they still don't know who is the real Dawn. A bunch of idiots." Raising her hand and pressing it on the glass, this sudden rain seemed a bit chilling. Under the thunder and lightning, the noisy people finally remembered to take shelter from the rain, but they flocked to the Dawn Church in the center of the city to take shelter from the rain. Before long, the low prayers from the distant Dawn Church spread to the city lord's mansion. The entire Blackwater city seemed to be covered with a layer of pious and loyal holy light. A little bit of satisfaction finally appeared on Laisha's face. This rain is getting heavier and heavier. Chapter 36. Regarding the Bata's sword, the settings are actually quite complex. Different swords have different sword skills. For example, Phantom Blade and Dimension Slash are the two most famous. These two sword skills are collectively known as SA sword skills. In addition to SA, there are also basic sword skills, similar to IAI Slash. The Bata's sword itself also has different states, such as intact, broken, sealed, unsheathed, and so on. In addition, there is the forging of the sword and the enchantment of the sword. Which sword is the prerequisite state of which sword, and what conditions need to be met to upgrade. Kill count, honor value, inheritance, and so on. It sounds complicated, but in practice, it's not simple either. However, Ian doesn't want to think about these things for the time being. He just wants to get a Bata's sword to play with now. The most basic Bata's sword, which is also the first Bata's sword that everyone can own, is basically the nameless sword puppet. There is no difficulty in synthesizing this thing. Just 2 pieces of wood and a wooden sword will generate it. But because of this, the damage of this nameless sword puppet is also quite merciful. But in short, this sword also allows Ian to officially enter the threshold of swordsman. Hanging the nameless sword puppet on the left side of his waist, holding the hilt. The next moment, at the instant of drawing the sword, Ian's figure was driven and he rushed out. A trail of after images was drawn behind him, accompanied by a burst of sword energy fluctuations. Ian successfully gave a tree a shave. Swift draw IAI. At this time, Ian turned his back to the bare tree trunk, with the posture of a lonely master, and slowly slid the sword back into its sheath. Ian's sword does not kill the unknown. Saying that, Ian turned around and took out a sign, wrote a few words on it, and then inserted the sign in front of the tree. Then he swung his axe to clear the tree trunk, and walked towards the mine with a few pieces of wood. Leaving behind a yellow dirt block that was out of place with the surrounding green grassland, and a sign that read "No littering." As the easiest Bata's sword to obtain, the nameless sword puppet, apart from allowing Ian to personally experience the identity of a top swordsman. Basically, it is no different from being useless. But don't underestimate the nameless sword puppet. Although this thing doesn't do much damage, its durability is also low. Of course, Ian is not satirizing the nameless sword puppet, this is really a compliment. After the durability of the Bata's sword is used up, it will explode with Yao souls. This thing is closely related to the upgrade of the Bata's sword and the creation of a more powerful Bata's sword. Therefore, the nameless sword puppet has its own unique advantages in collecting Yao soul fragments. Just like now, Ian squatted in the mine and scurried around, looking for wild monsters to farm for more than 2 hours. He has already accumulated a lot of Yao soul fragments. After sorting out the harvest, Ian ran back to Dawn Holy City happily, ready to upgrade the Bata's sword. The superior Bata's sword of the nameless sword puppet is best used to make the sharp sword white sheath. There is no other reason. Compared to the upgrade direction of the nameless sword bamboo light, the white sheath has higher durability. Compared to the upgrade direction of wooden sword ironwood, it does not require the use of precious Yao soul orbs and ender eyes. To upgrade puppet to white sheath, you only need a puppet, 2 iron ingots, and a piece of gold. Although Ian has not been to the Nether and has no gold, he has gained something from mining in the mine. It is not a problem to take out these resources. Throwing it into the workbench and arranging it in order, take out the freshly baked white sheath. This time, Ian doesn't plan to use up the durability directly. Without the linkage module, the white sheath has only one upgrade direction, a great sword with pure numerical damage comparable to the Yamato. This great sword is already a quite powerful Bata's sword. At least it has the SA skill of Dimension Slash. If you want to try other sword skills, the great sword can also synthesize the Thousand Moon Sword Muramasa and the Not Moon Sword Tsukumo. However, if there is no need for collection, a great sword is enough. But at the same time, the crafting difficulty of the great sword is also very high. The white sheath needs to be broken, a blaze rod, a Yao soul orb, a lapis lazuli block, a coal block, a string, and a gold ingot. This means that Ian must go to the Nether. Now, the white sheath needs to use gold ingots for crafting, and Ian can't take out so many gold ingots to make it repeatedly. Blazes are only born in the Nether, which also requires Ian to go to the Nether to collect resources. Calculating the time, it should be time to start exploring the Nether now. Ian has also been thinking about the gold of the piglins for a long time. Although it is useless in the MC world, the Rodri Continent likes this thing very much. Open the Nether gate, promote long-term friendly cross-border trade exchanges with the piglin tribe, maintain the multilateral trading system, and build a community of destiny for block people and piglins. The economic expenditure problem of the Dawn Church will also be solved. If there are no accidents, Ian will use the crafted greatsword for a long time, so we must consider the inheritance of the Bata's sword. Therefore, it is best to accumulate various values in the white sheath stage. After all, the repair of the white sheath is also very simple, you can use iron ingots. Grabbing the newly baked white sheath, Ian casually performed a sword flourish. After traveling for so many years, old Foucault is still a super awesome knight, and naturally taught Ian a lot of swordsmanship. However, Ian doesn't have much talent for martial arts, not even as good as Harlan. But Ian still feels that fate has secretly determined a fair gift. So what if he, Ian, is not good at chivalry? Steve's physique bonus, MC equipment wearing, and Bata's sword in hand. Playing the style of vigorously flying bricks. Super awesome knight? Can he eat a few big slaps of repentance from His Holiness the Pope? After playing with the white sheath for a while, Ian took out a pile of emeralds and went to the tool merchant. During this period of time, he has been busy supporting the fisherman, the arrow maker, and the librarian, and he has rarely patronized the weapon merchant, the armor merchant, and the tool merchant. Now is the time to patronize them. First support the tool merchant, exchange for a diamond pickaxe, and go straight to the mine to dig obsidian and build the Nether portal. If there is nothing to do today, I will wholeheartedly study the Bata's sword. When Lael and Markov come back to the MC world after they are almost done with their work in the afternoon, Ian estimates that he will be able to figure out 70% to 80% of the Bata's sword. Then take them to brush the Bata's sword, and also give Lael and them some intensity. With the strength of Lael and Markov, plus the powerful sword skills and damage of the Bata's sword, it is estimated that Lael should be able to reach the level of a super invincible awesome knight, including armor enchantment, etc., and then bring a Yamato. That's a awesome Bata's sword, old buddy. At that time, with Lael sitting in Blackwater City, no one in the territory of the Duchy of Bilka can cross Blackwater City. Ian can safely do what he wants to do. While thinking, while brushing the level of the tool merchant, it didn't take long to get the diamond pickaxe. The enchantment is very ordinary, only a level 1 durability, but Ian doesn't dislike it and uses it as is. When he finds time to brush the tool merchant to the master level in the future, there will be good enchantments. Bringing the diamond pickaxe, and making a few more puppets. Ian left a sign stating where he went and where to find him in case of emergency. Immediately, he strode towards the mine outside Dawn Holy City. However, before he walked out of the Dawn Holy City area, hurried footsteps came from behind. Young Master Ian! Freya waved her hand excitedly and shouted. Young Master Ian, wait! Ian was a little puzzled. When Freya ran over, Ian patted her back gently to help her catch her breath. What's wrong, so anxious? Young Master Ian, something happened. Freya was anxious and panting. The Abyss, demons. The Abyss appeared in the eastern rift valley of Blackwater City, and it is accompanied by a large number of demons. The winged people under the eastern rift valley of Blackwater City were attacked and are in danger. The winged people are here to ask for help. Chapter 37. Inside the city lord's mansion. Rizia poured a cup of tea for the winged girl, who was sitting nervously on the sofa, glancing anxiously at the pouring rain outside the window. The little girl was quite polite, even in her anxiety. She took the cup with both hands and said thank you. Rizia returned to her seat on the other side, observing the restless winged girl from a distance. She was growing into a beauty, with golden hair, red eyes, and a white battle dress, though stained with a lot of mud. Her hair was wet and she looked quite disheveled. However, her pair of pure white wings remained smooth, and upon closer inspection, seemed to radiate a comforting light. Pretty cool. This was Rizia's first time seeing a real winged person, but she had heard of them many times. More than a decade ago, the winged people were a well-known anti-demon vanguard in the 100 Clans Alliance. Due to their high mobility and ability to see the ground clearly from thousands of meters in the air, the winged people were known as natural scouts. They made many great achievements in the anti-demon war. Although they couldn't compare to the Elves and other major clans, they were still an elite group with a good reputation. Many people on the Rodri Continent often confused the winged people with the birdmen of the beastmen race. In fact, there were quite a few differences between the two. The birdmen of the beastmen race included eaglemen, crowmen, vulturemen. The simplest distinction was that the birdmen had wings of different sizes, colors, and shapes. Moreover, their wings were not as special as those of the winged people. The wings of the winged people were very magical. Generally speaking, they didn't get stained with dust or wet in the rain. This allowed the winged people to soar through the sky even in heavy rain. The wings of the winged people were as white as snow. According to Old Man Forbes, as long as the winged people maintained a noble soul, their wings would remain pure forever. Conversely, if a winged person's soul fell and evil thoughts arose, their white feathers would instantly turn pure black. This phenomenon was called fallen wings. However, fallen wings had only occurred once in the history of the winged people. And that one time plunged the winged people into the abyss, burdened them with endless infamy, and caused their decline. During the Fourth Anti-Demon War, the winged people were ordered to scout east of the abyss, for the Mind Flayer army under the command of the prideful king, Oraganos. The winged people sent out 5,000 outposts. After a few days, they sent word that the plan was feasible. The 100 Clans Alliance's million-strong army crossed the abyss and marched towards their destination, but as soon as they crossed the abyss, they were surrounded by the Mind Flayer army. In that battle, only a few thousand of the 100 Clans Alliance's million-strong army escaped. The dragons, elves, giants, beastmen, and other major clans suffered heavy losses. As a result, the Eastern Front completely collapsed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Mind Flayer army moved west out of the abyss, advancing all the way to the Monster Mountains, nearly breaking through the 100 Clans Alliance's defense line. In the end, the Dragon clan leader and the previous Elf clan leader sacrificed their lives to barely hold on until reinforcements arrived from other fronts. The root cause of that defeat, which nearly cost the 100 Clans Alliance their lives, was the collective fallen wings of the 5,000 winged scouts. At a critical moment, they defected to the demons and put on a good show in cooperation with the Mind Flayer army. Although the winged people tried their best to argue that the collective fallen wings of the 5,000 winged people must have been related to Oraganos, the furious clans would not listen to such explanations. Since then, the winged scouts were stripped of their status, and the entire clan was ostracized. The winged people were unwilling to accept this and took the initiative to go to the most dangerous front lines to prove themselves, but because of that incident, no one was willing to cooperate with them. The dwarves were also severely damaged and refused to continue providing the winged people with bows and arrows. As a result, after the end of the Fourth Anti-Demon War, the winged people, who originally numbered hundreds of thousands, were left with less than 5,000. Since then, the winged people completely declined and disappeared from the Rodri Continent due to being ostracized by the 100 Clans Alliance. Now, their appearance in Blackwater City was reasonable. Blackwater City was the closest area to the abyss, in other words, it was very far from heaven and very close to the demons. It was a truly undesirable place. In addition, the winged people had always longed to prove that their fallen wings were because of Oraganos, and to prove that some winged people still had noble souls. Hiding here, waiting for the day to prove themselves, was also reasonable. But now it seemed they almost didn't have this chance. Rizia had no malice towards the winged people. Old Man Forbes and Ian had always told her, "You can't kill a good person for making a mistake once, nor can you forgive a sinner for doing a good deed once." More importantly, Rizia didn't care. Even if demons emerged from the abyss in the winged people's territory, Rizia didn't care. It would be better if they didn't come, but if they dared to come. Rizia believed that her omnipotent Lord Ian of the Dawn would teach these demons what it meant to be good neighbors. Sister Rizia, please add some tea for Miss Hania. Suddenly, Lael's voice interrupted Rizia's thoughts. Looking up, she saw that this winged girl was really anxious. She gulped down the scalding tea, her little mouth turning red, but she still didn't care, glancing from time to time in the direction Freya had left. No, 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 don't bother Sister Rizia, I'm not thirsty. The winged girl, Hania, waved her hands repeatedly, and then said, Archbishop Lael, when will His Holiness the Pope arrive? Lael's eyes flashed, and he comforted her. Don't worry, he should be here soon. Hania nodded, but she was still restless. It had been more than half an hour since she escaped to ask for help, and she didn't know what was happening back at the clan. Miss Hania, you seem to know a lot about our Dawn Church. Perhaps to alleviate Hania's anxiety, Rizia sat over and spoke softly. The newest novels are first published at w.a.n.g.z.h.u.i.c.o.m. In an instant, Hania's face became full of piety, and her hands unconsciously clasped together. Yes, Sister Rizia, I have been in Blackwater City recently, and I have personally witnessed the miracles performed by the Dawn Church and His Holiness the Pope time and time again. Witnessing the Great Dawn bestow mercy, witnessing the poor citizens of Blackwater City living a good life under the light of the dawn. I am also a devout believer in the dawn. Like others, I firmly believe that only the Great Dawn can drive out the demons and bring hope. It's just that I haven't been accepted yet. Speaking of this, Hania paused, and then quickly waved her hands. Sorry, I didn't deliberately hide my identity and shamelessly seek the blessings of the dawn. It's just. Bishop Lael, you should know the reputation of our winged people. Lael raised his hand to interrupt Hania and said softly. It doesn't matter, the dawn will not blame you. Believing in the dawn means being his child. Fame, wealth, power, the dawn doesn't care. He can see your piety. Thank you, Bishop Lael. Hania wiped the corners of her eyes with emotion, and then said. After witnessing the miracle yesterday, I was enlightened by Father Matthew and rushed back to the clan, hoping to bring everyone in the clan to follow the dawn. We originally planned to come together today, but the abyss suddenly. Speaking of this, Hania became anxious again, and small pearls were brewing in her eyes. Don't panic, Miss Hania. Rizia patted her shoulder gently. Since you are a child of the dawn, you must firmly believe that as long as the dawn is here, and His Holiness the Pope is here, the sky will not fall. Yes. Sister Rizia. As soon as she finished speaking, hurried and steady footsteps came from the stairs. His Holiness the Pope has arrived. Freya took the lead in walking down, shouting loudly. In an instant, the high-level members of the entire Dawn Church in the room stood up and placed one hand on their chest. In front of outsiders, the Pope's face was related to the Dawn Church's prestige. This kind of ritual could not be broken. Of course, the effect was also very useful. After seeing the familiar corner of the Pope's mitre in gold and white, and feeling Ian's aura slowly approaching. This kind of emotion of being in close contact with the Supreme Pope of the Dawn Church, and the sense of security that instantly settled in her heart. Suddenly, Hania couldn't hold back any more, and small pearls fell down in strings. She rushed to Ian in 3 steps and fell to the ground, wailing like a child. Your Holiness the Pope, please save the winged people. Lael also quickly stepped forward and whispered the situation of the winged people to Ian in a concise manner. One of us. Ian's face became even more gentle, and he raised his hand to help Hania up. I understand your intention. Protecting every child of the dawn is also my duty. Now, please calm down and tell me in detail about the current situation. The number, types, and commanding officer of the demons, as well as the terrain of the Eastern Rift Valley area. Ian stretched out his hand and pressed it on Hania's shoulder, his eyes gentle and full of divinity. For some reason, being stared at by this kind of gaze, all of Hania's anxiety vanished in an instant. Don't be afraid, the dawn is always here. Chapter 38. Years later, Hania, already a figure of historical significance on the continent, stated during an invited celebrity interview. "When I first met my lord, the God King of Dawn, in the Blackwater City Lord's mansion, he told me that the dawn had always been present. It was then that I understood. God is not in heaven, God is before our eyes." Sitting in the reception room, the tea set on the table was removed and replaced with a crudely hand-drawn map. "The ones besieging our winged clan this time are demons emerging from this small abyss." Hania pointed to a spot marked with an X on the map and quickly said, "Estimates suggest that over 10,000 demons have emerged from this abyss, mostly undead legions and demonized magical beasts. Among them, there are also small elite units composed of mind flayers, numbering around 1,000. The leading demon has not shown itself, but it is definitely a mind flayer." Markov scratched his head, puzzled. "Why mind flayers? Aren't there more undead legions?" Leal glared at Markov silently. If there weren't outsiders present, he would have smacked Markov's head. He wanted to ask him if he had learned the complete compendium of demon races with his butt, dragging it out. After calming down, Leal explained. "Although the Undead Legion is the main force under Lautner, the Gluttony Demon Lord, its vast numbers and ease of creation make it a basic army among demons. The 7 Sin Demon Lords all have undead legions to some extent. Only when we see advanced units like Undead Bone Dragons can we confirm that this demon belongs to Lautner, the Gluttony Demon Lord. Conversely, if a large number of Mind Flayers appear in this demon army, then it must be a squad from Oreganos, the Pride Demon Lord." Markov subconsciously wanted to get to the bottom of things, but Hania preemptively took over the conversation. Her tone carried a hint of deep-seated hatred. "It's definitely Mind Flayers. There's no mistake. It could be said that the Winged Clan was destroyed by Oreganos, the Pride Demon Lord. If you were to ask who on the entire continent has studied Mind Flayers the most, it would definitely be the Winged Clan." This was a blood feud. Taking a deep breath, Hania tried to calm her hatred. Mind Flayers belong to Oreganos, the Pride Demon Lord, and naturally inherit Oreganos' nature, extreme arrogance. Among the many demon armies, only Mind Flayers absolutely forbid other races from serving as officers. Their arrogance makes them despise all races except Mind Flayers. If there are Mind Flayers in this composite demon army, then their commander must be a powerful Mind Flayer mage. Ian nodded slightly and said softly, "Hania is right. In a Mind Flayer army, only Mind Flayers can be commanders. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a demon is, it won't be able to control the internal strife of the Mind Flayer Legion." This was also something old Forbes had taught Ian. Ian's understanding of the major demon races was no weaker than Leal's. Tens of thousands of undead legions and demonized magical beasts, plus 1,000 Mind Flayer mages and warriors. Leal's eyes showed a hint of gravity. This is already a very terrifying small demon force. The Undead Legion is easy to deal with, a few thousand people can handle it. The problem is the demonized magical beasts and Mind Flayers. Normally, it would take at least 10 times the force to annihilate them, but if it's just to suppress them back into the abyss, only about 20,000 people would be needed, but... Leal looked at Ian worriedly. Given the current situation of the Forbes family, even if they asked the royal capital for help, it was uncertain if they would arrive in time. The royal capital might even be hoping that the demons would destroy them. If they didn't ask for help, then Ian and the 20 of them would have to face it together. The current church troops in Blackwater City would just be sending food. Ian naturally knew Leal's worries, but this battle had to be fought, and they couldn't ask for help. The foundation of a religion lies in faith and force. In a nutshell, civil and martial virtues. Currently, the Dawn Church already had faith. What remained was to prove the might of the Dawn. Only by defeating this demon army could the Dawn Church truly take root firmly in the Rodri Continent. Moreover, the doctrine sounded good, saying that the Dawn would not abandon any child. If they retreated at the sight of demons, what kind of religion would they be spreading? Fighting was a must, and Ian was aiming to annihilate the entire demon army. In Ian's heart, he was actually very confident in this war. It seemed like a fantasy to annihilate tens of thousands of demons with 20 people, but Wasn't the essence of the MC world turning the impossible into the possible? Having developed in the MC world for more than half a month, it was time to test the results. War is about winning with unconventional tactics. Is there any army in the world more unconventional than the MC army? Your Holiness! Leal whispered Ian's name. Ian raised his head, his face still carrying a confident and gentle smile, which made Hania feel even more at ease. Pack your things, we're preparing to set off. Thank you. Thank you, Your Holiness. The Winged Clan is willing to forever follow the Great Dawn. Hania knelt down excitedly. Ian helped her up and said softly. Wait a moment, I'll go ask the Dawn to bestow divine power to annihilate the enemy. After saying that, he glanced at Leal and the others. Everyone understood and followed Ian upstairs. Silently entering the MC world, Leal immediately said urgently. Young Master Ian, the church troops currently only total 1,300 people, and they've only been trained for a day. They have no ability to fight this war. I understand. Ian went to his wooden house to retrieve a large number of emeralds and gave them to Rizia and the others. Trade with the weapon merchants and armor merchants and quickly raise them to the master level. Leal became even more anxious. Young Master Ian, what are you planning? Don't tell me we're going to fight the war ourselves. You guessed right. Ian looked at Leal with a smile. The latter was dumbfounded. After a long while, the dignified butler image of Leal could no longer be maintained. Although the divine power of the Dawn is infinite, a dozen people against tens of thousands of demons. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. The most up-to-date novels are published here. Young Master Ian, what are you thinking? Ian shook his head and said softly. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I'll also participate in the war. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Leal stood in front of Ian, his neck stiff and his face flushed. How can you participate in the war, young Master Ian? If something happens to you, how will I face the old master? How will the Forbes family continue? Yes, young Master Ian, at worst, a few of us will go and carry out a decapitation strike. You must not participate in the war. Markov also looked at Ian worriedly. The latter sighed softly. This battle must be fought. It's being fought for the believers, for the people of the world to see. We must let the believers know that the divine power of the Dawn is endless. It can allow them to live a good life and also demonstrate the power to purge demons with thunder, easily leveling the demon race. The Dawn Church now needs a victory. If we don't fight and retreat directly, all the previous efforts of the Dawn Church will be greatly discounted. Leal was somewhat dazed. Ian comforted. Don't worry, I never do anything I'm not sure of. With the support of the MC world, we can't lose. Just listen to my command then. I'll lead you to create a great miracle that no one will dare to believe if you tell them. Leal didn't speak. After a long while, he looked at Rizia and the others again. Rizia, Freya, aren't you going to persuade young Master Ian? No need. Rizia raised her head with a smile, her face firm. I believe young Master Ian. If he says it's possible, then it must be possible. You're also joining in the nonsense. This isn't nonsense. Butler Leal, think carefully. How many impossibilities has young Master Ian accomplished during this period? Rizia said plausibly. The great dawn heaven has appeared, endless water sources, crops that mature instantly, a constant stream of minerals. So many impossibilities have been realized. Why is it impossible for a dozen people to annihilate the demon race? In your heart, is that group of lowly demons stronger than the great dawn? After saying that, Rizia quickly walked to Ian's side. Young Master Ian, they're already at the master level. Very good. Ian walked to the side of the weapon merchant and armor merchant with a smile, making the final preparations. To borrow a saying from my hometown. The path to salvation lies within. Plus all the resources accumulated over so many days, to strike unexpectedly. Ian will make the demons understand from the bottom of their hearts the meaning of the phrase the sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back and the shore is at hand. Chapter 39. Since entering the world of MC, how many good things has Ian accumulated? To be honest, even Ian himself wasn't sure without a careful inventory. He did spend more than half a month without going to the Nether or the End, which he should have explored long ago, but that doesn't mean Ian did nothing. Once the production line starts, its speed of acquiring resources is second only to directly taking items in creative mode. 5 or more mob grinders are running at full capacity, using string to exchange for emeralds. Even later, when trading with the fisherman and Fletcher, it would take at least a stack of string to exchange for 1 emerald. But Ian has a production line, so it doesn't matter. The emeralds accumulated for more than half a month were used to quickly level up the weaponsmith and armorer to master level. Exchanging for enchanted diamond equipment this way is much more efficient than mining. Although it's unrealistic to exchange for a full set of enchanted diamond armor for everyone, it's easy to get everyone an enchanted diamond sword and an enchanted iron armor set. Coupled with the large number of bows and special arrows produced by the Fletcher during this time, as well as the gunpowder saved and the enchanted books kept for emergencies. In Ian's words, you can always trust the ability of the MC world to create legends. A guaranteed win. What's wrong with 20 people blocking over 10,000 demons? This was still a sudden event, and Ian wasn't prepared. If Ian had a day to prepare, to put it bluntly, killing over 10,000 demons would be easier than killing 10,000 pigs in the MC world. A perfect diamond enchanted set, a katana, and the blessing of Steve's physique, unless it's a demon lord of the 7 deadly sins, they're not qualified to make him draw his sword. Ian, who was working at full speed, was moving so fast that after images almost appeared. One moment he was standing in front of the anvil, his hands as nimble as butterflies flitting through flowers, the crisp sound of iron clanging non-stop. The next moment he was muttering in front of the crafting table, as if he was possessed. Then he would run to the villagers of various professions and stand still, like an old monk in meditation. The whole set of operations was flashy, dazzling, and completely incomprehensible as to what Ian was doing. Only Ian knew that he was feeling the pain. The resources accumulated for more than half a month, emeralds, iron ingots, enchanted books, gunpowder. Now, they have all been exchanged for tangible weapons and strength. This battle has exhausted Ian's savings. But the good news is that, except for gunpowder, the rest are basically exchanged for emeralds. For Ian, whose production line foundation is already solid, emeralds are as many as he wants. It's like having a printing factory at home. After this battle, with another week or so of accumulation, there will be even more resources than before. Speaking of which, Ian couldn't help but feel a little regret. If he had done an experiment earlier to determine whether certain multi-block structure-specific bug features in the MC world could be used on the Rodri Continent. This time, why would he have to go through so much trouble and consume so many resources? Starting with a TNT duplicator and a redstone bomber, he could give the demons a good meal. Saving time, effort, and resources. After this battle, some specific multi-block structures must be experimented with on the Rodri Continent as soon as possible. What seemed like a long time was actually only a few minutes, and Ian had already prepared the equipment and resources needed for this battle. After all, before becoming a half-baked production line player, Ian was first and foremost a speedrunning master. He'd have lived in vain if he needed to look at the crafting recipe for a non-modular combination. Taking a deep breath, Ian sorted all the resources into categories and placed them in the boxes on the ground. From now until the end of the battle, I only have one requirement for you: do whatever I say. Can you do it? Yes. Young Master Ian. Laisha and the others nodded eagerly in agreement, and Lyle sighed and nodded helplessly. Very good, we will definitely win. Ian smiled reassuringly and quickly began to arrange for everyone to distribute combat resources. This time, Ian really bled a lot. 19 sets of fully equipped enchanted iron armor, 19 fully enchanted diamond swords, different types of enchanted bows and arrows. Among them, the infinity and flame enchanted ones were fine, as the Fletcher had produced a lot of them, but the 5 Power V fully enchanted bows were the ones that Ian felt most sorry for. It wasn't the bows that were the problem, but the arrows. In order for Lyle and the others to use the Power V bows to accurately snipe the mind flayers, Ian took out 2 stacks of instant damage and 2 stacks of regeneration potion arrows. This was already all his savings. But with the power of the enchanted bows, coupled with the power of the instant damage arrows, even a mind flayer leader as powerful as a super invincible knight would die instantly if hit by one. In addition, there was a batch of unenchanted bows and arrows, which were reserved for the Winged Clan. Ian was taking the Dawn Church to support them, and the Winged Clan had to contribute as well. If they were useless, Ian wouldn't save them. However, due to the weight of the MC bows and arrows, it was estimated that very few people could use this batch of bows and arrows. Only the elite of the Winged Clan could pick them up. The newest novels are first published at. In addition, he brought enough food to restore satiety, and had Laisha and Frayne load up all the TNT. The final battle preparations were complete. The equipment made by emptying his savings was simply born entirely for this war to annihilate the demons. Flame and Infinity, combined with other ordinary bows and arrows for long-range clearing, the strongest 5 power V bows and arrows, combined with potion arrows, would catch the mind flayers and pick them off one by one. 19 diamond swords. All with fully enchanted Smite V. Facing the massive undead army. Wasn't that like a match made in heaven? A guaranteed win. Hanging his white scabbard on his waist, Ian wanted to see if the katana could accumulate kills on the Rodri Continent this time. Seeing that Ian was ready to set off immediately, Laisha reminded him. "Young Master Ian, do you want to bring a raincoat? The rain outside is getting heavier and heavier." Markov was a little speechless and complained. "We're going to war, what's the use of wearing a raincoat? What do you know?" Laisha retorted. "You're mindless and thick-skinned. No one cares if you get struck by lightning. What if young Master Ian catches a cold from the rain?" After saying that, Laisha paused and whispered. "What if it affects the quality of his offspring?" "Sister Laisha, what quality?" Frayne stared with clear and innocent eyes, looking curiously at Laisha, whose face turned red. Waving her hands, she was about to quibble, but the next moment, Ian suddenly hugged Laisha tightly. "Thunderstorm. Yes. Thunderstorm. Thank you, Laisha. You reminded me." After saying that, Ian hurriedly ran back into the house. Lyle and the others, who were confused, only heard a few clanging sounds of iron forging, and then Ian ran out again. "Let's go." Ian became more and more confident. "This time, we must let the demons see what the thunderous power of the Dawn Church is." The strong self-confidence infected everyone, and Lyle took a deep breath. "So be it. I've been cautious all my life. This time, let me go crazy with you." Taking everyone back to the bedroom of the city lord's mansion, Ian strode out. History will remember and prove everything. The Dawn Church, in its infancy, used 20 people to wipe out tens of thousands of demons, shaping an immortal golden body. This is the first chapter of the dawn shining on the entire continent. Ian turned his head, smiled confidently, and reached out to straighten the papal tiara on his head. It's still that sentence, a guaranteed win. Chapter 40. Blackwater City had a torrential downpour today. This was a cause for celebration for the citizens of Blackwater City, as a long-awaited rain is one of the 4 great joys in life. However, with the infinite water and the harvest spirit bestowed by the Great Dawn, even if the drought continued, the citizens of Blackwater City could still live a wonderful life that others could only dream of. Drinking the pure, dust-free dew, eating the blessed grain bestowed by the dawn. On normal days, they could even use the endless water to take baths, or even grow flowers and plant trees to cultivate their sentiments. This book is first published on the entire network by. A torrential rain would at most cause the believers of Blackwater City to cheer for a few minutes, and then, they would swarm to the Dawn Cathedral, piously praising Father Dawn and His Holiness the Pope, the embodiment of the divine, who had bestowed happiness upon them. The believers firmly believed that this rain was also bestowed by the dawn. Thousands of people gathered in the church, and under the leadership of Father Matthew, they piously and uniformly recited the divine oracle scripture, praising the dawn with gratitude and happiness in their hearts. But this harmonious atmosphere was soon broken. Giro, who was fortunate enough to join the papal army, braved the rain and rushed into the church, soaked to the bone, with a look of anxiety and bloodshot eyes. "Father Matthew! Something bad has happened! Father Matthew!" Preposterous! Matthew, who was leading the recitation at the front, opened his eyes unhappily. "With the great and merciful dawn above, can the sky possibly fall? To be so anxious and lose your composure in the sacred church is truly blasphemous. Are you worthy of your glorious status as a member of the papal army?" Giro didn't have time to argue with Matthew about these things, and said urgently, "Father Matthew, a winged girl came to the city for help. She claims that her people were attacked by demons east of Blackwater City. Now, Holy Knight Markov and the others have taken that little girl to pay respects to His Holiness the Pope." Demons? The appearance of this long-lost word in the ears of the citizens of Blackwater City could not help but make many people feel terrified. But immediately afterwards, looking at the great sun sculpture of the dawn in front, their hearts inexplicably calmed down. With the dawn present, what if the Demon King came? Matthew thought the same way, his expression calm. "A mere demon race, and you're already panicking like this, are you still the glorious papal army?" "No, Father Matthew, that's not what I meant." Giro was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. "Holy Knight Markov and the others didn't order the papal army to prepare for battle before they left, but I think the Great Dawn wouldn't ignore his children. I'm worried that His Holiness the Pope and the others might not let us go to war and go to solve these demons themselves." This statement made Matthew silent. He re-examined Giro. This little guy who had been unremarkable in the past, was actually so clever and could have such an understanding. No wonder Holy Knight Markov would let the thin Giro join the papal army. In fact, after being told by Giro, Matthew also realized it. Combined with the Dawn God Sect's kindness and love for believers, and the great Pope's protection of believers. What Giro said was not impossible, but rather, it was almost an inevitable result. "Go. Follow me to pay respects to His Holiness the Pope." Matthew couldn't sit still, and immediately got up and led a large group of people to the city lord's mansion. But just as he walked out of the church, he saw Ian and the others walking towards the city gate in the pouring rain, their steps hurried, accompanied by the winged girl that Giro had mentioned. Damn it! Giro was right. Matthew's heart sank. The direction Ian and the others were walking was not the direction where the papal army was stationed. "Your Holiness the Pope! Please wait!" Matthew quickly rushed into the rain and blocked Ian's path with people. "Your Holiness the Pope, are you going to conquer the demons?" Ian glanced at Markov and nodded. "That's right, the situation is urgent, our children of the dawn have been attacked by demons, I am acting on the order of the dawn to carry out divine wrath. Your Holiness the Pope, why not order the papal army to attack?" In the heavy rain, Matthew's vision became blurred, and he couldn't even see clearly how many people Ian and the others had. Ian categorically shook his head in denial. "The papal army has just been newly enlisted and has not yet had a formal training, how can I let the children of the dawn make such a pointless sacrifice? But this is precisely the duty of the papal army. The dawn is above, we are never afraid of death." Giro took a step forward and replied to Ian resolutely. "It's not just the papal army." A citizen of Blackwater City raised his arms and shouted. "We are also children of the dawn, fighting for our comrades is the righteousness that the dawn teaches us. Your Holiness the Pope, please let us go to war. The dawn is above, we are willing to die for the dawn. To die for our comrades." The newest novels are first published on? Hania, who was standing next to Ian, stared blankly at the dawn believers who were standing not far away and were emotionally excited. They may not know who they are saving, or some people may have heard of the bad reputation of the winged people. But based on the existence of the dawn, they are still willing to call the winged people their fellow brothers. After the Fourth Anti-Demon War, the winged people had not felt such pure kindness for a long time. Hania's tears fell mixed with the rain. She was sure that on the Rodri Continent, only the Dawn God Sect was the last pure land for the winged people, and also the most perfect home for the winged people. If she wasn't still anxious about the clan land, Hania would have had to give a few thousand words of a heart of gratitude-themed speech. Or sing a song "Listen to Me, Thank You." Looking at the increasingly restless Blackwater City, Ian raised his hand and shouted, "Children of the Dawn, please listen to me." The moment the words fell, the noisy Blackwater city immediately fell silent. "The situation is urgent, we have no time to waste. I know your intentions, but the Dawn will never allow his children to do dangerous things without certainty. Today's battle is for us to personally practice the divine might of the Dawn, and when you become stronger in the future, I will expect you to also be able to fight for the Dawn. I promise you, this battle will be won. Now, please step aside, the situation of the winged people is extremely urgent." This time, the citizens of Blackwater City finally silently made way for a passage. Ian breathed a sigh of relief, and didn't have time to continue to give a pre-war speech. The more he delayed for a minute, the more critical the situation on the winged people's side would be. Those were all Ian's predetermined loyal scouting archers of the Dawn God sect, an important combat force for the Dawn God sect's expansion and suppression of the demon race in the future. Taking Leal and the others, Ian strode towards the outside of the city. In the eyes of the Dawn believers in Blackwater City, at this moment, the backs of Ian and his 20 people turned into a wall made of gold and stone. It was slowly and firmly expanding and pushing towards the dangerous place outside the city. On the city wall, it seemed as if the banner of victory was already hanging high. Gradually, it was as if they saw a round of warm and gentle rising sun, steadily rising from the east, sweeping away the haze of the night. Matthew suddenly had a feeling of inspiration and foresaw some of the future. The Rodri Continent seemed to be welcoming its true sun. After a moment, Matthew shouted as hard as he could, "Your Holiness the Pope, please return safely." Ian kept walking and continued forward. Under the heavy rain, only Ian's voice passed through the rain and entered everyone's ears. "The Dawn will hang victory high above Blackwater City for 9 days. Chapter 41. After leaving Blackwater City, the group spurred their horses towards the Great Rift Valley east of Blackwater City. The further they went, the more desolate and empty the surrounding land became. After galloping for more than 10 minutes, there wasn't even a blade of grass to be seen. Washed by the rain, there was yellow mud everywhere. Hooves pounded, splashing mud. Under the dark clouds and the occasional flash of lightning, the men and women on the 20 light cavalry leaned forward, urging their horses on, racing through the torrential rain. Beside the figure in the lead, riding a tall white horse and wearing a gold and white papal tiara, was Hania, her pure white wings spread as she flew alongside. The light cavalry traversed the wilderness, adding many hoof prints to this land that had been neglected for so long. The dull thud of hooves could still be heard clearly in the downpour. A tragic scene of going against the tide towards the battlefield. Leal followed Ian closely, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, afraid of an enemy ambush. In his hand, he tightly gripped the enchanted diamond sword hanging at his waist, the power boost from the enchantment giving Leal more security. Recalling everything that had happened in Blackwater City, Leal felt a sense of inexplicable emotion. The citizens of Blackwater City seemed to trust Ian more than he, an old man who had loyally followed the Forbes family his whole life, and even raised Ian himself. When they heard that Ian was going to block the demons with 20 men, they had tried to dissuade him and expressed their concerns. But later, Leal clearly remembered that at the last moment before leaving the city, he looked back and saw everyone, from Father Matthew to the 3-year-old children. Everyone's eyes were full of fervent faith. They firmly believed that Ian would be victorious, simply because Ian had told them that he would bring victory back to Blackwater City. Whether it was faith in the Dawn or faith in Ian, it no longer mattered. After all, Ian was the embodiment of the Dawn. Leal was just a little ashamed. The citizens of Blackwater City had only been with Ian for less than a month, and even if you only counted the times they met, it would only be a few times at most. Even so, they were willing to firmly believe, even blindly believe, everything Ian said. So what about him, the Cardinal Archbishop of the Church of the Dawn? He knew Ian better than anyone else, and he knew the Church of the Dawn better than anyone else. He had seen more incredible and great miracles than anyone else. If so, why couldn't he have unwavering faith in Ian? Perhaps, deep down, he still thought of Ian as the child he used to be. But the reality told him that in the blink of an eye, Ian was already the Pope, shouldering the revival of the Forbes family and the rise of the Church of the Dawn. He was the leader who possessed thousands of fanatical believers who were ready to sacrifice themselves for him at any time, and who controlled the great Dawn heaven. He, Lial, could no longer use the eyes of an elder to consider Ian's decisions. The current Ian had enough ability and determination to convince others. He felt a little lost, but more than that, he was relieved. At least, old master, young master Ian has really grown to the point where we need to look up to him. Grasping the enchanted diamond sword in his hand, which was constantly giving him courage and strength, Lial no longer hesitated. Ian said he would win, and he definitely would. As the Cardinal Archbishop of the Church of the Dawn, the only thing he needed to do was to firmly believe in the Pope and act according to the Pope's instructions. The speed of the warhorse under his crotch was getting faster and faster, but there were still no landmarks around, and it was still an endless wilderness of mud. Not even a shadow of the Great Rift Valley could be seen. At this time, they had been galloping for more than half an hour. Ian raised his head against the rain and looked at Hania, who was flying beside him, and said loudly, "Hania, how long will it take to get to the Great Rift Valley?" Hania instantly spiraled upwards, raised her vision, and then swooped down lightly, returning to Ian's side. "About an hour, Your Holiness." Ian nodded, but he was marveling at how the Winged Clan was indeed a natural scout. Hania had travelled all the way from the Great Rift Valley to ask for help, and it only took her more than 10 minutes to fly to Blackwater City. But it would take them nearly 2 hours to ride excellent war horses. This kind of speed, coupled with the maneuverability of Hania's just now. No wonder the Winged Clan was able to make such a big name for themselves in the 100 Clan Alliance back then. Hania was still anxious and quickly said, "Your Holiness, why don't I go back and see how things are going and then come back to report? At my speed, I can make a round trip in half an hour." Ian shook his head. "No, with a great battle imminent, we must preserve all the power that should not be wasted." Hania didn't say anything more, just silently increased her speed and guided the warhorse forward. Suddenly, Freya rode her horse to her side and shouted loudly, "Sister Hania, your Winged Clan's wings won't be unable to fly because of the heavy rain, and you are so fast. Since you can't beat those demons, it's still no problem to escape, right? Why don't you retreat first?" Ian and the others also looked over curiously. But for some reason, Hania remained silent in the face of this simple question. Retreat. Below the Great Rift Valley, a burly Winged Clan man flapped his wings and swooped down, waving a tattered greatsword, smashing dozens of undead skeletons and several mutated demonic beasts. He flew up again and wiped the rain off his face. Where to retreat to? Another strong man flew forward and split apart the Mind Flayer's spell that was attacking the big man with a sword, and said anxiously while looking back. North. South. Or Blackwater City that Hania mentioned. Patriarch, take the children and leave, the Winged Clan can still leave a spark. Silence. The Winged Clan Patriarch continued to wave his greatsword and swoop down to support the other Winged Clan warriors. Every move and stance was filled with hatred, and the power was full. After the Fourth Anti-Demon War, how much infamy and injustice did my Winged Clan bear? Why did we come here, have you all forgotten? Turning around, he fiercely stabbed the greatsword into the skull of the undead knight, and with a twist of the hilt, he immediately shattered its soul fire. I haven't forgotten. I can't forget. The most, new, small, say, in, first, hair. I dare not forget. The Winged Clan Patriarch roared as he braved the heavy rain and soared into the sky, then found the direction of the Mind Flayer mage and charged forward without hesitation. I can't forget the old Patriarch grabbing my hand when he was dying, stubbornly telling me that our Winged Clan was wronged. I can't forget my father roaring at me to open my eyes and watch before he was torn apart by the Mind Flayer, telling me that the Winged Clan has no cowards. Not traitors. I can't forget the predecessors taking the worst weapons and going to isolated and helpless desperate situations to die, just to prove that the Winged Clan has always had a pure soul. The fiery red sword energy turned into a wave, evaporating the rain, and cutting off the head of the Mind Flayer mage with one sword. Then he raised his sword and faced the attacks of the endless undead legion, killing towards the other Mind Flayers. I can't forget the promise I made to countless martyrs in that winged clan burial ground. I will not leave the anti-demon front until the injustice borne by the winged clan is washed away. The winged clan patriarch's scorching fiery red fighting spirit turned into flames, making the whole person look like a charging flame spear. Facing the coverage of countless demonic magic, he still moved forward without hesitation. If we retreat one step today, we will retreat one step tomorrow. If we retreat again and again, is the winged clan still the winged clan? In time, will there still be a place for my winged clan in this Rodri Continent? If it is really confirmed that my winged clan is greedy for life and afraid of death, is a traitor, is a surrender faction. What face do I have to see my father and the old patriarch? What face do you have to see those predecessors who calmly went to their deaths? The flame spear went straight to Huang Long, killing another mind flayer warrior. The winged clan patriarch flew up, looking resolutely at the core of the demonic army guarded by countless high-level undead knights and powerful mutated demonic beasts. The mind flayer officer who presided over this siege was there. Charging power, raising the sword, continuing to charge. I would rather the entire winged clan die in battle today and be exterminated here, than let people continue to despise my winged clan. We are warriors, not traitors. All clansmen listen to my orders. The strong charge into battle. The old and young defend. Women and children heal the wounded. Fight to the death and do not retreat. Charge! 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 Under the dark clouds, the winged clan patriarch, like a fiery meteor, charged towards the mind flayer commander with the determination to die. On the ground was an endless undead legion, and in the sky was a lone flame meteor swooping down. This scene directly filled the tragic sense of destiny. He understood that once he left, he would never return like an arrow leaving the string. But at least, like all the winged clan predecessors, he was moving forward until his death. The colorful magical halos were ready, weaving into a large net waiting for the winged clan patriarch to arrive. At this moment, a rumbling thunder accompanied a streak of pure white light falling from the sky. In an instant, it passed over the winged clan patriarch, easily smashing the demonic magic net, and disappearing into the center of the army formation. The roaring thunder made the dark world regain its light. In an instant, hundreds of undead knights, demonic beasts, and dozens of mind flayer mages were struck into a patch of scorched earth by the lightning. The battlefield fell into a terrible silence. Whether it was the winged clan or the mind flayers, they were all stunned, staring at the crater that appeared out of nowhere. At the bottom of the pit, a radiant trident was inserted, emitting wisps of mist. The next moment, the trident trembled, and then rose into the air on its own, flying into the sky. Following the trident's flight path, everyone looked up. They only saw a floating island of mud appearing in the sky at some point. On it, Ian, wearing gold and white robes and an extravagant papal tiara, had a cold expression. Grasping the terrifying trident in one hand, he despised all the demons. Lightning frequently exploded behind him, and the light spot of the Holy Pope, sandwiched between black and white, was the most dazzling in the world. Gradually, Ian raised the trident in his hand again. Like a god throwing divine punishment at the blasphemers on earth. By the divine decree of the dawn, kill the demons. Chapter 42. The Holy Trident plummeted, followed closely by a thick bolt of heavenly lightning. In the blink of an eye, with the thunderous expulsion of demons, the trident flew back. Hundreds more high-level undead knights were obliterated. Before the mind flayer officers could react, the mind flayers, their eyes bloodshot with rage, saw the terrifying trident descending from the sky, wrapped in lightning. Divine wrath descended with a thunderclap, and 3 strikes annihilated thousands of demons. At this moment, divine grace was like the sea, and divine might was like a prison. This was vividly displayed on Ian. In the eyes of Lael and the winged people, Ian was the benevolent, holy, and majestic god of dawn. In the eyes of the demons, Ian was the enraged and murderous god of thunder. However, regardless of what they thought, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. His goal had been achieved. The demons were powerful, attacking the winged people. Although the winged people fought desperately, the huge difference in strength and numbers still made them see no hope. Their morale was collapsing again and again. On the other hand, the demons' morale was like adding oil to a raging fire, growing more and more intense. This was a major taboo on the battlefield. These 3 strikes successfully dampened the demons' morale and boosted the winged people's fighting spirit. This was the most crucial thing. It was not in vain that Ian brought out his most prized creation. A fully enchanted trident. Speaking of which, it was Rizia who reminded him, and today was also considered lucky, as they encountered a thunderstorm. A trident enchanted with impaling, channeling, mending, unbreaking, and loyalty. On ordinary days, it was already stronger than a diamond sword, but now, in this thunderstorm weather, this channeling enchanted trident was the god of gods. Not to mention the demons and the winged people, just look at Rizia and the others who were with Ian day and night. At this moment, their eyes were shining with golden light, with an expression of shock and reverence. It was evident how uplifting this trident was. Young Master Ian, is he also the god of thunder? Rizia whispered, her gaze towards Ian becoming even more indescribable. In the midst of a great battle, she could still think of things that shouldn't be broadcast. Rizia certainly had a big heart. Ian didn't have time to pay attention to Rizia's words, turned his head and whispered. Action. Yes. In the next moment, Lael's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Father. I'm back. I've returned with reinforcements. In the silent battlefield, Hania transformed into white lightning, rushed to the side of the winged people's patriarch, and said excitedly. Father. I have invited the great Dawn God Church, and the benevolent Pope himself has led the team to suppress the demons. Our winged people are saved. The winged people's patriarch came back to his senses and looked at Hania in astonishment. Hania? When did you? Never mind. The winged people's patriarch originally wanted to ask when Hania ran out to seek help, but at this critical moment, there was no time to chat about these things. Gratefully looked up at Ian, the winged people's patriarch raised his arms and shouted. Warriors! His Holiness the Pope has personally come to cheer us on, seize the opportunity. Follow me to charge. But as soon as the words fell, Lael had already stood beside him. Don't charge. The winged people's patriarch looked at Lael in astonishment, completely unable to capture his movements. This was an expert, stronger than him. Father, this is Archbishop Lael. Hania quickly introduced. Lael nodded and then said. From now on, the battlefield will be taken over by our Dawn God Church. Let the old, weak, women and children retreat. You take the strongest warriors to find His Holiness the Pope, he will teach you what to do. But the winged people's patriarch was about to refute, but Hania had already grabbed his arm and flew towards the sky. Father! Listen to the Dawn God Church, only under the protection of the Dawn can we achieve victory. Before the winged people's patriarch could react, he had already been taken by Hania to the floating island in the sky. Looking carefully, there was a square road here, one end connected to the edge of the eastern Great Rift Valley. It was just unknown why such a huge floating platform actually floated up like this. Moreover, as those knights kept throwing out some square things, the floating island was constantly expanding. The winged people's patriarch didn't have time to care about these things at this time, and looked at Ian. Compared to him, he was not tall, but rather thin, but at this time, holding the trident, he seemed so holy, making people awe-inspiring. Father! Hania pushed the winged people's patriarch, the latter came back to his senses, and quickly stepped forward and knelt on one knee. The current patriarch of the winged people, Uriel, has met. All right, the situation is urgent, don't say these. Ian turned around and pointed to the boxes piled up on the ground at some unknown time. The left side is bows, the right side is arrows, the quality is very special, let your winged people's most elite warriors come. The winged people shouldn't have forgotten how to shoot, right? Uriel was stunned for a moment, then turned to joyfully clasping his fists. Dare not forget! Although we cannot make bows and arrows, for so many years, all the elite warriors have used the only 9 bows and arrows left in the clan to practice archery. Every day, we yearn to take up bows and arrows again to avenge the demons. Ian nodded. Then hurry up, take the bows and arrows, counterattack. Buy us time. Uriel didn't ask what time to buy, just clasped his fists gratefully, and then loudly greeted all the winged people's warriors. He couldn't wait to open the box himself, ignoring the strange characteristics, and directly took out a bow. As soon as the bow was in his hand, Uriel was overjoyed. Good bow. It's stronger than the fine bows of the dwarves and elves. But as soon as he took the arrow, Uriel couldn't laugh any more. A bow and an arrow, the combined weight was more than 300 kilograms. The weight wasn't that much, but to draw the bow fully for an attack required far more than just 300 kilograms of force. Of the winged tribe's 4,000 plus members, only about 1,000 were strong and able. Adding to that the losses from the recent battle, the combat strength was greatly diminished, probably leaving only 400 or 500 capable individuals. Among these 400 or 500, perhaps no more than 200 could fully draw these bows. But undeniably, as long as they could fully draw these divine bows, even the mind flayers below wouldn't dare to face them head-on. The number of bows, at most, was just over 100, which was perfect. One person could draw the bow, and when tired, quickly switch with another, ensuring continuous combat. Uriel's combat skills were still very high. By the time Ian finished observing the maids placing blocks in various locations above the Rift Valley, Uriel had already arranged 2 groups of archers to rotate attacks in formation. Compared to Ian and the others who had to stand on the floating island, the winged tribe members could simply hug their bows, fly into the sky, and shoot without risk. The newest chapters are first released in an instant, arrows rained down. With these powerful bows, a single arrow could skewer several undead warriors like candied haws. Generally speaking, to kill an undead warrior, one had to shatter its soul fire, which was located in its head. Even Lyle, who trained shooting every day in MC, couldn't guarantee every arrow would hit its mark. But the winged tribe warriors could do it. Adding to the power of the bows, as long as the upper body was hit, the soul fire would be crushed along with it. In this short time, they had successfully shown a trend of a major counterattack. However, the demons also reacted and began to gather in large numbers towards the mountain platform where the winged tribe was concentrated. There were still many winged tribe children there who hadn't learned to fly. Now, Uriel and the others were anxious, and the arrow attacks became even more frequent. Markov! Ian called out, and instantly, Markov led the other 9 knights to stand in formation at the 4 corners of the floating island, taking out their long bows. Uriel noticed that the bows in their hands, like Ian's trident, shimmered with light. Even the iron armor they wore, which was the envy of others, was glowing. Magical equipment. So much. The Church of the Dawn was so rich. Although fewer people had come, with such strength and equipment, they could win. Uriel felt confident and glanced at Ian, who had put away the amazing divine trident and was running around the island, placing strange red blocks in large numbers. Those red blocks exuded a dangerous aura, yet, like the island, they directly floated in the air above the demon army. Then, he neatly arranged some iron blocks. Quite wasteful. But at this critical moment, Uriel naturally wouldn't say such things. Zhang! A string sound like thunder exploded. Markov and the others fired their arrows. Different from the winged tribe's arrows, the arrows of 4 of the knights were blazing with flames, which was truly magical. As for the other 5, they were even more outrageous. The arrows they shot were so fast that even the after-images couldn't be seen. When they landed among the demons, they created bottomless pits. Immediately afterward, accompanied by the dissipation of black light spots, the demons that came into contact with it instantly turned to ashes. Outrageous! Even the dwarves' so-called nation-protecting divine bow wasn't this powerful, right? Uriel was greatly shocked, and his heart became more at ease. He didn't crave such a divine bow. It looked like a rare item. He was already very happy to be able to use bows and arrows to kill demons wantonly after many years. On the battlefield below, there was only Lyle at this time. Wearing shimmering iron armor and wielding a similarly shimmering diamond sword. He charged into the enemy formation alone, slaughtering in all directions. The winged tribe people were shocked to find that even those various demon spells had no effect on Lyle. Lyle had almost abandoned all defense. Wherever his diamond sword passed, all undead creatures, including the powerful Mind Flayer warriors, couldn't withstand even a single blow. Such a strong human knight. Could it be one of the humans' elites? Uriel couldn't help but whisper in admiration. Just as he was about to get excited and go down to fight alongside Lyle. Suddenly, he saw a streak of pure white light hit Lyle squarely. Uriel turned his head in astonishment, realizing it was the Knight Markov from the Church of the Dawn. There's a traitor! Uriel was furious. The Winged Tribe hated traitors the most. Now, Lyle, who was fighting alone, was actually stabbed in the back. Uriel immediately raised his sword and was about to rush over. Continue your work, don't interfere. Ian scolded. Your Holiness. Uriel was a little anxious. That is the arrow of rebirth. It won't hurt people, it will only heal injuries. Hearing Ian's explanation, Uriel and the Winged Tribe people were dumbfounded. Arrow of rebirth? Does such an outrageous weapon even exist in this world? But looking down, Uriel couldn't help but curse. Lyle, who had some minor wounds on his body just now, was invigorated after being shot by the arrow, and all the small wounds on his body were healed. Arrow of rebirth? Wrong. It's adrenaline. Uriel felt relieved. With the Church of the Dawn's endless methods, this battle was guaranteed to win. The next moment, the excited Uriel turned to look at Markov. Knight of the Dawn. Please shoot me with an arrow. Chapter 43. Gazing at the arrows raining down from the sky, especially those eerie black arrows, each one that landed eliminated at least dozens of demons. In just a short while, the demon army had been reduced by 2,000 or 3,000. Just minutes ago, the demons had a clear advantage and looked poised to capture the Winged Clan's leader. At the rear of the army formation, the Mind Flayer officer's expression grew increasingly grim. Coupled with the Mind Flayer's withered, sunken face, scarlet eyes, and fangs protruding from its lips. Remember the primary website domain name. It looked incomparably hideous. The Mind Flayer officer didn't care about the casualties of the Undead Legion or other Mind Flayers. The arrogant Mind Flayers didn't care about such things. Even if these demon troops were wiped out, it wouldn't matter. It was just that, having received the order from that great being, and even making a military pledge before setting out, if they couldn't sweep away the last of the Winged Clan on the continent of Roderick this time, death was a small matter. If he were demoted, his demon life would be completely ruined. But the problem was that in this operation, he hadn't brought any flying units, even though he knew clearly before setting out that he was dealing with the Flying Winged Clan. That great being had said it. The Winged Clan wouldn't escape, and couldn't escape, so there was no need to send out a flying legion to encircle them. 4 demons who couldn't fly to annihilate the Winged Clan, the most mobile flying species on the continent of Roderick, would be even more ironic. The Mind Flayer officer assumed that the great being was, after all, the most authoritative on the Winged Clan. In fact, at the beginning, everything was just as that great being had said. The Winged Clan charged to their deaths, fighting without retreating. In a short moment, the Winged Clan had suffered over 1,000 casualties. This tragic scene almost moved the Mind Flayer officer, not. He had just been mocking the Winged Clan for being fools. At most, they had 4,000 or 5,000 people. They should learn from the nobles of the human race. Charging forward when victorious, muddling through when stalemated, and collectively moving away when at a disadvantage. Their motto was, take advantage of favorable winds, surrender when the wind turns against you, and who cares about sacrificing as long as the knife isn't at my throat. But such an advantageous situation had completely changed later on. Where did these damned guys come from? Their methods are so bizarre. Are they the demons, or are we the demons? Didn't those useless succubi get any wind of this? Gazing at Liar's charging figure, the Mind Flayer officer spat with resentment in his eyes. This old man wasn't particularly strong, but that armor and that strange magic sword that gave him a strong sense of danger really made him afraid to advance rashly. That thing was probably on par with the weapons of the 4 horsemen of calamity under the great king of arrogance. Fortunately, there were high-level undead knights and demonized beasts to hold him back. But this wasn't a long-term solution. Encirclement might be effective against this old man. After all, his strength couldn't be said to be particularly strong. The problem was that every time he showed signs of fatigue or even got injured, a pure white arrow would pierce through the air. The next moment, this half-dead old man could be instantly resurrected to full health. Wicked. Truly wicked. This word came from the Mind Flayer officer's mouth for the first time ever. This group of suddenly appearing humans was small in number and not strong, it was just that they didn't have the weak fighting will like other humans. This wasn't a problem. The only thing that made him somewhat afraid was the guy who used the lightning trident at the beginning. The third time he summoned lightning, if he hadn't pulled in a few Mind Flayers to block it, he would have been eliminated by now. However, that guy wasn't attacking now, squatting in the sky, not knowing what he was tinkering with. Perhaps that weapon had usage restrictions? But in any case, the Mind Flayer officer had to admit that each of these humans he looked down upon actually had such outrageous equipment. The demons had rampaged across the continent of Roderick for so many years, and it was the first time they had suffered a loss in equipment. Moreover, these people not only armed themselves but were also rich enough to support others. Even that group of winged clan, who were so poor that they were broke, now had so many powerful bows and arrows. If this were said, how many demon jaws would drop? When could the human race, this group of stupid, clumsy, lazy, and unambitious people, also produce and equip bows and arrows? While the Mind Flayer officer was pondering, on the battlefield, another pure white arrow shot Liar. There were even a few arrows that shot winged clan warriors who had been beaten to within an inch of their lives. Unsurprisingly, they became vigorous again. The Mind Flayer officer rose in anger. Damn it! They're cheating, how can we play? Suddenly, the Mind Flayer officer's eyes turned, and he beckoned a Mind Flayer to whisper a few words. Then, with a confident expression, he stared arrogantly in Liar's direction. It was said that the evil spirits under the King of Greed were the smartest and most cunning, born strategists. But in his opinion, he, the Mind Flayer, also had the qualities of a good general in the world. Before long, Liar, who was injured again and whose steps were somewhat disordered, went straight for the arrow of rebirth again. But this time, the situation was different. Demonized beasts desperately blocked him. Immediately afterward, a seriously injured Mind Flayer leaped high and rushed towards the arrow of rebirth with excitement. So, in Liar's bewildered gaze, the Mind Flayer was decisively pierced like a candied hawthorn, and then a great fire ignited all over his body, burning him inch by inch. Even the iron-boned Mind Flayer couldn't help but roll on the ground in pain, roaring and begging for mercy. This scene bewildered not only the demons but also the winged clan in the sky. Ian chuckled and muttered in a low voice. Idiot, the arrow of rebirth is a special attack against demonic creatures. This quiet grumbling fell into Uriel's ears, and the 2-meter-tall man's eyes almost popped out. After a long while, he couldn't help but swear. This is possible? What kind of artifact is this? Ian didn't answer and continued to instruct Markov to aim the arrow of rebirth at Liar. But the Mind Flayer officer was exasperated. Not daring to show his head for fear of being blasted to death by Ian's trident, he raged amidst the layers of encirclement. Damn it! Damn it! When did the human race develop this kind of weapon? Is this an artifact that a despicable human race can make? No. This thing is extremely detrimental to my demons and must be reported to the Demon King as soon as possible. In the Mind Flayer officer's eyes, Ian and his group were now pure cheaters. Anxiously pacing in circles, the Mind Flayer officer thought about the consequences of his mission failure. His heart hardened, he grabbed a person next to him and said gloomily. Mind Flayer soul devouring array. The grabbed Mind Flayer was shocked, but looking at his officer's man-eating gaze, he still ran out to send the message. The newest and most complete novels are first released at. Before long, Ian in the sky saw all the Mind Flayers below converging in one place. What kind of strange strategic deployment is this? The high ground is occupied, and the demon officers still dare to gather people? Isn't this just delivering food? Ian muttered. Without him ordering, Markov and the others had already begun to shoot more fiercely. Suddenly, Uriel landed anxiously beside Ian. Your Holiness, quickly use your power to summon lightning to stop them. They are going to organize the Mind Flayer soul devouring array. What? Ian was a little stunned, he had never heard of this thing. That is a forbidden technique performed by the Mind Flayer race at the cost of their lives. Uriel explained anxiously. Once the array is formed, those whose will is not firm enough will be bewitched to kill each other and be used by the demons. Given the current situation, once the array is formed, I'm afraid that several thousand winged clan members will instantly fall and counterattack. Ian understood, simply put, it was a forbidden technique that forcibly twisted thoughts. No wonder he hadn't heard of it for so many years. After all, the 100-clan alliance basically had no chance of defeating the Mind Flayer army to the point where they needed to use life-burning techniques. He glanced at Uriel, who seemed very familiar with this forbidden technique, his brows filled with deep-seated hatred in addition to anxiety. He guessed, this forbidden technique might be the reason for the collective fall of the Winged Clan back then. The Winged Clan were definitely experts in researching Mind Flayers. But when it came to summoning lightning, Ian looked up at the weather. The heavy rain continued, but the thunder was gone, and the trident's lightning could no longer be triggered. But it wasn't a big problem. Ian turned to look at the ridges on both sides, where Rizia and the others, who had disappeared for a long time, waved remotely. Ready. Ian smiled and ignored Uriel's anxious request, calling out loudly to Liar. Come back, Bishop Liar. Your Holiness, don't let the Mind Flayers. Before Uriel could finish speaking, Liar returned to Ian's side in a few flashes. Be calm. Ian comforted Uriel, then revealed himself with the trident in hand. The Mind Flayer officer was horrified. Don't huddle together. Scatter immediately. To be honest, he didn't need to say it, as soon as they saw that golden and white figure holding a trident, like a nightmare. The Mind Flayers directly ignored the order and scrambled to escape, and the Mind Flayer officer also grabbed a demon beast next to him, hiding behind its huge body. Seeing this, Ian smiled contemptuously and said loudly, Demons below, you are surrounded by the Church of the Dawn. At this time, the demons realized that, at some point, they had been surrounded by square stone pillars from all directions. The only remaining exit behind them also had a small sky island floating in the sky, with a Milky Way hanging down. Under the demons' watchful eyes, it sealed off the last way out. The same water flowed down the stone pillars around them at intervals. Gradually, the demons were forcibly pushed to the position below the sky island where Ian was. This scene made the demons even more confused. Ian waved, and Markov and the others all changed into fire arrow enchanted bows and arrows, aiming at the TNT floating in the sky above the sky island. And Rizia and the others, far away in other directions, were doing the same. After doing all this, Ian smiled quite happily and raised his hand high. You can choose to surrender, but, the Church of the Dawn doesn't take demon prisoners. Behold the power of technology. Release. As the fire arrows brought out gorgeous meteors, igniting the TNT flashed with white light and fell to the ground. And in all directions, the TNT placed by Rizia and the others also fell into the water and was pushed by the water to the core area where the demons were. Looking at the red squares flashing white light, the Mind Flayer officer suddenly felt a great sense of impending doom, kicking over the demon beasts and Mind Flayers next to him, letting them press him down, and then roaring hoarsely. Chapter 44. With the first TNT, the Rodri Continent echoed with the roar of technology. Immediately following, was a dense and terrifying chain of explosions. The eastern Great Rift Valley was as if a violent earthquake had occurred, with the indestructible mountains on all sides shattering and tumbling down, causing secondary damage to the demons. Explosions rippled out one after another, ceaselessly. This book is first published on the entire network by. Ian's heart also twitched with pain. All of his TNT reserves. They were all used up in this moment. Now, he would have to save up for another 10.5 days when he returned to the MC world, but regardless, the scene of the explosion was very healing. Playing with explosions in the Rodri Continent was much more beautiful than playing with explosions in the MC world. The craters that were blown out were all different, in various shapes and sizes, especially with the addition of the painful and desperate wails of Mind Flayers and magical beasts. This was a spiritual enjoyment that was completely absent from bombing in the MC world. It had a rather pleasing aesthetic. The most important thing was, in the MC world, TNT would only flash and sparkle, blowing out a big pit. But here, the explosions directly created mushroom clouds, one after another. Indeed, art is an explosion. Ian murmured with a touch of emotion. Most importantly, there was no pollution after the explosion, which was the real environmental protection concept implemented into the war. Ian's realm was thousands of years ahead of the Rodri Continent. However, Lial, who was on the side, looked at Ian, who was in an admiring pose, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She always felt that her young master Ian was about to develop some terrible habit. The explosions did not stop. The winged people and Markov and others went from being confused at the beginning to celebrating now. Although the thick mushroom cloud smoke blocked their view, they could still faintly hear the sounds. Every scream of the mind flayers was like a reward to the winged people. To put it bluntly, the winged people were really enjoying this. However, it wasn't as if no one felt sorry here. For example, Rizia in the distance was pouting her small mouth, looking at the undead army below with heartache and regret. Good bone sticks. If you pick them up, take them apart, and throw them into the workbench, you might be able to produce bone meal. Hes are all high-quality bone meal sources. How many acres of land can be planted with the bone meal produced by so many skeletons? It's such a waste. Looking at the scene below where the light of the explosion was gradually slowing down, Lial breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but feel shocked and excited. After this wave, the demons would really be almost wiped out. Hinking back to before leaving the city, I actually suspected that young Master Ian was leading the 19 of us to our deaths. I'm really ashamed, Lial sighed. Markov on the side was radiant and proud, wishing he could point his nostrils to the sky. Ather, you weren't wrong either. After all, at the time, it sounded ridiculous to have 20 people fight against tens of thousands of demonic elite soldiers. Lial glared at Markov fiercely. Hen, you're out, you're a holy knight of the Church of the Dawn. Your words and deeds should be decent and have a sense of style. The word, Che-Dan, bullshit/nonsense, is too uncivilized. Can't you say Arabian Nights or unbelievable? Markov shrank his head and didn't dare to retort. Lial shook his head and sighed. In the end, it's still because we don't have enough confidence in the Great Dawn, and we don't have a deep enough understanding of the heavenly kingdom of Dawn. His kind of problem must never appear in the high-level members of our Church of the Dawn. We must change this in the future. Now, Lial was already wondering if he should go to the Dawn Church to pray regularly every day like old Matthew and the others after returning. No, that's not right. The Dawn Church only had a statue of unclear significance. Praying was not as good as praying directly to Ian. After all, young Master Ian is the true god of Dawn. Lial praised softly. On the other side, Uriel was still staring blankly at the explosion underground. This inexplicable thing, it felt like it could be compared to a forbidden spell. In such a short time, the solid ground of the eastern Rift Valley was blasted down dozens of meters. The cliffs on both sides were rolling with rocks. It looked as if it had been forcibly widened. Looking at Ian, who was standing with his hands behind his back, smiling and looking down below, in the eyes of Uriel and the others, Ian at this time was exuding a gentle and compassionate holy light. On Uriel suddenly understood the reason why the Church of the Dawn was called Dawn. On this dark Rodri Continent, a sun that was compassionate to its children and indifferent to its enemies was about to drive away the darkness that had enveloped the sky for hundreds of years. After a long time, it was Hania, the little girl from the winged people, who proudly spoke, breaking the silence. Said it, our great Church of the Dawn, the supreme and benevolent Dawn, possesses endless divine power and infinite divine grace. Of us should, and must, be proud to be children of the Dawn. Listening to his daughter's speech, Uriel nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and followed Hania's example by clasping his hands together. On eternal after a moment, Uriel patted Hania's shoulder with relief and said happily. Anaya, you did a great job this time. Thanks to you for inviting the great Church of the Dawn, otherwise, the winged people might have been buried in my hands. But Hania, facing Uriel's praise, had a stern face and reproached. Ather, you should thank the great Dawn and His Holiness the Pope. If we had asked others for help, they might not have taken action. Only the great and benevolent Dawn regards us as its own children, NLY the kind and compassionate Pope will take action with divine power and save us from fire and water, On is selfless. He loves every child who devoutly believes in him. If you really want to thank the great Dawn, you should be like me, like everyone in Blackwater City, always be proud to be a child of the Dawn, and always have the determination to die for the Dawn. Uriel nodded repeatedly, not feeling that what Hania said was extreme. Instead, he looked eager for knowledge and said, Anaya, what do you think we should do to make the great Dawn and His Holiness the Pope feel our piety? We have no experience, and it would be terrible if we did something wrong. The most, small, say, is, first, sent. Oh, can we be a devout child of the Dawn? Erect a statue for the Dawn? Hold a grand sacrifice? Offer countless treasures? Immediately, many winged people looked eager for knowledge and humbly asked Hania for advice. Hania also taught them everything she had seen and understood. After the TNT cluster bombing, the dark clouds seemed to have been blown away as well. The rain gradually lessened, and even a corner of the sun was revealed. When the smoke below cleared, everyone could see clearly. The demonic army, which had been so large and like locusts, was now fragmented, with only 200 or so mind flayers left. Including the undead army and the mutated magical beasts, there were only a little over 1,000 left. Scattered and disorganized, the mind flayers and magical beasts, except for the undead army, had probably lost their will to fight. From now on, the offense and defense have been reversed. Lial clapped his hands happily. Uriel stepped forward and knelt on one knee. He looked at Ian, who was standing with his hands behind his back with excitement and fervor, especially since a ray of sunlight happened to be shining on his back, making him look even more sacred. Our Holiness the Pope, please let us go to battle and bring the final victory to the Great Dawn. To you, Ian shook his head. Auntie worry. The more the battle progresses to the end, the more we must seek victory in stability to prevent the demons from retaliating desperately. Of course, this was the nice way of saying it. Ian's real thought was, he had made so many preparations. If he let the winged people go down to harvest directly now, wouldn't his resources be wasted? Hearing Ian's call, Lial nodded knowingly. Your Holiness the Pope. Lial was very happy. Ian was not overwhelmed by victory and could maintain a high degree of vigilance and self-control until the last second of the battlefield. He had already seen old Forbes' style in him. In fact, Ian had even more style than old Forbes. Aster, young master has grown to the point where we can completely rest assured. While feeling emotional, Lial kept moving, calling Razia and the others to take out the pumpkins and walk towards the built iron block structure. Below, the frightened Mind Flayer commander carefully pushed away the Mind Flayer and magical beast corpses that had been blown into pieces on his body after the explosion stopped. Immediately following, he looked around. Noticing that his full-strength army of nearly 20,000 was now fragmented, with only a little over 1,000 left, the Mind Flayer commander couldn't help but curse angrily. Humans, he was definitely going to be demoted this time. Unless, the Mind Flayer commander looked up at the sky, his scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. Unless he could annihilate the winged people and kill that human who was leading them. His face was uncertain. In the end, the Mind Flayer commander still calmed down and prepared to take a gamble. But just as he was about to leap up and catch those humans and winged people off guard before they attacked, the next moment, something moved faster than him. Dozens of silver lights fell vertically from the sky. Accompanied by a rumbling explosion, smoke rose everywhere. The Mind Flayer commander thought there was another explosion and was so frightened that he instantly shrank under the magical beast corpses. But after a while, the expected explosion did not happen. The Mind Flayer commander and the remaining Mind Flayers poked their heads out and glanced around. From the smoke, dozens of steel-cast square monsters walked out swaying. No. Those were not monsters. Feeling the dense aura of threat, the Mind Flayer commander's pupils shrank like needles. Those were demon-killing machines. Chapter 45. It proves that a Mind Flayer officer can become a member of the management because they have their own capabilities. At least, their perception of crisis is much stronger than other Mind Flayers. although it's useless. While many mind flayers were still groggily shaking their heads, dusting off the dirt on their bodies. The iron golem that walked out of the smoke looked around, and when it noticed the remaining undead knights, in an instant, the iron golem's eyes turned blood red, its steps firm, and it walked over, its thick arms clanging. With each step, a square pit was stamped out of the ground. Now, the mind flayers finally realized that something was wrong. They drove a mutated magic beast to pounce on the iron golem's head, a scene that made Leal and the others watching couldn't help but laugh at the fools. Sure enough, the next moment, the magic beast wailed, and the teeth in its mouth shattered like glass all over the ground. Counterattack mode triggered. The iron golem swung its fist towards the magic beast. Before the fist even arrived, the explosive fist wind instantly flipped the mind flayer warriors who were attacking right behind the magic beast. Bang! A crisp sound, like a watermelon being smashed open, echoed in the valley. Blood mist burst. The huge magic beast didn't even leave a bone behind. Only the splashing blood smeared the iron golem's body, making this steel-boned iron golem stand bathed in blood. Those scarlet square eyes stared indifferently at all the enemies in front of it. Devil! It's a devil! This sentence was shouted hoarsely from the mouth of the mind flayer, a devil recognized by the entire continent. In an instant, many mind flayers retreated madly, but after rushing into the water, they couldn't stand still for a moment and were washed back. Don't run! Counterattack! All of you, counterattack! The mind flayer officer roared angrily from the back, but he didn't dare to look the iron golem in the eye at all. Anyone who retreats will be thrown into the heartless prison. It seemed that the heartless prison was a terrible place. Hearing the mind flayer officer say this, the mind flayers shivered for a moment. Then they shouted and killed, emboldening themselves, and rushed towards the iron golem. A mind flayer warrior leaned forward and rushed straight, approaching for a beheading. A powerful sword covered with magic power slashed at the iron golem's neck. But an even more desperate scene for the demons appeared. The attacked iron golem didn't move at all, not even a step back, only a slight crack appeared on its body. Before the mind flayer warriors could react, the devil in their hearts had already raised its fist from bottom to top. It was the sound of a watermelon exploding again. However, this time, the mind flayer warrior was more resistant. He didn't turn into a blood mist, but was punched into the mountain, his body fragmented, and his hideous head flew to the mind flayer officer's side. His face still had lingering confusion and fear. This was not as good as being smashed into a blood mist. Monster! The mind flayers finally collapsed again. The crisp bang sound kept ringing in the valley, like a life-threatening musical note. Every time this sound rang, it meant that a demon was being slaughtered. The huge magic beast was smashed into a blood mist with one punch, and the indestructible undead knight was smashed into bone powder with one punch. As for the powerful mind flayers, severed arms and broken limbs flew everywhere. Dozens of iron golems rampaged and slaughtered across the entire battlefield. Gradually, all the iron golems were shrouded in a layer of blood, making them look even more terrifying. This terrifying scene, like a slaughterhouse, was particularly beautiful in the eyes of Uriel and the others. Especially when they heard the mind flayers' fearful cries of monster, Uriel was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. You bastards, so you also know fear. This is the guardian of the dawn. The iron golem. Hania shouted excitedly, and the winged clan people suddenly realized. Uriel exclaimed. So it's the dawn envoy, no wonder it's so powerful. We will definitely win this time. Ian didn't think so. Admittedly, the iron golem is extremely powerful. In 3 dimensions, except for speed, its defense and strength are maxed out. Those mind flayers below would turn into jam with one punch. But the iron golem also has its limitations. Iron golems only attack hostile creatures. If they are created by players, they will also attack all enemies of the players. These demons, at least the mind flayers, are not directly considered hostile creatures within the iron golem's identification, so at the beginning, they went straight to the undead legion. Secondly, these iron golems were placed by Leal and the others, and they are their summons. In theory, they would attack the demons who fought Leal just now. And the demons that Markov and the others shot with arrows. But the problem is, those demons are basically all dead. Simply put, the current demons, except for the Undead Legion, are mandatory kill units. The newest novels are first published at. As for the magic beasts and mind flayers, as long as they don't actively attack the Iron Golem won't care. Although the battlefield is so chaotic, it is difficult to discover the mechanism of the Iron Golem, but Ian would not think that the mind flayer officer is really a fool. Of course, Markov and the others can now use bows and arrows to remotely determine hostile units, and now the Iron Golem can attack like a summon. But Ian has other ideas. The number of demons has been sharply reduced here, and there are still Iron Golems guarding below. It is entirely possible to let Markov and the others go to practice in actual combat, which not only hones their combat power, but also allows them to master the diamond enchanted sword in actual combat. It can't be that the weapons that Ian spent a lot of money to make are useless after a battle, right? Wouldn't that make Ian seem like a big sucker? Now, it depends on how long it takes for the mind flayers to discover this, but according to the current progress, when they find out, it is estimated that not many will be dead, and then it will be the safest actual combat. The development of this battle has now completely entered garbage time. The only remaining role of the demons is to help Ian train soldiers with their blood. The situation is exactly as Ian thought. The mind flayer officer who can lead an army of tens of thousands of demons is not a fool. The reason why this war has been suppressed from beginning to end is really because of the dimensional reduction strike of equipment. The mind flayer officer, who was hiding sneakily, watched another Iron Golem pass by him, not even looking at him. Combining the situation on the battlefield, he finally successfully analyzed the characteristics of the Iron Golem. Immediately, he stopped hiding and dodging, pushed away the magic beast corpse pressing on his body, and stood upright next to the Iron Golem. Seeing that the Iron Golem didn't attack him, but casually smashed the undead knight next to him to death, the mind flayer officer breathed a sigh of relief, and then shouted loudly, "All mind flayers retreat! Do not attack these monsters! As long as you don't hit them, they won't attack you." The mind flayers glanced at the officer who was standing next to the Iron Golem unscathed, and were overjoyed, and retreated one after another. Many mind flayers who had not attacked the Iron Golem watched the Iron Golem walk past them, smashing the comrades who had attacked to death. Instantly slumped to the ground, breathing heavily, celebrating their escape from death. They found out quickly, not a fool. On the Sky Island, Ian smiled, but his eyes were full of contempt. But it's too late. After the TNT explosion and the Iron Golem's charge, there were less than 100 mind flayers left in the valley at this time. To be precise, it was the most timid and luckiest group of mind flayers. Although there were still some undead legion and magic beasts, the Iron Golem was still chasing and killing them at this time, and they could no longer form a threat. Victory is set. Ian turned his head back with a smile and looked at Markov and the others who were eager to try. "Now, you can go down and fight. Go. Bring the glory of victory to the dawn." "Yes. Your Holiness the Pope." Chapter 46. Receiving Ian's order, Markov and the others, who had been holding back for the entire battle, instantly became excited. Although using bows and arrows to pick off enemies was a kind of fun, as knights, they enjoyed charging into battle and slaughtering. Being drenched in demon blood was, to them, the greatest honor. This time, even the maids like Lesia went to fight, and Freya didn't fall behind either. Below, there were Iron Golems to provide cover, actively attacking the enemies they identified, and above, Lael held a power-infused enchanted longbow, observing the battlefield. Whenever someone was in danger, a burst of instant damage would be dealt, and if someone was injured, a regeneration arrow would be shot. There were also winged warriors hovering in the sky, with 3 winged warriors guarding each person, ensuring they wouldn't fall into danger. Plus, Markov and the others were all equipped with top-tier enchanted iron armor. With the number of mind flayers remaining, they really didn't pose a threat. Just like Ian said, this war had entered garbage time. Like in basketball, at this stage, the head coach would bring on substitutes or benchwarmers to brush up their stats and accumulate experience in major competitions. Markov and the others were now substitutes going to brush up their stats and experience. The Great Dawn Church, claiming to crush the demons and have the Rodri Continent embrace the Dawn. As a result, before today, the only one with experience and achievements in fighting demons was Lael. Ian would be ashamed to say this out loud. Take advantage of today to brush up on your stats, so you can justify your position. Furthermore, Markov and the others were Ian's designated heads of the Dawn Holy Knight Legion, and they needed a lot of combat experience. Lucia and the others were not just simple nuns either, Ian's development direction for them was holy nuns. To put it another way, they would have the same status as the Holy Mothers back home. After all, Ian only had these 19 companions who he could completely trust with his life. Help relatives, not strangers, choose relatives, not the virtuous. This is also a fine tradition of the Holy See. They must grow up as soon as possible and be able to stand alone. The future Dawn Church cannot be limited to one place. Father. Hania glanced at the battlefield below and whispered to Uriel. Aren't you the one who hates mind flayers the most? Now that victory is imminent, why don't you go down and reap some mind flayer heads? Uriel shook his head, his eyes filled with hatred and satisfaction as he looked down at the mind flayers. I do hate them. I wish I could devour their flesh and drink their blood. Your grandfather and the old patriarch have always taught me. The battle between the Winged Clan and the Mind Flayers will never stop until one side is completely destroyed. It was them who burdened us with eternal infamy. It was also them who buried the glory of our Winged Clan and buried hundreds of thousands of our comrades. Uriel's tone was filled with chilling hatred, but the next moment, Uriel closed his eyes and calmed his emotions. He looked at Hania meaningfully. Hania, my daughter, you have ushered in the Great Dawn and saved the Winged Clan. You have grown up, so in the future, you must have the ability to distinguish the importance of things. Our Winged Clan originally planned to join the Dawn Church. Now that the Great Dawn has saved us, we should be aware of our status as children of the Dawn. Do you think it's more important to solve those mind flayers below for a moment of pleasure, or to stay here and protect the merciful Pope? Hania was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. I understand, Father. How can the life and death of those despicable mind flayers compare to a single hair of the Pope? If something happens to the Pope, we will be unable to atone for our sins even if we die 10,000 times. Uriel patted Hania's shoulder with satisfaction. Make decisions based on your position. From the moment the Pope summoned lightning, the Winged Clan was destined to fight for the Dawn and the Pope for life. The Great Dawn Church is not a human kingdom, not an elf race, not a dwarf race, and certainly not the fragile alliance of the 100 races. We must strengthen our confidence, strengthen our faith, and be prepared to die for the Dawn and the Pope at any time. So. Uriel looked at Ian's figure in front of him with fanaticism. The Pope's safety is above all else, and the Dawn Church's reputation is above all else. If the Pope is impacted here in our Winged Clan, how can we face the Dawn? Hania nodded seriously. Yes. Father, I understand. After speaking, Hania couldn't help but pout and mutter in a low voice. I was the first to believe in the Dawn, so why are you more devout than me now? Uriel heard this, but just smiled and let it pass. Devotion is not about saying it, but about putting your heart into it. When Ian descended with the trident, chanting "Exterminate demons!" in Uriel's heart, the Dawn Church was already above everything else. Ian didn't pay attention to the conversation between Uriel and his daughter. He was just curiously observing Markov and the others. The latest novels are first released at. After a long time, Ian couldn't help but whisper. Lael, can you see it? Lael nodded slightly, noticing that the Winged Clan people were not around, and lowered his voice to reply. Young Master Ian, Markov, and the others have become much stronger. In fact, young Master Ian, I also had this idea when I was fighting just now. My strength, even without those equipment, doesn't seem to be much worse than the Master's. Hearing this, Ian was stunned for a moment and whispered. Are you also a super awesome knight now? What? Lael didn't hear clearly, and Ian waved his hand. It's not important, so, do you know why your strength has improved? Lael pondered for a moment and frowned slightly. During this time, although I haven't stopped practicing, I have too many things to do, and I'm not as diligent as before. Moreover, my strength cannot be improved by hard practice. If I had eaten something special to improve my strength, it doesn't seem like I have. Ian took out his notebook and said with a serious face. Diet and rest are very regular, while maintaining good exercise habits. The frequency of exercise has decreased, and there is no history of stimulant drug use. You continue. Lael glanced at Ian blankly and hurriedly said. If there is anything possible, young Master Ian, could it be related to the Dawn Heaven? Ian pondered for a moment and recorded. Changes in living environment, no symptoms of acclimatization, menstrual disorders, or hair loss, with certain positive feedback changes. After speaking, Ian glanced at the top of Lael's head, crossed out a sentence, and began to write and read again. There are certain symptoms of hair loss, but not directly related to changes in the living environment. Young Master Ian. Lael raised his voice a little, and Ian laughed. I'm just trying to liven up the atmosphere because I see we're about to win. You don't understand. A doctor maintaining an optimistic attitude will give patients more positive treatment hope. This is psychology. Lael looked at Ian silently, sighing in his heart. Master, I take back what I said earlier. Young Master Ian is still an immature brat at times. According to what you said, your physique in the Dawn Heaven will not be inherited by us in the Rodri Continent. Lael pondered for a moment and nodded. After thinking about it, it may be related to the green light spots that enter the body after mining and killing monsters. As soon as these words came out, Ian was stunned in place. After a long while, he exclaimed in surprise. Experience points. Chapter 47. What is experience? Liar looked at Ian curiously. The latter pondered for a moment and replied. It's those green specks you said enter your body. With that, Ian couldn't help but raise his hand and pat his head, muttering with slight annoyance. Damn it, I actually forgot such an important thing. But on closer thought, it seemed normal to forget about experience points. Without mods, experience points were the most useless thing to Ian, he wouldn't even spare them a glance. After all, without mods, they could only be used for enchanting and repairing equipment. Other than that, they could only be used for leveling up. As for what leveling up was good for. From a broad perspective, in the language of civilization, it could be used to farm high-level enchantment affixes. From Ian's narrow personal perspective, in crude language, it was utterly useless. He was a diligent electrician who played with live currents, employing 4 or 5 librarians. Did he need to farm enchantment affixes himself? Enchanting? Wasn't that just a matter of having emeralds? Therefore, Ian had never looked at or thought about experience points since entering the MC world. He figured he would only remember it when he loaded a mod that required experience points. Ian never expected that the experience points he scoffed at would have such great uses. No. It's not certain yet. If it really is related to experience points, then it can only be said. Jackpot. Thinking of this, Ian couldn't wait to look up at Liar. Liar, can you be sure? Liar rarely saw Ian so eager. Since entering the MC world, Ian had always been calm and composed. Even when he said he would lead a dozen people to annihilate tens of thousands of demons, his tone was mostly confident, calm, and teasing. But this time, Ian was genuinely anxious. It seemed that Ian valued this matter very much, and Liar became even more cautious in answering. He carefully recalled any additional experiences he and Markov had in common during this time. After a moment, Liar replied. Young Master Ian, I can't be sure either, but if I had to say what we've all experienced recently that's both common and peculiar. It seems to be only this thing called experience points. On careful recollection, every time I go to the Aurora Heavenly Kingdom, my strength improves somewhat after coming out. At first, I thought it was a feature of the Aurora Heavenly Kingdom. But if you can confirm that we can't inherit your physique after leaving the Aurora Heavenly Kingdom, then it's very likely due to experience points. Ian nodded slightly and lowered his head to ponder. This matter was indeed his negligence. But he couldn't be entirely blamed. After all, he had been in Blackwater City, where was the need for combat? Ian himself was not a knight, so it was understandable that he couldn't see the changes in Liar's strength for a while. As for why his own experience level increased but didn't show as directly as Liar's, it was probably because Ian also had 1/5 of Steve's physique in the Road Continent. Compared to Steve's physique, the increase in strength from experience points was like a drop of water merging into the sea. It would be strange if there was any feedback. Currently, Ian was 60% sure that the experience points in the MC world were really linked to the improvement of Liar's strength. This was a major matter, and to be sure, there had to be experimental proof. This was not child's play, he shouldn't get his hopes up for nothing. If it was really confirmed that leveling up was reflected in Liars and their strength, then he would hit the jackpot. Experience points were too easy to obtain in the MC world. Mob grinders could quickly generate experience, and mining could also drop experience. To put it exaggeratedly, you could level up just by breathing in the MC world. Not to mention, the MC world also had a divine object. Experience potions. Ian didn't think much of this stuff before, because he didn't think there was any use in leveling up. But now, experience potions? They were great revival pills. Swallowing a bottle of potion, my fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. Although experience potions were not easy to obtain, they were still easy to find in treasure chests in shipwrecks, dungeons, and pillager outposts in the early stages. What's more, master-level priests could also exchange for great revival pills, experience potions. If he opened his mind, he didn't necessarily have to use experience potions. The experience dropped by mob grinders was no worse than experience potions. If he didn't want to fight monsters, he could also engage in chicken farming, which could lay eggs, provide meat, drop feathers, and generate experience. How perfect! As long as he could confirm that experience points were related to the improvement of Liars and their strength. Within half a year, not to mention leveling them up to Demon King level, at least. They would have to be top-notch experts in the Road Continent. One word to describe it, invincible. However, Ian never had the habit of celebrating victory prematurely. Especially for such an important matter that was even related to the direction of the entire Aurora God sect, he had to be rigorous and even more rigorous. Returning to his thoughts, Ian said softly. Liar, after solving the recent troubles, we need to go on an expedition to the MC world. There are many things I need to experiment and confirm as soon as possible. The latest and fastest novels are available at whether bug-level multi-block structures like TNT duplicators can be used normally in the Road Continent. Proving the actual effect of experience levels. Expansion and popularization of the Bata's Sword mod. He also needed to go deep into the Nether, and engage in some friendly breeding business with piglins, to farm gold and ender pearls. Find the Nether Fortress, farm blaze, find soul sand and nether wart for farming. Build a complete alchemy potion production line, prepare for the Ender Dragon. These tasks all required Ian to lead Liar and them on a hardy expedition. After completing these, the foundation accumulation of the Aurora God sect. In the far east region of the 100 Clan Alliance, which is closest to the chasm, everyone in the Aurora God sect can abstain from beef. At that time, Ian could start the religious erosion from point to surface, towards the entire 100 Clan Alliance. When the Aurora shines over the entire 100 Clan Alliance, and after casting the Divine Right of Kings system, the Aurora Butcher Knife that integrates the 100 clans can fall on the demons. At that time, Ian wants to do something unprecedented and unrepeatable. Crossing the chasm, the Aurora Eastern Expedition. Whether it's to avenge old Fog Boss or to fulfill the promise made by Aurora. There is absolutely no possibility of coexistence between Ian and the demons. This world should dawn. After pondering for a long time, Ian suddenly looked at Liar. Liar, do you remember when we first entered the MC world, I asked you to open the personal panel, was there a number on the green bar below the little heart and chicken leg? At the beginning, what was the number in your personal panel? Liar thought for a moment, and said uncertainly. It seems to be 57, is there a problem? Young Master Ian. Ian smiled. No problem. Now, Ian was 99% sure that the acquisition of experience and the increase in level were indeed reflected in the strength of Liar and them. However, Ian needed more detailed experimental data to prove the specific situation. At the very least, he had to figure out what each level corresponded to. If all goes well, this would be the creation of a groundbreaking system. Perhaps, in the future, the division of strength in the Rodri Continent 100 Clan Alliance will be more rigorous. Ian doesn't need to use crude words like Awesome Knight or Super Awesome Knight to judge the strength of others. That is to say, the realm division of the Rodri Continent will also be completed by me. Ian thought strangely, and looked back at the winged clan with their white wings and pious reverence. The more Ian looked, the more he felt something was wrong. In the dark, he seemed to be embarking on an extraordinary path. While thinking, Uriel suddenly turned pale with fright, flapping his wings towards Ian while shouting angrily. Your Holiness! Danger! Chapter 48. A few minutes prior, the Mind Flayer Overseer, trapped in the encirclement, had gone mad. Entrusted with a crucial mission, leading tens of thousands of demonic warriors, he had come to encircle and annihilate the winged folk, his former subordinates. He was filled with thoughts of resolving the situation and returning to be promoted and enriched. This book is first published on the entire network by. But ever since this group of strange humans arrived, everything had changed. First, he was struck by lightning, then singled out by ridiculously accurate arrows, and then caught in an inexplicable forbidden spell explosion. After this series of events, his soul was still flying in the sky. He hadn't killed many enemies, and only remnants of his tens of thousands of demonic troops remained. And that wasn't the end of it. Then, dozens of Iron Golem assassins bullied the demons, charging and slaughtering until only a handful were left. Up to this point, even the supporting humans had only exchanged blows with one of them. The rest, to put it bluntly, hadn't even seen the others' faces clearly. With great difficulty, using his proud intellect, which he boasted as the wisdom of a mind flayer strategist, he discovered the mechanism loopholes of the Iron Golems. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the group of fellows above began to take advantage of the situation. One by one, clad in iron bucket-like armor and wielding radiant diamond swords, they descended to continue the slaughter. The Mind Flayer Overseer was about to cry. Had he violated some heavenly law? Did they have to torment him so much? Even if these perverts gave him a quick death, it would be better. But at this moment, at least the Mind Flayer Overseer had not yet cried. Filled with hatred, he rallied the remaining Mind Flayers and those humans for close combat. Among the 100 Races Alliance, only the human race had the weakest basic combat strength. After all, the human race's nobles were even more envious than the King of Envy, lazier than the King of Sloth, and greedier than the King of Greed. Afraid of the shaking of their ruling position, they would never give the lower levels of the human race anything good, including night training methods. The reason why the human race could become the vanguard of the 100 Races Alliance was well known. It all depended on the human race's ability to reproduce, and on the human race's high-ranking officials not treating the people below as human beings. In the words of most demons, they were only murderers, but the human nobles were different, they liked to eat people. It was difficult to say who was the real demon. However, because of this, the Mind Flayer Overseer was confident that, in terms of individual strength, each Mind Flayer was stronger than this group of humans. Even if their equipment was crushed, they could at least kill a few, which would count as venting their anger. But wisdom did not bless the Mind Flayer Overseer. As the swords clashed, accompanied by the sound of his well-forged magic scimitar breaking, the Mind Flayer Overseer really cried. Those Iron Golems, which had stopped attacking, instantly rioted and continued to hunt them down. Run! Walls and water were everywhere, making it impossible to escape. Fight! Then beware of the Iron Golems, who might suddenly go crazy and act without chivalry. Sneak attack? Every human's head was flying with winged folk wielding bows. Forget about sneak attacks, from this angle, the winged folk could only not see the Mind Flayer's underwear. In all his years of fighting, the Mind Flayer Overseer had never imagined that fighting could be so frustrating. His weapon was useless, it would break with a touch. Fortunately, the Mind Flayer's claws were not to be trifled with. Abandoning his weapon, he was still powerful. With this in mind, the Mind Flayer Overseer nimbly dodged the clumsy Iron Golem's pincer attack and pounced straight at Markov. With a punch, he smashed it on Markov's head, and the Mind Flayer Overseer cried again. Without seeing any action from Markov, the Mind Flayer Overseer writhed in pain, his arm muscles bursting and blood flowing uncontrollably. Markov shook his dazed head, and the next moment, a pure white arrow of regeneration fell from the sky, piercing Markov's body. The latter's eyes instantly cleared, and he grinned. "Hey! It doesn't hurt." The Mind Flayer Overseer's eyes were scarlet, and one of his arms was crippled, making him look even more ferocious. Damn it, a reflection magic spell. When did those despicable humans learn such advanced magic? Markov beckoned to the Mind Flayer Overseer. "Fool! Come again! Bastard!" The Mind Flayer Overseer was furious, crouching down to gather strength, and then his figure rushed out, heading straight for Markov. But at the instant the two were about to collide, the magic array under the Mind Flayer Overseer's feet flickered with light. Flipping over, he stepped on Markov's shoulder, and then his figure quickly rose, instantly surpassing the winged folk overhead. Wrapped in purple-black magic, he rushed towards Ian in the sky. He was not stupid. The bastards on the ground all had this strange reflection equipment, as well as Iron Golem support. Killing them was as difficult as climbing to the sky. But the human in the sky, who looked like the leader of this group, didn't have it. He still understood the principle of picking the softest persimmon. This battle was already destined to be lost. Most importantly, the human race actually possessed so much advanced magic equipment. This matter was too fatal. Right now, there was only one way to save his life and position. Cut off that person's head and quickly retreat to the abyss. Afterwards, give that person's head to the Plague Knight, one of the 4 horsemen of calamity, and have him use forbidden techniques to spy on the secrets of the human race. In this way, even if he didn't advance further, he could at least offset his mistakes with his merits. Although that person had initially displayed extremely terrifying power, the Mind Flayer Overseer was betting that he was a mage. Once he got close, that person would surely die. The newest and most complete novels are first published. The demonic warrior's secret technique was activated, and the Mind Flayer Overseer's speed became even faster. His scarlet eyes stared at Ian. Very good, this human bastard was actually chatting with that old man. He had to make this bastard, who despised him, pay the price. They, the demons, were the only ones who looked down on the human race. How could the human race look down on them? Reversing the natural order. Your Holiness! Danger! Finally, Uriel noticed the Mind Flayer Overseer, who was speeding towards Ian like lightning. He roared hoarsely, flapping his wings and flying towards Ian, seemingly wanting to use his body to block the attack for him. Useless! The Mind Flayer Overseer's mouth cracked into an excited arc. Attacking in anger, using all the demonic secret techniques, he was unstoppable at this moment. Not to mention that the winged folk leader couldn't catch up at all. Even if he did, he would only be skewered like a candied hawthorn. Did he become the Mind Flayer Overseer by flattering and sucking up? Or did the winged folk leader also have that ridiculous reflection magic armor? Die! The Mind Flayer Overseer's shrill voice exploded in the air, and Leal was shocked, instantly drawing his sword. But the next moment, a burst of wind swept up beside him. A golden white sword light was even faster. It seemed that there was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and when he came back to his senses, Leal realized that His Holiness the Pope had somehow stood on the edge of the Sky Island. In his hand, he was still holding a unique longsword. And the Mind Flayer Overseer, with a ferocious smile, remained in a diving posture behind Ian. The whistling wind in the air stopped. The next moment, Ian slowly raised his sword and sent it into the scabbard hanging at his waist. And the expression on the Mind Flayer Overseer's face gradually became blank. He only felt a little breathless and a little dizzy. Was he overexerting himself? The Mind Flayer Overseer looked down in confusion and suddenly felt dizzy. In a daze, he caught a glimpse of a headless corpse maintaining a fearless charging posture. The Mind Flayer Overseer suddenly understood. Did I just die like this? That's too hasty. These were the Mind Flayer Overseer's last words. Bang! The corpse fell, without causing any disturbance. Ian slowly straightened his body, the drawing sword hanging at his waist, without turning his head. Standing with his hands behind his back, he looked down at the battlefield below. The Sky Island was silent. After a long time, Ian saw that Freja had personally killed the last Mind Flayer. Only then did he turn his head. The sunlight shone behind him, and his face faintly glowed with golden light. At least, the astonished winged folk and Leal couldn't see it very clearly. Ian slowly spoke, his tone as gentle as when the winged folk first met him. All demons have been defeated, this battle is a great victory. Chapter 49. Looking at Ian, whose face was calm and indifferent, not even deigning to cast a glance at the Mind Flayer commander on the ground, Lyle finally realized the difference between an ordinary show-off and a true king of showing off. However, it was all too late. The Mind Flayer commander was already dead. After a brief silence, Lyle was overwhelmed by a strong sense of shock and disbelief. For a moment, Lyle even suspected that their young master Ian had been replaced. As an old member of the Forbes family, Lyle had watched Ian grow up. Although called a butler, his relationship with old Forbes was as close as brothers, more like family. As the only heir to the Forbes family, old Forbes and Lyle had high hopes for Ian, starting from when Ian could walk. Lyle taught Ian the way of the knight and swordsmanship. But Ian's talent, to put it mildly, was a complete disaster. His poor swordsmanship talent had been with Ian for over a decade. Lyle had long given up hope for Ian's way of the sword. But now, what did he see? His young master Ian, who could turn swordsmanship into a dance, had actually unleashed such an earth-shattering, tear-inducing sword strike? Swift as thunder, moving like a ghost. Lyle couldn't help but recall Ian's flattery of old Forbes' swordsmanship. A glimmer of cold light arrives first, followed by the dragon-like sword. This scene, applied to Ian just now, was even more fitting. That thunderous sword strike was enough to make any knight skilled in swordsmanship feel inferior. That was the real sword. No fancy moves or techniques, just that extremely fast sword. If it doesn't come out, it's fine, but if it does, it will surely kill. This seems to violate the current trend in the Rodri Continent of pursuing sword aura and flashy moves. But on closer thought, isn't that how battles should be? Why use a second strike if you can kill the enemy with one? This is pure, sure kill swordsmanship, but when did Ian learn this technique? Don't even mention a sudden enlightenment from the swordsmanship he taught Ian. To put it bluntly, even old Forbes, the recognized #1 sword knight of the Principality of Bilka, didn't have this level of swordsmanship. However, Lyle wasn't surprised that Ian could easily kill the Mind Flayer commander. He clearly remembered Ian saying that there would still be some of that physique on the Rodri Continent. Based on this alone, with the Demon King not appearing, Ian was invincible. Not to mention that Ian wasn't without equipment, on the contrary, Ian's equipment was even more terrifying. A full set of enchanted diamond armor. If the Mind Flayer commander had struck Ian just now, at most, Ian would have taken a step back, and the Mind Flayer commander would have been instantly killed by the reflected damage. So, it can be said. The Mind Flayer commander's wisdom had once again harmed him. This time, the price he paid was his life. Ian! Your Holiness! Are you all right? Lyle suppressed his excitement and agitation, stepped forward, avoided the gazes of Uriel and others, and looked at Ian with eager and longing eyes. He guessed that if the situation allowed, he would want to spar with Ian right now. Ian understood and gave Lyle a look of reassurance. Then, he chuckled and asked, "What could happen to me? Dawn is always shining on me." Uriel and Hania and the other winged people finally came back to their senses and had no time to pay attention to the victory below. They rushed forward, carefully examined Ian, and noticed that he didn't even wrinkle his clothes. The next moment, Uriel knelt heavily on the ground, kowtowing at Ian's feet with a face full of shame. "Your subordinate's protection was inadequate, actually allowing His Holiness to be in danger. Please punish me, Your Holiness." Ian smiled and helped Uriel up. This strong man was more than a head taller than him, but right now, he was trying his best to bend over and always stay lower than Ian. Things happened suddenly, and his strength was not weak. It's normal that you couldn't react. If you truly feel guilty, then under the light of dawn, strive to become stronger. Yes. Your Holiness. Uriel looked at Ian with a face full of emotion. Your kindness and generosity are as great as the dawn, like a father and like a selfless lord. Thank you for your forgiveness. If such a thing happens again in the future, your subordinate will surely atone with death. After saying that, Uriel glared fiercely at the Mind Flayer commander's corpse on the ground. Zo Leech! Throw this filthy demon down. Leave him exposed in the wilderness as a warning to others. But before that winged man could act, Ian raised his hand to stop him. Before leaving the city, I promised the Dawn citizens of Blackwater City that I would bring them back a great victory. This Mind Flayer commander's corpse is the best trophy. Let's keep it for now. Take it back and hang it above the city. In the future, anyone who opposes my Dawn will become dust under the Dawn Divine Church's monument of merit. Uriel suddenly understood and quickly said, Your Holiness has great foresight, your subordinate is far from reaching that level. All right, stop flattering me. Ian faced the crowd, and the golden scepter appeared in his hand once again, exuding holiness. The war is over, and we have achieved a great victory. At this time, there is no need to focus on the demons. Hearing this, the winged people finally came back to their senses and glanced at each other, slightly dazed. The next moment, cheers soared into the sky. We have won. We have defeated the demon army. Dawn is above. Your Holiness is above. Under your kindness and majesty, we have defeated an incredible enemy. Long live Dawn! Soon, the cheers turned into praise for Dawn. The winged people are quite cultured, at least not like Markov, who was asked to think of his own exclusive prayer. This guy racked his brains all night and finally said to Ian, Dawn. So awesome! The winged people's praise for Dawn was still very elegant, and of course, the exaggeration was also top-notch. Ian listened for a few sentences and then stopped paying attention. Standing on the edge of the Sky Island, he looked down at Lesia and the others who were also cheering below. For them, this was an incredible victory. Most importantly, Lesia and the other maids who had never fought demons before also promoted the might of Dawn in this battle. Momentum, this mysterious and profound thing, had already emerged in Lesia and the others. The Holy Sisters team of the Dawn Divine Church began to set off. There will be a day. Suddenly, Ian spoke softly, his voice so low that only Lyle beside him could hear. There will be a day when I will make the 100 Races Alliance cheer like this on the lands of the Far East. Of course, before that day arrives, the 100 Races Alliance must first become children of Dawn. Lyle pursed his lips and smiled, his eyes looking at Ian, already filled with the same faith and respect as other believers. Of course, you will definitely do it, young Master Ian. Only because you are our great and benevolent God of Dawn. Chapter 50. War is not worthy of praise, nor is it something to be happy about. However, victory in war is indeed worthy of celebration. But after the brief celebration comes deeper sorrow. Even with Haniya's timely arrival for help, this war, where the strength disparity between the two sides was vast. And Ian and the others reacted quickly. Taiwan Novel Network. From receiving the request for help to preparing and writing over. Strictly speaking, it took less than 3 hours. Moreover, most of the time was spent on the journey. But in the end, the winged folk were far weaker than the demon race. In just these nearly 3 hours, the winged folk suffered heavy losses. Over 400 elite winged folk warriors were killed or injured, leaving only a little over 500. In addition, the winged folk elders suffered the most casualties. Over 400 died protecting the children who couldn't fly yet, and over 200 went missing. The corpses of those who died were incomplete, with many bearing the marks of demonic beasts' teeth. As for those who went missing, they were likely all in the bellies of demonic beasts, vanishing with the great explosion. And this is without calculating the injured. Due to the power of the arrow of rebirth, even the critically injured could be revived with a single arrow. avoiding many cases of death from severe injuries. Even so, over 1,000 winged folk died in battle. Currently, the entire tribe only has a little over 3,000 members. This is a great blow to the already small winged folk. It will probably take years to recover. As for Ian's side, things weren't much better. The resources accumulated for over half a month were basically exhausted. Especially the materials for making TNT. Right now, they probably couldn't even scrape together enough for 10 TNT. Just these resources alone would take at least 10 days to accumulate again, if they didn't deliberately grind for them. It sounds like a short time, but in the MC world, how much can be done in 10 days? But at least, there were no losses in manpower. Rizia and the others also gained combat experience and earned credit for fighting against the demon race. Overall, Ian and the others' losses were acceptable. He directed Lael and the others to harvest the remaining iron golems and bring the iron ingots back. Although they had an iron farm and didn't lack iron, they couldn't be so wasteful. Moreover, Ian wouldn't just leave the iron golems wandering in the wilderness, right? The remaining demonic beast corpses were cleaned up and packed. This was a valuable strategic reserve of resources. The flesh could be eaten, and the bones and magic crystals could be processed into magical items by the elves and other large tribes using secret methods, which would fetch a high price. The mind flayer corpses also had to be cleaned up and brought back. The dwarves loved the mind flayer's hearts. To them, it was a valuable forging material that could be exchanged for money. As for the remaining resources from the MC world, take what could be taken, and leave what couldn't be taken as a miracle. Perhaps countless years later, this place could become a famous scenic spot. Dawn's first display of thunderous divine might, descending miracles to vanquish demons, was also the Dawn Church's first major victory in the war against the demon race. The cultural and historical significance was maxed out, coupled with the spectacle of the miracle. This place should be rated as a 5A level tourist attraction at the very least. After a long time, the cleanup and organization of the battlefield were almost complete. Uriel, with suppressed grief spreading over him, slowly walked over and knelt before Ian with a thud. "Your Holiness Pope, we want to borrow some money. Too many of our compatriots died in battle. We don't have money, nor do we have enough coffins to bury them." The voice of the burly man, over 2 meters tall, choked with sobs, revealing an irremovable sorrow in his words. Ian sighed. But to talk about gold coins, he didn't have any right now. The Nether hadn't been explored yet, and the first batch of taxes from Blackwater City hadn't started coming in. Even if they did, he probably wouldn't be able to produce much money. Looking at this burly man, who wouldn't even frown when cut a dozen times by demons, now weeping, Ian looked around and his eyes lit up. This is the site of the Dawn Church's first great victory against the demon race, and also the winged folk's great victory. Let them rest here. They should also be pleased. What do you think? Uriel looked at Ian with some confusion. The latter beckoned. Bishop Lael, take people to dig a cemetery and use the resources bestowed by Dawn to build a coffin for each of them. Take 500 mind flayer corpses, dig out their hearts, and let them kneel before the graves for eternity, repenting to the winged folk warriors. Lael nodded slightly. Yes, Your Holiness Pope. Ian turned back and looked at Uriel, whose eyes were red again with excitement. What do you think of this? Uriel didn't speak, but knelt down again, choking out word by word. Thank you for Your Holiness Pope's mercy. The winged folk will serve Dawn for generations, and go through fire and water for Your Holiness Pope. If we violate this, may our wings rot and we die. Ian helped Uriel up and said softly. Since you believe in Dawn, you are children of Dawn. There's no need to be like this. It just so happens that I have something to ask you. Where is the abyss where these demons appeared? Uriel hurriedly pointed south. It's over there. I'll take you there. No need. You go and bury the winged folk warriors with Lael. Hania can take me. Ian patted Uriel's shoulder. The latter nodded repeatedly. Yes, Your Holiness Pope. Immediately, he solemnly instructed Hania. Hania, be sure to protect Your Holiness Pope. Hania nodded with a firm face and promised. Yes, Father. Your Holiness Pope, please follow me. Abyss. To this day, no one on the Rodri Continent knows the reason for its formation or the peculiar world phenomenon governing it. It is the direct channel through which the demon race once arrived on the Rodri Continent. It is also the reason why, even with the impassable chasm separating them, the demon race can still cross it and periodically attack the lands of the 100 Clan Alliance. Like a factory for the demon race to remotely deploy troops, its appearance almost always heralds bloodshed. The 100 Clan Alliance deeply loathes the Abyss, but they have no way to predict its appearance or timing. Countless kingdoms and cities have been destroyed due to the emergence of the Abyss. The only research result the 100 Clan Alliance has regarding the Abyss is that it cannot be prevented, but it can be destroyed. A small abyss can be shattered by a super-powerful knight with a single strike, as long as they find its weak spatial node. This is what Old Forbes taught Ian. However, Old Forbes also said, the newest novels are first released here. If you are strong enough, you don't need to worry about spatial nodes, just strike with all your might, wherever it lands, the abyss will disappear. At least, that's the case for small abyss instances. Faced with the abyss, the 100 Clan Alliance now basically adopts a decapitation strategy, with the strongest leading a team to destroy the spatial node. Of course, such missions are usually a one-way trip. This is Ian's first mission to destroy an abyss, but he's different from the others. He annihilated all the demons within that abyss before leisurely going to destroy it. Looking at the Rodri Continent, this can be considered a first in history. This abyss is not far from the Winged Clan's territory, about a dozen minutes away. Soon, Ian saw an irregular crack seemingly embedded in the air. It spewed out a bizarre black-purple torrent of energy, with strands of black-purple energy waving in the air like octopus tentacles. It exuded an aura of pure evil. Your Holiness, please be careful. Hania stepped in front of Ian, whispering. In case there are still demons inside. Then we'll just keep killing them. Ian smiled, brushed past Hania, and walked towards the abyss without fear. Lassia followed closely, passing the dumbfounded Hania with a chuckle. I said, with His Holiness the Pope here, the sky won't fall. Ignoring Hania, Ian quickly stood before the abyss. Visually, it was difficult to discern anything, only a feeling of inherent discomfort from its aura. The closer he got, the more Ian felt the world conveying a profound sense of sorrow. Strange, but now is not the time to ponder the abyss. Not that he's afraid, but if something really happens, it will be quite troublesome. The Church of the Dawn is not ready to face a massive demon army. An army of over 10,000 demons sounds like a lot, but when demons go to war, they typically mobilize in the millions or tens of millions. Ian could hack with his diamond sword until it's dull, and still not be able to defeat that many. In the early stages, it's never wrong to play it safe. Just to be safe, Ian still pulled out his diamond enchanted sword and weighed it in his hand. With 1/5 of Steve's physique, plus an enchanted diamond sword, this strike will be powerful. Ian muttered softly, swung the diamond enchanted sword, and struck the abyss with great force. He didn't need to know where the spatial node was, overwhelming force breaks all techniques, it's that simple. The next moment, when the diamond enchanted sword collided with the abyss. Even though he was striking at space, Ian felt a tactile sensation as if he had struck something solid. Before he could react, a massive torrent of energy gushed out. No, strictly speaking, it was more like an energy return, but where was the abyss's energy being returned to? In the storm of swirling energy, Lassia and the others staggered back a few steps, unable to help but raise their hands to shield their eyes. But in the storm, Ian stood firm, his gold and white papal robes billowing. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he stared intently as the abyss gradually shrank and faded under the onslaught of energy. Until only a small mirror-sized remnant remained, Ian suddenly saw something strange. Beyond the abyss, a figure with wings on its back circled its arms, suspended beneath a blood-red moon. As the wings flapped, the immense wind pressure blew a large pit into the plain of accumulated bones below. He couldn't see the face clearly, only knew that those wings were as black as ink. Seeming to make eye contact with Ian across time and space, in an instant, it disappeared along with the abyss. leaving behind only an inexplicable polygonal crystal. Ian stood still for a long time, until Lassie picked up the crystal and handed it to him. Only then did Ian call for Hania and the others to head back. Until they had walked to a distance where they could barely see the previous location of the abyss, Ian suddenly turned his head, his gaze deep and sharp. A playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Somewhat interesting. Now, he was 50% certain. The appearance of the abyss follows a pattern. It's just that this pattern might be the last result the 100 Clan Alliance wants to see. Chapter 51. Blackwater City. Ever since Ian and the others went to support the winged folk, the atmosphere in the city had been very somber. Although they had the protection of the dawn, it was, after all, an army of tens of thousands of demons. Judging from Ian's intentions, he only planned to take Leal and the others to intercept them. Even the children who had never seen demons felt that this was a fantastical tale. Even if it were 10,000 chickens, 20 people couldn't deal with them. This book is first published on the entire network by. But Ian had even brought up the Dawn. Could they, the children of the Dawn, dare to disobey the benevolent Father, the omnipotent Lord? Thus, the 5,000 men, women, and children of Blackwater City could only silently watch Ian and the others' backs as they braved the rain in the city. It wasn't until a long time later that, led by Father Matthew, they collectively returned to the Dawn Church to pray sincerely. The Dawn is merciful, and his glory will not miss any child. The Dawn is majestic, and his thunder will not spare any enemy. He allows the good to endure and their souls to be eternally glorified. He causes the wicked to turn to ashes and their wills to sink into hell. Under the illumination of the dawn, his children will forever stand on the side of victory. Chapter 9, verse 32 of the Oracle Scripture, the hymn of the dawn's victory, formed a magnificent wave of sound within the Dawn Church, penetrating the walls and doors. It lingered over Blackwater City for a long time. And besides the sound of prayer, there was also the earth-shattering sound of shouting and killing from the garrison of the Holy See's army in the west of the city. Today, Ian led the team out to conquer the demons without calling them. In the past, this kind of thing would only make them happy. After all, who would be willing to risk their lives to block the demons' hole? But now, the Holy See's army only felt ashamed. As a legion that had received the glory of the dawn, they were not even worthy of going to the battlefield to fight for the dawn because their strength was too poor. How could they accept this? Fighting for the nobles who were high above and didn't take them seriously was just for survival, a forced bow of the head. But now, fighting for the dawn was the only repayment they could make to the selfless Lord. With a different standpoint, the mentality was naturally different as well. The Holy See's army's extra training was not requested by anyone, but was their own initiative. If they were left behind again because of such a thing next time, what face would they have to call themselves warriors of the dawn? The sound of training shouts lasted as long as Ian and the others were out, from frequent thunderstorms to only the sound of rain, and now the rain gradually subsided and the weather cleared up. However long Ian and the others had been out, the shouts of killing had continued. Perhaps this was the only way the Holy See's army could fight alongside them. Inside the Dawn Church, the hymn of the dawn's victory ended once again. Old Matthew glanced outside the church. The sky was bright, but there was still no sound of horses' hooves. Worry arose in his heart, but his face remained calm. "Father Matthew, should we continue?" someone asked in a low voice inside the silent Dawn Church. Matthew came back to his senses and nodded. "Continue." This time, the hymn did not sound immediately. Instead, someone worriedly said, "Father Matthew, His Holiness the Pope has been leading the team away for more than half a day. Now that the rain has stopped, why hasn't he returned yet? Don't think too much. War is always long. You must firmly believe that under the illumination of the dawn, all who are enemies of our dawn will be reduced to ashes. His Holiness the Pope and the others may be on their way back." Matthew patiently comforted them, but the believers below still didn't buy it. "I heard people say that the winged folk betrayed the 100 Clans Alliance in the last anti-demon war, leading to the 100 Clans Alliance's defeat. They have a previous record. Could it be?" Before that person could finish speaking, Matthew immediately interrupted sternly. Don't talk nonsense. You have all seen that winged folk girl. You have also seen her devotion to the dawn. Don't completely define a group of people based on an accident. In any case, they are all heroes against the demons. The church fell silent for a while. After a long while, someone suddenly muttered in a low voice. But His Holiness the Pope only brought Archbishop Leal and the others after all. Enough! Matthew scolded sternly. This was the first time he had gotten angry since becoming a priest. Have you all forgotten the greatness of the dawn? Matthew stood up and stood in front of everyone, pointing around. Look at this sacred church. Under the gaze of the dawn, how can you be so unconfident in the dawn? That miraculous harvest, the endless rain, the powerful dawn guardian, doesn't this prove the greatness of the dawn? How could His Holiness the Pope, protected by the dawn, possibly lose? Old Matthew glared at everyone, his hair standing on end. Even if we take a step back, what if we lose? The dawn gives us hope, treats us as children, and promises us glory. All our current good lives are given by the dawn. Could it be that if His Holiness the Pope loses, you will lose heart? What face do you have to call yourselves children of the dawn? Old Matthew was in full force, scolding everyone until they couldn't lift their heads. After a moment, old Matthew gasped for breath and supported himself on the lectern beside him. In any case, I, Matthew, will not be greedy for life and afraid of death. Even if this war is lost, I will risk this old life to defend the glory of the great dawn. After the words fell, after a long time, the believers below all raised their hands and echoed with flushed faces. We are not cowards. We can also risk our lives for the dawn. The dawn has given me everything. I am willing to respond to the dawn with my life at any time. The dawn will last forever. The shouts replaced the sound of prayer and rushed out of the church. Old Matthew breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with relief. Well done. This is what the children of the dawn should be like. As soon as the words fell, someone rushed into the church in a hurry. Father Matthew! Matthew, Father! The latest novels are first published on? Before the words could be spoken, old Matthew burst out with a speed that did not belong to an old man like him, rushing up in 3 steps and pressing the other person's shoulder. Could it be that His Holiness the Pope has returned? Yes. The young man's face was full of joy, and then his voice resounded throughout the church. Great victory! His Holiness the Pope and the others have returned with a large number of demon corpses and the winged folk. How are His Holiness the Pope and the others? Safe and sound. As soon as these 4 words fell, old Matthew ran away with a whoosh. Immediately afterwards, before the young man could catch his breath, he was shocked by the fanatical cheers in the church. The stampede of thousands of people was like the earth dragon turning over. Soon, there was no one left in the church. When old Matthew and the other citizens gathered at the city gate, on the distant horizon, 20 steeds took the lead, galloping towards Blackwater City in the sunlight. In the sky, a dark mass of winged folk formed a line, flapping their wings and flying high, as if cheering for Ian and the others. Before long, when they got closer, old Matthew and the others stretched their necks and looked around, and then they were sure. Not a single person was missing, and each of them was full of energy. It didn't look like they were fighting a war, but like they were on a tour. But the wounds on the bodies of the winged folk in the sky, and the demon corpses they were holding in their hands, could not be faked. Judging from the situation, it must have been a magnificent and tragic war, but at least Ian and the others were fine. So, it was a great victory. When the 20 steeds arrived at the city gate, they slowed down. In old Matthew's eyes, Ian and the others were the same when they went out as when they came back. The only difference was that now they carried a sharp and stern aura. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous demon corpses were thrown down by the winged folk. The sound of impact was so wonderful to old Matthew and the others. Thousands of people, plus the winged folk, totaled nearly 10,000 people, but the city gate was still silent. Until Markov finally threw out a headless corpse and a head. The Mind Flayer commander's unrepentant expression, as the head rolled and rolled to old Matthew and the others. Ian finally spoke. His tone was as indifferent as when he said he would take 19 people to annihilate the demons. Citizens of the Dawn, I have brought back the victory I promised you. Now, you can fully share this glory. But remember, this victory will not be the last. In the future, you will also witness and personally create more glory and dedicate it to the Dawn. Now, Ian raised his hand and pointed to the Mind Flayer commander's corpse on the ground. Bury the enemy's corpse at the city gate and hang the head on the city. Let this despicable demon watch his own corpse being trampled by us into the dust. Let this despicable demon watch how our Dawn Church uses his and his comrades' blood to create the glory of the Dawn. Ian raised his scepter, and his voice spread throughout the city gate. The Dawn will last forever. Responding to Ian was only a more fanatical sound of prayer. The invincible golden body of the Dawn Church was deeply rooted after this incredible victory. Chapter 52. After winning a battle, logically speaking, there should be rewards upon returning to the city, but this time, the war was personally led by His Greatness. It's like the monarch leading the expedition in person, who can reward him. Therefore, shaking hands with the people of Dawn and kindly caring about their lives and whether they have any problems that need to be solved. If there are any difficulties that need help, that is the best choice. During this period, someone will definitely keep asking, Your Greatness, how did you annihilate such a number of demons with just 20 people? Remember, at this time, you must not boast about how wonderful your operation was. No matter how much the people beg to know a little bit of information, just say with a gentle expression. Under the protection of Dawn, is there any reason why we shouldn't win in battle? After that, turn the tables and ask, how is the grain harvest? Is there anything uncomfortable about the current housing environment? Is life better than before? The believers of Dawn are left with only raising their hands, jumping up and down, and tearfully expressing their piety and gratitude to Dawn. In this way, it not only highlights the disdain for the demons, the enemies of this war, but also expresses a core point of view. Compared to the incredible feat of 20 people defeating the demons, the great and merciful Dawn is more concerned about the 3 meals a day of every child of Dawn. As for how incredible this war is, the great scholars of the Winged Clan will naturally debate for Dawn. Internal Archives of the Holy See Top Secret. In the 13th year of the Light Era, Pope Lael held an internal training meeting for senior clergy in the Holy See. Quoting the material from the time when the great God King of Light first led the victory in the war, he demonstrated the topic of the key to putting on a good show lies in contrast. Later, it was compiled into a paper, How to Put on a Good Show Smoothly, and published in the Internal Journal of the Holy See's High Level. Back inside the City Lord's mansion. At this time, only Ian and Lael and their own people were left. Therefore, Ian didn't have to continue to maintain his profound, gentle, and approachable image. He plopped himself down on the soft sofa, placing the pearly papal crown under his head as a pillow. Then, he put his legs on Rizia's lap, asking her to massage the stiff calf muscles from riding the horse. The current Ian no longer has the sacred majesty he had in front of outsiders, he is simply the most ordinary young man. However, as the saying goes, there are no outsiders here. Old Matthew took the Winged Clan to find a place to settle down in the city. In the future, both the Winged Clan and the Human Clan will settle in Blackwater City. However, there is no need for ethnic distinctions anymore. They only have one identity, Children of Dawn. The spoils of this battle, the corpses of the Mind Flayers and the magical beasts, were handed over to the Winged Clan and Old Matthew to clean up. This also gave them a chance to communicate about the process of the war. First, it was to let the citizens of Blackwater City more deeply understand the divine power of Dawn. Second, it was also to give them a chance to get to know each other. Third, Ian can also rest as soon as possible and get out of that masked state. The skin of God and Pope is really comfortable to use. At every turn, there are mountain shouts and tsunami, believers jumping up and down, and every word and deed will be magnified and studied. To put it bluntly, even if Ian farts, Old Matthew and the others can blush and argue over who smelled it and who didn't. But once this skin is worn, it is difficult to take it off. Ian is not a god, and he doesn't like being a god high above. Even if he is helpless, he wants to preserve his last piece of pure humanity. At the very least, in front of Lael and the others, he can be himself without any burden. Lael and the others can also be regarded as a layer of insurance that Ian left for himself. Lest he forget that his last name is Forbes in the future. It's still comfortable here. Ian stretched his waist and changed his leg to let Rizia massage him. It's still very tiring to pretend to be a badass every day. After this time, I'm going to squat in the MC world for a while to get rid of the work vibe on my body. I think young Master Ian, you are enjoying the enthusiasm of the people for you. Rizia teased, and Ian curled his lips. Who doesn't enjoy enthusiasm, but boundless enthusiasm can easily make me forget who I am. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Ian turned over and got up, knocking away Rizia's hand that was gradually running into a dangerous area. He took out the crystal left after defeating the abyss before. Lael, have you seen this thing before? Hearing this, Lael put down the work in his hand, came over to examine it carefully for a moment, and frowned. Such pure energy, without a trace of flaws, strange. This thing, one piece can create a knight like the old man. Young Master Ian, where did you get it? Ian pondered for a moment and said in a low voice. The abyss. What? Lael was shocked. The abyss, can such pure and clean power be born? Ian didn't need to hide anything from Lael and the others, and told them what he saw when he defeated the abyss. After a long time, Lael frowned and pondered. It's unreasonable. I followed the old man and fought side by side. The old man defeated 2 abysses, and I have never seen this situation. However, according to what you said, the situation is very bad. If the abyss is really controlled by the demons, then there is no safety to be said even if there is a natural chasm between us. And the winged demon you mentioned, the only winged demons among the demons are the Leviathan under the king of jealousy and the succubus under the king of lust. But the wings of these 2 types of demons do not match the wings you mentioned at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Rizia's eyes lit up, and she said thoughtfully. Actually, we have forgotten a group of demons. Those winged people who fell to darkness back then, if they are still alive, they must be members of the demon race, and their appearance perfectly matches the black-winged demons that young Master Ian described. Ian nodded. I also suspect this, but if that's the case, things become very strange. That batch of winged people, according to Wu Liar and the others, were forced to fall due to the soul-stealing array. After so many years, they shouldn't still be controlled, right? Moreover, if it's really as we think, and the abyss is controlled by the demon race, then many of the unreasonable aspects of this attack become reasonable. Pinpointing the hidden location of the winged people with such precision, based on this alone, I have reason to suspect that the black-winged demons are the masterminds behind it. But why would they have the demon race attack the winged people? If we weren't there, the winged people would have truly been annihilated. Everyone was silent. After a long while, Lael shook his head and said softly. Young Master Ian, what you said is worth considering, but there won't be any answers in the short term. Based on this matter, I suggest that you give the winged people a period of testing. Don't trust them too quickly. Ian did not refute Lael, and nodded slightly. The newest novels are first published here. I think so too. Let them stay in Blackwater City for now. Markov, you pay attention to their actions. In our territory, even if they really have problems, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Lael smiled with satisfaction. After a moment, he added. Regarding the issue of abyss crystals, the human race has solved few abyss problems and doesn't have much data. I suggest that you ask the Elven race and the Behemoth race if you have the opportunity. The Elven race has existed the longest and has the most wise people, while the Behemoth race has defeated the most abyss instances. They might know something. Ian rolled his eyes helplessly. I'd like to, but how can you just visit those great races whenever you want? Moreover, the Behemoth race has always looked down on the human race, so there's no point in talking to them. Then you need to bring both the Elven race and the Behemoth race under the light of the dawn. Lael looked at Ian with a smile. Young Master Ian, keep it up. We believe in you. You really know how to flatter me. Ian complained, but he didn't object. The Elven race and the Behemoth race were also part of his plan. If even one race in the 100 Races Alliance doesn't believe in the dawn, then it means Ian is not a qualified pope. Leal suddenly sat up straight, staring at Ian with bright eyes. The issue of flattery can be discussed later. Young Master Ian, you should also explain why you suddenly have such powerful swordsmanship. Even the master couldn't do that. As soon as he finished speaking, Markov, who was lying like a corpse, suddenly jumped up, staring at Leal with a bewildered expression. Who? Young Master Ian? Swordsmanship. Young Master Ian instantly killed the mind-stealing demon commander with an extremely simple and perfect sword strike, beheading him. He didn't use pure strength, but rather consummate swordsmanship. Leal explained softly, but his eyes remained fixed on Ian. Markov was silent for a long time, then suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Smack! Then, Markov covered his red and swollen cheek, on the verge of tears. I'm not dreaming. Idiot! Shut up! Leal glared at Markov fiercely, then looked at Ian expectantly. Young Master Ian, did you awaken your past life's wisdom? Ian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you talking about? How would I know any sword skills? Leal, aren't you the clearest about my swordsmanship talent? But I clearly saw. Before he could finish speaking, Ian smiled and patted the white scabbard hidden at his waist. Leal, do you believe that there is a sword in the world that, as long as you hold it, you will naturally master all kinds of consummate sword skills? Leal originally wanted to deny it immediately, but when he thought about the many incredible things Ian had done, and then thought about the absurdity of the MC world. After a moment of silence, Leal said firmly, I believe it. Ian smiled brightly and gently stroked the white scabbard. This sword is called White Scabbard. It is a magical drawing sword. It is because of this drawing sword that I don't need to learn, and I can instantly master all kinds of incredible sword skills. Instantly, everyone's eyes focused on the white scabbard with fervent gazes. Drawing sword. Leal murmured softly, just about to quickly ask about the situation and origin of the drawing sword. If there are no accidents, this thing is another product of the MC world. According to the absurdity of the MC world, this thing can probably be mass-produced. This is amazing. We're about to take off. The more Leal thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately opened his mouth. Young Master Ian. But before he could speak, Harlan walked in quickly and said in a low voice. Young Master Ian, Winged Clan Chief Wu Liar is here with his wife and daughter to request an audience. Instantly, Leal sat back with a dark face. Being able to see this old gentleman's wonderful facial expressions is quite interesting. Ian chuckled secretly, took the mitre that Freya handed over, and adjusted it. Adjusting his state, he instantly returned to the holy and gentle Pope. Please let them in. Chapter 53. Adjusting his posture as a holy knight of the Dawn Church, Haroon opened the door and looked at the three somewhat restrained winged people in front of him. Haroon said softly. Chief Wooly, His Holiness the Pope invites you. Thank you, Holy Knight Haroon. Saying that, Wooly hurriedly grabbed Haroon and whispered. Holy Knight Haroon, what kind of posture should I maintain for my first formal audience with His Holiness the Pope? Please advise me, lest I offend His Holiness's dignity. Haroon raised his eyes to look at the strong man in front of him and said softly. Just have a pious heart. After saying that, Haroon turned around and led Wooly and the others through the door. Wooly hurriedly muttered the greatness of the dawn in his heart, following step by step. As soon as he entered, he saw the high-level members of the Dawn Church sitting peacefully on both sides. And in the first seat on the front was the Holy Pope who had recently rescued the winged people from fire and water, and defeated the demon race's tens of thousands of troops with only 20 people. At this time, Ian was not holding the sacred and majestic trident and scepter, but just sitting there casually. But every move still showed the Pope's kindness and holiness. It's just. Why does Archbishop Laer have such a cold expression? Could it be that the winged people have offended Archbishop Laer in some way? Wooly didn't dare to think too much, and quickly walked forward, then knelt down with a thud. With the utmost piety and gratitude, he said in a muffled voice. Wooly the current patriarch of the winged people, formally greets His Holiness the Holy Pope, may the dawn last forever. Wooly Er's wife and daughter beside him were also like Wooly Er. Crony, greetings to His Holiness the Holy Pope, may the dawn last forever. Hania, greetings to His Holiness the Holy Pope, may the dawn last forever. Ian slowly raised his hand, his tone as gentle as Wooly Er had always seen. You three don't need to be like this, please rise. Thank you, Your Holiness the Pope. The three slowly got up, bowing as much as possible, focusing their eyes on Ian's shoes. Before Wooly Er could say anything, Ian took the lead in speaking. Chief Wooly Er, is there anything you are not used to about joining Blackwater City as a clan? Thank you for your concern, Your Holiness the Pope. Blackwater City is very good, and Father Matthew and the others are also very kind and friendly. There is nothing we are not used to. Wooly Er said with a look of longing. We are looking forward to living in Blackwater City in the future, living as devout believers and children of the dawn. After saying that, Wooly Er hurriedly went straight to the point to express his intention for coming here. Your Holiness the Pope, thank you for personally bringing the divine power of the dawn to rescue our winged people. Otherwise, after today, the winged people will surely disappear from the Rodri Continent. Ian chuckled, shook his head, and looked at Hania with gentle eyes. You are also devout children of the dawn. When Hania came to ask for help, I had already seen this clearly. Wooly Er was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said. But before he could finish speaking, Ian raised his hand to interrupt him. Chief Wooly Er, you must understand that as long as you have a pious heart, you are children of the dawn. May I ask, does the merciful Father need gratitude to save his children who are in distress? Does the compassionate Lord refuse to guide his lost lambs without thanks? Amazing! Leia and the others were shocked in their hearts, their expressions unchanged, but the afterglow of their eyes towards Ian became more and more admiring. How did Master Ian's brain grow? How can he always say these canned phrases that can stir people's hearts so lightly? This set of rhetoric must be included in the compulsory theory course for the Dawn Church clergy. Look at Wooly Er and the others. After hearing this sentence, they knelt down on the ground again, their eyes full of tears of emotion. In this situation, if someone dares to say something bad about the Dawn and Ian, they will desperately try to stop them. Whoosh! Wooly Er suddenly took out a gleaming dagger. Before Leia and the others could react, he slashed his palm fiercely. Fresh blood flowed down his palm and wrist. Wooly Er then tore off one of his feathers, dipped it in blood, and drew a strange magic circle on the ground. After doing all this, Wooly Er dabbed his forehead with blood, and then slammed it his left chest. Wooly Er, the 43rd generation patriarch of the winged people, hereby swears that from this day on, as long as the winged people exist, they will defend the glory of the dawn with blood and life, and guard the glory of His Holiness the Pope. For generations to come, the winged people will take defending the divine power of the dawn as their clan's foundation. If this oath is violated, the winged people will surely have their wings rot, their tendons break, and die from blood depletion. May this oath be witnessed by heaven and earth. A layer of hazy purple light loomed over the magic circle outlined in blood. After a long time, it disappeared without a trace, and the magic circle also disappeared together. After doing all this, Wooly Er stood up with a pale face and looked at Ian. Your Holiness the Pope, this is the soul contract magic that can only be activated by the will of our entire winged clan. The winged people are poor and have no way to repay the Dawn Church. Loyalty is our only treasure. I know that because of the fallen feather incident in the past, our winged people are not worthy of trust, but I implore His Holiness the Pope to pay attention to our every move and let the facts speak for themselves. In the future, whatever His Holiness the Pope wants is what our winged people want. Ian sighed and said softly. Chief Wooly Er, there is no need to be like this. The dawn never questions its children. I understand, Your Holiness the Pope. Wooly Er pursed his lips and said firmly. But this is the only thing we can give back to the dawn. The dawn is selfless, but we cannot be shameless. What's more, being favored by the dawn is also the luck of our winged people. Ian comforted Wooly Er for a long time, and by the way, he also talked about some of the Dawn Church's clichés. These clichés made Leia and the others' ears grow calluses. He even made the three of Woolly burst into tears. Finally, Ian felt that if he continued to talk, Woolly would probably cut his wrist again to show his loyalty. This time, Ian asked Haroon to send them out quickly. After Woolly left the city lord's mansion, Ian casually threw the luxurious crown on his head into Lesia's arms. Leaning on the sofa, he was full of exhaustion. It seems that I went too far in pretending to be a big shot when I solved the demon race before. The winged people are now. They have all been fooled. Ian didn't say the following words. Lesia smiled and said. Master Ian led 19 people and created such incredible results. Not to mention the winged people, even the elf race and other large clans would be like this. Congratulations, Master Ian, for gaining a new group of Dawn believers with powerful strength and high loyalty. Our Dawn Church has expanded once again. Ian waved his hand. This is not important. Even if they swear an oath with such a blood oath, the assessment still needs to be carried out. After all, what we saw in the abyss cannot allow us to be careless. This is not important. This is the allegiance of a large clan that used to be quite powerful in the 100 Clan Alliance. Lesia couldn't help but complain. Master Ian, in your eyes, what is considered important? Of course, drawing the sword is important. Before Ian could answer, Leia looked at Ian eagerly. Master Ian, now that there are no outsiders, what exactly does drawing the sword mean? Can it be mass-produced? This is related to the future of our Dawn Church. Why don't we go to the Dawn Heavenly Kingdom to practice it now? Ian nodded pretentiously. Drawing the sword is a very awesome weapon. As for the specific situation. Speaking of this, Ian paused, meeting the expectant eyes of Leia and Markov and the others. He gently patted his thigh, got up and said. Let's listen to the next chapter. For the first time, Ian saw Leia's aggrieved expression, which could be described as impatient. He laughed in his heart, but Ian still put on a straight face. What? Do you have any objections? I just led you to a great victory today. And rushed back for half a day in a hurry, and now I am exhausted. Can you bear to let the great Pope answer your questions now? After saying that, Ian stepped forward and patted Leia on the shoulder, saying meaningfully. Leave the expectations for the future. This is also a small trick to make life more interesting. Hearing this, Frenny suddenly looked curious. What trick? Leaving blank space. Chapter 54. A grand and impactful war, one that could have easily led to the complete annihilation of a once-renowned race within the 100 Races Alliance, was reduced to a single page in the Book of Honor of the Aurora Church, casually flipped over. Ian didn't make a big deal out of it. Google searched can. After all, the Aurora Church maintained a high standard, if even a war they were destined to win required a missionary convention. Even broadcasting it 3 times a day, constantly sending people out to boast about how miraculous the war was. Then the Aurora Church's prestige would be completely lost. However, just because Ian didn't talk about it didn't mean more detailed, even legendary, versions wouldn't circulate. As the saying goes, after returning to the city, the erudite scholars of the winged race would defend the Aurora through discourse. From the second day the winged race arrived in Aurora City, people frequently requested them to talk about how the great Pope had won this impossible war. Later on, even old Matthew invited Uriel and his people to give a lecture at the Aurora Cathedral. Firstly, to promote the power of the Aurora Church and strengthen the believers' faith. Secondly, to help the winged race integrate into Blackwater City as quickly as possible through this method. Thirdly, he himself was also very curious about how 20 people had annihilated tens of thousands of powerful demons. He couldn't get enough of such stories. As for Ian, he slept soundly for an entire day. He had indeed been too tired lately. The development of the Aurora Church was entirely under his control, and every time he wanted to do his own work, unexpected events would occur. Ian had even stayed up all night the day before going to support the winged race. Ian's sleep made Legia and the others very happy, as they had all clearly seen Ian's recent hard work. Only Royal suffered, pondering all day and night what Batujutsu actually meant. 3 days after the war ended, The joy of victory still lingered in the skies above Blackwater City, and countless believers still went to observe the head of the Mind Flayer leader hanging at the city gate every day. The disposal site of the Mind Flayer corpses outside the city was also crowded with tourists. However, the situation within the city gradually returned to its usual rhythm. The citizens of Aurora prayed to the greatness of Aurora first thing every morning. After that, they went to the Aurora Cathedral for morning readings, and then observed Legia and the others accelerating the ripening of crops. They visited the newly built chicken farm and the magical square chickens inside. Old Matthew still had other work to do, to guide many Aurora believers. The only difference was that recently, a group of newcomers with wings had joined these activities. Early morning. Uriel led the winged warriors to the Holy See garrison for combat training, while his wife led the elderly, weak, women, and children of the winged race to engage in construction. Farmland reclamation, improvement of residences. From now on, they would basically settle in Blackwater City. Since the Fourth Anti-Demon War, this was the first time anyone had been willing to accept the winged race, and it was the benevolent and noble Aurora, and the children of Aurora. The winged race cherished this opportunity. Legia and the others were also carrying out the work Ian had arranged before, the large-scale construction of Blackwater City. Taking advantage of the winged race's joining and the Aurora's invincible reputation established by the great victory, Legia and the others took the opportunity to urge the citizens of Blackwater City to tear down the previous buildings. City walls, residences, streets. With the help of the winged race, they were all torn down. To prepare for the MC World's resource transformation of Blackwater City in the future. After finishing the morning reading, Hania followed the other believers to fetch water at the city lord's mansion, and then went to the farmland to collect the day's food. Like the other believers, after piously praising Aurora, Hania ate the instantly ripened crops while lost in thought. What are Pope and the others doing? Surely, they must be worrying about the future development of the Aurora Church. Hassle. Accompanied by an impassioned slogan, the sharp sword Aura followed Ian's fleeting figure, sweeping past the armored zombie in front of him. The next moment, Ian twisted his body in a way that completely defied human physiology, and quickly returned. The white scabbard in his hand bloomed with knife marks on the armored zombie's body. Disordered, rough, illogical, but each strike was more brutal than the last. For a time, the zombie was even chopped into the sky. At this moment, Ian's eyes narrowed, and he quickly pressed the knife back into its sheath, grasped the hilt with his right palm, and slightly bent over. In his eyes, the zombie slowly falling from the sky, the shocked expressions on Legia and the others' faces, the wind blowing across the lake. Everything in the world slowed down at this moment. Ian entered bullet time. When the zombie was about to land, under Royal's shocked gaze, Ian once again displayed the strike that had instantly killed the Mind Flayer leader. Stepping out, his figure instantly blended into the wind, only the sharp knife aura swept past. Clang! When everyone's vision detached from that fierce strike and refocused on Ian, the zombie behind him also exploded into a pile of materials. Ian didn't turn his head, and slowly sheathed his knife. He leisurely spoke, his tone full of the melancholy of a master. Go with the wind, but remember to watch your back. Clap! The katana closed into its scabbard. Ian turned his head, stood with his hands behind his back, facing the sunlight, proudly gazing at everyone. This strike is called Swift Draw Iai. Markov slammed the table and stood up, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He raised his hand, made a fist, and gave a thumbs up. Young Master Ian. Too awesome. Hania was currently racking her brains for the future of the Aurora Church, the great Pope, carrying the weight forward for the believers of the Aurora Church. After waking up from a full day of sleeping in, he chose to bring Royal and the others into the MC world for the first time, to show off with Batojutsu. So to speak. The essence of the Aurora Church lies in showing off. This is Batojutsu. Ian smiled and walked back, handing the white scabbard to Royal, who had a face full of longing, and said softly. This is a mod in the MC world. The so-called Batojutsu is actually a kind of ultimate assassination swordsmanship. The latest novels are first published it. Drawing the sword with thunderous force, the moment of drawing the sword is the moment of deciding life and death. However, the Batujutsu mod is even more magical. Ian pointed to the white scabbard in Royal's hand. This knife is called White Scabbard, and it's not a very powerful Batujutsu, it doesn't even have its own SA skills, but it still has basic swordsmanship abilities. Just like the swift draw I just used. Ian took out a wooden doll and handed it to Li Jia. For you, it's still difficult to understand the details of Batujutsu. So, I only require you to be able to use it. Batujutsu will greatly improve your strength and combat skills. After saying that, Ian beckoned the others to retreat, and took the white scabbard from Royal's hand. I said, Batujutsu is incredibly magical. Even someone like me, who knows nothing about swordsmanship, can instantly transform into a swordsmanship master as long as I take up Batujutsu. However, words are empty. Next. Ian paused, then decisively said, Royal, use all your strength and fight Li Jia with a single strike. Li Jia, clear your mind, don't think too much, let this wooden doll guide your body. Yes. The two nodded decisively. A single strike won't kill you, with the powerful characteristic of the MC world restoring injuries, as long as your head isn't chopped off, there won't be any big problems. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two stood on opposite sides. Royal held a diamond enchanted sword, and the sharp aura around him spread out layer upon layer. Father has become stronger again. Markov muttered in a low voice. Ian stood confidently with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently. With a single strike, Li Jia won't lose. But. No buts, just watch. Ian raised his hand and interrupted Markov's words. On one side was Royal, whose aura was overwhelming and whose sword intent was pure and surging. On the other side was Li Jia, whose sword stance was not even skilled and whose aura was weak. The gap between the two sides was vast just by looking at their auras. But when Ian shouted start, Fren and the others were surprised to find that Li Jia's figure, like Ian's before, had blended into the wind. Clang! The sound of the sword crying only entered everyone's ears at this time. Immediately afterwards, there was another sound of air exploding. When the wind calmed down, the situation on the field made Markov and the others' pupils shrink suddenly, with shocked expressions on their faces. The Forbes families recognized Strongest Knight, second only to Old Forbes. Royal, a well-known swordsman in the Principality of Bilka. At this time, he maintained the posture of drawing his sword, standing stiffly in place, as dazed and shocked as they were, and even a few drops of cold sweat were dripping from his temples. And Li Jia's Batujutsu wooden doll was resting on his neck. A trace of blood appeared on Royal's neck, but it healed in the blink of an eye. But Li Jia's expression was not that of a victor at all. She seemed even more confused than Royal. Li Jia had no idea how this strike had been unleashed. Ian walked forward, moved the wooden doll from Royal's neck, and then said with a smile. How does it feel? Royal lowered his head and replied in a deep voice. As fierce and powerful as your previous strike, reaching the pinnacle. This is Batujutsu. Ian smiled and raised the wooden doll in his hand. No need to learn, as long as you get it in your hands, you can immediately become a top swordsman rare in the world, mastering incredible swordsmanship. It is a true artifact that can allow ordinary people to create legends. This is also the confidence of our Aurora Church to loudly proclaim the Eastern expedition against the demons. Now, what are your thoughts? Royal closed his mouth and stared quietly at the wooden doll in Ian's hand. After a long time, Royal threw the diamond enchanted sword in his hand far away. His eyes were fixed on Ian with determination. Young Master Ian. I want to learn Batujutsu. Chapter 55. Lesia, a maid whose swordsmanship was even more pathetic than Ian's, displayed a sophisticated swordsmanship that was equally unattainable for Lial. Before he could react, she had already brought her long sword to his neck with the speed of a gale. Lial understood. Under this sword, he was still alive, but his swordsmanship, which he had painstakingly studied for so many years, was already dead. 40 years of hard training, thousands of battles, and swordsmanship honed in hundreds of near-death experiences. It was completely killed by the drawing sword puppet that Ian had just made in less than a minute. Lial couldn't describe what kind of mentality he should have. Perhaps there was anger towards the drawing sword, its existence stifled all knights who were dedicated to the sword. But at his core, he was not a pure swordsman. He was the Grand Butler of the Forbes family and a red-clothed Archbishop of the Church of the Dawn. Based on this, Lial had to admit that the existence of the drawing sword was definitely a blessing. With this so-called module, whether it was Ian's safety, the enhancement of the Church of the Dawn's strength, or the rise of the Forbes family, it was as effective as the endless water that solved Blackwater City's deadly drought crisis. Moreover, the drawing sword was a patent of their Church of the Dawn. Why couldn't he, Lial, use it? With his own strength, coupled with the powerful sword skills brought by the drawing sword, Lial had already seen his future of slashing the four horsemen of calamity. Young Master Ian, I want to learn the drawing sword. Lial made the request again with a serious face. This time, Markov and the others, who had reacted, also surrounded Ian with expectant eyes. Young Master Ian, we also want to learn the drawing sword. Ian smiled and comforted the excited crowd. Don't worry, you are all the pillars of our Church of the Dawn. I will definitely pass on this kind of good thing to you. However, the drawing sword is something that relies on practice. Even if I explain it to you for 10 days or half a month, you may not be able to understand it. It just so happens that the Winged Clan's matter has been resolved, and the large-scale construction of Blackwater City is also on track. We can safely stay in the MC world for a while. During this time, we can explore while I teach you about the drawing sword. After saying that, Ian shook his head with a sigh. The drawing swords you have come into contact with now are all the most ordinary things. This thing will constantly evolve and become stronger as you explore the MC world. The quick draw IAI you saw is the most basic and weakest sword technique. To put it bluntly, isn't quick draw IAI basically a high-level normal attack for all drawing swords? This thing has no CD limit. Generally speaking, this skill is used for traveling. Quick draw IAI allows for a charge of nearly 9 meters at a time. With enough practice, you can even add a big jump in the middle to perform an aerial quick draw IAI. Isn't it the Harmony train head of the MC World version for traveling? If you wear a suit of armor made of gold. MC World version of the 100-ton king. And in the case of dual-wielding swords, quick draw IAI can also be immune to a lot of attack damage. For example, the arrows of Skeleton White will be directly bounced away by quick draw IAI. Of course, this kind of operation depends on the timing, but Lial can definitely do it easily. Therefore, Ian has always felt that the drawing sword will not kill swordsmanship. On the contrary, allowing sword masters like Lial to use the drawing sword will have the strengthening effect of adding fuel to the fire. The sword skills of the drawing sword will eventually bloom with the most dazzling light on sword masters. Ian doesn't count. It's good to satisfy his collecting hobby. It's impossible for him to carry the drawing sword and charge ahead every day. He is the Pope, not the King of Fighters. But Ian just said casually, to encourage everyone, the so-called more powerful sword skills, really stimulated Lial. The old gentleman had studied swords for a lifetime, and he had never seen such a powerful sword technique as quick draw IAI, which was enough to subvert his imagination. Stronger. Young Master Ian, don't keep us in suspense. Lial pleaded with a face. What kind of sword skills are stronger? If you do any more blank space operations, I'm afraid I'll have insomnia all the time recently. Young Master Ian, tell us, just say it simply. You know, I've studied swords for a lifetime, and I really can't resist this temptation. Facts have proved that if the old gentleman breaks the casserole and asks to the end, then he is even more entangled. In the end, Ian really had no way to get rid of Lial's entanglement, especially when this white-haired old man looked at him with pleading eyes. It made his butt cold. Ian took a step back to avoid Lial, stood next to Lesia, and said helplessly, "Don't be too ambitious. You won't be able to sleep even more if you know too much. It's normal for me to have occasional insomnia at this age." Ian sighed and said meaningfully, "A sword that can shatter space. I'll just say so much. Shatter space. Lial and the others were silent. No matter how they imagined the height of the drawing sword, they never thought sword skills can also shatter space. The newest and most complete novels are first published it. The ability to involve space is a forbidden curse that is patented by the demons. In the entire continent, only the demons, strictly speaking, only the 7 demon kings have such ability. Could it be that the drawing sword can be developed to the point where it can be comparable to the 7 demon kings? Thinking of this result, Lial's old face flushed with excitement. But seeing Ian's appearance of keeping his mouth shut, in the end, he didn't continue to ask. Ian also breathed a sigh of relief. In good conscience, he didn't brag. Isn't the dimensional slash of the Yamato a space slash? If it is placed on the continent of Roderick, it should have a more outstanding effect, but if you want to rely on a drawing sword to defeat the 7 demon kings, you should go to sleep. The drawing sword can't wipe out a city of hundreds of thousands of people in one move. At least, Ian's existing drawing sword module can't do it. Young Master Ian, what are we going to do next? Develop the drawing sword. Lial looked at Ian with great interest, and the latter nodded slightly. Not only that, but the construction of Dawn Holy City must be accelerated, the lower world needs to be explored as soon as possible, and then, we have to go on a long trip to find the sea and the end. There are a lot of things to do. Ian stretched his waist. I hope there will be no sudden events to disturb me next, so that I can quietly advance the progress in the MC world. The development of the Church of the Dawn must be accelerated. In short, let's get active first. You go and make the puppets first. I have given the synthesis table to Freya. As soon as he finished speaking, Lial and the others swarmed around Freya, and after inquiring about the synthesis of the puppets, they ran out excitedly. In less than a minute, when they came back, each of them was carrying a puppet. What's next, young Master Ian? Lial said with a serious face. Kill monsters and evolve the drawing sword. No. Ian walked towards his room and said quietly. We need a few experiments. One day later. East Rift Valley of Blackwater City. Above Ian's Sky Island, he quietly waited for Lesia and the others to act according to his instructions. After a long time, after Lesia filled in the last piece of the puzzle, Ian raised his hand to give the order. Start! The next moment, accompanied by Lesia knocking off the auxiliary block, the piston pushed, and a flashing TNT quickly fell. But everyone present did not pay attention to the falling TNT, but just looked at the TNT still hanging on the multi-block structure in the sky, suppressing their excitement, and asked. Young Master Ian, is this considered a success? Ian didn't answer, but quickly stepped forward and replaced the auxiliary block with a redstone detector. Accompanied by the redstone detector's red light constantly flashing, for a time, the hissing sound of the TNT being lit, accompanied by the flashing TNT constantly falling. One after another, explosions occurred below. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Ian's face. It's done. Chapter 56. Experimental data proves that the TNT duplicator, a multi-block structure based on the bug characteristics of the MC world, can still be used in the Road continent. To say it's strange, it is indeed very strange. The underlying logic of the TNT duplicator lies in using code conflicts between slime blocks, TNT, and blocks to create a bug loop. Simply put, this thing was born from a bug and has become a bug. Therefore, Ian has always felt that leaving the MC world, without the standard bug underlying code of the MC world, this multi-block structure cannot be used. Now it seems that his imagination is still too poor. To be honest, Ian doesn't really want to get to the bottom of it and figure out what's going on. He's not a scholar in the strict sense. Perhaps the bug code of the MC world is attached to every MC block. Or perhaps the MC world gate has implanted some small viruses, similar to 360 Security Guard and Little Bird wallpaper, into the Road continent. But none of this is important, Ian just needs to know that this is a good thing. The significance of this successful experiment lies not only in the fact that bug multi-block structures similar to TNT duplicators can appear in the Road continent in the future, becoming miracles that protect the Church of the Dawn and maintain the golden image of the Church of the Dawn. It can also give the Church of the Dawn more and more terrifying war resources at the technical level. And from a short-term perspective, Ian can completely move things like cobblestone generators to Blackwater City. In the future, when building on a large scale, he will save himself from having to run to the MC world to move supplies. The bug characteristics of the MC world can appear in the Road Continent, which is a considerable celebration. However, things that are as festive as this, or even more festive, are still happening. After briefly instructing Lael and the others on the basic use of the katana craft/mod yesterday, Ian took them away from Dawn Holy City, all the way east, explaining the information of katana craft/ while hurrying on the road. Finally, before dusk, they found the sea, and successfully discovered a shipwreck treasure not far from the sea. Even more fortunate, there happened to be a bottle of experience potion in the treasure chest of the shipwreck treasure. As the saying goes, once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is good luck, 4 or 5 times. That is destiny in me. And when this series of accidents happened, Ian couldn't help but wonder if the Dawn really existed and was protecting him. You know, for finding shipwreck treasures and opening experience potions, Ian even made a plan to look for 3 or 4 days. After all, the MC world, which has now turned into reality, is not like in the game, where you can hold down W and not let go, and you can walk through a continent in minutes. The real MC world is not smaller than the Road Continent at all. Based on its characteristics of loading mods, it can even be said to be an infinite world. But Ian just pondered for a moment and accepted it as a matter of course. What's wrong with being lucky? This is the compensation he deserves after being sent to this world by the 100-ton king. So, last night, Ian decisively took them to try out the teleportation coordinates given by Amen before, and returned to Dawn Holy City. The purpose of this trip was to find experience potions. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to run around outside. Ian still has to come back to Dawn Holy City to build a nether portal. Ian didn't look for Lael and Markov for the experience potion experiment. Their levels are too high, especially Lael, who was level 57 when he entered the MC world. The current level will only be higher. A bottle of experience potion produces an average of about 7 experience points. Giving it to Lael is like Zubaiji eating ginseng fruit. Ian found Frenny, who doesn't fight much, and confirmed that Frenny's level was only level 9. According to the MC World experience value calculation, the experience required to upgrade from 0 to level 15 is 2 times the current level plus 7. That is to say, Frenny needs 25 experience points to upgrade to level 10. According to Frenny, her experience bar is only 1/3 short. With a little luck, Frenny will directly upgrade. And luck did indeed favor this little guy. That bottle of experience potion smashed out 10 points of experience, so Frenny crossed the threshold and reached level 10. After Frenny upgraded, Ian directly took them back to the Road Continent. The most authoritative instructor and Cardinal Lael of the Church of the Dawn judged that Frenny already possessed a basic physical fitness of a knight. In other words, Frenny became an ordinary knight. Laecia and the others were more or less at this stage. On the contrary, Ian, who was also eager to test himself, was smashed to pieces by Lael's night dream. In any case, the correlation between experience value and one's own strength can also be confirmed on Ian's side. According to the meeting and research conducted by Ian and the others overnight, a preliminary result was finally obtained. Level 1 to 20 in MC level is the existence that initially possesses the name of Knight and Magician in the Road Continent, that is, Ordinary Knight and Ordinary Magician. 21 to 40 are powerful knights and powerful mages. Harlan and the other knights are now basically approaching level 40. 41 to 60 are awesome knights and awesome mages. Markov is currently in this level range, reaching the level of Lael in the past. Further up, Ian only concluded that above 61, that is, Lael's current strength, is the super awesome knight realm of Old Forbes. As for whether it is from level 61 to how much, Ian has not calculated it strictly. With these data, the rest is much easier to say. Ian has already begun to prepare. When the data is more complete, he will launch the first realm division table in the Rodri Continent. The latest novels are first published at. Subdivide the current vague strength realm of knights and magicians to individuals. This is also the Dawn system in Ion's vision. If this matter is really completed, it will benefit the present and the future. For the Church of the Dawn, this is a spiritual and cultural pillar whose importance far exceeds the multi-block bug structure that can be used in the Rodri Continent. The specific benefits are countless. Of course, the names of the strength realms of knights and magicians must be more standardized, and you can't really use anything awesome or not awesome to mark them. But even so, Ian wouldn't be so happy. The most important thing is, theoretically, the highest level that can be reached in the normal progress of the MC world is level 21,863. Of course, if you use command codes, then Ian didn't say anything. Don't talk about more than 20,000 levels, even if it's 5,000 levels. After reaching that point, Lael can also cut the 7 deadly sins Demon King into radish slices with one knife. The kind with carvings. Even more surprises are coming. Before time traveling, Ian happened to have read 100 useless MC techniques while studying bioelectricity. One of the techniques is called experience pool. That's right. In the MC world, experience can also be farmed. This means that, if nothing unexpected happens, you can transform from an ordinary person into a super invincible spiral ascending awesome explosive knight or mage. You just need to take a bath in the experience pool. But Ian won't do it. Just kidding, that thing is in 100 useless MC techniques. Does Ian still have to spend time learning it? What do bioelectricity players need experience points for? Isn't there villagers for enchanting? Why bother consuming your own hard-earned experience? But Ian is not particularly regretful. They will definitely not be able to master such a soaring realm. Moreover, it is not impossible for him to succeed if he studies it himself. Even if he can't research it, leveling up in the MC world is not difficult. Currently, based on the particularity of experience points, Ian can already mass-produce powerful knights above level 20. Isn't mass-producing awesome knights a good thing? Returning to the MC world from the eastern Great Rift Valley, 2 consecutive important experiments have achieved complete success and the desired results. Ian naturally took Laecia and the others to celebrate. In his happiness, Ian also rarely drank some wine with Lael and the others. Young Master Ian, your experiments are all over. Next, are we going to start honing katana craft / After drinking a glass of wine, Lael immediately couldn't wait to urge Ian. The latter did not refute Lael's expectations, nodded slightly, and smiled. That's right, it's time to start the next step of work. Our progress must also be accelerated. So, in order to speed up the development of the Church of the Dawn and the MC world, and also to make our katana craft / hone stronger, I will take you to a place later. Laecia leaned over and looked at Ian with a curious look. Young Master Ian, where are we going? The jungle that has not been explored over there. No, we're going to hell. Chapter 57. Laecia and the others knew about the concept of hell. Speaking of which, Ian told them. At that time, when preparing the Church of the Dawn, Ian felt that starting a church from scratch without any reference would be more difficult. So, he slightly borrowed the theoretical framework of the mainstream sects from his old home. Hell and heaven thus appeared in the records of the Oracle Sutra. The 4th chapter of the Oracle Sutra, the chapter on good and evil, begins by introducing the concepts of heaven and hell. Those who are evil in life will fall into hell after death, suffering all kinds of cruel punishments such as tongue pulling, belly cutting, copper pillars, knife mountains, steaming, roasting, and frying, to repent for past sins. Conversely, the good ascend to heaven, stay by the side of the dawn, listen to the teachings of the dawn, and enjoy eternal peace. Laecia and the others still remember this section very clearly. After all, those cruel punishments were simply appalling, and it was hard to forget them. When Ian introduced each type of cruel punishment in detail, Laecia and the others once suspected that Ian was psychologically twisted and perverted because of the decline of the Forbes family. After all, even the most vicious demons did not have such cruel punishments. So the concept that hell is the destination of evil people after death is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. And now, the Holy Pope Ian Forbes, the dawn god recognized by everyone. At this time and in this place, he solemnly shouted, "Let's go to hell." The shock to everyone was no less than Markov saying he wanted to take a mind flayer as a concubine, and it was a male mind flayer. The scene fell into a deathly silence for a while. After a long time, Laisha, who was the first to react, hugged Ian, not letting go of any opportunity to take advantage of him. With a sad face, she pleaded, "Young Master Ian, why go so far? The Church of the Dawn is about to be great, and the Forbes family will regain its glory. More than 8,000 people from the human and winged races are waiting behind you for your most glorious guidance. You must not commit suicide." Speaking, Laisha inexplicably paused for a moment, and then earnestly said, "At least, let me leave offspring for you, for the great dawn, before we talk about it." Ian pushed her away forcefully, reaching out and knocking on Laisha's face, ignoring the deformation of that delicate pretty face. Then, he wiped the saliva from his palm with a look of disgust. "I misspoke, it's not hell, it's the nether." "The nether?" Lael looked at Ian a little puzzled, and the latter nodded slightly. "That's right, the nether is a dimensional world existing in the MC world, although the scenery doesn't look very friendly. But the nether produces many precious resources, which are extremely valuable treasures for us, both now and in the future. In short, seeing is believing, you will understand if you come with me." After saying that, Ian didn't continue to waste words to explain. He took out obsidian and began to build the frame. Speaking of this obsidian, Ian remembers clearly that this thing was just a relatively common volcanic rock gemstone in his old home. The main component is silicon dioxide. Its hardness cannot be said to be indestructible, and even after processing, obsidian daggers and obsidian bracelets are actually quite brittle. But this thing has become one of the hardest minerals in the MC world, which is quite outrageous. But Ian doesn't care about these. When he gets obsidian mass production in the future, he can just use this thing to make city walls. Isn't the demon's Leviathan known as a city-breaking giant demon, and there is no city in the world that they can't break? Ian wants to see if the Leviathan can break through the obsidian city wall. The construction of the nether portal can be done with eyes closed for most old block people. So, in the blink of an eye, Lael and the others saw a square door appearing in front of them, covered with a thin layer of purple light. Spots of purple-black light floated out, revealing an ominous aura. "This thing why does it look more scary than the Abyss Rift?" In an instant, the hearts that Lael and the others had just put down were raised to their throats again. Clutching their katana tightly, Lael swallowed hard. "Young Master Ian, are you sure we are really going to that nether, not hell?" Ian gave a thumbs up with a bright smile. "Guaranteed. How can the words of the Pope of the Church of the Dawn be false?" Lael thought for a while, and said faintly. "A few days ago, when you asked the original Blackwater City Defense Army to conquer the Beast Forest, you said that the Dawn also loves them, and when they come back, you will personally welcome them and cleanse them. Is there a problem?" Ian asked back. "Didn't they not come back? It can only be said that the Dawn's love is too heavy, and they have no chance to bear it." Markov rolled his eyes secretly. "More than 30 people attacked the Beast Forest in more than 30 ways, can the Dawn's love not be heavy?" "Markov, you seem to have an opinion on me." "No such thing, young Master Ian, you are always the sun in my heart." Ian glared at Markov, retracted his gaze and said, "Stop talking nonsense, everyone act immediately." After saying that, without waiting for Lael and the others, he took the lead and stepped into the nether portal. Seeing this, Lael and the others could not continue to hesitate, comforting themselves in their hearts that Ian would not deceive them, these loyal old buddies. Harboring the last trace of trust in Ian's integrity, everyone stepped into the portal one after another. When the last Lael also walked in, Dawn Holy City returned to tranquility. Strong distortion. From the moment they stepped into the door, Lael and the others knew they were rash. This feeling of the world spinning. It's like being stuffed into a tumble dryer and spun dry for more than an hour. If Lael and the others knew what a washing machine was, they would describe it this way. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a moment. After standing on solid ground, the world stopped spinning. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the pungent smell of sulfur made many people unable to control themselves and sneezed a few times. Then, there was a red light and rolling heat waves. Looking up, even the knowledgeable Lael was dumbfounded. No sun, no day or night, the sky covered by inexplicable rocks. What they were stepping on, and the end of the distant horizon, were all dark red, blood-soaked rocks. This is an ocean of lava, and on the lava sea, there are many white blocky ghosts making shrill cat calls. Finished. They were still fooled by Ian. If this place is not hell, then the abyss can be called the Garden of Eden. Fran stood beside Ian, her knuckles gripping his sleeves tightly were white, and her lips were slightly purple. Young Master Ian, didn't you say, this is not hell? Yes. Ian said seriously. Its scientific name is the Nether, its stage name is hell, but we are doing theology, so let's be rigorous and call it the scientific name, the stage name is too frivolous. At this moment, the last trace of trust in Ian's integrity in everyone's hearts was also shattered. Lael, standing beside Ian, looked at the lava sea in the distance, and then looked back at the portal. Just a moment ago, they were in the beautiful dawn heaven, and now, did they go to hell? Could it be that what the Oracle Sutra said, heaven and hell, are only a step away, is understood in this way? Young Master Ian, why don't we go back and prepare first? Lael couldn't help but make a humble request. Staying here really made him feel a little uncomfortable. He would rather fight the demons than smell the smell of hell again. Really go back? The corners of Ian's mouth suddenly outlined a mysterious arc. Lael nodded repeatedly. Otherwise? Young Master Ian, this place doesn't look like we can explore it. The smile on Ian's face became more and more inexplicable. Even if there are countless gold mines here. Of course. Even if there is, what is here? Realizing it, Lael widened his eyes in disbelief. Ian raised his hand and pointed to the blocks under Lael and others' feet. Gold mines. The next moment, everyone lowered their heads together, and was immediately fascinated by the ore mixed with gold on the ground. Seeing this, Ian sighed with regret. There are countless gold mines in the Nether, it's not like you can pick up gold even when walking, but it's almost the same. There are other precious resources. I was thinking of taking you to make a fortune, so that our Church of the Dawn would not lack gold coins to spend in the future. After saying that, he pretended to turn around. Since everyone doesn't want to stay here, let's go back. At the moment of turning around, Ian secretly smiled in his heart and began to count down. 3, 2. Wait. Young Master Ian. Lael grabbed Ian's arm, his face full of determination. Young Master Ian, you are right, where is this hell? It is clearly the Nether containing treasures. Speaking, Lael and others took out diamond pickaxes at the same time, their expressions were firm, and their eyes were full of the reflection of gold mines. This is not hell, it is the real heaven. Chapter 58. From ancient times, wealth has stirred people's hearts. And gold, even more so. The Nether possesses many easily found gold ore veins, and this alone is enough to make it a paradise in the eyes of Liar and the others. The Church of Dawn is developing very well, with food when they need food, and an army when they need an army. In the most barren area of this 100-race alliance territory, achieving such accomplishments already surpasses 90% of the cities. But this does not mean that the Church of Dawn's current development has no shortcomings. The Church of Dawn is poor. It has jurisdiction over Blackwater City, with more than 5,000 newly fed people, plus more than 3,000 desolate winged people. Estimating that they can scrape together 100 gold coins would be considered wealthy. What can 100 gold coins buy? 50 low-grade horses. 100 finely forged swords. 10 sets of armor. Sustain 100 families in the royal capital above the poverty line for a year. Admittedly, with the MC world, weapons, armor, war horses, food. There is no shortage of anything, and the quality is even better. But this does not mean that Ian does not need gold coins. In the early stages of the Church of Dawn's development, his demand for gold coins is still quite large. After all, not everyone can enter the MC world, nor can everyone use MC equipment. Purchases still need to be made. Moreover, the papal army in the future cannot always use food as wages, or even directly bind them with faith, asking them to fight for Ian without wages. Ian is not so unscrupulous. A mature and stable economic system must be built. With the Nether, a good place that produces gold, the construction of the Church of Dawn's economic system will also embark on a fast track. Finally, the Dawn economic system replaces the Rodri Continent economic system, with economic control and faith control walking on two legs. The benefits of this are self-evident. And in the short term, having money in your pocket keeps you calm. The location of the first arrival in the Nether is actually not bad. Not because there are Nether gold mines right outside the door, but because the existence of that lava sea is very helpful for Ian to find the Nether fortress. As for resources such as soul sand and nether wart, or even ancient debris, although they have not been seen yet, now that they are here, they will come sooner or later. This time, Ian plans to have Liar and the others stay directly in the Nether for 3 or 4 days. The demolition work on the Blackwater city side will also be almost completed in 3 or 4 days. When the time comes, let Lesia and the other nuns do construction, show off some MC miracles, and pave the way for their future transition from nuns to holy mothers. In addition, you can't sleep in the Nether. After staying up for 3 big nights here, you can go back and brush for phantoms at night. By then, slow-falling potions can also be made in batches. After sorting out his plans, Ian took out an iron pickaxe, walked to Lesia's side, and squeezed her away. Nether gold ore is not mined like this. Saying that, he quickly started working, swinging the pickaxe, and in no time, a nether gold ore was smashed out. Unlike Liar and the others who only dropped a few gold nuggets after digging, Ian dug out a whole piece of original nether gold ore. Seeing this, Liar straightened up and looked at Ian in puzzlement. "Young Master Ian, why is the ore we mine different? Why doesn't yours drop gold nuggets?" Ian waved the iron pickaxe in his hand and smiled. "Pay attention to my pickaxe. Young Master Ian, did you change to a new pickaxe? Where's the old one?" "The old one was recycled by the Abyss. The Abyss is a big platform, safe and reliable." "Ah!" Looking at the confused expressions of Liar and the others, Ian coughed dryly and waved his hand. "Muscle reaction, don't mind it." Since Ian said so, Liar and the others didn't get to the bottom of it. Ian continued. "Remember, in the future, when mining gold ore in the Nether, you must use a fortune-enchanted pickaxe to mine it, and then throw it into the furnace to burn." Markov scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. "Is there a difference?" "Of course." Ian put his hands on his hips and smiled. "How many gold nuggets do you guys drop at a time when mining gold ore?" "It's hard to say." Fren touched her chin and recalled, then said uncertainly. "Sometimes it drops 2 or 3, and sometimes it can have 6. After saying that, Fren happily clapped her hands. "Young Master Ian, with the gold purity of the Dawn Heaven, 1 gold nugget can probably be exchanged for dozens of gold coins at least. In just a short while, I have mined 12 gold nuggets, earning so many gold coins for our Church of Dawn. Young Master Ian, you're so right, you can pick up money just by walking here." Ian smiled without saying a word, and rubbed Fren's hair. Then he put the furnace aside. He threw the gold ore into the furnace to smelt, and after a while, a freshly baked gold ingot was in hand. Casually weighing the gold ingot in his hand, Ian turned around and looked at the dumbfounded Fren and the others. "Do you still remember how many gold nuggets make up a gold ingot?" 9. "That's right." Ian stuffed the fortune-enchanted pickaxe into the arms of Lesia, who was standing there in a daze, and finally reminded her. "Don't just keep digging stupidly, pay attention to the surroundings. If piglins see you mining gold, they will attack." Regardless of whether they listened or not, Ian went to find guests in the distance to play badminton with his hands behind his back. After a long time, Liar finally reacted and silently started to calculate with his fingers. 1 gold ore can drop 1 gold ingot with fortune. Without fortune, taking the average value of 3 gold nuggets, you need to mine 3 ores to make up 1 gold ingot. Back and forth, 2 gold ingots, 18 gold nuggets, are lost out of thin air. Convert it. Can't convert it at all. That's all real money. All gone. Pa. Markov, who had just come over, covered his face with a grievance. Father. Why did you hit me? Liar trembled, his voice sad. How much money did I waste just now? Then hit yourself. I didn't mind many. Markov stared at Liar resentfully. Liar seemed to have aged several years in an instant, his eyes stubbornly fixed on the gold ore on the ground. But he didn't dare to smash the pickaxe at all. I am the Cardinal Archbishop of the Church of Dawn, my face is useful. What are you talking about? Is my face useless? Stop talking nonsense. The most new small set is in first hair. Liar glared at Markov, and then said bitterly. Our pickaxes don't have fortune. Maid Lesia, I'm counting on you. I understand. Lesia held the iron pickaxe in her hand tightly and carefully began to collect the remaining gold ore. About a few minutes later. Beautiful smash! Go to hell! A sword shot the fireball back, killing the ghast in the air. Ian rubbed his wrist comfortably. Although the ghast tear fell into the lava and disappeared, this was also a long-lost badminton exercise for Ian after coming to the Rodri Continent. Happiness is the most important thing. Looking back at the listless Lesia and the others walking behind him, Ian smiled and joked. Made a fortune. Liar's face instantly became more bitter than Markov's. Don't make fun of us, young Master Ian. You should have told us about these precautions earlier. We wasted so much gold. I have to have a chance too. Ian rolled his eyes. As soon as you saw the gold, you shouted about paradise and making a fortune and rushed up. Your eyes were red. I didn't dare to stop you. Young Master Ian. Okay, I'm not kidding. How much gold did you mine? Hearing this, Fran immediately jumped out. I recorded it. Young Master Ian. There are 9 gold ingots in total, just enough to make a gold block, but there could have been more. Fran became a little depressed as she spoke. Ian scratched Fran's nose. It's okay. In the Nether, gold is not a treasure. There's as much of this stuff as you want. It's more than enough to build you a golden house. Mining is already the slowest way. When you encounter piglins later, I'll let you know what it means to earn faster than robbing. Everyone still trusts what Ian said, except for the sentence the Nether is not hell. Furthermore, these 9 gold ingots combined into a gold block, sold out, can sell for nearly 10,000 gold coins at least. In any case, they have picked up money, so there is no need to be too greedy, and there is no need to continue to mope. After adjusting her mentality, Lesia looked curiously at Ian, who was gesturing with a diamond-enchanted sword. Young Master Ian, what are you doing? Playing badminton. Do you want to try it? Badminton. Lesia was a little puzzled, but she could see that Ian's target was the thing floating on the lava sea, which looked cute but had an extremely miserable cry. It's quite scary. Shuddering, Lesia hid behind Ian. Young Master Ian, why don't we continue to look for gold? Or find the piglins you mentioned? Ian smiled and said. But after playing badminton, you can drop ghast tears. Do you know what ghast tears are used for? Liar and the others were stunned for a moment. This smile is so familiar, it's like when Ian was talking about gold ore just now, he smiled like this. After a moment of silence, Liar said uncertainly. Could it be more important than gold? Remember the regeneration arrows you used when fighting the demons before? Ah! Ghast tears can be used to refine regeneration potions, with the same effect as regeneration arrows. Ah! After a chorus of exclamations, they used familiar silence to digest the news. After a while, Markov swung his iron sword and strode to Ian's side. I'll do it. After saying that, he paused again, and leaned closer to Ian with a flattering face. Young Master Ian, how do you fight this thing? Ian rolled his eyes and whispered a few words to Markov. Markov nodded thoughtfully, then stood on the cliff by the lava sea. He stood in a horse stance, his right hand clenched into a fist and stretched forward. His face was serious, and he gathered his energy in his dantian. Then, in the expectant eyes of everyone, Markov's fist pointed his index finger and hooked it back. Come here. Chapter 59. Charge up, swing the sword, and then failed to receive the ball. The ghast's feather shuttlecock landed. Boom! Accompanied by a sudden appearance of a large pit and an explosion, Markov became an astronaut. Tisk! Ian shook his head with disappointment. This unlucky kid! Even letting the fireball hit his face would be better than letting it explode. Explosions do the most damage. Glancing at Liar, the old respectable man still had a calm expression, but his fists were clenched tightly. Looking down, you could see Liar tiptoeing, secretly peering to see if Markov was all right. Presumably, his heart was in his throat. But seeing Markov just climb up, covered in dirt, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, acting as if it was none of his business. Fake! Ian cursed inwardly and softly comforted. Don't worry, Markov is wearing a fully enchanted iron set. This little bit of explosion damage won't kill him, at most it will hurt a little. Liar's expression visibly showed a moment of embarrassment, then quickly raised his fist to cover his mouth and coughed. Master Ian is overthinking it. I wasn't worried about him, I just think this idiot got Master Ian's true teachings but can't even do this little thing. It's simply too disappointing. It seems like he should have extra training. A paladin of the Church of the Dawn cannot be a good-for-nothing. Stubborn. Ian curled his lip and didn't expose Liar's true face. TCH. Markov rubbed his palms, recovered from the damage, and took out his weapon again. Again. Effort is ultimately rewarded. Like how Markov, after being bombed for a while, finally discovered that shields can also block fireballs. And after being bombarded by the ghast for a long time, Markov finally seized the opportunity to slap the ghast's fireball back with his sword. Instantly, the ghast was killed instantly by its own shuttlecock. At this moment, Markov finally understood the fun of Ian playing badminton. Looking at the ghast in the sky that instantly fell and was killed, Markov remembered Ian's teaching, focused his energy in his dantian, and roared angrily. Go to hell! Very good! Ian clapped and walked forward with a smile. How does it feel to break through yourself? Feels great, there's a kind of... Markov frowned and pondered for a long time about how to describe it, and after a long time, he seriously said. There is a feeling of relief like being constipated for a week and then suddenly having a smooth bowel movement. Ian's mouth twitched, and after a long while, he sighed and patted Markov's shoulder. Well described, but don't describe it in the future. But in any case, you did a great job. The battle with the ghast is of great help in honing your ability to seize opportunities. Markov smiled foolishly and eagerly said. It's all thanks to Master Ian's good teaching, and that ghast tier. Markov subconsciously opened his backpack and glanced at it, but besides the messy equipment, there was no ghast tier. Looking back in confusion, after a long while, Markov said blankly. Where's my ghast tier? It's gone. Ian replied with a smile. Frenii pointed to the lava pool in the distance. Just now when the ghast died, everything it dropped went into the lava pool. Maybe you can jump down and look for it, maybe it didn't burn up. At this moment, the expression on Markov's face became extremely dejected, looking like his father had died. He had worked so hard and been blown up for so long, and finally got a one-hit kill, but the spoils were gone? How could this be summed up as just a trick of fate? Perhaps feeling that Markov's face and attitude were really affecting Unity. Ian still spoke to comfort him. All right, don't be so depressed. Anyway, through the battle with the ghast, you've honed your combat skills, that's the most important gain. Markov said dejectedly. But, didn't you say that ghast tiers are more important treasures than gold? Aren't there enough ghasts to farm? Ian beckoned. Letitia, Frenii, come over, I'll teach you how to farm ghast tiers. As soon as he finished speaking, the maids excitedly took out their diamond swords and lined up. Master Ian, we're ready to play badminton. Letitia said with a firm face. No. Ian smiled and took out a pile of fishing rods that he had prepared long ago and distributed them to them. This time, let's use a special method. The newest novels are first published at After a while, Markov watched helplessly as Letitia and the others happily threw out their fishing rods, hooked a ghast, pulled it to their side with effort, and then with a backhand sword, they took the ghast tear into their pockets. A series of actions were smooth and flowing, and even now, no one had been blown up by a fireball. Thinking about how he had worked so hard just now and been blown up for so long before he could barely do a badminton smash, Markov was about to cry. Master Ian, you didn't teach me that way just now. You can't be so biased. Liar curled his lip, and he really wanted to complain, is this the first day you've met Master Ian? But thinking about Ian's level of grudge and narrow-mindedness, Liar still righteously said, what are you dissatisfied with? As a paladin of the Church of the Dawn, you must have more exquisite combat abilities. Are you even comparing yourself to the maid Letitia and the others? Markov hurriedly shrank his head. No, I don't mean that, Godfather. Enough nonsense, after we go back, I'll design a new training plan for you, you go and do extra training for me. Markov's defense was broken, and he didn't dare to say a word with his head down. In fact, knowing that Markov's strength had increased to his previous level with the blessing of the MC world, Liar had this idea. Now, he was just taking advantage of the situation. Letitia and the others were having a lot of fun, and the efficiency of collecting ghast tears was also much higher. After a dozen minutes, the ghasts that could be hooked were also cleared out, and the rest were a bit far away. Ian didn't plan to waste a lot of time here. He would have to stay in the Nether for several days, and he still had to find the Nether fortress. There were ghasts to kill along the way. After letting Letitia and the others organize their gains, Ian led the team and randomly chose a direction to start the expedition. Ian didn't have any way to find the Nether fortress, and the skills he learned in the game before were sometimes effective and sometimes not. So, Ian chose the most reliable method. Dog luck. Ian believed that his luck after being enchanted by 100 tons of king was able to withstand the test. And the facts also proved that Ian had bet right, but it wasn't the Nether fortress. Ian used to hate watching idol dramas the most, because in Ian's perception, that thing was the biggest lie in the world. But today, Ian felt that his previous understanding was still a bit arbitrary. Not all idol dramas are false. At least Ian, in the Nether, experienced the first idol drama scene in his life. Turn the corner and meet love. After passing a huge, almost right-angled corner, Ian saw it. In a crimson forest, a zombie piglin holding a golden sword was aimlessly wandering around. What is this thing, so good at pretending? The sword is even gold. Markov came up and complained. It's a good friend like the villagers. Ian smiled meaningfully, looked around at everyone, slowly took out his weapon, the drawn sword hung at his waist, and the enchanted longbow entered his hand. Freni, remember, I'll teach you another truth of the MC world. Working only provides a living, robbery makes you rich. Chapter 60. Ian often said strange things from time to time, and everyone was used to it. But experience shows that in the world of MC, no matter what strange things Ian says or does, the final result will be good. So, blindly follow him. But this time, Liar and the others still underestimated the surprise brought by Ian's abstract behavior. When Ian built a special high platform and led them to shoot and kill the zombie piglins on it. When the first zombie piglin fell and dropped a gold ingot, the nature of this battle completely changed. Robbery? With eyes wide open and bloodshot, Liar, who was about to shout fire, fire, would tell every knight and maid. This is a righteous, glorious, holy, robbing the rich to help the poor activity. These monsters are wearing gold armor and using gold weapons. Where did they get so much gold? In the kingdom of heaven belonging to Master Ian and Dawn, these guys dare to squander gold like this. Isn't this a betrayal of Master Ian? Master Ian's socks are torn and have to be sewn up and continued to be worn, and they are wearing gold armor. Inverted. Unpardonable. Exterminate the clan. Exterminate the clan. These were the original words of the old gentleman Liar. So, it makes sense to have an old person at home as if you have a treasure. If it weren't for Liar, an old man who had eaten salt for 4 or 50 years, he really couldn't say such shameless words. Except for Ian. Gold ingots, pork chops, gold swords, gold armor. Everyone killed for more than half an hour on the frame built by Ian, and they were also high for more than half an hour. Drawing a bow and shooting arrows, what are they shooting? It is a hope for common prosperity. The only thing that is a bit tangled is that there are dense gold ingots scattered on the ground, but now they cannot be collected temporarily. It's quite tormenting. After more than half an hour of fighting, the zombie piglins here were also cleared out. Very good. Ian nodded with satisfaction. The evil capitalism has been wiped out by the righteous Dawn Church, let's go down and collect it. Liar and the others were waiting for this sentence. Almost the moment Ian's voice fell, everyone didn't even climb the ladder, and jumped down one by one. Gold has already confused their eyes, making them blind to the 7 or 8 meters high platform. But they are all wearing enchanted iron armor, so it doesn't matter. Ian didn't follow along. There is nothing to say about the drops obtained from killing the piglin tribe. Gold weapons and gold armor have terrifyingly low durability. For Ian, they are useless. Perhaps in the future, when going out to pretend to be a force, wearing a golden suit and holding a golden weapon will be more likely to cause believers to shout "Dawn is awesome." The rest is gold ingots and pork chops. The income from killing the zombie piglin tribe is too poor, only the experience points gained are okay, allowing Lesia and the others to level up 1 or 2 levels. Not long after, Liar and the others had sorted out the harvest. Pork chops are directly ignored, and bows and crossbows are not looked at for the time being. Master Ian. Liar was flushed with excitement. We are rich. There are a total of 12 various gold weapons, and 4.5 sets of various gold armor have also been collected. These things can be exchanged for a lot of gold coins. Those royal families of the human kingdom will definitely spend a lot of money to buy them. We can save our gold ingots first. Ian waved his hand. Can't save them. Ah! How many gold ingots are there? Liar hurriedly said. In order to save space, I combined all the gold ingots into gold blocks, a total of 19, and there are 3 gold ingots left. Master Ian, these gold coins are enough for us to buy a kingdom. Ian curled his lips and complained. Buy a kingdom? Do you think I can do such a losing business? That's true. Liar laughed. You usually just rob. Hi. I mean, liberate. After packing things up in his backpack, Ian's backpack space is basically full. Backpack space is never enough, especially now that Ian can't go back to Dawn Holy City to put things away. The end is still going to be visited, the shulker box is still very important. But Liar and the others have enough with the ender chest for now. After muttering to himself, Ian waved his hand and said. Let's go, let's continue on our way. Fren looked at Ian with admiration. As expected of Master Ian, he is not moved by a whole mountain of gold in front of him. Master Ian has reached the realm of regarding money as dirt. Ian smiled shallowly and said euphemistically. It should be, I advise you to try to maintain this mentality like me, otherwise you will cry later. Without giving Fren and the others a chance to ask questions, Ian strode towards the distance. As for the nether wart and other resources here, don't take them for now. Remember the location and come back to collect them later. Backpack space is really not enough, and it has to be reserved for more important resources. What if you walk, and you get lucky and find an ancient debris mining area? You still have to have dreams, even if you can't realize them, you can give yourself a hope. This time, Ian took them for a long time again. There is no concept of time in the nether, but it is probably a few hours. There were no more surprises along the way, but a lot of ghast tears were harvested. There is also magma cream, which was also saved in a group first. When you find the nether fortress, Ian has to go back to the main world to store things, and also build a fast passage between the nether fortress and the portal. So, formal and tense work will begin after finding the nether fortress. It's just that, after a few hours, there is no trace of the nether fortress. Ian discovered the piglin tribe again. This time it is on the plain, but this time, it is a proper piglin. Get rich! Markov howled excitedly, and was about to rush up with his Batuga sword. Before he took a few steps, Ian tripped him over. "Master Ian!" Markov stared at Ian with a resentful look, and the latter rebuked. "Markov, as a holy knight of my Dawn Church, how can you be so rude? Be civilized. Didn't Master Ian say to rob and get rich before?" Markov whispered a sentence, but Ian didn't care. Now, in his eyes, there are only those cute piglin tribes. "Finally, I can achieve a small goal." After sighing in a low voice, Ian took out a gold helmet and put it on, and told everyone. "Don't run around, don't attack, I'm going to talk about a big business." Saying that, before Liar and the others could react, he quickly rushed out, and then gathered the piglin tribe together and surrounded them with cobblestone. When Liar and the others came back to their senses, they only saw that Ian had already penned up the piglin tribe. This way of doing business. It's really unique. As expected of Master Ian. Suddenly, Lesia looked at Ian with worship in her eyes. He is so domineering when talking about business. Liar ignored Lesia's idiot-like behavior. For some reason, watching Ian stand on the cobblestone wall overlooking the piglin tribe, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. His unreliable Master Ian seems to be going to do something he can't accept. Liar trusts his intuition very much, and he trusts the abstraction of Ian's brain circuit even more. He immediately hurried up and said in a hurried voice, "Master Ian." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Ian take out a lot of gold ingots and look down at the piglin tribe with a serious face. "Countryman, open the door. Free trade." After saying that, the gold ingot was thrown straight in. "Master Ian, have mercy on the gold. Now, let alone Liar." Everyone who saw this scene was about to go crazy, shouting Ian's name loudly, and rushing to the wall one by one using the 8 steps catching cicadas. But Ian didn't seem to pay attention to them, just frowning and thinking about something. After a while, Ian took out a pile of gold ingots again and threw them indecisively. This time, after watching for a while, Ian finally nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, he turned around and looked at everyone who was clutching their chests, with pale faces, as if they had a heart attack. Ian raised his eyebrows and spread his hands. "What are you looking at me for? This is called taking from the people and using it for the people." Chapter 61. Take from the people, use for the people. Looking at Ian's confident demeanor, Lial was amused to the point of laughter. "Young Master Ian, is that how this sentence is understood? Generally speaking, there's nothing wrong with it." Ian pondered for a moment before nodding. "From the piglins, to the piglins, this is the mass line that our Church of the Dawn has always pursued, putting people first." Lial once again realized that one should never, ever argue with Ian. Their young Master Ian's thought processes were always incompatible with the Rodri Continent. Lial clutched his chest, but his pained expression failed to elicit any sympathy from Ian. However, when Freya, the little one, had big, teary eyes, looking like she was about to shed little pearls, Ian couldn't bear it. He hurriedly explained helplessly. "All right, don't be sad, these golds are originally intended for trading with the piglin tribe. Don't look down on the piglin tribe, these guys are actually very resourceful, with countless treasures of all kinds. Compared to these things, gold is really not worth mentioning." Lesia pursed her lips and said softly. "Young Master Ian, even if you really want to trade, there's no need to use gold, so much gold, how many gold coins can it be exchanged for? Even, if you are unwilling to sell gold, with these gold, we can also mint our own gold coin currency." Markov scratched his head, looking at Lesia with a puzzled expression. "If I remember correctly, privately minting coins is tantamount to rebellion, right? Are we not rebelling if we don't mint coins?" Lesia retorted, then quickly spat. "It's not rebellion, it's liberation. In short, you simpleton, shut up." Markov shrank his head sheepishly and stood aside obediently. Ian smiled and waved his hand. "No, the piglin tribe are a bunch of money-grubbing things, and we can only use gold to trade with them. Even, if you want to trade with them, you must wear golden armor, otherwise, not to mention trading, they will even actively attack. In short, the piglin tribe hates poverty." Lial opened his mouth. but before he could finish speaking, Ian raised his hand to interrupt him. No buts. Unable to bear the annoyance, Ian took out the ender pearl he had just traded for with great luck. He threw it out with force towards the open space in the distance. In the eyes of Lial and the others, the strange ball drew a light arc, then landed on the ground without a trace of smoke. The next moment, as if the world in front of them had dropped frames, Ian unknowingly was already standing there. Young Master Ian. Laisha was stunned for a moment, looking back at where Ian had just stood, which was already empty. For a moment, the words of dissuasion disappeared without a trace. Only the faint sound of gasped cries could be heard from the distance from time to time. A moment later, Ian continued to throw out ender pearls. This time, everyone saw clearly that at the moment the pearl landed, Ian instantly crossed space and arrived there. Instant teleportation! Lial exclaimed, the old gentleman's composure could no longer be maintained. Instant teleportation! Laisha was shocked. The space-based forbidden spell that only the arrogant King Aurelius could master in legends. There's no mistake. Lial nodded heavily and said in a deep voice. Although I have never seen the arrogant king, during the Second Anti-Magic War, the strongest patriarch of the Dragon Clan was killed by this forbidden spell. The prestige of instant teleportation is forged with the blood of the Dragon Clan. If this matter is not true, the proud Dragon Clan would never allow anyone to slander them. Young Master Ian, this is... Before he could finish speaking, the ender pearl landed next to Lial, and the next moment, Lial noticed something cold on his neck. Drawing katana white scabbard. Ian slowly retracted the drawing katana, and said unhappily. This is what the Piglin tribe can exchange for, is it enough now? Are you still stopping me? Seeing that Lial was about to open his mouth, Ian added. Besides the ender pearl of instant teleportation, there are also obsidian, nether quartz, alchemy potions, enchanted books. Of course, the core purpose is only for the ender pearl of instant teleportation, the others are just extras. If you still think gold is more precious than the ender pearl, I won't exchange it without saying a word, how about it? Lial was silent, and after a long time, he took out the remaining gold ingots on his body and gave them to Ian. Worth it. It's too worth it. Young Master Ian, exchange as much as you can. If you say the gold is not enough, I'll go out and rob the rich to help the poor to raise money for you. That's what he said, but Lial still felt the pain. That was gold worth hundreds of thousands, nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. However, if you can exchange for the treasure of instant teleportation, this deal is worth doing. Besides, aren't there also golden weapons and armor? Those things can also be exchanged for a lot of gold coins. Ian comforted. Don't be so sad, just exchange some ender pearls, enough is enough. After enough exchanges, these Piglin tribes, we can continue to take from the people. I'm just collecting ender eyes to go to the end. When we get to the end, there will be countless ender pearls. The latest novels are first published on. And gold too, after a while, I'll let you mine gold until you vomit. Believe me, there's nothing wrong with it. After receiving the gold ingots, Ian began the work of using it for the people again. Although he knew that Ian was trading for treasures that could instantly teleport, so much gold, not even warmed up. He still felt the pain. With a long sigh, Lial and the others turned their backs, choosing to ignore it so they wouldn't be upset. A dozen gold blocks were enough for Ian to exchange for ender pearls to go to the end. He exchanged all the way until there were only 2 gold blocks left. The nether after being materialized is also ridiculously large like the main world, and it is not realistic to find the nether fortress in a short time at the current rate. However, the process of traveling can also be the process of sorting out ideas. After going back, Ian has to arrange for Markov and the others to take turns on duty at the mob farm, accumulating monster resources while farming experience. It can't be like before, only going to the mob farm to search when he remembers it every now and then. The permanent residence of the mob farm must become a regular job with an 8-hour work system and 3-shift rotation. Then improve some of the functional farms and buildings in Don Holy City, such as the horse breeding center, etc. After that, go find the end. Dragon slaying is secondary. Ian's current situation should be pursuing resource accumulation and industrial development, not the achievement of dragon slaying. The main purpose of the trip to the end is to find materials for making shulker boxes and elytra, and incidentally farm endermen to accumulate more ender pearls. This thing is very useful in Rodri Continent. After coming back, it's time to start figuring out redstone technology. Redstone technology also needs to be developed. In short, the core of the next work is to start large-scale construction. In the game, these jobs can be done as slowly as possible, half a day or a day is enough. But in the materialized MC world, Ian can't guarantee the speed. Who knows how far he has to run to find the end portal? Maybe this journey, converted to the Rodri Continent, is the distance from Blackwater City to the Dragon Island on the far West Sea. It's okay to study the MC world with the mindset of a game, but Ian will not forget that this MC world is no longer a game in essence. This is a real world, just like the Rodri Continent, except that this world has the magic that the Rodri Continent can't even imagine. In a real world, Ian would never ride a horse and travel across a continent that may be larger than his hometown Asia in a day. What Ian wants to build is the Dawn myth, not the Iron Butt legend. Tree Crown City. Under the night, the Cleveland family's residence is brightly lit. Colored glaze, which ordinary people dare not even think about, is just a lampshade here. Cleveland, like the past few days, is still pacing around anxiously, but this time, it has been replaced by an open space outside a magnificent residence. Whenever a roar sounded from inside the house, Cleveland's heart would tremble. He wanted to push the door open and take a look, but when he saw the two elven warriors standing at the door, fully armored, carrying longbows, and holding short blades, this impulse was stomped to death under his feet. After a long time, with a creak, the door was pushed open. An elven woman, draped in moon-white gauze, with skin as white as if glowing, walked out gracefully. But facing such a stunningly beautiful woman, Cleveland, who has always been a standard lecher, didn't dare to have any distracting thoughts. He didn't even dare to look at her body. He lowered his head and stepped forward, but as soon as he took a step, the two strong elven warriors appeared on his left and right like ghosts. The sharp short blades were slightly unsheathed, reflecting the moonlight. Clan leader Cleveland was a little annoyed, but he still didn't dare to show it, bowing his head and cautiously saying, "Lord Fishley, how is my son?" Chapter 62. The elven girl named Fishley slightly furrowed her beautiful brows, looking at the humble Cleveland before her, a hint of disgust flitting through her eyes. In fact, from the moment she met Cleveland and Lyman, she knew these two were no good. But there was no choice. This matter involved a new species of demon, and even if she couldn't stand these human nobles, she had to come and see. Clan Chief Cleveland. Lyman stepped forward slowly, smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. Lady Fishley travelled a long way to get here and started working without even taking a break. Now that she finally has some free time, you, as the host, should at least let Lady Fishley and the others have a drink of water. A shadow of gloom flashed in Cleveland's eyes, but he immediately echoed with a nod. "It's my fault, Lady Fishley, please come inside." With that, he and Lyman led the way to the Cleveland family's conference room. However, before Cleveland could ask someone to serve tea, an elven warrior stepped forward expressionlessly and took out his own cup. He poured a full cup of clear, sweet-smelling water. After doing all this, the elven warrior said indifferently, "My clan's druids do not use other people's things or food when they are out." Cleveland cursed inwardly, but dared not show any displeasure. Don't underestimate the fact that only 3 of them came. Even if these 3 went to the capital of the Bilka kingdom and sat directly on the king's throne, the king would have to greet them with a smile. For no other reason than that these 2 elven warriors were too strong. The knights of the entire Bilka principality probably wouldn't be enough for them to cut a few times, and the thousands of soldiers in Canopy City were just a rabble that couldn't last 10 minutes in their eyes. What's more, this Fishley was an elven druid. Not to mention that her strength was unfathomable. It was said that she was the youngest and most talented one. In short, at worst, she would be one of the elven wise men in the future, and might even have a chance to compete for the position of elven queen. Even the royal families of the 5 human kingdoms would have to flatter her. If Fishley lost even a single hair, the elves could plough the Bilka Principality 3 feet deep. Lady Fishley. After Fishley took a sip of water, Cleveland hurriedly said. My son. I mean, these new demons, do you have any clues? Fishley pondered for a moment and shook her head. No. Then what are you pretending for? Cleveland suppressed the anger in his heart, but still said with a humble expression. Lady Fishley, you must think of a way. I'm not doing this for my son, but this new species of demon is so terrifying. If we can't find a way to restrain them, I'm afraid it will lead to a disaster. Fishley mocked his hypocrisy in her heart, but she had no interest in arguing with Cleveland. After thinking for a moment, she said softly. Just now, I tried to connect to his consciousness with the art of probing, but all I could feel was violence and nothingness. Judging from the feedback from the art of probing, the poison of this new demon is very terrible. Once injured, there is no cure. However, I tried it with the water of life. Although it can't be solved, the water of life temporarily suppressed his ferocity. I need to go back. This matter is of great importance and cannot be solved by me alone. Fishley obviously didn't plan to stay any longer, and got up to leave a water bag. The bag contains 5 days' worth of water of life. If his ferocity breaks out at night, pour the water of life on him to temporarily suppress it. I will be back in 5 days. With that, Fishley decisively turned around and left with the 2 elven warriors, taking advantage of the night to return to the elven territory. She came and went in a hurry. Perhaps it was because Fishley didn't like them. But Cleveland didn't care. He tightly grasped the bag containing the water of life. Although it couldn't be cured, at least. With this thing, he could breathe a sigh of relief and wait for Fishley to bring people back. People often say that the dragons are incomparably arrogant, comparable to the king of arrogance, but I think the elves are also arrogant. Lyman took a sip of tea faintly, his eyes uncertain. But after a moment, he smiled again. Congratulations, old brother, you can finally breathe a sigh of relief. There will be no problem when the elven veterans arrive. Cleveland nodded with a forced smile. I still have to thank His Majesty the King and His Highness the Third Prince for their concern. Otherwise, the elves would look down on our small border town. That's true. Lyman laughed. Compared to your soon-to-be-appointed Songland City, old brother, my Canopy City is just a small border town. I'm a declining household, and I'll have to rely on you for care in the future, old brother. Before Cleveland could say anything, Lyman changed the subject again. However, now that this matter is resolved, you should put your mind on that little bastard, right? If you don't resolve him as soon as possible, the third prince won't be happy. I'm fine, but I'm afraid the third prince will think you're putting your family affairs above the third prince's business. If the third prince is unhappy. Cleveland's face was stiff with a smile, and his concern for Lyman had risen from his whole family to Lyman's 18th generation ancestors. Don't worry, old brother, I'm also keeping an eye on this matter. Judging from the time, it should be sent over in the next few days. After a pause, Cleveland looked annoyed and regretful. It's a pity that those damned troops are inefficient. It took them so long to gather 500 poison men. Otherwise, this matter would have ended long ago. Old brother, those city defense troops really need to be cleaned up. After a while, I'll send you some. Lyman's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded with a smile. What you said makes sense, old brother. I'll be waiting for good news. No problem. Cleveland shook hands with Lyman with a friendly expression, looking like a good brother. When I kill you, I'll burn your whole family, including the army, for you. The latest and fastest novels are first published. Although there were all kinds of viciousness in his heart, he still appeared gentle, courteous, thrifty, and yielding on the surface. At least, Cleveland was very talented in acting. Of course, Cleveland was an actor, and Lyman was no less inferior. After watching Cleveland leave in a hurry with the water of life, Lyman's face suddenly turned cold. He waved his hand to signal the guards beside him to come over. Transfer a batch of poison men to the canyon 300 miles east of Songland City. Yes. Lord City Lord, but that old thing is not weak. If the poison men don't work, the third prince will go to Songlan City for inspection at that time. Understood. Under the night sky, 3 cloud-winged Pegasi flapped their wings and stepped into the sky, rushing towards the west. Finally, after leaving Canopy City far behind, an elven warrior couldn't help but ask, "Lady Fishley, why did you give the water of life to that human noble?" "That's right," another warrior said unhappily. "As soon as I got close to them, I smelled the disgusting bloody smell on them, and the monster inside. If I'm not mistaken, that Cleveland must have fed his son with the people in the city. If you ask me, let them fend for themselves. This kind of guy doesn't deserve to live." Fishley sighed, her tone full of compassion. "How can I not understand? My eye of probing sees more clearly. But this matter is not just about Canopy City, or even the affairs of the human race. If it is not resolved properly, it may pose a fatal threat to the 100 Clans Alliance. Although I haven't seen the new species of demon, I have observed the poison men, combined with what the noble said. They are inherently strong and difficult to kill, and they also carry that terrible poison. Being killed or injured will turn them into violent poison men. This is even more terrifying than those despicable necromancers." Fishley paused, her beautiful eyes filled with worry, making her look even more holy. "Once these new types of demons are mass deployed in war, and we have no means to solve them, have you thought about what will happen? On the battlefield, the demons will become stronger like a snowball. This matter is too terrible. I must go back and ask Her Majesty the Queen. The 100 clans are already weak. If the matter of this new demon is not resolved properly, perhaps the next anti-demon war will be the day of the 100 Clans Alliance's demise." The 2 elven warriors no longer said anything, obviously realizing the danger of this matter. But after a long time, one warrior couldn't help but say, "But when I think of those human nobles enjoying the benefits, I still feel disgusted." "Ha!" Another elven warrior sneered and mocked. "Isn't the human race always like this? They run faster than anyone else when there are benefits, and they all disappear when they see danger. Especially those human nobles," many people are saying in private. "As long as they can continue to be nobles, they don't care whether they are nobles of the human race or nobles of the demons." Fishley's voice was slightly heavier. "All right, stop talking. It doesn't matter what the human race is like, it has nothing to do with us. Just do our own thing. After returning, I will immediately go to see Her Majesty the Queen. You go and mobilize some manpower to prevent accidents. After all, what we have seen now are all weak poison men. The new species of demon that really spreads the plague has not yet appeared." The cloud-winged Pegasi traveled through the moon, carrying worries about the zombie villagers, and returned to the elven clan with Fishley. At this time, Ian had already taken Lyle and the others into the Nether for a day and a half. At this time, Ian was riding a blaze hound on the way to the Nether fortress. Chapter 63. Merciful Lord, grant us rain, food, and well-being. Receive them with a devout heart and establish the thought of dawn. Compassionate Father asks nothing else from us. He firmly believes that his loyal children rejoice, and he rejoices. You are the Father, the Lord, the source of all great, holy, compassionate, and gentle things. Because you are, we shall forever enjoy the light. Dawn forever. Another morning. Accompanied by old Matthew's lead, thousands of Blackwater City believers and Winged People believers gathered in the church to complete their daily prayers and dispersed. The Winged People have not joined Blackwater City for long, but now, with the common identity of being children of the dawn and the common language that this identity brings, the Winged People have completely integrated into the daily life of Blackwater City. Many Winged People warriors and human church soldiers, after praying, went to train together, arm in arm. The Winged People women, along with other Blackwater City citizens, cheerfully carried wooden buckets to fetch water. The elderly went to farm together, waiting for the unified ripening in a while. This matter is also something that the Winged People deeply marvel at. In the past, when farming, the planting process was the easiest, and the waiting process was the longest. If they encountered a severe drought year like this year, it would not be a long wait, but despair. But now it is the opposite. The planting process has become the longest thing, and the harvest. Only need to wait for the monthly harvest day, and the Dawn Church will send people to bestow that magical aura, making the crops mature instantly regardless of the climate. Planting crops, this kind of work, has now been reduced to really only the planting process. There are also the Iron Golems patrolling the city at any time. The winged people understand better than the Blackwater city citizens how powerful these things are. Gradually, the Iron Golems have become a kind of spiritual symbol for the winged people. There is now a saying circulating among the winged people that if the Iron Golem walks to your door today, then you will be lucky all day today, and the great dawn will shine upon you today. In addition to these tasks, the winged people are also responsible for patrolling the city, demolishing old buildings, and preparing for major construction. Busy, but fulfilling and happy. Matthew looked at the winged people and the humans getting along harmoniously, and couldn't help but feel proud. He has completed the work that Ian gave him very well, but he doesn't think it's his own credit. Under the great dawn, life will always unite. Praying in his heart, Matthew slowly walked to Hania, the only one left in the church. The little girl is still closing her eyes and clasping her hands in prayer. After a moment, Matthew said softly, "Miss Hania, it seems that you have something bothering you again. Can you tell me about it?" Under the gaze of the dawn, Hania came back to her senses and hurriedly got up when she saw Matthew. "Father Matthew, please feel free to speak. The dawn does not like lies, even well-intentioned ones." Matthew reminded her gently. Hania was silent. After a moment, her beautiful eyebrows drooped along with a pair of pure white wings. "Father Matthew, does His Holiness the Pope dislike us? Don't say that again in the future." Matthew's face stiffened slightly, and he clasped his hands together and looked at the dawn sculpture in front of him. "His Holiness the Pope is as kind as a father, as selfless as a lord, and is a walker of the great dawn in the mortal world. He will always love the children of the dawn like the dawn." "Sorry, Father Matthew," Hania hurriedly explained. "I'm not questioning His Holiness the Pope, it's just I haven't seen His Holiness the Pope for the past few days, and I'm a little uneasy." Saying that, Hania became a little worried again. "Father Matthew, you know, I was there when His Holiness the Pope bestowed endless rain. The previous His Holiness the Pope would show up from time to time every day. Walking in the city, you could occasionally meet His Holiness the Pope, but these past 2 days, ever since we winged people joined Blackwater City, His Holiness the Pope has not shown up again, and even Bishop Liar and the others are. So I was thinking, is it that we winged people did something wrong that disappointed His Holiness the Pope? So that's how it is." Matthew smiled suddenly, and then comforted. "Child, you are thinking too much. The Dawn Church is developing rapidly. His Holiness the Pope has to receive the Dawn's oracle every day, and now he is even busier. Bishop Liar and the others are also the same. His Holiness the Pope told me a few days ago that they have important work to do and will not show up during this time. If there is no urgent matter, don't let people go to the City Lord's mansion. It has nothing to do with you winged people. On the contrary, His Holiness the Pope is very optimistic about you winged people. His Holiness the Pope also said that you are a very smart and devout child." Suddenly, Hania's excited little face turned red. Did His Holiness the Pope really say that? "The dawn is above, I will never lie." Getting Matthew's confirmation, Hania immediately flew up happily, her wings flapping, and pure white feathers scattered in the beams of light that hit the church. After a moment, Hania hurriedly landed, looking at Matthew apologetically. "Sorry, Father Matthew, I lost my composure. Thank you very much for your guidance. This is exactly my duty, child." Matthew chuckled. "The newest novel is first published at. As long as you always cherish a devout heart, the Dawn and His Holiness the Pope will always love you." "Yes. Father Matthew, I'm going to patrol first." After saying that, Hania left in a hurry. After stepping out of the church, she couldn't help but feel excited anymore. With a wave of her wings, she rose from the ground in an instant. Hovering in the air, smiling happily, from time to time her eyes would look at the City Lord's mansion from afar. Hania felt that the air in the sky was much sweeter. Must work hard. Can't let His Holiness the Pope down. His Holiness the Pope is still working hard for the development of the Dawn Church, I can't fall behind either. Cheering herself up in her heart, Hania's eyes widened like copper bells, carefully patrolling inside and outside Blackwater City. It's just that after all, she is a child at heart. After seeing the eastern edge of the city wall collapse with shouts and dust, Hania couldn't help but swoop down, skimming over the dust to give her winged people partners a surprise. Then, under the helpless scolding of her father, Uriel, she quickly flew away. Blackwater City is gradually becoming more and more vibrant. At this time, His Holiness the Pope, who was missed by Hania, was still riding a strider on his way to the Nether Fortress. Ian didn't expect that the Nether Fortress, which could be found in a few minutes or 10 minutes in the game with a little effort. In the materialized MC world, it is so difficult to find. It's been 2.5 days. Ian has been searching for the Nether Fortress with Liar and the others. Putting it in the game, in 2.5 days, the Nether could be dug over, and I don't know how many ancient ruins mining areas could be found. But in the materialized Nether, just that lava sea, Ian led them riding striders for a day, and didn't run through it. There was even a section of road that was just like the scene Ian saw in the Ocean Cruise video in his hometown. Looking around, the end of the line of sight was calm lava. To put it nicely, it seems to be brewing great terror. In the end, he couldn't stand this feeling of hopelessness, and while he could still distinguish the east, west, north, and south, he quickly found a place to go ashore and rest. Ian is sure that the difficulty of the current MC world is all on the road. Of course, it may also be related to the fact that Ian didn't search wholeheartedly. He is trying his best to teach Liar and the others various knowledge and skills about the Nether. Teach them to identify the monsters in the Nether, teach them how to drive the Nether's amphibious luxury car, Strider. Teach them the identification and development of some key resources in the Nether. All the knowledge about the Nether, Ian is teaching them on the way by example and precept. After all, it is impossible for Ian to always run to the Nether to collect resources by himself. He plans to hand over this kind of work to Markov and the others in the future. Although Markov and the others have already booked 8 hours of work in the monster spawning tower every day, isn't there still 16 hours left? Then take 8 hours to regularly rotate to the Nether to harvest the Blaze Farm and the Wither Skeleton, and then brush the Piglin Tower. Young nights are the time to struggle, sleep. Why sleep long before death? You will sleep long after death. It just so happens that not sleeping can also help Ian brush the phantom and make slow falling potions. However, the MC world is still the MC world. Even if it is terrifyingly large after materialization, it still cannot change the fact that doing something in the MC world is much simpler than outside. Just like this Nether Fortress. Riding the Strider, after running for 2 days and 2 nights, Ian and others finally saw the strange black and red building hanging high in the sky in the center of the lava sea. At this time, His Holiness the Pope, who had been riding a strider to the Nether Fortress, finally arrived at the Nether Fortress. Chapter 64. Fortunately, not far from this Nether Fortress was a protruding piece of land. Riding the strider and bringing Lyle and the others ashore, I glanced to the side. Laisha at this time had a look of unfulfilled satisfaction, seemingly feeling that the Nether Fortress had appeared too early. Ian couldn't help but tease her. "What's wrong, haven't you received enough gold to make your hands soft yet?" "No, young Master Ian." Laisha scratched her cheek and said in a low voice. "It's just that I feel it's a pity that such a magical and interesting exploration experience ended so quickly." Ian smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. There will be plenty of opportunities for such expeditions in the future. Now, let's tidy up a bit and put up a ladder to go up first." After saying that, Ian stepped aside. In these 2.5 days, even though he tried his best to reduce the amount of resources he carried, he still couldn't avoid his backpack space from being completely full. To the point that now, things like scaffolding blocks were being carried by Laisha and the others. Even so, it was estimated that the remaining scaffolding blocks were only just enough to reach the Nether Fortress. Later, Ian would have to create a fast passage connecting the Nether portal as soon as possible. This was easy to say, just lay an aerial minecart track. But this would have to wait for a while. Ian needed to go back to the main world first to store things and free up his hands to harvest blazes. Next would be the great alchemy era of the Dawn Divine Church. Thinking in his heart, Ian turned his gaze to Lyle and the others. Although most of the 2.5 days were spent teaching and traveling, in a place like the Nether, it was hard not to have a good harvest. Just looking at Ian's situation of accumulating 3 or 4 stacks of ender pearls, one could imagine how amazing their harvest was. It could be said that, except for netherite, they had everything else they should have. Taking gold as an example, when Lyle and the others first came to the Nether, they couldn't wait to hold every gold nugget that fell on the ground in their hands. As for now, let's put it this way, even if they were beaten to death, Lyle and Markov would not have been willing to consume a gold ingot to make a sharp white scabbard. But now, not only did they each have a white scabbard, but they even used gold tools for mining. In 2.5 days, Lyle and the others understood that in the MC world, especially in the Nether, gold was truly cheap. Perhaps Lyle never thought that one day, he would say something like use gold tools, don't waste the durability of iron tools. The money they earned made them stand up straight. In addition to the countless gold, various monster materials, nether wart, soul sand, ender pearls, and other obvious gains. The rest were some hidden gains. For example, their understanding of the Nether. After practicing for a while, Markov and the others could work in 8-hour shifts in the Nether. In addition, there was the Bata's sword. As Ian thought, the Bata's sword's sword skills were a monstrous enhancement for a sword master like Lyle. Just one whiteboard skill, Quick Draw IAI, was used by Lyle to its full potential. If he had other Bata's swords with even more powerful SA sword skills, what would happen? In any case, Lyle becoming stronger was a very happy thing for Ian and the Dawn Divine Church. Ian's identity and importance meant that the chances of him showing his face and fighting on the front line were almost zero. And Lyle was Ian's representative. His strength was directly related to the face of the Dawn Divine Church and Ian. The stronger he was, the more unfathomable the Dawn Divine Church seemed. Therefore, Ian gave Lyle 3 ender pearls. Lyle was naturally overjoyed. He had also practiced ender pearl teleportation combat a lot in the past 2 days. He was also lucky, at least he hadn't thrown out any endermites yet. Compared to Ian's terrible sword talent, Lyle was a real genius. In one day, he basically integrated the Bata's sword's sword skills, ender pearls, and his own sword moves. The new sword move he created was unpredictable and could already be called an awesome space sword technique. Within 30 meters, Lyle would appear randomly in any place where he could create a fatal blow. And the enemy couldn't even capture his movement trajectory. This routine was privately called the mosquito sword style by Markov, who used it to test the sword. It meant that it was as annoying and troublesome as a mosquito. This set of sword skills also had an official name. Evil Warding Sword Technique. As for Ian's own harvest, the Odaki was only missing a blaze rod. After a trip to the Nether Fortress, the first high-damage Bata's sword Odaki with powerful SA skills in the MC world would be officially released. It was estimated that Lyle would be envious again when he saw it. While thinking, the passage to the Nether Fortress was built by Lyle and the others. After Ian inspected the project, he led them to the Nether Fortress. At first, Ian didn't do anything to the Nether Fortress, he just circled around it to inspect it. This Nether Fortress was nothing special, just like most Nether Fortresses in Ian's memory. Laisha and the others silently followed Ian, watching Ian nod frequently, then turn around and leave, like a lion inspecting its territory. After a trip, he only put a few blocks in the room where the blazes spawned to block the blazes from leaving. About half an hour later, Ian finally said the first sentence after landing on this Nether Fortress. "Let's go, back to Dawn Holy City." After saying that, he returned along the original path. Lyle was stunned for a moment, looking at Ian with a puzzled expression. "Young Master Ian, didn't you find your target?" "Found it, didn't you see the blazes just now?" Ian replied with a smile, riding the Nether luxury car Strider and heading straight in the right direction. Lyle was even more puzzled, hesitating. "You traveled so far and searched for so long, just to come and comfort them? According to your personality, it shouldn't be. Nonsense. Ian rolled his eyes. If it was just me alone, I would have farmed there for a day. Isn't it because I still have you guys and the Dawn Divine Church to support? We've been searching in the Nether for so long, and our backpacks are full. We have to go back and put things down to free up space for more important blaze resources, right? Finding the Nether fortress is just the beginning. The next work is the key. In short, just listen to me. Ian didn't explain too much to them in detail, he just kept hurrying on the road. It took 2.5 days to come, but in fact, the way back only took more than 3 hours. The main reason was that they weren't sure about the location of the Nether fortress when they came, and they took many detours. Crossing the Nether portal that still made people feel that the world was distorted, they returned to Dawn Holy City in the main world. Lyle and the others had a deeper understanding of the word like a world away. Looking back at the dark Nether portal, Laisha couldn't help but sigh. When we went, we were penniless. After coming back, we are already richer than a country. No matter how many times we experience it, the Great Dawn Heavenly Kingdom can always bring us incomprehensible shock. Young Master Ian, you said. Young Master Ian. Laisha looked around blankly. Young Master Ian has already gone back. Lyle helplessly pointed to the wooden house not far away, where there was still the sound of hurried footsteps and a series of muttering. After a moment of silence, Laisha whispered. Young Master Ian has entered that strange working state again. Yes. Let's trust young Master Ian. Lyle nodded, then walked towards the storage room not far away. The last time young Master Ian entered this state, later, he led the 20 of us to annihilate tens of thousands of demons. We will never understand the Dawn Heavenly Kingdom as much as young Master Ian. Laisha curled her lips, snorted, and left with her head held high like a proud swan. You say it as if you understand young Master Ian the most. You haven't even washed young Master Ian's underwear. The clanging sound lasted for a long time. By the time everyone had sorted out the things on their bodies and put them away, only taking basic dry food and weapons. Ian's work hadn't finished yet. Lyle and the others couldn't help but become more and more curious about what Ian was doing. This time, Ian's deep working time was much longer than the time he spent preparing equipment for the previous expedition to the demons. Just when Laisha couldn't wait any longer and wanted to go in and see Ian finally walked out of the house with a confident smile. Before Laisha and the others could ask, Ian stuffed some strange things into their backpacks. Go back, we're going to start working. This was also the first sentence Ian said to them after returning to Dawn Holy City in the main world. Looking at a bunch of strange blocks in her backpack, Laisha finally couldn't help but ask. Young Master Ian, you've been talking nonsense since just now. I'm very worried about your mental state. What are you going to do? What to do? Ian thought seriously for a moment, then confirmed. Be a diligent blaze rod farmer. Chapter 65. From the start, Ian never intended to simply farm blazes. He had Lesia and the others under his command, as well as the Dawn Church's believers. Development in the MC world couldn't just focus on himself alone. Taking the group as the development direction, resource acquisition must be a cyclical harvesting model. To put it bluntly, it's large-scale farming. Therefore, the blazes, whose drops were related to the large-scale deployment of alchemy potions, also had to be planted in the ground. Relatively speaking, building a blaze farm was quite simple. It was nothing more than utilizing the characteristics of a monster spawner and the trident stirring machine. Compared to structures like Iron Golem farms, a blaze farm was already very beginner-friendly. After packing up, it was once again, His Holiness the Pope is on his way riding a strider. Ian wasn't against directly adding a nether portal to the nether fortress. But considering that one block in the nether was generally equal to 8 blocks in the overworld, and Ian had actually ridden a strider for more than 3 hours to get here. Forget it, loading this portal wouldn't simplify Ian's transportation work. Later, he'd find time to build a redstone railway for fully automated material transport, which would be great. More than 3 hours later, back at the nether fortress, Ian decisively had Liar and the others clear out the remaining blazes inside. He casually placed 4 torches, sealing the blaze spawner. Next was the moment to witness knowledge is wealth. Using the monster spawner as the core, build 2 blocks upwards, expand 7 blocks downwards, and build a 10x10 platform on the 7th block to create a cage. And place lava in the 4 corners of the platform. After completing the above steps, a simple blaze farm was successfully built. After that, just add a sunken area in the middle, place half slabs, and then collect the blazes without taking damage. This was the simplest method and wasn't difficult. But what Ian wanted to do was an upgraded version. Once he directed Liar and the others to build the basic framework, Ian personally took over. Detector, pistons, dispensers. After orderly construction, a stable cycle was formed. Place trapdoors to trick the blazes down, set up chests, hoppers. Half an hour later, pull the lever, throw the trident, and when he saw the trident start running, Ian gave a gesture to Markov above, who immediately removed the torches on the monster spawner. Before long, a blaze staggered down. It moved on the lava, fell to the center, and the trident stirring machine activated to harvest it. Blaze rods fell into the chest. Ian clapped his hands happily. Blaze slaughter assembly line successfully built. Liar and the others climbed down the ladder, stood beside Ian, and curiously watched the operation of this strange machine in front of them. They had seen many strange buildings like this and weren't very surprised. Compared to this machine, Liar was more curious about what was so special about the blazes that Ian had persistently searched for several days. You know, Ian was the type of person who wouldn't even glance at ender pearls. Young Master Ian. Don't ask. Ian raised his hand to interrupt Liar, and chuckled. Soon you'll see how important this thing is. Since Ian said so, Liar naturally didn't ask any further. He quietly observed the constantly falling blazes with Ian. This look lasted for another hour. Frayne yawned constantly, but Ian was always watching with great interest, as if this monotonous blaze farm was a scenery he could never get tired of. But yawning was easier to spread than Ian's happy mood, and before long, even Liar couldn't help but cover his mouth and yawn. After all, they hadn't rested for 3 days. Ian noticed, opened the chest and took a look. Although the real MC made rushing became very slow, the efficiency of farming things was still very high. In just over an hour, the blaze rods and glowstone dust in the chest were already full. Only then did Ian call everyone to pack up the blaze rods and glowstone dust and return. 30-odd stacks of blaze rods should be enough for a while, and besides, Markov and the others would soon come to take shifts here. At that time, blaze rods would be continuously produced. The Wither Skeleton farm would be built next time, but right now, it was most important to quickly make alchemy potions to increase the Dawn Church's strength. The newest novel is first published. Having completed Ian's biggest nether goal, the return journey seemed even easier. Ian still didn't tell Liar and the others what these blaze rods were for. Until they ran all the way back to Dawn Holy City, the sky was already gradually dimming, and the last trace of the sunset remained on the other side of the mountain. The legendary era of the Dawn Church is coming. Everyone was immersed in the beautiful light and shadow of the MC world, but suddenly heard Ian's murmur in their ears. Turning around, they found that Ian had a strange big black pot beside him at some point, and there were also a pile of complex-looking brewing stands. Young Master Ian, your presence symbolizes the great era of our Dawn Church. Lesia complimented with a smile, but Ian shook his head. No, Lesia, you don't understand what I mean. After saying that, Ian looked at Liar and said softly. Liar, have you ever imagined? One day, all the armies under the Dawn Church are powerful knights, what would that be like? Liar shook his head instantly. Young Master Ian, as you know, a whole army of knights or mages is something only elves and dragons can do. If one day we can make the army belonging to the Dawn Church all knights, I dare to lead the team to conquer the Seven Sins Demon King City. An entire army of knights? What an outrageous thing that was! The human coalition army had hundreds of millions of people, and knights and mages combined probably didn't exceed 2 million. If they could really make everyone a knight, then the human race would be the real disaster in this world. Ian didn't say much, just gently patted Liar on the shoulder and said spiritedly. Soon you will see. Let's start. Ian entered the familiar working state again. Running back and forth between the workbench and the monster spawner, and from time to time returning to the storage area to move many things. Directing Lesia and the others to place a full row of potion pots, and directing Markov and the others to transport water to fill them. Plus the surrounding brewing stands. Now Ian only needed a pair of glasses and a white coat to transform into a mad scientist. Liar and the others still didn't know what Ian was going to do, but their intuition told them that something big was really about to happen. Once Ian entered the working state, Liar and the others understood that at this time, blindly following was the best approach. When the sun completely sank into the horizon, Ian carefully took out a glass bottle filled with dark red liquid from the brewing stand. Under the dim light of the torch, this strange potion exuded an alluring halo. Ian's eyes were focused on the potion, while everyone's eyes were focused on Ian's excited face. Young Master Ian, can you tell us now? What exactly is this? Worth you running for so long? Frayne finally couldn't help but ask. Ian was silent for a moment, raised his eyes and looked around at everyone, and slowly said. This is the symbol of the legendary era belonging to our Dawn Church. With it, we will make our enemies understand what the most desperate way to die in the world is.